I woke up to the sound of a robotic voice saying I'd been bound to a childbearing system. Before I could even process it, the voice told me I'd been transported to a strange world called the Beast Planet. Completing tasks here could earn me immense rewards, but my head throbbed, and I had no idea where I was. I found myself in a strange room, lying on a soft bed. Outside, I overheard people discussing me like I was a product. Someone called me a weak female rabbit and decided I was a match for a monster. Before I could react, I was taken to a luxurious palace where maids with cat ears dressed me in a lavender gown. When I looked in the mirror, I saw I now had white rabbit ears. The maids led me to an antique elevator that creaked and groaned as it descended to an eerie underground floor, labeled B13. The atmosphere was terrifying, like something out of a haunted house. The system's voice urged me to complete my first task: attract a wolf, man, get pregnant, and have his child to gain experience points. Failure meant death. Terrified, I stumbled out of the elevator just as it plummeted into darkness behind me. Left in a dimly lit hallway with walls covered in creepy graffiti, I clung to the shadows, heart pounding. Suddenly, I heard footsteps, steady and ominous. Panicking, I remembered the system's mention of a newbie gift. Desperately, I called out to it in my mind, and a glowing red gift appeared, filled with strange items like pheromones and potions. As the footsteps grew louder, I drank one of the potions to calm my nerves. Then I spotted a pair of black boots in front of me. Before I could react, a man with blood, red eyes crouched down, staring straight at me with a chilling grin. His voice was calm but menacing. "Found you." My heart nearly stopped. When I saw his blood, red eyes, I froze. They were terrifying, deep, and wild. My spine tingled, and my mind went blank. Then his cold, pale hand grabbed my neck, lifting me slightly. I couldn't breathe, and I stared at him in horror. He wore a dark uniform, like a soldier's outfit, with a silver badge marked with a K. His eyes were filled with madness as he leaned closer, his nose almost touching mine. "Why don't you cry, little prey?" he whispered, his voice calm but chilling. Then he mocked me, calling me weak and useless. He even said that when I die, he'll give my body to someone or something called Jilu as a reward. I was sure I'd die right there. But then I remembered the items from my newbie gift. I called out to the system desperately and used the time-stopping ability. For 10 precious seconds, I could finally breathe again. I fumbled for the pheromone vial that was supposed to drive male beastmen crazy and drank it. When time resumed, I braced myself for the worst, but instead of killing me, he paused. His expression changed. He looked at me coldly, but there was something else, something I couldn't understand. His hands relaxed, and his demeanor shifted. He even let go of my neck. I thought I was safe, but he suddenly leaned close again and whispered, "Before I kill you, maybe we can do something else." What followed was a blur. He brought me to a sterile room with medical equipment. My system explained that the main mission wouldn't show results for a week. I had to wait that long to know if I was pregnant. The thought of spending a whole week with this dangerous man made me panic. The system tried to reassure me, saying that if he fell in love, he wouldn't harm me. But when I asked about his feelings, it told me his affection was at 50.
-50.
When he woke up later, his red eyes were still filled with anger. He covered my eyes, not letting me see him. He seemed disgusted with himself and furious at me. He muttered about how his kind only gives their first time to their wives, and how I was just a weak, worthless female. I realized my life depended on convincing him I might be pregnant. Desperately, I blurted out, "I'm carrying your child." He froze, skeptical, and I added quickly, "It's true. We just need to wait a week to confirm." After a long, tense silence, he agreed.
"Fine.
"We'll wait a week." But his tone was cold, and he warned me that if I wasn't pregnant, something far worse than him would deal with me. I could barely hold back tears, but I knew I had to survive. For now, I had bought myself some time. But the wolf man's final words lingered. "If you fail, Jilu will punish you. It loves rabbit meat." When he mentioned Jilu again, I shivered. It sounded like the name of some horrifying predator. He noticed and gently held the back of my neck, brushing my ear. His touch made my skin crawl, but there was something about his demeanor, calm yet unsettling. He asked my name, and I told him Yu Jiji. Surprisingly, he introduced himself. Tang Locke. Before I could process it, he pushed me back onto the bed and warned me not to run or he'd kill me. I believed him. An announcement interrupted us, calling for a hunt for some new mutated species. He left immediately, grabbing his coat. Alone, I realized how hungry I was and used the system to get a nutritional drink. It filled me up, and I spent some time examining the items in my inventory. One rune, the heart seal, caught my attention. Before I could decide whether to use it, it activated automatically, making me immune to feelings of love. Well, that solved one problem. I just needed to finish my mission and go home. I thought about my life before. I had been sick for as long as I could remember, and my family sacrificed everything to try to save me. Before I died, I wished for health and money to take care of my mom. Now, if I completed this mission, I could finally give her the life she deserved. Footsteps pulled me from my thoughts. The door opened, and Tang Locke tossed a carrot onto my lap. Fresh blood stained his uniform from the hunt. He looked terrifying, but there was something about him that didn't match his monstrous reputation. I didn't even like carrots, but something about being a rabbit now made me take a bite. He watched me closely, and before I knew it, he snatched the carrot from my hands and pulled me into his lap, muttering something about unfinished business. Hours later, exhausted and aching, I slipped out of bed while he slept. I put on a large black sweatshirt I found, which fit more like a dress, and decided I couldn't wait a week to see if I was pregnant. If I wasn't, he would kill me, or worse. I crept through the dimly lit hallways, looking for the elevator. But no matter how far I walked, I couldn't find it. The system told me I needed a key to use the elevator. Frustrated, I ended up in a room full of medical supplies. My heart raced as I realized I needed to find a way out before it was too late. When the system mentioned a hidden task called the elevator key, I felt both hopeful and helpless. It didn't give me any clear instructions, just more riddles. Frustrated but determined, I started searching through the medical supplies, grabbing anything useful, painkillers, bandages, disinfectant, before trying to retrace my steps. The hallways were long and eerie, covered in blood and graffiti. It felt scarier than any horror movie I'd ever seen, and to calm myself, I started humming a tune from my childhood. While I crept back, I had no idea that Tang Locke had woken up. When he noticed I was gone, his rage flared. He called me a liar for claiming I was pregnant and ran out to find me, only to hear my faint singing. He followed the sound and found me just as I turned a corner. His first words? Still trying to run, huh? I froze. My heart raced as I fumbled for an excuse. I wasn't running. I got scared when I heard growling sounds. Maybe from something called Jilu? I grabbed his hand and pulled him back to the room, pretending I felt safer near him. He looked like he wanted to scold me, but I interrupted by showing him the supplies I'd found. I brought these for you, I said, holding up bandages and disinfectant. His arm was injured, so I gently cleaned the wound and started wrapping it, even though I knew it wouldn't heal with ordinary medicine. He didn't stop me, and for a moment his usual coldness seemed to fade. After I finished, he suddenly pulled me into his arms, holding my head close to his chest. I felt his warmth and heard his heartbeat. He asked what I'd been humming earlier, and I told him it was a children's song from my hometown, far, far away. When I tried to pull away, he didn't let go. We talked quietly, and I realized he had been trapped here alone for 2 years, without family or anyone to care for him. It made me feel sad for him. Then, in his usual menacing tone, he said he'd once eaten 1,000 rabbits in one night. His voice was low and chilling, and he leaned down to whisper in my ear that live rabbits taste best when eaten raw. My whole body went stiff, but he just laughed, stepping back as if amused by my reaction. Before I could process any of it, the alarm went off again, calling hunters to be 13. Tang Locke looked at me and warned me not to wander, saying the monsters here would devour me completely. I grabbed his arm, begging to go with him. It wasn't just fear, I needed to find the elevator and figure out how to escape. To my surprise, he agreed, though he warned me to keep up. Just as I was about to follow, the system chimed in my head. Side mission. Elevator key unlocked. Complete within 2 hours or fail the mission. Time was ticking. I had to find a way out, but for now, all I could do was stay close to Tang Locke and hope I could figure it out before it was too late. As soon as we stepped outside, I followed closely behind Tang Locke. The floor was sticky, and my white shoes quickly became filthy. The eerie silence of the dimly lit hallway made my heart race, but I couldn't fall behind. When I hesitated, I grabbed his wrist for support. He stopped, his tone gruff. "Why are you so slow? Didn't eat?" But instead of scolding me further, he slowed his pace. His reaction surprised me. He wasn't as heartless as he seemed. I tried to distract myself from fear and asked, "What are these mutated species?" "Polluted versions of our kind," he replied, leading me to a blood-red, misty staircase. The sight was haunting, and I stayed as close as I could, gripping his arm. The growls and screeches ahead made my blood run cold. When we reached the top, I froze. Before us stood a horrifying creature with mantis-like claws and glowing blue eyes, its grotesque body leaking foul green fluid. The system's voice chimed in my mind, urging me to retrieve a jade orb from the creature. I didn't even know how to begin. Tang Locke, however, leapt into action. His claws tore through the creature's chest effortlessly, but the green blood splattered everywhere. When he wiped his face, he froze. "Pollution source," he muttered darkly. I couldn't understand at first, but his trembling body and pained expression made me panic. The system warned me. He's entering berserk mode. He'll lose all control and kill indiscriminately. My heart sank. He was already looking at me with a feral, bloodthirsty gaze. Before he could attack, the elevator doors opened, revealing a timid cat-eared girl. She stammered out a greeting, but before she could finish, Tang Locke lunged at her, tearing through her body like paper. His voice was raspy with rage as he growled, "Too noisy." I was frozen in place, horrified. The system reminded me the jade orb I needed was with the girl's body, but how could I approach him now? Tang Locke turned toward me, his voice sharp.
"Come here."
Terrified, I hesitated, but when he called my name, I forced myself to move. "Why did you? What's happening to you?" I asked shakily. Before I could say more, he grabbed me and pulled me into his arms. His grip was tight, his breath heavy. "Don't move," he rasped. To my shock, his trembling body started to calm down. He buried his face in my shoulder, and I could feel his tension easing. "Let me hold you for a while," he whispered. I stayed still, my heart racing, hoping this moment of calm would last long enough for me to figure out my next move. Yu Zhizhi didn't dare to move. She could clearly hear the strong heartbeat of Tang Locke in front of her.
I was still thinking about her side quest.
The carrier that the system mentioned should be the female cat lying next to them, whose body has already turned cold. Yu Zhizhi witnessed the other person's death with her own eyes. The instigator was the male wolf in front of him. She couldn't help but feel a little scared. Whether it was killing mutants or female beastmen, Tang Locke did not hesitate at all. His red eyes were bloodthirsty and cold. A crystal-clear emerald bead. Yu Zhizhi thought to herself, her eyes passing through Tang Locke's arm and falling on the corpse. She had to get the elevator key quickly so that she would have a chance to leave here. Tang Locke's madness is very terrifying. Perhaps, in the next second, she would die under his claws just like this female cat. Not to mention, if conception doesn't occur after a week. Kiru is probably also a mutant. He's a mutant who loves to eat rabbit meat. She doesn't want to become Kiru's food. Thinking of this, Yu Zhizhi struggled a little. Sensing the squirm of the female in his arms, Tang Locke buried his nose in her hair, refusing to let go.
"Tang."
Yu Zhizhi could only call out in a low voice. I want that." She saw the necklace worn by the corpse, a turquoise gem. This should be the prop needed to complete the task? The little female's voice was so soft and gentle, and Tang Locke found that the madness in his body was gradually subsiding. Although his frenzy state has not yet been resolved, he has now regained his sanity. Tang Locke looked over. A jade necklace that looks ordinary. He loosened his grip, walked over, and pulled the necklace right off the corpse's neck. Without saying a word, he handed it to Yujiji. Yujiji took it carefully.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the crystal-clear emerald orb. The side quest elevator key has been completed, and the reward will be sent immediately. Hearing the system sound, Yujiji couldn't hide her joy. Tang Locke stared at her. A soft and sweet smile appeared on the little female's palm-sized face, and her eyes were curved like crescent moons, making people feel itchy. Like jewelry? Tang Locke raised his eyebrows slightly. These shiny-looking ornaments were all tattered in his eyes. But at this moment, they seemed to have a little value. In order not to arouse the other party's suspicion, Yujiji put the necklace in her pocket. The light blue item information list that only she could see had an extra line in it. Elevator key X1. From Tang Locke's perspective, the little female was staring into space in a daze. Looks stupid. A hint of smile appeared in his eyes. Walk slowly to the elevator. Open the screen next to it, and start redeeming food. Steak, carrots, and vegetable salad. After returning to the room, Yujiji looked at the vegetable salad and carrots in front of her and couldn't help swallowing. Then, he caught a glimpse of the fork in Tang Locke's hand. His steak looked completely raw and bloody. "Wanna eat?" Tang Locke handed her a piece of steak with a fork. Yujiji's stomach immediately felt sour. She shook her head repeatedly, picked up the plate of salad vegetables, and started eating. Yujiji found that she had no interest in any meat. "I especially like to eat green leaves and carrots." The room was filled with the smell of disinfectant. The sheets were messy, and the mechanical equipment next to it was glowing a faint red light. The only table was piled with various bottles and jars. The things placed inside looked like crystals of various colors. "What's this?" Yujiji pointed at one at random. "The viscera of a mutant." Tang Locke leaned lazily in the chair, his head tilted back slightly, chewing raw meat in his mouth. "How long has it been since you had a meal with a living creature?" He had always been alone since he could remember. Tang Locke originally wanted to keep her, but it was just a temporary thought. Now it seems that things are more interesting with her here. Yujiji was a little surprised. She didn't expect the mutant's internal organs to look like this. Tang Locke glanced at her and found a little salad dressing on her lips. He reached out and turned her face over. The thumb gently wiped the salad dressing off the little female's lips. "For more days," he reminded. "There are only 4 days left in the week." "So, is the little female really pregnant?" Seeing her watery eyes revealing a dazed look, Tang Locke felt in a good mood. He suddenly felt that even if she didn't get pregnant, he could still keep her by his side and raise her. She was chosen and sent here to serve him. Previous prey are dead. Only this female rabbit was different. Yujiji pulled the corners of her mouth stiffly. She wanted to laugh, but the pressure from the wolf tribe was too strong. The closer Tang Locke got to her, the more the rabbit blood in her body couldn't help but shiver. But it doesn't matter. As long as he is asleep, Yujiji will have a chance to leave this place. Tang Locke lowered his eyes and looked at the flat belly of the little female. If she could really get pregnant with his child, given the K family's desire to continue their bloodline, her status and position would soar overnight. She will become the wife of the heir of the K family and be responsible for giving birth to wolf cubs. The position has been delayed until today, and the family elders are getting very anxious. Tang Locke hated getting married. But if it was this little female in front of me, he seemed to be able to accept it. Yujiji's scalp tingled under his stare. She didn't bother to eat the vegetables and picked up a carrot instead. You want some carrots?" Yujiji could sense that Tang Locke's eyes were gradually darkening, as if he wanted to eat her up completely. Could he be going berserk again?
She was so panicked.
Tang Locke smiled. Wolves only eat meat. What a stupid rabbit. He held her hand, took the carrot, and threw it on the table. The carrot hit the glass bottle with a crisp sound. Just as Yujiji was about to look, Tang Locke pinched her chin. The next second, he kissed her. So strange. Yujiji lay on the bed, her eyes full of confusion. The pheromone she used was called pheromone that drives males crazy, and the time limit should have expired. Tang Locke was crazy before, and he is still crazy now. There are obviously no pheromones anymore. Yujiji couldn't help but raise her arm and smell it gently. On her delicate white arms due to fatigue, and the air was filled with a sticky and charming smell. At this moment, no one knew where Tang Locke had gone. After Yujiji put on her clothes, she couldn't find her shoes, so she had to walk towards the door barefoot. I gently pushed the door open, looked around, and found that the dark corridor was quiet. She saw an oil lamp in the corner and picked it up. The wolf males are too crazy. If she stayed any longer, she might really be tortured to death. Not to mention that if the test shows that she is not pregnant, she will be thrown to Kiru as food. Yujiji followed the route she remembered, walked through the familiar steps filled with red mist, and came to the closed elevator entrance. Next to the elevator door, there is a wall slot. Yujiji walked forward to check and found that it was almost the same shape as the key in her hand. It should be placed here. She murmured and stuffed the key she got from the mission into it.
Click. A crisp sound.
The emerald green key suddenly glowed. The elevator floor numbers above began to flash and jump. This place is much more spacious than the corridor, but because it is underground, there are no windows or ventilation, only dim wall lamps casting mottled red light. Yujiji took the oil lamp and took a step forward. The elevator stops at floor B13. The door opened, and there was a poster of a church on the inside. Yujiji walked in, turned around, and watched the elevator door slowly close. Her heart gradually rose to her throat. Until you see the numbers jumping upwards, the numbers finally stop at the B1 floor. Is it still a negative layer? Is it as dangerous as B13? Yujiji was a little worried. The elevator door slowly opened, but the dark scene she had imagined did not appear. Instead, there was a corridor that looked simple but very quiet. The floor was covered with a green carpet with retro patterns, and there was an armchair next to it with folded clothes on it. Ding-a-ling! As the copper bell beside her rang, Yujiji saw a young girl walking towards her. You are here. Pick up your clothes and follow me. The girl greeted Yujiji warmly. She had delicate features and many cute freckles on her cheeks. Hello. Hello. Yujiji didn't ask any more questions. She bent down, picked up the folded clothes, and followed. The girl took her into a room. There were no windows in the room, and the furnishings were simple, with a bunk bed, a few oil paintings hanging on the wall, and a carpet on the floor similar to the one at the elevator entrance. It looked like a dormitory. This is where we live. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. My name is Lisa. What's yours? My name is Yujiji. Gigi, please change your clothes first. We have to help in the kitchen for the banquet tonight.
Good.
Yujiji changed into a maid outfit, which was just the right size for her. Lisa's original form is a deer. She has a furry brown tail behind her and 2 antlers sticking out of a white headband, looking lively and playful. It's great that you can come. I've been living alone for more than half a month. Lisa said happily. My previous companion moved away because she got pregnant. Her fertility test showed 0, but she unexpectedly got pregnant. Her family immediately sent someone to take her back. Her family? Yes, she is the eldest daughter of a prominent family. Otherwise, she would have been sent to the female den long ago. How could she have the chance to be a servant? Yujiji nodded slightly. She probably understood. Miss Xiaolu's previous companion was taken away by the family because she became pregnant, leaving a vacant position. Although she didn't know who the newcomer was, since Lisa had misunderstood, she would temporarily pretend to be the newcomer. Just wait for 3 days and detect pregnancy. If we rush out now, what if they send us to the B13 floor again? By the way, the Duke of Platinum will be visiting the castle this weekend. Remember to stay away from him. None of the females sent to his territory survived. The two chatted and walked towards the kitchen together. Yu Zhiji learned from Lisa that this was the castle territory of the K family, which covered a very large area, even equivalent to a city. Lisa was very talkative and told Yu Zhiji many things about the empire. She thought Yu Zhiji came from some other remote small country, so she told her everything in detail. What secrets are circulating among the royal family? Duke Platinum has a strange habit. The monster weapons specially cultivated by the K family, etc. Speaking of this monster, Lisa said while shelling corn, this monster has the strongest mental power in the empire and is invincible on the battlefield. But it's a pity that because his mental strength is too strong, he couldn't find a female to comfort him when he was insane. After the tragic battle 2 years ago, he was imprisoned by the K family. He is imprisoned in this castle. Speaking of this, Yu Zhiji thought of the wolf on the B13 floor. He was also locked up. I wonder if you have realized that you have escaped? He must be very angry, and if we meet again, he will definitely want to bite his neck off. Yu Zhiji didn't dare go back. She lowered her head to wash the vegetables. There were many people working in the kitchen. She and Lisa helped pick and wash vegetables in the corner. They were busy until very late, and then they returned to the double dormitory with the meals. Such leisurely days peacefully. It was not until the evening of the third day that Yu Zhiji finally got the system.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for detecting pregnancy. The first pregnancy will speed up the gestation time for free, and you'll be ready to give birth in 3 days. Pregnant? Yu Zhiji couldn't help but touch her belly. She just lay down on the single bed and pulled up the curtains. How am I going to raise the baby after it's born? She is just a maid now. I heard that rabbits can give birth to many babies in a litter. If she gives birth to too many babies and cannot take care of them herself, does she have to send all the babies to the B13 floor? System. Once the beast cub of the empire is born, it will emit the scent of its original body. The tribes with blood relations with it will soon come to find it. The host does not need to worry about raising it. System. A cub born by a female can perfectly inherit the family's powerful strength and bloodline. Any tribe will attach great importance to it. That's good. Yu Zhiji specializes in taking care of the fetus and preparing for delivery. Normally, rabbits give birth after a month of gestation, but because she is in the novice protection period, the time for her first delivery was accelerated to 7 days, only once. She took a special day off on this day. She was the only one in the dormitory. He carefully pulled up the bed curtains, making sure they were airtight. Then he leaned against the bed with a pillow under him and waited nervously. Yu Zhiji suddenly remembered that her novice gift pack included the painless instant resurrection pill. She took it out without hesitation. The pill looked like chocolate beans. She swallowed it and felt a little bitter in her throat. Soon my stomach responded. Yu Zhiji closed her eyes and clenched the quilt with both hands. 1 minute later. System ding. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to cubs successfully. Receive 300 points as a reward. Because you gave birth to 4 wolf cubs, you will receive an additional 400 points. System. The Good Pregnancy Mall has been opened. The host can redeem items with points at any time. System. Friendly reminder, you are still 500 points away from the next upgrade. This is. Did she give birth? Yu Zhiji barely felt anything. The content of the personal information column in front of you, Zhiji, also changed. Name. Yu Zhiji race, rabbit, adult, spiritual power, not awakened superpower, unawakened fertility, top number of times, 1 overall rating. As compared to when she first talked about the Beast Empire, her physique turned from weak to strong. The number of times increased from 0 to 1, and the comprehensive rating also increased from D+, achieving 7 consecutive jumps and directly advanced to S. Yu Zhiji's mental power and superpowers have not yet awakened. Just by virtue of her top fertility, she became an S-class female on the Beast World planet. In the Valoran Empire, the grades of females range from the highest SSS plus all the way down to E. E stands for fertility plus physical body plus intelligence, a triple defect. Starting from D, there are females with good physical and intellectual abilities, but their fertility is almost 0. Yu Zhizhi was initially evaluated and received an overall rating of D+. To the Empire, these are females of little value. System. Congratulations to the host for completing the first task of the childbirth system. Click the Receive button to receive the confinement gift package. System. Because the total points exceed 200, the daily sign-in channel will be opened. System. Hosts can check in every day to receive crystals. System. Crystals can be exchanged for pet supplies in the pet mall. The floating light blue panel sparkled as if celebrating the upgrade. Yu Zhizhi clicked Receive with great joy. The red lucky bag opens in front of me. Congratulations to the host for receiving the confinement reward. Transparent bubbles appear rolling. Nutritional solution that won't make you fat no matter how much you eat. Valid for 30 days. X2 random nutritious and delicious food set. X30 make your skin smooth, delicate, and white. Nutrient solution. X10 perfect concealing breath elixir. Effective for 76 hours. X10 A foundation. Unlocked. Storage bar plus 10 cards. X1 magic pet egg. X1 Yu Zhizhi asked curiously, what is a foundation? System. Your exclusive territory will be unlocked when your personal level reaches 5. The location can be selected in any corner of the Beast World planet. Yu Zhizhi. Where's the magic pet egg? System. You can use crystals to exchange for incubators to hatch pets. There are 2 types, elf and ghost. Seeing the pet egg slowly rotating on the floating light blue screen, it looked like a white duck egg that was a few sizes larger and had colorful graffiti painted on it. Pet eggs are also eggs. She also laid eggs.
Then,
Yu Zhizhi looked at the 4 wolf eggs swaying gently on the bed. Can the incubator be used to hatch beast cubs? System. You can, but it's not necessary. The animals will break out of their shells on their own. There was a loud noise at the door. The orderly footsteps of a group of people came one after another, and within 10 seconds, they arrived at the dormitory door. Boom, 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 there was a restrained yet regular knock on the door. Excuse me, which female lady is in the room? The male orc spoke in a gentle voice with a hint of smile. He clenched the white gloves in his hands. About 5 minutes ago, the blue crystal detected the presence of the new bloodline of the K family below the castle. You know, as one of the 5 major families in the Valoran Empire, the K family hasn't had any newborn cubs for 20 years. Lord Locke is mentally ill and does not allow any female to approach him. Although the K family also has other males to carry on the family line. But their bloodline is not as pure and powerful as Lord Locke's. They are not qualified to be the next successor. Unexpectedly, on such an ordinary day, the blue crystal emitted a violent light. This is really a big deal. Following the guidance of the Holy Dawn, they quickly found where the smell came from the maid's quarters on the basement floor of the K family castle. The male orc's voice was trembling with excitement. We are the guards of the K family. Please don't be afraid, female lady. Open the door and let us welcome the young masters. Butler Qiao is on his way. He added. The Cubs family really came.
Just like what the system said.
Yu Zhizhi took a deep breath, got out of bed, and opened the door. The captain of the guard at the door was slightly startled when he saw the female opening the door. She was wearing a regular black and white maid outfit with a black lace headband. One white rabbit ear was standing upright, and the other was bent slightly downward. She looked a little reserved.
Comaine. So cute.
The male guards at the door were stunned. The sound of leather shoes walking came from the end. The guards quickly made way. Butler Qiao, the highest-ranking butler of the K family, appeared, and he wanted to personally welcome the female who gave birth to Lord Locke's cubs. When he saw Yu Zhizhi, he was stunned. It's you. Butler Qiao was impressed by the female rabbit. At the beginning, he personally selected it and sent it to the B13 floor. I didn't expect she was still alive. After her, a cat prey was sent there, but its body was already cold. This seemingly very weak female rabbit not only did not die, but was also pregnant with Lord Locke's cub. What does this mean? Lord Locke didn't resist her. In the past, any female who wanted to get close to Lord Locke died miserably. Butler Qiao was extremely excited. When Yu Zhizhi saw him, she felt a little scared. The impression this butler gave her was that he was serious and extremely strict. Butler Qiao cleared his throat. Ms. Gigi, I'm sorry. We were in a hurry when we met last time, and I didn't have time to introduce myself. I am the butler of the K family, George. He won't be back until tomorrow. So, now I will arrange your accommodation. Butler Qiao put on a typical smile on his face. Let's take a look at the purest bloodline of the K family. He suddenly fell silent. Yu Gigi was very nervous. What happened? 4? Butler Qiao's pupils trembled when he saw the beast eggs lying side by side on the bed. Upon hearing this number, the guards at the door were all stunned. Yu Gigi blushed slightly.
Yes.
The K family is one of the oldest families in the empire. Bloodline inheritance is extremely difficult and has always been a single-born family. Unexpectedly, this female from the rabbit tribe gave birth to 4 babies in one go. Butler Qiao took another look at the female rabbit standing by the door. She was so beautiful that the males in the empire were unable to walk after just one look at her. If the male chooses a wife not based on fertility, but on his personal preference, those who want to marry her would probably have to line up from the hot southern continent to the extremely cold northern continent. As I recall, the last time your profile showed D. Butler Qiao's voice was soft, and he felt a little guilty. Did he see it wrong?
Yes.
Yu Gigi nodded. Butler Qiao, it seems that there is a problem with the detection equipment. No high-level female can be missed. Butler Qiao immediately decided. Miss Gigi, please don't worry about this matter. Let's go back to the room first. Tomorrow is the Empire's public testing day. Under the protection of everyone, Yu Gigi took the elevator and returned to the first floor of the castle. 4 wolf cubs that had not yet hatched were carefully placed into a protective box. Sally, who was on duty, was very surprised when she saw her. She had just heard that one of the servants had given birth to a K family animal cub with the purest bloodline. She had never expected it to be Gigi. Yu Gigi was taken to the 3rd floor of the castle, a very luxurious and bright suite. Guards stood at the door. Butler Qiao introduced. This will be used as Miss Gigi's living room, and there will be a special maid to serve her personally. Whatever your needs, please don't hesitate to ask directly, Miss Gigi. I want to know where those beast eggs will be taken? Yu Gigi found that all 4 eggs were taken away, and she was a little worried. Butler Qiao smiled and replied, Don't worry, Miss Gigi. We will take the young masters to a place more suitable for hatching. It may take 3 days, or even half a month, for the young masters to break out of their shells. By then, according to the Beastman rituals, we will need to invite Miss Gigi to attend the birth banquet and pray for them. The beast eggs of a large family will be carefully protected with the combined strength of the entire family. The whole tribe will celebrate on the day the egg hatches. The most important thing is that the ability of the cub can be tested on the day it is born. This is very important for a large family.
I see.
Yu Gigi felt relieved to know that the cubs were safe. One more thing. Yu Gigi said softly. Butler Qiao, I want to see Lisa.
Lisa?
The one I live with. Butler Qiao glanced behind him and saw an older female servant approaching and whispering in his ear. It's the servant from the basement level. I understand. Go and bring Lisa here.
Yes.
Soon, the female dear Lisa was brought over. Butler Qiao smiled and said goodbye, closing the door of the room when he left. This was Lisa's first time to the 3rd floor of the castle, the owner's living area. So big, so beautiful, Lisa the deer exclaimed. Ms. Gigi, when I came here, everyone was talking about how you gave birth to 4 of the most powerful cubs in the K family. That's amazing. This is unprecedented in the entire K family. Butler Qiao said that I can leave the basement level now, and will only concentrate on serving you from now on. Is this true, Miss Gigi? Yu Gigi smiled. It's true. It was also her first time to come to the upstairs of the castle, and everyone here was a stranger to her. I had a great time getting along with Lisa on the underground floor before. Lisa is a lively and talkative doe. They all love to eat vegetarian food. Love all kinds of vegetable salads. Lisa has been taking good care of Yu Gigi these days, and she would bring her some cookies every time she came back from work. It's my pleasure. Lisa was so happy that she almost jumped up. She felt that she was the luckiest deer in the empire to have met such a good master. Lisa, what do you know about testing day? Yujiji pushed open the retro glass door in the room, which led directly to the terrace outside. There are many green plants and roses here. Standing on the semicircular terrace and looking out, you can have an unobstructed view of the castle. Lisa replied, that is the most important day in the empire, which happens once a year. All females must participate. Can already qualified females also participate?
Yes.
There may be errors and omissions when testing spirit stones. Once it is found that the current situation does not match the level, it can be retested. Are there many people? Not many people will take the test, but because it is the most important matter in the empire, all the big families will make it public. There will be many orcs watching. Yu Jiji awakened the childbearing system, and she knew that she was already S level. It will be announced to the public tomorrow. Lisa, Ms. Jiji, I heard that the eldest daughter of the Leopard clan also came here a few days ago. She has always wanted to become the mistress of the K family. Now that he heard about your story, he was so angry that he smashed all the vases in the room. Yu Jiji was stunned. B13th floor. Since the day Yu Jiji disappeared, Tang Locke has been working tirelessly to find the imprisoned mutants. He killed his way through. The entire 13th floor turned blood red. That little female eaten by some blind creature? With such confusion and panic. He killed them one by one. Every time we have to open their stomachs and check the food they have swallowed. He didn't find Yu Jiji. Tang Locke didn't know whether he should be happy. This at least shows that the little female has not been eaten by the mutants yet. But where did she go? 7 days had passed, and there was no news. Tang Locke had not slept for 7 consecutive days, and his mental energy was too much. At this moment, the black wolf ears on his head popped out. With strong mental powers can completely take on human appearance and erase their beastly features. If a huge amount of mental energy is consumed, one may lose control and reveal his beastly form. Tang Locke stood at the end of the corridor, staring grimly at the road he came from. The bloody footprints he left were extremely obvious. There was a sound from the elevator. Tang Locke slowly turned his head. The elevator door opens. Butler Qiao, who had not been seen for a long time, came out. Lord Locke. He knelt on one knee. Rarely comes to floor B13 unless something big happens. He found the place in a mess. The smell of blood was everywhere. Lord Locke's red eyes were deep and fiery. He was staring at him, as if he was angry about something. Butler Qiao spoke in a common-sense manner. Lord Locke, there is a happy event. Explain. You have 4 cubs. Tang Locke didn't react for a moment. What did he have? Butler Qiao said happily Miss Jiji gave birth. 4 in total. Tang Locke's heart skipped a beat when he heard the name. She gave birth. Where is she? I am living in the castle now. Everything is arranged properly. Lord Locke, don't worry. She went to the castle. Don Locke murmured. She is not dead. She is not dead. He suddenly realized that Yu Jiji had taken the elevator and ran away. She left him and ran away. Yes, Lord Locke, who would have thought that she would be pregnant? The more Tang Locke thought about it, the angrier he became. He was so angry that his teeth were itching. You told me to wait a week, but you ran away. What a cunning rabbit. Butler Qiao was stunned. Why did it sound like there was a story? Tang Locke thought about the past 7 days when he had not eaten or slept for her, and had fought all the way until his arms were numb, his limbs were stiff, his mental strength was rapidly depleted, and he couldn't even hide his animal ears. Hateful. This little liar. He's still so worried about her. Tang Locke was so angry that his blood rushed to his head, and his red eyes were full of frenzy. Butler Joe. Tell Don Nard that I'm leaving at the end of this month. Really? Butler Qiao knelt on one knee, tears welling up in his eyes with excitement. Master Locke, you are finally willing to come out. What people say outside is wrong. The K family has never locked up Lord Locke. He himself didn't want to leave. Butler Qiao can already imagine the love-hate relationship between Lord Locke and Miss Jiji, which has a length of nearly 1 million words. The Empire Public Beta Day was held as scheduled. On this day, all females in the territory must participate, just like males begin testing their strength at the summer solstice. In the Valoran Empire, masculine strength means everything. The stronger the male is, the more naturally he can move up. When it comes to grading females, fertility is the main factor. On this day, Yu Zhizhi changed into the light blue princess dress sent by the housekeeper. Lisa was helping her adjust her skirt. She bent down and carefully and considerately lowered the cake-like skirt. The butler standing at the door held a pair of diamond-studded shoes in his hands. After Lisa finished adjusting the hem of her skirt, he walked forward and knelt on his knees. "Ms. Zhizhi, please stretch out your right foot." With Lisa's help, Yu Zhizhi gently lifted her right leg. The footman gently put the shoes on. He saw that the shoes fit him perfectly, and his hands slowed down for a moment. Lisa coughed as a reminder. The servant kowtowed quickly, his animal ears trembling slightly. "I'm sorry, Miss Zhizhi. I shouldn't have wasted your time." He thought of the time when his companion had served the eldest daughter of the Leopard clan. Because she did not wear her jewelry properly, she was whipped 50 times and died of a high fever on a stormy night. High-ranking females in the Empire are always arrogant and domineering. Among the common people, whether male or female, they are all worthless in their eyes. Relatively speaking, female servants are better. This is because the lowest-ranking females are sent to female dens or various slaughterhouses as prey. Those who can work as servants in big families all have good backgrounds and an overall rating of C. For C-level females, the probability of pregnancy is extremely low, but not zero. They may take many, many years. But as long as they have fertility, they don't have to go to the female cave to suffer. They can be servants, serving the female ladies and ladies of the family. Seeing that he was very scared, Yu Zhizhi comforted him softly. "It's okay. I was just admiring this shoe." The servant looked up in astonishment. He saw that the female lady in front of him had a sweet smile. It was not the kind of cold, contemptuous smile, but a sincere and innocent smile that went straight into her eyes. Wu, if today wasn't an important day, he really wanted to transform into an animal, turn back into a little hamster and roll around under Miss Zhizhi's feet. How long has it been since he saw such a lovely and gentle female master? Miss Zhizhi smiled, and Shu Shu was willing to give her his life. Everything was ready. Yu Zhizhi left the castle under the leadership of Butler Qiao. The area of the K family's territory is equivalent to an island. The place used to test the rank is called the Blue God Tower. This area is located in the northwest corner of the territory and consists of 4 black divine towers. The center surrounded by the divine towers is a place similar to an altar. Affected by the gas vortex, the rest of the territory was sunny and bright, but here the sky was slightly dim, and the air was filled with light, crystal-clear particles. Yu Zhizhi's arrival attracted the attention of all the orcs. "Look, that's the female who gave birth to 4 wolf cubs for Lord Locke. I heard her grade is D. So, amazing? I really don't know if the rating is wrong, or if I just got lucky and reached a 1 in 10,000 chance. Everything depends on today. I heard that once the grade is above a, Butler Qiao will start planning the wedding. Didn't they say that only S is qualified to be the wife of a big family? Those are 4 wolf cubs. Even if she is an A, she is qualified to stay with Lord Locke." The female leopard standing next to her was wearing a black aristocratic dress, a felt hat, and a black veil covering the upper half of her face. Hearing the discussions around her, she tightly grasped her cane. When looking at Yu Zhizhi, a sneer flashed in the eyes of the female leopard. This ridiculous low-level rabbit. She must have gotten lucky and got pregnant with Lord Locke's wolf cub. Just watch. Today's test will expose her to her true form. The Leopard clan must marry into the K family. No matter how much they screen, she can only be Don Locke K's wife. All members of the K family are present. The open space around the Blue Divine Tower was almost filled with animal shadows. The test begins. The first person to go up was the 6th daughter of the K family. She had just come of age and reached the testing age. The girl with animal ears in a light pink dress walked up with brisk steps. As a pale, white light flew out of the instrument, everyone saw letters floating in the air. Ah! The orcs of family K couldn't help but cheer. This is already excellent. B is passing, C is second-rate, and D is trash among females. And A means excellent fertility. Although it takes a lot of energy, the pregnancy period of an A-level female takes about 5 to 8 years. Moreover, you can only conceive once in your lifetime. Only one can be born at a time. But this cub can perfectly inherit the powerful bloodline of the family. Next, please welcome Miss Nana from the Leopard clan. The purest bloodline from the Leopard family and the most beloved eldest daughter, carrying a black princess dress, stepped onto the crystal steps. She had a long neck and held a silver cane in her hand. After standing up, the female leopard looked at the herd proudly. The letters on the instrument show A+. This is already very high. It will soon reach S. Nana, however, slowly raised her cane and said, "It's not over yet. Today it is also the day when my spiritual power and supernatural powers both awaken."
What?
Today? The orcs were excited. With a burst of dazzling light, everyone saw 2 lines of ancient characters appear behind the leopard lady. Spiritual power, 10 superpower. 1 good night's sleep can last for 3 days. It is difficult for ordinary females to awaken these 2 items. These 2 items are almost exclusive to male orcs. Once a female awakens, it will be counted into the overall score really. After her mental strength and superpowers awakened, the leopard lady's overall score jumped directly from A+ to a golden S. She became the only S-level female in the leopard clan so far. Miss Black Panther walked down from the platform proudly and gracefully. When she passed by Yu Gigi, she glanced at her with contempt. This weak female rabbit was abandoned by the rabbit clan, which proves that she is a D-level waste. You know, among all the orc families, the popularity of female rabbits ranks among the top in the empire. Because the female rabbits have 2 uteruses, they are more fertile than any other female animals. Next, please let Miss Gigi test her abilities. Butler Qiao called. Yu Gigi lifted her long skirt and slowly walked up the stairs. She came to the center of the test bench. The gorgeous long skirt spread all over the ground. When she turned around, all the orcs present held their breath unconsciously. This little female rabbit is so beautiful. She is born with a superior appearance, white skin, cherry lips and pink cheeks, innocent almond eyes that seem to be flowing with water waves, fresh and beautiful. Among all the females, she has the most outstanding appearance, which makes the animals' hearts beat fast. Especially today's outfit, the aristocratic long skirt highlights her temperament. She is like a little princess of the empire, making all the orcs willing to submit to her feet. Even Lisa blushed. "Ms. Gigi, you are so beautiful." All the orcs' eyes were focused on her.
Look.
The results are out. A male beast man shouted excitedly. Many orcs were staring at the floating characters. It is clearly shown above that the 2 items' mental power and superpower are gray. This is the state of not yet awakening. The next thing that emerged was the fertility of female rabbits. Weak was clearly written on it. The animals were stunned. They thought they were seeing things. An orc rubbed his eyes hard, and when he looked again, he found that the gray writing had become loose. "It has changed. The words have changed." An orc shouted. That was the last test, so the previous test was correct, but her physical condition has changed dramatically. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the word weak in fertility has become top. Top fertility. The orc's voice was trembling. This kind of rare evaluation has not appeared for many years. As expected of a female who gave birth to 4 wolf cubs from the K family. Yes, those are not ordinary cubs. They are beast cubs with powerful blood and strength. She must be very high up in the rabbit tribe. Yu Gigi stood between the 4 sacred towers, a golden glow covering her. An extremely dazzling letter S appeared in the vision of all orcs.
S.
The final rating of this female rabbit is S. Lisa jumped up happily. Great. Miss Gigi is the best. The leopard lady who had been watching had a look of disbelief in her brown eyes. A female who had not even awakened her mental power and superpowers had an overall rating of S. How is this possible? According to the records of the Valoran Empire, almost all females who can reach S level have awakened their two-way abilities. Some people even awaken super high mental power and very useful superpowers and directly advance to SS. Butler Qiao stood aside, almost unable to hold the glasses in his hand. He wiped the frame with a clean white handkerchief. I feel extremely emotional. When we first met, she was still a D-class female. I don't know if it was God's blessing that made her fertility soar. Ms. Gigi, congratulations on your advancement to an Imperial S-class female. Butler Qiao led the applause. All the orcs realized it later and started applauding. Congratulations. Today's results will soon be made public. By then, the entire Valoran Empire will know your rank. Yu Gigi put her heart back in her stomach for the time being. She smiled at the orcs in the audience. With Lisa's help, she returned to the crowd. As soon as she came down, she was surrounded by the beasts and congratulated. Except for the eldest lady of the Leopard tribe. All the orcs vied to please this Imperial S-level female. Everyone knows it. Today's female rabbits have not yet awakened their dual abilities. When they do, they can easily become SS level. If the dual ability talent is extremely high once awakened, they may even have the chance to become SSS level females. That's a super rare top-level female that hasn't been born in the three major empires combined for more than 100 years in the entire Beast World planet. Thinking of this, the orcs became even crazier. Fortunately, the guards of the K family were there, so Yu Gigi was not squeezed in the pile of beasts. The Leopard clan's eldest daughter was so jealous that she almost tore her handkerchief into pieces. Don't be complacent. She glared at Yu Gigi angrily, then turned and left. This matter is not over yet. No matter what, she would not give up the position of the female head of the K family to a rabbit. Butler Qiao then brought a badge. Ms. Gigi, please accept this. This is a gift prepared by the Empire for every S-rank female. It also represents your status.
Thank you.
Yu Gigi took it. The aqua blue badge is very delicate, with the emblem of the Valoran Empire and slightly rippling waves on it. This is a dynamic badge. You can wear it in front of you. Butler Qiao introduced. This way, no matter where you go in the future, you'll be treated with absolute preferential treatment. Every citizen of the Empire has the responsibility to protect S-level females. This is completely different from the females who are classified as D-level and are sent to the female den. From the moment an S-class female is graded, she becomes a treasure of the entire Empire. If an orc accidentally offends, he will be arrested and imprisoned. Here is a list. Butler Qiao handed over another red notebook. A list? Yu Gigi opened it and saw many names written on it, along with photos and family introductions. Butler Qiao smiled. Although, I really want to keep you in the K family, but according to the laws of the Empire, S-level females have the absolute right to choose their beast husbands. Except for the Imperial family and the heirs of the 5 major families, other male orcs must agree to the marriage once they are chosen. Moreover, apart from the Imperial family and the heirs of the 5 major families, S-rank females can have multiple beast husbands. Yu Gigi was very surprised. She didn't expect that on the Beast World planet, a female could have multiple males. Of course, Butler Qiao also made it very clear. The princes of the Empire and the heirs of the 5 major families cannot be forced to marry by an S-rank female, or even by multiple S-rank females. Butler Qiao seemed to see Yu Gigi's doubts, and he said the classification of orc males is also very clear. 4 top male bloodlines like this, only SS-level females can choose. If they all agree, polyandry can be achieved. As for the SSS-level female that has not appeared for 100 years, all the top males in the 3 empires of the Beast World planet, including the monarch of the empire, cannot refuse to become her beast husband. They must be loyal to the SSS-level female for the rest of their lives and abide by the 6 major rules. 1. Be filial to your parents. 2. Have children. 3. Be loyal to your wife. 4. Avoid jealousy and get along well with other beast husbands. 5. Do not go against the will of your wife. 6. Report any long journey and do not disappear without reason. You must abide by the above 6 rules. If you violate any one of them, your wife will divorce you. If you can, Butler Chiao brought the topic back to the present. I also hope that Miss Gigi can consider our Lord Locke. Yu Gigi just turned to the page about the K family. She saw Don Rock K. The photo above is exactly the same as the person in my memory. She had dreamed of this pair of blood-red eyes several times in a row. Even the name matched. It's really him. These past few days, when she heard Lord Locke, she thought it was pronounced the same way. It turns out that he is the heir of the K family. When Butler Chiao saw that there was a play, he quickly said, Lord Locke is the most powerful male of the purest bloodline of the K family. He is a famous battlefield Rakshasa, and all the warriors of the Beast Star submit to his reputation. Lisa nodded repeatedly. As Lord Locke is the only heir of the K family, all the female ladies from the big families outside and the princesses of the empire can want to marry him. However, Lord Locke's private life is very mysterious, and he has never been involved in any gossip. Yu Gigi held the red list and smiled politely. I have no idea about marriage. Yu Gigi just wanted to complete the mission, reach the maximum level as soon as possible, and return to the real world. Perhaps the system heard her thoughts and appeared. After seeing off Butler Chiao, Yu Gigi sat alone on the terrace. Rare and high level. Unlike the wolf tribe that was targeted in the first mission, the word rare appeared this time. System explanation. Some species of beastmen are on the verge of extinction, so they are called rare. The advanced level is a test of male strength, at least reaching SS. These 2 alone are hard to find, but when put together. I hope everything goes well. Yu Gigi silently said in her heart. What else does the K family have besides wolves? Seeing Lisa coming over with a plate of fruit, Yu Gigi asked softly. Lisa the deer thought for a moment and said, there are many types of guards, including goats, hyenas, leopards, crocodiles. Are there any rare species? Yes. The snow leopard from the leopard tribe was identified as a rare species in the Valoran Empire just last year. It is expected that it will disappear from the beast planet in another 20 years. Where is the snow leopard of the K family? Yu Gigi picked up a lychee, peeled it, and stuffed the flesh into her mouth. I met him before, when I was helping in the kitchen. He seemed to be a member of the hunting team. If Miss Gigi wants to meet him, I will go and ask around now. Is he SS rank? No. Lisa explained. If a male is judged to be S level during the ability test, then there is no way he can be a guard. SS is even more exaggerated. Even if he is a civilian, he can directly claim an official position in the Imperial Army.
Oh.
Yu Gigi silently drew a cross on Snow Leopard's name. The next few days, Yu Gigi has been looking for the mission target. She would slowly wander around the territory during the day, but unfortunately, she was never able to find a suitable animal. Satan Yu Gigi couldn't help but call out in her heart. The K family doesn't have any rare plus SS level males. System. Yes, host, please be patient in searching. What are his coordinates? System. If the host really can't find it, you can go to the mall to exchange for Beast Guide, which can automatically find the way after use. This is good. Yu Gigi almost forgot about the existence of the mall. She lay on the soft bed, with her silky cool back covering her waist, and her legs raised, shaking gently. The moon is cool like water. A light blue floating panel appeared in front of her eyes. After opening the system mall, Yu Gigi saw a wide variety of goods for sale. She started searching directly. Animal Guide. Click. A small pop-up window popped up, and a transparent scroll-like thing appeared before my eyes. The above information shows: name, Animal Guide price, 300 points. Instructions: enter the characteristics of the animal you want to find. The more detailed the better, and the guide will automatically appear on the ground to lead the host to the target point. System evaluation: nanny-style pathfinding, very considerate. Different from other products. Yu Gigi browsed through many products priced between 20 and 50 points. They were of strange types and had no apparent uses. But in comparison, this pass seems particularly expensive. Yu Jiji only got 300 points after completing the first task, and the other 400 points were extra rewards for the number of cubs. And a pass costs 300, she really can't bear to leave. It's too expensive, can you give me a discount? Yu Jiji asked in a low voice. System. All goods in the mall are clearly marked with prices. System. In fact, the points rewards for rare species are very generous. Host, how about taking a look at the mission details? Yu Jiji quickly glanced at the panel of the second task. It is indeed 200 points higher than before. Adding all these together, the initial reward is 500. The points after deducting the pass don't seem to be unacceptable. Then let me think. Yu Jiji has not bought anything in the mall so far. She wanted to save the points for upgrading. I only need 500 points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Can I skip this task? Yu Jiji sat up and pressed her hands on the bed. System. The main quest cannot be skipped. System. Friendly reminder, there are 5 days left. If the task is not completed by the time limit, the host will be eliminated. All right. Yu Jiji took a deep breath, clicked the exchange button, and spent 300 points to buy a beast guide. On a dark and windy night, Yu Jiji had no sleepiness. In order to go out more easily, she changed into the maid outfit she had worn before and sneaked out of the room. She couldn't waste time. In the past few days, we have searched everywhere we could, but we still couldn't find the qualified male beast man. Yu Jiji carried an oil lamp. The castle, which is prosperous and dignified during the day, becomes particularly low-key and mysterious at night. Yu Jiji used the pass. Small lights of light green like fireflies gradually appeared under our feet and extended into the distance. She followed slowly. After walking for about an hour, we arrived at a place that looked particularly desolate. The shadows of trees swayed on both sides, and the stone steps slowly extended upwards. At the end, a place similar to a church could be seen. Yu Jiji stepped carefully on the stone steps. This was her first time in this place, and it was nighttime, so she couldn't see the whole picture clearly. The climate of the Beast World planet is related to its geographical location. Where the imperial capital is located, it is spring all year round. At night, the only sounds you can hear are the wind and the chirping of insects. Yu Jiji carried the oil lamp and walked slowly into the church. This is a small church, and usually there are few orcs coming here. There are many semi-abandoned places like this in the territory. Except for activities, there are rarely orcs coming. Did the guide take you the right way? In Yu Jiji's second mission, the rare plus SS level male orc that needed to be captured was really here? Confused, Yu Jiji followed the guide and came to the depths of the church. The stone walls are lined with plants. Because it was night, I couldn't tell what kind of animals they were. At the very front, where the prayers are held, there is a sculpture of a wolf. The firefly that guides the way stops in front of the sculpture. After Yu Jiji stood still, she saw a corner of the clothes. There really are orcs. She approached with the oil lamp in hand. When Yu Jiji saw the orc's face clearly, her pupils dilated slightly. A male beast man wearing a black robe was leaning against the back of the statue. The golden mask on his face was half broken, his face was as pale as paper, and he looked seriously injured. There was a pool of dried blood under him. Still alive? Yu Jiji's mind went blank for a moment. He won't die, will he? She huddled and stretched out her index finger, placing it on the nose of the unknown orc, and could hardly detect any breathing. Found it, but it's dead. Yu Jiji stared at his well-defined profile in a daze, not knowing what to do for a moment. Before Yu Jiji could react, she felt her whole body spinning. When she came to her senses, she was pinned down and lying on his knees. The male in front of her held her wrist tightly with one hand and strangled her neck with the other hand, court death. His voice sounded painful. The seriously injured Dracula was recuperating here. He no longer had the extra strength to deal with the situation. After hearing the noise, he discovered that it was actually a little female who was not aware of her own life or death. He could break her neck with just one hand. As Dracula exerted force, his blood surged, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood.
Puff.
The strength in my hands gradually loosened. Yu held his wrist and said in a trembling voice, I am here to save you. Save him? Dracula's dark pupils were slightly startled. He seemed to have heard a joke. Do you know who I am? I have no idea. Yu finally broke free. She quickly crawled to the side and started coughing. Almost suffocated, she looked at the male wearing the golden mask and could hardly see any animalistic features on his body. What ethnic group is he from? Could it be that I found the wrong person? Is it him? Yu couldn't help asking. System. This male meets the requirements of rare plus SS level. You can capture him. SS level. This level of male power is more terrifying than the other. Yu didn't dare to think that if he hadn't been seriously injured just now, she might have died now. Yu didn't dare to get too close. Wait me a moment, Yu said this and ran out. When she came back, she had a bunch of medicines in her arms. The beast man who had been able to warn her just now was now unconscious. Yu squatted beside him and gently stroked his forehead. So hot. He has a high fever. Yu was a little flustered. She gently lifted up his black robe and found a knife scar on his chest that glowed with a dark purple light. After disinfection, she applied the painkillers and knife wound healing spells she had found on him. Yu was very conflicted. This orc's origins are unknown, and he looks very difficult to deal with. He is now in a coma. If she still had some strength left, she wouldn't be able to get close at all. Yu looked at the small medicine bottle in her hand. This is not good. She had never done anything so bold before, and she was a little hesitant. But if you miss tonight, you may never have another chance. If the mission fails, she will be obliterated.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yu spoke in a very low voice. She opened the small medicine bottle and pushed it to the mysterious orc's lips. He suddenly closed his eyes and poured the medicine into his mouth. Dracula regained some consciousness. He heard a whispered apology and struggled to open his eyes, and saw a little female in a maid's outfit, holding a medicine bottle in both hands, with a frightened look on her face. You. He wanted to ask, what did you feed me? But after saying just one word, I felt a fishy sensation in my throat. He noticed the bandaged wound on his chest and frowned. Soon he realized that something was wrong with his body, and his lower body started to react. Dracula was stunned. The next second, a little female rabbit came over. His eyes turned red with anger. All we can do is let the rabbit fumble through the whole process from beginning to end. After finishing the deed, the little female ran away without a trace. The sun gradually rose above the church. It was a messy night. Yu ran all the way back to her room on the 3rd floor of the castle. Her cheeks were burning hot, as if she had caught a high fever. Lisa stood guard at the door and yawned drowsily. Miss Gigi, you're back. Is the medicine effective? Last night, Miss Gigi came back and said she needed a lot of medicine. Lisa took her to the hall where medicine was stored in the territory. Speaking of medicine, Gigi's face turned even redder. She stammered, it's good, it works. I want to sleep for a while, so I won't have breakfast. Okay, Lisa responded, Miss Gigi, sleep peacefully. I won't let anyone disturb your sweet dreams. Yu returned to her bed. She buried her face in the pillow. What was her action called? Robbery? I don't know what happened to the beast man now. She didn't dare to look him in the eye when she ran away. This continued for 3 days. Yu sneaked to the abandoned church every night. I always bring lots of medicine bottles and food. She would put it outside the church and then run away. Dracula, who was recovering from his injuries, had broken his bones and needed to use all his mental strength to seal the wound. He had to wait for the witch doctor to come before he could be healed. Now he is like a lamb to be slaughtered. Any orc could easily take his life. Dracula's face turned pale on the first night, and then he was filled with endless murderous intent. Every time this little female comes, it was to remind him of how terrible that night was. When he could move again, the first thing he would do was to find her and return the shame 100-fold. However, on the 4th day, The little female didn't come. Day 5. Day 6. Outside the deserted church, there was no trace of her anymore. Dracula sat cross-legged on the ground, holding up the magic circle with his hands. The image of the little female kept appearing in his mind, her red face, her soft waist. He laughed out of anger. A little conscience, but not much. The little female rabbit was clearly feeling guilty these days, which was why she came to check on him every day to see if he was alive or dead. The medicine and food sent were very useful. Unexpectedly, I got bored after just a few days. Never again. Master, the Federation has issued a wanted order and is now searching the entire empire. Our people have been arranged, and tomorrow is the best time to leave the city. Dracula sat in the magic circle, shining with golden light. You go first. I still have to kill an orc. Who does the master want to kill? Why not leave this matter to your subordinates? Sensing their master's cold gaze, the orc subordinates immediately knelt on the ground. Go back and get the 5 army sticks. Yes, sir. After the deployment left, the church returned to silence. Dracula's injuries were mostly healed. He stood up, and the golden magic circle under his feet gradually dissipated. He looked outside. The little female was wearing servant's clothes and came and went freely in the territory. She must be a servant stationed here permanently. Dracula still remembers the scent she left behind that day. Only, when he used his mental power to detect, he found that her breath could not be traced. At best, you can only reach the steps outside the church. The Cave family's territory is very large. Instead of looking for it, it is better to sit back and wait. Dracula waited patiently in this deserted church for a long time, until one day at sunset, he smelled a familiar scent. The little rabbit stepped on the fallen leaves outside and got into the place where she should not be. A sneer appeared at the corner of Dracula's mouth. He leaned against the statue of a deity, looking lifeless, as if he had been dead for a long time. Yu Gigi's hand holding the bamboo basket suddenly loosened. Yu Gigi was a little flustered, and she ran over holding up her skirt.
En route.
Suddenly, the male orc under the stone statue moved slightly. He opened his eyes and stared at her coldly. Yu Gigi stopped immediately. She realized something just as she took a step back to escape the scene. She saw the black shadow suddenly flash over and knock her to the ground in front of her dilated pupils. The broken petals beneath her body spread out to both sides. Yu Gigi fell in a pile of fallen leaves and roses. The church was seldom visited, and the ground was covered with branches. She stared blankly at the golden mask in front of her. Only half of it was left. Yu Gigi was lying on the ground, her eyes full of panic. Her long hair spread out behind her, decorated with red roses, and the girl's pure and charming beauty made the orcs unable to take their eyes away. Feeling a little guilty, Yu Gigi said softly, I have been busy these days and have not been able to come to see you. I thought something happened to you just now, she murmured. I'm glad you're still alive. Dracula was slightly stunned. Was she worried about her own safety? Dracula's dark pupils locked onto her snow-white face, and his gaze slowly moved downward to her slender and delicate neck. He spoke slowly, his tone deep. It's hard for you to dare to come here. How could it be? Yu Gigi opened her eyes wide, and the rabbit ears on her head moved slightly. I thought I have my own reasons. She said softly, I was wrong about what happened before. Otherwise, you can scold me or hit me. Never do anything extra. Facing the little female's serious gaze, Dracula couldn't help but wonder how simple her world was. The anger in his heart disappeared by half the moment he caught a glimpse of her figure. Now, almost all of it has dispersed. He had no intention of letting her off so easily. Dracula's eyes fell on her chest. There fell a red rose, which looked like a pin. Do you know what part of the prey a goshawk likes to eat the most? I don't know. He smiled. It's the heart. Yu Gigi was so frightened that her face turned even paler. Rabbit heart is not tasty. Really? Have you eaten it? Without. The rabbit heart is small, like a quail egg, and has a delicious and fragrant taste. If you sprinkle some rosemary on it, it will taste even better. Seeing the little female shiver, a hint of evil amusement flashed in Dracula's eyes. She really couldn't stand the fright. He only said 2 sentences, and there was almost no blood left on his face. Such a timid rabbit actually did such a bold thing that night. Wyujiji is about to cry. She saw the male orc raise his hand. Her mind went blank. Bloody images kept flashing through her mind, and she even forgot to close her eyes. However, he did not take out the rabbit's heart. Dracula picked up the rose on the little female's chest, put it to the tip of his nose, lowered his eyes, and sniffed it. There are countless dead branches and flowers in this church. They just smell like decay. But this rose is different. It has the scent of the little rabbit. Only half of the golden mask could not hide the handsomeness of the orc in front of him. The aura on him was very unique, like a snow-capped mountain lake in the dark night, silent and blue, beautiful and aloof, but harboring murderous intent. "What are you looking at?" Dracula found that the little rabbit was staring at him in a daze. Her face flushed slightly. "I just think you are very beautiful." Is he being teased? This little female is just as flirtatious as when we first met. But she looks so pure and innocent. This may be the nature of the rabbit tribe, which is good at gaining the love of other tribes. Dracula sat up. Without the strong feeling of oppression, Ujiji dared to breathe deeply.
She sat up as well.
The evening sunset gently shines into the church.
Ah!
She cried softly. Dracula glanced. Even flower branches can hurt her. What a delicate and tender little female. She was different from all the female beast men he had seen before in the desolate Songshan area. Only in the imperial capital, where the 4 seasons are like spring, can such a little darling be raised. For some unknown reason, Dracula grabbed the wrist of the female in front of him, lowered his head, and licked the blood from her fingertips. A tingling sensation came from my fingertips. Ujiji shrank slightly. She wanted to pull her hand back, but he was held tightly by the other party. "If you don't take good care of the wound, it will become infected," Dracula said in a hoarse voice. "Dracula, the vines are poisonous."
Ah?
Ujiji's eyes widened. The little rabbit's eyes were round and bright. Dracula looked up and glanced at it. It seemed that it was smiling, but it was hard to catch the glimpse. "If you don't want to die, be good and don't move." Dracula had just licked the blood from the fingertips of the young female and found the taste extremely sweet. It seems like the desire can be easily aroused. It's never enough. He gently licked the female's fingertips, slowly holding her blood-scented fingers in his mouth, indulging in it as if he had taken medicine. Ujiji didn't dare to break free, as she was afraid that the poison would spread. This mysterious male orc had a completely different temperament from the night he was seriously injured. His entire body was filled with a sense of oppression. Dracula looked up and saw the little female's cheeks were so red that they were about to bleed, and he was in a good mood. He grabbed the man's neck and pressed him towards himself. "Aren't you trying to detoxify?" The next second, Ujiji's confusion was blocked in her mouth. Dracula originally just wanted to scare her, but after getting his hands on her blood, he became even crazier and couldn't control himself. She should like herself. It's late at night. Dracula stood on the steps outside the church, looking at the direction where the little female escaped, his deep eyes condensed into a smile. She ran in such a hurry that she even dropped her lace headband. Dracula picked it up, and his throat tightened slightly when he thought of the little rabbit's aroused look just now. Since he was born, he has been carrying the mission of revenge for the Empire and has never slacked off for a moment. To him, love between men and women has no meaning at all. His purpose of coming to the Valoran Empire has been achieved. This little female from the rabbit tribe was just an incidental episode that came by mistake. At first, I was just angry about my virginity being taken away by her. Later, I secretly looked forward to her coming every time. Until now, Dracula has been thinking seriously about what would happen if he took her back to his territory. The moonlight was everywhere. Ujiji ran all the way back to the castle. Her heart was beating fast, probably because of the lie. She seemed to be mistaken for a servant of the K family, but she did not explain. Ujiji just wanted to go see him and see if his injury had healed. I didn't expect it to get out of control. Tomorrow is the day when the wolf cubs will hatch. Butler Qiao started teaching her the etiquette of the nobility several days in advance. During the time Yu Zhizhi lived here, she also learned a lot about the beast world from various aspects. One of them is about the cubs. All egg-laid cubs will undergo an ability test on the day they hatch. In addition, you should also accept the blessings of your loved ones. These 4 wolf cubs are the heirs that the K family has always dreamed of, so they attach great importance to them and have prepared everything early on. On the beast planet, females have absolute reproductive freedom. No force can interfere, and all-round assistance must be provided. Lisa brought a tailor-made aristocratic dress. Ms. Gigi, let Lisa help you change your clothes, okay? Thanks, Lisa. This was a light purple party dress with gorgeous and exquisite workmanship. In addition to Lisa, 2 maids came to help her change into it. So beautiful, Lisa murmured. Miss Gigi is so pretty. She was the most beautiful female Lisa had ever seen. Especially when she put on a long noble dress that showed off her waistline, her beautiful figure was eye-catching. The girl's silky long hair fell behind her like a waterfall, making her skin look whiter than snow, and her eyes looked like they embraced the entire night sky full of stars. Butler Qiao, who was waiting at the door, was obviously stunned when he saw Yu Zhizhi. Miss Zhizhi. He saluted like a gentleman. Butler Qiao, please lead the way. Since Yu Zhizhi laid 4 eggs, she has not seen the 4 cubs again. They are going to break out of their shells today. Thinking of this, I became excited. The crystal shoes on Yu Zhizhi's feet were specially processed and very soft and comfortable. She stepped on the red carpet, walked through the gorgeous hall, and came to the outside of the castle. The place where the cubs hold their hatching ceremony is on the right side of the castle. The road was covered with red carpet. Today, the K family specially invited many famous families and dignitaries from the imperial city. They arrived early and waited in the banquet hall for a long time. Hearing the noise, all the orcs looked over. The beautiful figure who walked in behind Butler Qiao was one of the protagonists of today. Yu Zhizhi's steps were lovely and graceful, and every step seemed to step on the hearts of the orcs on the field. The diamond-studded crown on her head was dazzling, and her cherry-red lips were charming and cute. This female rabbit had just advanced to the S rank of the empire and was being treated with great favor by the entire nation. Her photos have long appeared on major forums on Beastar, and she has attracted a large number of fans. Only after seeing it with my own eyes did I realize that this S-level female rabbit was even more beautiful in person than in the photo. Yu Zhizhi's eyes were full of spring water, smart and innocent, which made the orcs present dare not breathe loudly for fear of scaring her. In the center of the magnificently decorated banquet hall, 4 beast eggs were shaking. They are very close to hatching. Welcome, everyone. You have come from afar to participate in the K family's beast cub hatching ceremony. I would like to thank you on behalf of my brother. A clear voice sounded, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. Yu Zhizhi looked up. A young man dressed in aristocratic banquet attire came over. He was wearing a black robe with gold thread on the collar and a top hat, and he looked noble and elegant. Brother? Yu Zhizhi was a little confused. Butler Qiao explained with a smile, "This is Don Nalk, the twin brother of Don Nalk, the current acting head of the K family. Donald is the current acting head of the K family." Yu Zhizhi had heard this from Lisa. When Tang Locke is able to take on the important task, he will officially become the 260th leader of the K family. The K family is the oldest and most dazzling branch of the wolf clan. Among them, black wolves and white wolves are the most numerous. Tang Locke is from the black wolf lineage, and his 2 twin cousins are from the white wolf lineage. Donald came up to the little female rabbit and saluted with a smile. "We finally meet, Miss Gigi." He had been traveling abroad and just came back the day before yesterday. Yu Zhizhi returned the gift. She was fine when she was in the room, but now that she was at the scene, she didn't know why her heart was starting to flutter. Donald saw through it, and he smiled and said, "Miss Gigi, this is your first time attending this kind of ceremony. Don't be nervous. Leave everything to me and Butler Qiao." Unlike Don Locke, Danelle is very enthusiastic and cheerful. Both have red eyes. Tang Locke was like a container filled with rich scarlet blood. And if you look closely at the wolf youth in front of you, your eyes are like two rubies, ancient, precious, and sparkling. Yu Zhizhi nodded slightly. Everything is ready. Donald turned around. Please come in and announce it, Godfather. The shell-breaking ceremony began with a speech by the famous Godfather of the Empire. As Danelle finished speaking, a slender figure wearing the black robe of the church appeared in the sight of the orcs. After seeing his face clearly, Yu Zhizhi's eyes suddenly widened. Is it him? Yu Zhizhi remembered this man's appearance clearly. She didn't expect to meet him here. He is the Godfather? Although they met in a deserted church, the identity of Godfather seemed incompatible with him. Yu Zhizhi was dressed in gorgeous clothes today, which was very different from before. Maybe he didn't recognize her? Hoping for this, she took a small step to the side without leaving any trace. Dracula, disguised as the Godfather, walked through the herd of beasts and came to Donald's side. He immediately saw the little female who wanted to shrink behind the crystal. This hateful little female. He ate me till not a bone was left in church yesterday. When she mentioned being a servant in the K family, she looked flustered, so he didn't ask any more questions. Now, it seems that she has concealed a lot of things. Yu Zhizhi was observing secretly. She found that the Godfather's eyes never lingered on her. Could it be that I recognized the wrong person? Or maybe I didn't get enough rest these days and my memory was not good. The identity of that beastman male was very obscure. He was obviously not from the K family, and he had nothing to do with the Godfather. How could he be here? Yu Zhizhi breathed a sigh of relief. She was a little fussy. The Godfather's speech ended. The audience burst into applause. The tiny animal cubs had popped out from inside. The young masters have hatched. Butler Qiao shouted excitedly, and his tears almost burst out. You know, the K family has been waiting for this moment for nearly 20 years. Miss Zhizhi. Donald came to her side and made a pleased gesture. Please pray for them. On the Beast World planet, the day when a cub hatches from its shell is the most important day, and only the closest relatives can pray for the cub. If both of the cub's closest relatives are absent, the most respected and powerful person in the family will take their place. When Yu Zhizhi saw 4 little wolf cubs coming out, her fingertips trembled slightly. On the crystal table is the warm and comfortable nest for the cubs. The first wolf cub to break out of its shell had a furry, round black head. When an animal cub just hatches from its shell, it looks like an animal. They become human depends on their own abilities. It's a black wolf cub. All the guests were envious. Many of them are well-known families in the Empire. In order to continue their offspring, they have fought each other many times for an S-class female. After nearly 20 years of silence, the K family finally welcomed its first heir. In the crowd, the Leopard clan's eldest daughter snorted coldly. Don't be too happy too soon. In the ability test later, you might give birth to 4 little pieces of trash. The Lewis family, which had always been at odds with the K family, had a young master come this time. He glared at the wolf cubs and echoed, "That's right. The next generation of fox cubs of our Lewis family hasn't been born yet. Why are there stinky wolf clan ahead?" The crowd is surging. At the back, a distinguished guest arrived. "Your Excellency the Duke." Butler Qiao greeted with a smile. The blessing session has just begun. All the orcs' attention was drawn to it. Yu Zhizhi, wearing a light purple dress, stroked the wolf cub's head with her fingers. The little wolf cub couldn't speak yet and let out a sharp cry. It enjoys the touch from its loved ones. The white wolf Nar, who was standing nearby, looked at the little wolf cub with a smile in his eyes. "Miss Zhizhi, you can hold it up." Before the ceremony, Yu Zhizhi learned how to pray for the cubs. She nodded slightly. The orcs in the banquet hall couldn't help but take a step forward. They watched the whole process, afraid of missing any details. This was also the first time Yu Zhizhi did this. She carefully picked up the wolf cub. It is very well behaved. He curled up in Yu Zhizhi's arms without moving. The black wolf's tail drooped and swayed slowly because it was so happy. Yu Zhizhi gently placed her forehead against the wolf cub's head. A faint light lingered between the brows of the man and the beast. Today, I am here to pray to the beast god. May you be safe and sound, live a long and healthy life, and have everything you wish for, and be happy and worry-free throughout your life. In the crowd, Lisa couldn't help crying. She remembered that when she was born, both her parents died, and it was the family elders who prayed for her. If it was a close relative, how happy would she be? The ceremony is sacred, and the birth of all cubs is accompanied by the blessings of the entire tribe and even the entire empire. 4 wolf cubs in a row. Before testing ability and gender, treat everyone equally. The S-level female of the rabbit tribe was so beautiful during the blessing ceremony that it took the orc's breath away. At this moment, she is so holy. Aside, Dracula's eyes were fixed on her. She was praying for the black wolf cub as a close relative. For they are all cubs born to her and the male wolves. Thinking of this, a raging fire appeared in his chest, burning his internal organs so much that they ached. Gigi placed the last wolf cub on the cushion. She still felt a little dazed when she looked at the 4 little cubs sitting in a row. The last prayer is over. There was applause in the arena. The last distinguished guest to arrive was the Duke of the Empire. He looked at this little female rabbit, who was rumored to have recently advanced to S level, with great interest. She was born with a beautiful face, a graceful figure, a lively temperament, and an aura of gentleness that made the male beast men unable to help but feel pity for her. This is consistent with the female he has been looking for. It seems that he needs to plan carefully how to get rid of the K family. Take her away. Next, it is the most important part of the ceremony, and the one that we have been looking forward to for a long time after the blessing, the black-robed godfather said loudly, "Ability and gender test." Gigi took 2 steps to the side. She couldn't help but look at the godfather and found that he was still looking directly at the crowd in front of him, presiding over the ceremony without distraction. Strangeness. Gigi always felt that when she was praying just now, there was a pair of eyes staring at her nakedly. She didn't know if it was because the gaze was too scorching, but she even felt some discomfort on her back. I wonder what ability will be awakened? I'm more curious whether there are any females among these 4 wolf cubs. How can it be so easy to give birth to a female? The big dog family next door has given birth to 6 litters, all of which are males. Their family is so desperate for Little Moon in the Beast World planet. The Valoran Empire likes to call their daughters Little Moon. I've also heard that when the Big Dog clan named their male cubs, they seem to be called Zhaoyue, Panyue, Ninyue, Wangyue, Laiue, Xiangyue, Chuyue. Don't even mention them. Even the imperial family makes wishes to the beast god every day, hoping for a little princess. Every household looks forward to the Little Moon. Only the Little Moon can ensure the prosperity of the family. This is a very common thing in the Beast Empire. Here, the moon is precious. Once the comprehensive rating of Little Moon reaches S, the unknown family will take off and rise to the top. Thousands of years ago, the technology on the Beast World planet was not so advanced, and there were no machines to give birth to life. The 5 ancient families all emerged with a high-level female who reproduced and stood out, and quickly competed for territory. The glory of their ancestors is enough for them to squander until now. Now, with technology, although there is no shortage of newborn cubs, they are unable to inherit the family's powerful strength. And in terms of gender, they are all male. Female genes are too difficult to replicate. Even if it succeeds by chance, there is no fertility. Look, it's detected some people were pushing and shoving and couldn't help but want to move closer so that they could see more clearly. Don't push. Light blue ripples appeared on the crystal table. By placing the cub on it, its abilities in all aspects could be tested. The data is projected directly into the air above. The golden font is very eye-catching. All the orcs looked up. There was a male orc in the crowd who couldn't hold back. He was SSS right after birth. What will happen when he grows up? What the Hades is 18,000 spiritual power. Whose beast cub has 18,000 spiritual power right after birth. And this superpower, other beast cubs can spit out a little fire, but this one is directly at the magma level. The physique below is even more exaggerated. He is a martial god. Do you understand the value of the word god? All the beast men roared in their hearts. They looked at the little female rabbit and were extremely shocked. May the beast god bless you. The godfather tapped the wolf cub's head with his fingertips. He placed the second cub into the detection array. On the side, Yu Zhizhi watched nervously. This godfather looked serious and elegant. Was he really not the one she knew? The light of the formation surged, and data appeared one after another. Another beastman cub with a physique at the level of a martial god. The beasts murmured. They had seen many beast cubs, and the physical strength was divided into the following levels from low to high: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, star king of war, god of war. Although the second wolf cub is not as good as the first one in evaluation, all the beasts have discovered that the second wolf cub's superpower is yet to be unlocked. Despite this, they both have SS+. It won't take a few years until the superpowers are unlocked, and you can at least start from SSS. When the wolf cub was being tested, he sat quietly, eating the eggshells in his hands to replenish his nutrition. His personality is much quieter than his two older brothers. But the data detected is really amazing. 30,000 spiritual power. Yeah, this is too strong. He has perfectly inherited his father's power. I heard that Tang Locke's initial mental power was 30,000. And now he has evolved to 100,000 mental power. Don't forget, the last time he participated in a public test was 3 years ago. That means he might have evolved again now. The beasts were whispering to each other. All of them were amazed at these 3 little beast cubs who were born to be martial god-level beasts. Is this an S-level female? The talent of the cubs she gave birth to is simply incredible. No wonder all the families on the Beast World planet are competing for S-level females. Even polyandry is acceptable. In the Beast group, the young man from the Big Dog clan was feeling jealous. They just don't have S-level females. The sisters-in-law are all A+, and it takes several years to conceive a baby. His elder brother also had top-notch talent, but unfortunately it could not be perfectly inherited by the cub. If this S-rank female rabbit is willing to marry a large dog, the young master of the dog clan suddenly widened his eyes. He had to go home and urge his 2 brothers who had not yet married to come and please her. Next to him was Nana, the eldest daughter of the Beast clan. Her black eyes were fixed on the floating golden data, full of resentment and unwillingness.
Oh.
She is also an S-class female. If she is pregnant with Lord Locke's cub, the baby will definitely be a martial god class 1. Their family has been silent for decades as the Leopard clan has declined. Now that she has finally awakened to S level, the eldest daughter of the Leopard clan and the Black Panther cannot just marry any male. If she wants to find one, she must find the one with the strongest mental power. Since ancient times, females in the animal world will only mate and reproduce with the strongest males around them. Looking around the entire Valoran Empire, the person who best meets her requirements is Tang Locke. You know, his nickname is Empire War Monster. He is the ultimate killer weapon that allows the Valoran Empire to dominate the Beast World planet. Only by getting pregnant with Tang Locke's cub can the fate of the family be changed. Even though he was notorious, extremely cruel, and was locked up underground all day long and could not see the light of day. Even though he looks ugly and hideous, with a ferocious appearance, the eldest lady of the Leopard tribe would not despise him. She only looks at the strength when choosing a beast husband. Being able to produce SSS-level beast cubs and help the family rise to prominence is more important than anything else. Nana of the Leopard clan clenched her palms tightly, her nails digging deep into the flesh. Fate is so unfair. This female rabbit, who came from nowhere, actually became pregnant with Tang Locke's wolf cubs and gave birth to 4 at once. 2 SSS level, 1 SS+, and 1. The results of the first 3 cubs were encouraging, and no one thought the 4th one would be mediocre. Now, the only thing everyone is waiting for is whether it will be a female. This is the last one. It's also the last chance. Butler Joe was so nervous that he kept wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Donald, who was standing by, stared at the godfather as he picked up the last wolf cub and placed it in the test formation. Yu Ziji's eyes never left the godfather's hand. She was a little worried. If they are afraid of each other, will they do something bad to the cub? The test data soon appeared. The lines of golden writing almost blinded the animal's eyes. They looked over and over at the gender column female. The crowd exclaimed in unison. That's right. It's a female. Only the first detection of a female will result in a series of to be unlocked. On the Beast World planet, the true public testing and grading of females has to wait until they reach adulthood. Lisa jumped up excitedly. Little miss. It's really a little lady. The first female black wolf was born in the new generation of the K family. This is great news. It seems that this time, the imperial family will come specially to celebrate. Beast, God bless you. Beast, God bless you. Butler Qiao bowed down and kowtowed to the statue, his voice trembling so much that it was almost inaudible. As long as the young master and the young lady can grow up safely, I am willing to shorten my life by 20 years. Don Nark came to Yu Ziji. He got down on one knee. In full view of everyone, he took her hand and kissed the back of the little female rabbit's hand. Ms. Ziji, please allow me to thank you on behalf of the K family. Thank you for giving birth to these 4 wolf cubs. We will do our best to take care of them. Yu Ziji blushed slightly, and she said softly, You're welcome. So cute. No matter how many times he saw it, the orc male couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This little female rabbit was so beautiful and of such a high rank. She was simply perfect. The beasts quickly surrounded her. In the spacious and bright banquet hall, a large number of people who came to congratulate the young female rabbit gathered around her. Among them, many orcs had ulterior motives and hoped to make themselves familiar to her. Your Excellency the Duke, the Emperor sent someone to deliver a message. It seems there is a clue. An orc guard walked outside the crowd and stood next to the man holding a red wine glass. The Duke of Valoran Empire, of noble status, his golden vertical pupils always fell on the rabbit girl. She shines in the crowd. Even from such a distance, I could still smell the faint fragrance on her. This is really so wonderful. It seems that he has to lure this little rabbit home as soon as possible, so as not to fall behind in his plan. It turns out that she is the most precious guest of the K family. Her joy in the church means she is seen through her own identity and has other purposes. Or she just enjoys the pleasure of playing with males. No matter what, if anyone dares to provoke her, she is dead. After receiving the guests, Yu Ziji took a break from her busy schedule and went to the lounge. There are still 3 hours until the banquet starts. She lifted her skirt and came to the spacious lounge, where there was a desk and a sofa that looked very comfortable. However, the crimson curtains in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows were tightly closed, and the scenery outside could not be seen. After closing the door, all the noise is kept outside, and it is rare to find peace here. Lisa went to bring her juice. Yu Ziji held up the hem of her dress and stopped in front of the bookshelf. Many ancient books. She picked up one of the books and read it carefully. There was the sound of a door opening behind me. She turned around happily. So fast, Lisa Yu Ziji's voice suddenly stopped. The man who came in was tall and slender. He was wearing a majestic and sacred black robe, symbolizing the inviolable faith. Godfather? Yu Ziji came back to her senses, turned around to face him, and gently greeted him. The other party returned the greeting. He raised his right hand and closed the door with a click. The lounge lighting is soft and dim. When the sound of the lock being locked was heard, Yu Ziji suddenly became nervous. The godfather came to the lounge. Why lock the door? Miss Ziji. The godfather's voice was low and gentle, just as reassuring as when he made the announcement outside. What are you looking at? He asked. Yu Ziji was holding a retro book in her hands, and the craft paper cover looked very old. Oh! He lowered his eyes when he came to the little female. I also yearn for the beastly customs of the Valoran Empire. Miss Ziji, please read a passage. Yu Ziji blinked. I thought the godfather only liked to read the Bible on weekdays. The man in front of him had a solemn and gentle look. The spacious godfather robe he wore smelled of the thick and cold sandalwood. Yu Zhizhi said slowly, south of the Valoran Empire is a hot rainforest area where an ancient civilization was born. Even today, 2,000 years later, we can still find traces of the beast gods left behind. The little female's voice was soft and sticky, just like when she spoke in church, touching people's hearts. Dracula stared at her. When she was outside, she stood in the gaze of all the orcs and prayed for the hatching cubs. She was wearing a light purple long dress and closing her eyes in prayer. She looked extremely holy and could only be admired from a distance and not touched. When she fell into his eyes, he always thought of the little maid in the church, whose voice was joyful but also tearful. Her soft waist fell into his broad palm, and when she was emotional, she raised her snow-white neck, tempting to bite it gently. He did bite it, leaving behind dense red marks. When she ran away, she dropped the white lace headband she had been wearing. Yu Zhizhi recited attentively. Ceylon City is a city with a long history. It is rumored that the first city lord of Ceylon City was the offspring of the beast god. Today, the little female put on a noble dress and a dazzling diamond crown and became the most valued guest of the K family. Moreover, she gave birth to 4 wolf cubs for Tang Locke. Thinking of this, Dracula's back teeth felt tight and painful. Yu Zhizhi leaned against the bookshelf, reading the contents of the book softly, unaware of the murderous intent in the eyes of the godfather in front of her. Her voice suddenly stopped. It was the first time for Yu Zhizhi to read to someone. She raised her head a little embarrassedly and looked into the warm and deep eyes of the man in front of her. Godfather, am I reading well? That's a good read.
Keep going.
Dracula's voice was soft and gentle, but it carried a hint of majesty that was irresistible. Yu Zhizhi lowered her head and continued to read the contents of the book. When she lowered her eyes, her eyelashes were like butterfly wings covering her lively pupils, her small nose tip was white and translucent, and her pair of cherry lips were tempting to pick. Yu Zhizhi was telling the story when suddenly she felt a broad hand falling on her shoulder. She turned her head and looked at the finger with the green jewelry ring. The man's 5 fingers were broad and slender, pressing against her fair shoulders, and his thumb gently rubbed her delicate skin. This scene is particularly ambiguous. Godfather? Yu Zhizhi was a little confused. Was the godfather touching her? Her one-shoulder lavender dress left her shoulders exposed to the air. It contrasts sharply with the broad palm pressing down from above. There's a bit of dust here. Dracula's thumb stroked the little female's shoulder blade, his eyes dignified and solemn. Yu Zhizhi was stunned. Soon, I felt ashamed of what I had just thought. Yu Zhizhi blushed and turned back the page. She adjusted her breathing several times and continued reading. That's what happens with little females. Her voice is soft, her waist is soft, everything about her is soft. Dracula is thinking what method can be used to make her death less painful. Should I just break her neck? Or dig out her heart? Or maybe, Miss Zhizhi. Dracula lowered his voice. Can you please tilt your head to the right? When I was praying earlier, I noticed a bad mark on the left side of your neck. Mark? Not good. Does it mean something bad? Yu Zhizhi was stunned for a moment, and she tilted her head to the right. Can you see clearly like this? She felt the intense gaze in front of her, and the next second, her chin was pinched by the man in front of her, forcing her head up. Dracula looked closely at her slender, white neck. The scent of jasmine mixed with milk from the little female came to my face again. It was exactly the same as I remembered.
He was a little dazed.
It's a pity to kill her like this. This little female rabbit has not been on guard at all until now. Didn't she realize? She was completely under the male's control? Godfather, do you see clearly? Yu Zhizhi couldn't help but ask in a low voice. This strange silence really made her wonder, could it be a very troublesome mark? Dracula responded, It is the cursed mark. It seems that someone in the banquet hall wants you dead. He made up a name at random. The little female's face turned pale. Curse. This sounds terrible. Yu Zhizhi bit her lips. She didn't dare to move. Godfather, can you help me get rid of it? Of course. Dracula's lips curled slightly. It is my duty to remove the curse. He then touched her neck, causing the little female to shudder.
Click.
Her grip loosened, and the ancient book fell to the ground. I heard that removing the mark would be very painful. Yu said with a slightly nasal tone. I'm afraid of pain. Yes, the little female was in terrible pain. Dracula understood this better than anyone. Yu called out his name. You need to be gentle. Dracula. In the banquet hall, she didn't dare to recognize him, but it was different now. They were so close, and the man's aura was exactly the same as in the church. She wouldn't be wrong. Dracula looked slightly stunned. They all recognized each other, but no one took the initiative to break the paper. But he didn't expect. Yu actually called his name softly. Yu had no defense against Dracula. In her opinion, although Dracula's identity was very mysterious, he is not a bad person. Even after being bullied by her, he was still willing to forgive her. If she wasn't too afraid of the pain, Yu would have always treated him as the godfather of the blessing ceremony. If he hadn't mentioned anything about the church, she would have kept it a secret and kept it all to herself. At this moment, the little female in front of him was like a little rabbit that had strayed into a wolf pack, seeking her own shelter. I should ask her. Dracula felt a little reluctant to kill her like this. Since he was born, he has been shouldering the destiny of restoring his country. The journey has been extremely difficult and dangerous. He has killed countless orcs, and their corpses could be piled up into a mountain. Dracula never hesitated before taking action. But this time he stopped. He leaned forward slowly. The two confessed. They became closer. Dracula sniffed the little female's neck. Why did you go to church that day? When talking about this, Yu sounded guilty.
I'm sorry.
She can't say. Things like the birth system must never be told to anyone. If Dracula knew that he was the captured one, and that Yu slept with him just to get pregnant with his child, I'm afraid she will not see the sun tomorrow. Then let me ask it another way. Dracula's eyes dimmed. Did someone from the K family ask you to come? What is this? Could it be a beauty rabbit trap? The little female shook her head like a rattle. Her chin slipped out from his fingers. Yu looked at the man who was so close to her seriously and said softly, No one told me to do this. I just wanted to do this myself. I needed it myself. She emphasized the word self. And Yu gently took his hand and placed it on her abdomen. I'm pregnant. The test results just came out. The system has determined that you are now in a fertile state. Calculating the time, it should have been the first night in the church that it succeeded. Dracula watched his hand fall on her flat belly. The soft and gorgeous lavender dress bound her waist and was too thin to be grasped. Yu couldn't see his expression. All I heard was his cold voice.
Oh.
Dracula stared at the little female's belly, almost going crazy with jealousy. She just gave birth to 4 wolf cubs for Don Locke, and now she's pregnant with his wolf cubs? The man raised his eyes and stared at her, a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. If I remember correctly, Tang Locke is still imprisoned underground. Do you always go downstairs to look for him? In a dark and cold place. There was a hint of anger in his voice that was about to be suppressed. Mating with him? Yu was stunned. Ah? She turned her head a little slowly, tilted it slightly, and let her bunny ears droop to the side.
Ah.
She understood. Yu quickly explained. No, this is not Tang Locke's cub, it's yours. The last few words were spoken in a very low voice.
She just felt shy.
Dracula was too close. She felt embarrassed just thinking about that night in the church. I dare not look him in the eyes.
Mean?
Dracula was stunned. His first reaction was impossible. Many years ago, it was detected that his body was unable to reproduce, which could be considered as infertile. Yeah, I just found out about this today. I was planning to go to the church to find you after the ceremony, but I didn't expect to run into you first. Dracula, I didn't mean to hide my identity. You asked me that day, and I didn't lie to you. She tried to explain. When Dracula asked, Yu just remained silent.
She didn't want to lie.
But I don't know how to explain my identity. Fortunately, Dracula did not force it. He acquiesced that she was just a maid. Dracula stared at the little female's belly in a daze. He couldn't believe that she was really pregnant with his cub. How is this possible? There was no female in this world who could give him offspring. The little rabbit said. She got pregnant. Dracula instinctively took a step back. The original murderous aura had long since disappeared. Or, the moment Yu Zhizhi called his name, he would never be able to touch her again. Dracula, how long will you live here? I want to give the cub to you after it is born. This is the territory of the K family. There is an extra beast egg out of nowhere, and Yu Zhizhi can hide it. What should we do after the egg hatches? Dracula did not reply. He was still shocked by the news, staring at the little female's belly, unable to recover for a long time. For a long while, he murmured, You want him to be your beastly husband? Yu Zhizhi was puzzled. Who? Tang Locke. I haven't thought about it. Yu Zhizhi replied, honestly. Never thought about it? Dracula suddenly looked at her. You don't plan to marry him? Not yet. Yu Zhizhi's gaze shifted. She felt a little guilty. She had never thought about getting married. In order to have a reproductive system, she needs to conquer different males. If she wants to mate with each one, there will be no room for them in the house. And now she has no territory, house or home of her own. The castle belonged to the K family, and she was just a guest. Just staying temporarily. Dracula's emotions finally fluctuated, and he thought of a possibility the little female was pregnant with her own cub, and she didn't want to marry Tang Locke. So maybe she was willing to go with me? Although, she was most likely lying to me. Dracula didn't want to delve into it. He only knew that she was willing to say these words to him, even if it was just to coax him. At least she was willing to put in the effort. The man in front of me didn't speak for a long time. Yu Zhizhi couldn't help but look up and asked Dracula, Do you believe what I said? Seeing her sparkling eyes looking at him expectantly, Dracula was moved for a moment and lowered his head to place a kiss on the tip of her nose. I believe it,
he said softly.
Yu Zhizhi smiled sweetly. She wanted to bend down to pick up the book, but found it inconvenient in her dress, so she had to look at him. Dracula squatted down and picked up the book. He knelt on one knee, and when he looked up, he saw the little female leaning forward slightly. From this angle, he could just see her slender waist wrapped in a lavender dress. His eyes slowly moved upwards. The vague scenery that came into view made his breath catch. Yu Zhizhi held the book in both hands, forgetting which page she had read before. She was worried. Which paragraph did I read to? Suddenly, the book in his hand was snatched away by the godfather in front of him. He stuffed the ancient book back into the bookshelf, and when the little female was still staring at him in a daze, he lowered his head and pecked her lips lightly. Stop reading. He held her chin. Look at me. Dracula leaned over and kissed her. Yu Zhizhi's ears felt hot, and she moved slightly, but was firmly held by the man's broad hand. Feeling Dracula's strength gradually increasing, the air gradually became thinner, and she was gradually deprived of oxygen from the kiss. The fair little face turned red. Dracula pulled away slightly, looking at her with eyes that seemed to be misty, leaning against the bookcase and breathing softly. The man rubbed her slightly swollen lips with his fingers. Come to the church tonight. I have something to tell you. Yu Zhizhi nodded slightly. She was a little tired after the afternoon banquet and returned to her room halfway through. The orcs watched her leave reluctantly. The little female is so charming. However, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the people of the K family did not allow anyone to get too close to her. It seems that they are also afraid that the little female will choose another male and not become the wife of the ruler of the K family. With Lisa's help, Yu Zhizhi took off her luxurious long dress and put on more comfortable clothes. She was wearing a pure white dress, curled up in the soft sofa, holding a rose-pink pillow in her arms, staring at the flower pots on the terrace in a daze. I wonder what Dracula is going to tell me tonight.
About the baby?
He won't want it. Thinking that Dracula might leave the K family's territory soon, if she was the only one left, what would she do after giving birth? Satan. She called softly. Is there any space to store beast eggs? System. There is no such thing. Yu Zhizhi. It seems that the beast eggs she laid are different from the pet eggs rewarded by the system. The pet eggs are still in the inventory. I don't know when it will hatch. Can I take a look at the contents of the third mission in advance? System. The mission has not been unlocked yet and cannot be viewed for the time being. All right. The second task was to successfully give birth to a cub. During this time, she could only stay in the castle. It's almost night. Lisa brought in a glass of milk. Ms. Gigi, drink this and you will sleep better tonight. Thank you. Butler Chiao specifically told me that the territory is not safe right now, so try not to leave the room. Yu Gigi drank half of the milk and stopped. What happened? Lisa made the bed and recalled, it seems that a lot of patrol guards died in the church. When Yu Gigi heard the word church, she paused for a moment and unconsciously clenched the cup. Lisa approached her and whispered, I heard that something happened in the palace. A prince died. He was assassinated. You said, could that assassin have hidden in our territory? Otherwise, how could so many guards suddenly die?
And
it seems that they are the remnants of the Tsang nation. Yu Gigi heard this term for the first time. Tsang Kingdom? Yes, there were 4 empires on the Beast World planet before, but now there are only 3 left. The one that was wiped out by the 3 empires together 200 years ago was the Tsangshan Empire. Lisa said softly, Tsangshan is the territory of the Eagle clan. They are the sky overlords of the Beast planet. In their heyday, the other 3 empires had to bow down to them. I heard that their current lord has the strongest rare talent in the Tsangshan Empire in the past 100 years. He was rated SSS at birth, just like Lord Locke. Ever since Yu Gigi heard about the incident in the church, she has been a little distracted. Lisa thought she was tired. She smiled and said, Ms. Gigi, go to sleep first. I won't disturb you, Lisa.
Good night, good night.
After Lisa left, Yu Gigi sat at the head of the bed and she picked up an oil lamp from the low table beside her. Late at night, she found the steps covered with ivy at the back door of the terrace and quietly left. Hope. Don't let anything happen to Dracula. The night was deep and foggy. After walking a long way away, I looked back at the castle. It seemed a little more eerie than it had been during the day. She had walked this route to the church many times and was very familiar with it. As I got closer, I smelled a strong smell of blood. There were still a lot of bloodstains on the outside of the church, which had been cleaned. She walked up the steps slowly. Deep in the dark and quiet church, Yu Gigi saw a familiar slender figure. Her heart, which had been beating in her throat, slowly sank. Dracula was wiping his mask when he looked up and saw the little female walking towards him with an oil lamp. A smile appeared on his face that he didn't even notice. The little rabbit arrived as promised. Are you okay? Yu Gigi asked softly.
I'm fine.
Yu Gigi changed into a maid's outfit to facilitate night travel. When she came to Dracula's side, the man gently smoothed her slightly messy long hair and ran his fingers over her rabbit ears. He couldn't help but lowered his head and kissed the little female's forehead. For so many years, he's been walking alone in the dark. Dracula suddenly realized that love cannot be hidden. When I saw her, I wanted to hold her in my arms, especially knowing that the little rabbit was pregnant with his cub. I have other things to do later, so I can't wait for you in the church every day. Except for late nights on weekends, you don't have to come specially at other times. Yu Gigi's first reaction was, so, what do you eat? What would Dracula eat without the food she sent? He couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, I won't starve myself. Dracula pulled out a long wooden box from his arms. He opened it, and inside was a pure sky blue jewelry necklace. The blue bead is crystal clear, just like the color of the sky. This was given to him by his mother before she died. Male eagles only have one wife in their lifetime. For Dracula, he would never give away his ancestral token of love unless he was sure that the female would be his lifelong companion. Dracula gently placed the necklace around her neck. It was the first time that Yu Gigi saw such a beautiful necklace. She looked down in surprise, and the rabbit ears on her head moved slightly. This is for you. Well, but I didn't bring you a gift today. Yu Gigi raised her head and looked at him seriously. Token of love. Dracula's mouth curled slightly. You already gave it to me. He always carried with him the white lace headband that Yu Zhizhi had dropped earlier. Far away from the church, a line of guards were patrolling the territory. Because something had just happened in the church, they would come to patrol the area every once in a while to see if there was any news. Dracula simply picked up the little female in front of him. He jumped out of the glass window. After landing, he bounced directly onto a tree branch, used the momentum to jump, and flew to the roof of the church. The 3 jumps were very fast. Yu Zhizhi lay in his arms, clutching his collar nervously. After landing steadily, he gently put Yu Zhizhi down.
Stay here for a while.
Dracula looked at the guards who were about to arrive at the church in the distance and said, I'll take you back after they leave. Yu Zhizhi was sitting on the roof of the church. Next to her were tall and dense trees that completely blocked the shadows of both of them. After a long while, when he was sure that the guards had left, Dracula looked at her. I have something unfinished to say in church just now. After this matter is resolved, would you like to come with me? This was the first time Dracula took the initiative to invite a female back to his territory. He stared closely at the little rabbit beside him, afraid to miss any expression on her face. Yu Zhizhi was stunned. Leave the K family with Dracula? It's not impossible, but she doesn't know yet what the next mission will be. I think. Yu Zhizhi bit her lip. I'll make a decision after the baby is born. Okay, Dracula promised. I'll wait for you. He wouldn't force her to make a choice now. As an S-rank female, it is her freedom to choose who to be her beast husband. Dracula is willing to wait. The area around the church returned to its former silence. He carried Yu Zhizhi down from the roof. Stopped outside the church. The ground was covered with dead leaves and withered roses. Let's go. Dracula planned to send her back. Dracula Yu Zhizhi called his name softly. I can go back by myself. Tonight is not peaceful. She can vaguely guess Dracula's identity. He must be related to the Tangshan Empire. He still has to hide carefully and not get caught.
Okay.
Dracula nodded slightly. He glanced at the golden mask in his hand and slowly handed it to her. Miss Zhizhi, can you please help me put on this mask?
Okay.
Yu Zhizhi took the mask. Dracula was wearing it when they first met. The half-broken golden mask made him look even more mysterious. Dracula was very tall, and he bent down to let Yu Zhizhi put on the mask for him. Yu Zhizhi stood on tiptoe and gently covered the left half of his face with the mask. The man's handsome eyebrows and eyes were even more fascinating under the mask. The moonlight in the sky is hazy. Yu Zhizhi gently pressed the edge of the mask and touched his cheek, which gave him a slight electric shock feeling. She looked into the man's deep eyes, her breathing stagnated slightly, and she felt that the man in front of her had clear features and was extraordinarily handsome. In front of the mottled church, moonlight sprinkled all over the ground. The man bending over and the girl standing on tiptoes formed a beautiful painting. After putting on the golden mask, Yu Zhizhi smiled brightly. Okay, Dracula liked to see her smile. The little female's smile was fresh and pure, like a stream, slowly flowing into his long-dried heart. As she left, Dracula watched her go. The smile in his eyes gradually disappeared until her figure disappeared. Dracula thought about what he was going to do next. His eyes moved, and there seemed to be a smile on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were like a sharp knife. The accounts between him and the Valoran Empire need to be settled one by one. On the way back, Yu Zhizhi met the guard team. When the guards saw her, they were stunned for a moment, then quickly bowed their heads and saluted. They were very close to the castle. Yu Zhizhi smiled and walked past them, leaving a group of orc guards staring at her back in a daze. This is Miss Zhizhi. She's even cuter than in the photo. But why is she wearing servant's clothes? Why should you care? Even the simplest clothes, when worn by Miss Zhizhi, are like a goddess descended to the earth. Back in the room, Yu Zhizhi stroked her chest gently. She was frightened when she met those guards just now, but fortunately it was at night, and they couldn't see her expression clearly. Otherwise, you will definitely find something wrong. Yu Zhizhi was not sleepy at the moment. She opened the system's inventory and began to count how many usable props she had left. The most practical thing is the nutrient solution that can hide the smell. It was because of this that Dracula had been unable to find her before. In addition, there is a bottle of pheromone that drives all males crazy, and the eavesdropping card that has never been used. Just as Yujiji was sorting out her inventory, she heard the system's voice. System. Ding. The host has triggered the side quest. System. After completion, 2 main lines can be announced at the same time when the third mission is announced for the host to choose one. System. Host, would you like to accept this side quest? 2 main lines, choose one? With one more option, there are more possibilities. Yujiji quickly responded, I'll take it. Judging from the last side quest, the difficulty of the side quest does not seem to be too high. She is willing to try. System. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the side quest Going with the Flow, which requires the host to help hide the identity of the Eagle Triborg. After completing the quest, you will automatically receive a choose one of 2 main lines welfare coupon. Go along with the crowd. Yujiji repeated these 4 words. She thought about it and thought it might be related to Dracula. Because Dracula is an eagle. That day in the church, she cut her finger, and that night she saw Dracula's beastly body. Or, in other words, half of the beast's body. Yujiji couldn't help but cover her hot cheeks. Yujiji lived a very peaceful life in the next few days. She is resting and taking care of her pregnancy. The estimated date of giving birth is at the end of the month. Just after noon, Yujiji, who had just finished her lunch, was lying in a rocking chair on the terrace basking in the sun. Lisa walked over slowly. Miss Gigi, Lord Nar wants you to go to the reception room. He seems to have something important to discuss with you. As a distinguished guest of the K family, Yujiji's food and daily life were taken care of by the K family servants, and housekeeper Chiao would often come over. But this was the first time I was formally invited to discuss important matters. She changed her clothes and, led by the butler, came to the reception room of the K family. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Donald standing in the center of the luxurious reception room. He is the twin brother of the current acting ruler, Donald K. The wolf youth was wearing a crimson suit today, his short white hair was slightly curled, and the smile on his face was as bright as ever. Yujiji walked into the reception room. In the corridor outside the door, the butler led the godfather over. He is the newest godfather of the K family. Today, he is here to discuss the month-end sacrifice with Donald. The butler said softly, Godfather, Miss Gigi has just gone in. Please wait outside the door for a moment.
Dracula responded, yeah.
The door to the reception room was half open, and he could clearly see the 2 figures from here. He hadn't seen her for a long time. The little female was wearing a light purple corseted long skirt with her long hair falling to her waist. Just her back made him feel dazed. To prevent himself from losing his composure, Dracula turned around and leaned his back against the wall next to the door. He heard Donald's voice in the bright and dignified reception room. The wolf youth asked with a smile. As the top heir of the new generation of the K family, although Don Nar is not the one in power, he has a very high status in the family. His twin brother is currently handling all matters concerning the K family. According to the seniority and blood relationship, Tang Locke should call him uncle. Although they are about the same age. Yujiji was slightly stunned by Donald's sudden question. The wolf youth with a cheerful smile winked at her and said, Locke doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Unlike me, I am much gentler than him. Donald made a pleased gesture towards the red sofa. Ms. Gigi, please sit down. Yujiji walked over slowly, sat down, and was still thinking about how to respond. Donald poured her a cup of black tea. He walked up to the girl, knelt on one knee, and offered her the tea in his hand. The young man's ruby-like eyes were particularly attractive, and his short white hair looked like it was covered with snowflakes. If you're with me, I will never make you sad, Donald said very seriously. Yujiji took the exquisite little teacup, held the edge of the cup with both hands, lowered her head, and took a sip of the mellow black tea.
And
Donald's mouth corners slightly raised, dimples bloomed. My genes are not inferior to any male. Miss Gigi, do you want to give it a try? He whispered seductively. No need. Yu Gigi's hand holding the tea trembled slightly. She was a little uncomfortable with Donald being too close to her. The young man smiled slightly. He stood up and looked at the fair and tender face of the little female. Her watery eyes were clear and soft, making people want to bully her. Took a step back. I found that the little female's breathing became smoother. It seemed that she was not used to the approach of males, especially carnivore. Outside the door, hearing the little female's soft rejection, Dracula's slightly lowered eyes revealed a faint smile. Let's talk about something serious. The wolf youth was still smiling. I heard from the guards that they saw you near the church a few nights ago. I wonder why Miss Gigi went to such a remote place alone in the dead of night? Yu Gigi tightened her grip on the teacup. She thought of the side quest, and she had to conceal Dracula's identity. He must not let any orc know that he is a descendant of the Eagle clan of the Tsongshan Empire. I lost something, so I wanted to go look for it.
What?
Headband. The night she came back in the maid outfit, the soft lace headband on her head was gone. It must have fallen in the church.
Then.
Did you see any animal shadows? Donald asked curiously.
No.
The eagle from Tsongshan has sneaked into the imperial city and may be hiding in our territory. Miss Gigi, don't go out at night. Eagles are rude and domineering creatures and like to eat the hearts of small animals as snacks. I see. Come to think of it, you seem to have different ideas about the remnants of Tsongshan? Donald looked at her with a smile. Yu Gigi's heart skipped a beat. The wolf youth had a bright smile and spoke gently, but for some reason, she always felt a little scared. Satan. Yu Gigi desperately shouted in her heart. I want to use an eavesdropping card. System. Congratulations to the host for using the eavesdropping card. For the next 3 minutes, you can hear the other person's inner voice. Yu Gigi held the teacup, and she mustered up the courage to raise her head and look at Donald. The eavesdropping card comes into play. The young man in front of her didn't say anything, but she clearly heard his voice. The Tsongshan Empire and the Rabbit clan have a blood debt dating back hundreds of years, but this little rabbit doesn't seem to hate them that much. This is really something worth pondering. When she's not talking, she just stares at me. It's embarrassing. Her bunny ears are so cute. I really want to take a bite of them. The long dress she wore today is very beautiful. As expected, I still want to keep her by my side and let her give birth to a litter of wolf cubs for me. After hearing what happened next, Yu Gigi blushed slightly. She quickly lowered her head and drank her tea. Blood debt? Then my attitude should be even worse.
I'm scared.
Yu Gigi held the teacup, her voice trembling slightly. Donald was slightly startled. He waited for a while, only to find the little female hesitating. But it looked like she was about to cry. Donald patiently guessed, you don't like the Eagle tribe, do you?
Dislike.
You think they are very cruel and should disappear from the beast planet, right? No. Dracula is not cruel at all. Yu Gigi's face was almost buried in her chest. She nodded gently. Yeah. All the people of the Eagle tribe deserve to die, right? Yes. When Donnell saw the little female trembling, he thought she was thinking of the goshawk, a genetic fear that came from her bones. He didn't ask any more questions, but walked up to her, squatted down, and considerately handed her a clean handkerchief. The church is deserted. Why go there? Dracula, who was outside the door, listened quietly to the two men's judgment of the Eagle tribe. The man lowered his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. His tightly clenched fists, with white knuckles, revealed his emotions in his wide sleeves. Yu Gigi looked at the white-haired young man squatting in front of her. She murmured, I went to the church to pray for Tang. He lives in such a cold place. I am very worried. I hope he can recover soon and return to the sun. She moved out of Tang Locke.
Tang.
The white-haired young man from the wolf tribe was stunned for a moment, but soon he reacted with a hint of jealousy in his tone. So that's how you usually call him. Such intimacy. Then everything can be explained. The female had a really good relationship with Locke, otherwise she wouldn't have been pregnant with his cub. After advancing to the Imperial S-class female, she was not in a hurry to choose a beastly husband. I guess he is waiting for Tang Locke to return. It makes sense to go to church to pray. Locke is indeed sick and needs the beast god to cleanse him. Outside the door, Dracula was pale, leaning against the wall with his hands hanging down weakly. His heart felt like it was being pierced by countless needles, and the pain spread throughout his chest. His heart has never been so painful. Thinking about the night I met her in the church, it turned out to be just an accident. The little female is to pray for other males, he. Donald asked all the questions he should ask. He stood up and said, Miss Gigi, I still need to discuss the sacrifice with the godfather. Please go back to your room first. I won't see you off.
Yeah.
Gigi nodded slightly. Shida can finally walk. After letting out a long sigh of relief, Gigi slowly walked towards the door. The door is half open, no need to push it open. The male servant beside him said softly, Godfather, please come in. Dracula is here too. When did he come? Gigi instinctively wanted to speak, but she noticed that Donald was still looking at her. She didn't dare to reach out to grab Dracula's robe. She could only watch him walk past her. Just like last time at the Beast Cub's hatching ceremony, the other party was majestic and indifferent, as if he had never seen her before. Did he hear what was just said? Gigi couldn't be sure. She thought she would explain it to him after going to church this weekend. After returning home, Lisa prepared clothes for her to wear at the K family's ancestral worship ceremony. Ms. Gigi, the day of ancestor worship is of great significance to the wolf tribe. The whole planet will broadcast it live. Orcs from all over the planet want to see you. Gigi looked at the dazzling array of dresses. Butler Qiao had also mentioned this to her. The beast world has advanced technology, and their live broadcast skills are very advanced, with a small golden ball controlling the overall situation. Gigi was invited to participate in the ancient ceremony of the wolf tribe, which will be held at the end of the month. Miss Gigi, which dress do you like? She was a little absent-minded. Just let Lisa help me choose. I think this one is beautiful. The refreshing sky blue color matches Miss Gigi very well. This one is also nice. Suddenly, Gigi heard a familiar system sound. System ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest Going with the Flow. The quest reward has been distributed to the inventory. When the third quest is opened, it can be used. A smile appeared on her face. Lisa, I'm going to go to the terrace to bask in the sun for a while. You can take your time to choose. Okay. Coming to the terrace of the bedroom suite, where green plants and flowers complemented each other, she lay down on the soft sofa, opened the system inventory, and saw a scroll. As he moved his finger over, the name of the scroll appeared. Mainline welfare coupons. Choose one of the two. Summary. 2 main quests can appear at a time for the host to choose. This welfare voucher can only be used once. The side quest was completed, which means that NAR did not find any clues about Dracula being an eagle orc because of his suspicion of her. Gigi felt a little happy in her heart. She looked up at the blue sky above the castle and murmured, I hope he didn't hear the conversation I had with Donald in the room today. Gigi is looking forward to meeting Dracula this weekend. On weekends, she would go to the church at the agreed time, carrying an oil lamp. However, there was no one there. She waited alone for a long time, but Dracula never showed up. The church was empty, and the fallen leaves and withered roses on the ground looked as if they had been cleared away. She put the oil lamp on the ground, sat on the bench in the front row, and waited silently.
But
until the sun rose the next day, Gigi did not see Dracula. Did something happen to him? Another week later, Gigi arrived as promised. The moon was dim, and the stars were sparse. The dim church was extremely quiet. She stood outside the door, not even daring to go in. Dracula missed his appointments for 2 weeks in a row. Gigi didn't know where he had gone. Lisa indirectly about the godfather. I heard that he accepted an outbound mission and left the imperial capital of Valoran. Really gone? Didn't leave any words for yourself? On the third weekend, Gigi still went to church. This time she mustered up the courage to walk in, stood under the frontmost statue, looked at the wolf totem, and gently stroked her abdomen. If something happened to Dracula, or he had left the imperial capital, then Gigi decided to do everything she could to send this cub to a safe area. The Tsongshan Empire has been destroyed. If the bloodline of the Eagle clan is discovered, any tribe in the Valoran Empire may harm the eagle cub. Yes. Yu Zhizhi made up her mind. Let the cub find its own tribe and go to the soil where it is most suitable for survival. She looked at the statue and couldn't help but put her hands together and prayed for the first time. In 3 days the cubs will be born. Hope all goes well. Yu Zhizhi was so focused on praying that she didn't notice the long shadow walking behind her. Dracula, wearing half a golden mask and a dark robe, walked slowly into the church with his back to the crescent moon in the sky. He saw the slender back of the little female, praying devoutly. Just like what she said before, I went to the church to pray for Tang. Dracula came behind her. The weak and boneless little female just reached his chest when she stood. He bent down and covered her whole body from behind. Long time no see. There was a hint of cold laughter in his voice. Yu Zhizhi was suddenly hugged from behind. She was startled and clasped her hands in front of her chest. She only breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Dracula's voice. You're here. She responded happily. I didn't expect Miss Zhizhi to be so leisurely. The ancestor worship ceremony will be held tomorrow, and she still has time to come to the church to pray tonight. Dracula's voice sounded different from usual, with an indescribable sense of weirdness. Yu Zhizhi thought she was overthinking. She wanted to turn around and look at her, but when she moved her body slightly, she found that the other person was restraining her very tightly, making her unable to move at all. Didn't we make an appointment? Her eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Dracula laughed softly, and he pinched her chin from behind, forcing her to look up at the huge sculpture in front of her. The half-abandoned church. From the broken roof, you can still see the crescent moon hanging in the night sky. The cave family's god is a wolf, standing proudly in front. Did you see that? He whispered in the little female's ear. What are you looking at? Yu Zhizhi was puzzled. Dracula's lips were almost touching her ears, and the breath he exhaled made her tremble slightly, as if she was electrocuted. I mean, this wolf god's sculpture. Did you see it clearly? Yu Zhizhi was forced to look up at the majestic and sacred wolf statue. Its eyes were bloodthirsty and cold. It was like it was alive, watching everything that happened in the church. I saw it clearly, she murmured in response. In every beast tribe's territory, there is a statue of a god that protects their tribe and allows them to reproduce and thrive. The cave family is a wolf clan. It is normal to have sculptures of wolf gods in churches. Under the moonlight, in the dilapidated church, the little female rabbit was imprisoned by the man behind her. His broad and powerful fingers clasped her cheeks and controlled her head to turn to the right. The next second, Dracula behind the girl leaned over and kissed her. Her body pressed tightly against his arms, enduring this sudden, passionate kiss. Yu Zhizhi was unable to do anything but let out a tiny moan before being quickly swallowed by the other party. Ever since he heard the conversation in the living room last time, Dracula has been deliberately avoiding this little female. He forced himself not to think about everything related to her. Everything has been settled regarding the imperial city of Valoran. He is leaving. Before leaving, Dracula couldn't control himself and returned to the abandoned church. He thought he could easily retract his feelings, but the moment he saw the little female, they poured out like a torrent. Everything she said is right. The Tsongshan Empire and other beast tribes have a deep blood feud. As a little female of the rabbit tribe, she should hate herself. But why should I mate with him? Is it to control him? Or Yu Zhizhi felt like she was about to suffocate. She realized that Dracula tonight was different from usual. When she was extremely short of oxygen, the man finally let go of her hand. She quickly inhaled the air, but the next second, it was blocked again. Could it be the male's estrus period? On the beast world planet, male orcs of different species have different estrus periods. Dracula said nothing tonight. Yu Zhizhi could only feel the hardness and heat. She leaned forward, holding the cold statue of God in front of her with both hands. When she looked up, she caught a glimpse of the wolf's eyes staring straight at her. The little female's fair cheeks gradually turned red. Dracula. She trembled and tried to turn back. But the other person covered her eyes from behind. A kiss fell on her delicate back. The air was filled with a sweet and moist aroma, mixed with the strong scent of a male. "Will you come with me?" he asked. "I hate deception, and I hate betrayal even more," Dracula said in a low voice. He sat on the ground, holding the soft female rabbit in his arms. "Don't rush to answer me before you realize it." Enlightenment? Yu Gigi's voice was slightly hoarse. The blush on her cheeks had not yet faded. She leaned back in Dracula's arms, one of her rabbit ears drooping because of being too tired. The awareness of offending the entire Valoran Empire. Dracula laughed softly. "Forget it, it has come to this point. Why bother putting on a show?" She said she was pregnant with his child. He was born with an infertile body, and it was only because she acted so realistically that he believed it. In the little female's heart, she has always been concerned about that wolf. Was she sent by the cave family? She was so delicate that she would fall down at the slightest gust of wind. What could she do? Anyway, after tonight, they would no longer have any connection. On the Beast World planet, a wave of mutants broke out. Except for the Imperial City, this little rabbit had never even seen the outside world. She grew up in the most gentle and nutritious plantation on the planet. How could she be willing to leave? What Dracula hated most was deception and betrayal. But when faced with the little female, he found himself helpless. Even though he knew that she had been lying all along, he still couldn't rip her heart out alive. Whenever he touched her, Dracula seemed to be in heat all the time. But the fact is, he is not in heat at all. In all these years of life, I have never had any desire for any female. Even though he was controlled by the genes for reproduction, he had no interest in mating with females. This mentality, coupled with his infertile body, meant that Dracula was destined to never have his own eagle cub in his lifetime. And he doesn't care. The other orcs in the Tsongshan Empire can reproduce. His only mission is to restore the country. Yu Gigi was a little confused. Dracula behind her had stood up and draped his spacious black robe over her. "Is there anything else you want to say to me?" Dracula's voice was dull, in stark contrast to his previous lustful voice. "Next weekend," Yu Gigi said slowly. "Are you still coming?" "Not coming anymore." Dracula turned around indifferently. "I'm tired of acting with you." I heard the footsteps fading away behind me. Yu Gigi wrapped herself tightly in her black robe, which still stank of Dracula. "He said I'm not coming anymore, which means he doesn't want the baby anymore. What will I do with the cubs that are born then?" Yu Gigi grabbed the rabbit's ears with both hands in annoyance. She sat on the ground, lowered her head, and sighed softly. The other party must be frustrated because she has not been able to give an accurate answer. After all, Dracula had asked her several times if she wanted to go with him. Yu Gigi had no way of answering. Because she also has to complete the task. Only after completing the mission and reaching the maximum level can she leave this planet and return to her original world. Yu Gigi, wearing his black robe, rested for a long time and then left the church. Returning to her room, she quickly fell asleep. Half asleep, I felt a slight discomfort in my stomach. "It's almost dawn." She sat up, turned on the bedside lamp, and looked at her abdomen. It seemed like something was flowing out. "What's wrong with me?" "System. Don't be nervous. The baby is about to be born, 2 days earlier than the expected date." The first time, because it was a newbie benefit, the system automatically accelerated and my body had no reaction. This time I was pregnant for nearly a month and my body had subtle changes. Yu Gigi quickly took out the painless instant regeneration pill from the system inventory. After swallowing it, the physical discomfort disappeared immediately. Having experienced it the first time, she was not nervous this time. She was the only one in the huge bedroom, with a soft bed, which was much more comfortable than the first time. She raised the pillow, leaned her back against it, and waited quietly. 1 minute later. System, ding. Congratulations to the host for giving birth successfully. Receive 300 points as a reward. Because you gave birth to an eagle cub rare, you'll be rewarded with an additional 200 points.
System, ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully reaching level 2. Many benefits in the Good Pregnancy Mall have been unlocked. The host can use points to redeem items at any time. System. Friendly reminder, there are still 1,500 points left before the next upgrade. Just like the first time, with the help of the painless birth pill, the birth of the cubs was very quick. Yujiji looked at a snow-white animal egg wrapped in the soft bedding and could vaguely see the outline of the animal's tiny wings. The eggs need some time to incubate, and one day the eagle cubs will hatch from the shells. Yujiji gently touched the eggshell with her hand. It felt smooth and cool. She thought about it, got out of bed immediately, found a bamboo basket for food, put a pillowcase on it, and gently placed the egg in it. Maybe Dracula isn't far away. Once he smells the scent, he might come back. It's already daybreak. Outside the door, Lisa called softly, "Miss Gigi, are you up? There is a grand ceremony today, so we need to get dressed in advance."
Come in.
Yujiji closed the lid of the bamboo basket. She sat on the sofa on the terrace with a nervous smile on her face. Lisa thought she was there because of the ceremony. "I heard that today the most distinguished family of the rabbit tribe also came. It seems that they came specially for you." Lisa took the dress out of the closet, and she said excitedly, "A mess. Gigi, you may have your own home. The rabbit tribe lives in the green city of the Valoran Empire, which has charming scenery and fresh air, making it a great place for vacation. Among them, the most famous rabbit family is the IB family. There lived a male black rabbit who had awakened an extremely rare healing ability, and he was a beastly talent that the three empires were vying to recruit." Yujiji changed into a light orange dress and sat in front of the dressing table, occasionally looking at the bamboo basket on the table on the terrace. "The orcs from the IB family are probably here to take you back." Lisa was combing her hair, her voice full of laughter. "Today's Miss Gigi must be the most charming female in the audience."
Lisa.
Yujiji suddenly said, "After I leave, can you please open all the skylights on the terrace?" Of course, little dear Lisa put the crystal crown on Yujiji's head. The rabbit girl in the mirror was delicate and cute. Lisa didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that her skin was especially delicate and smooth today. Her nose was slightly upturned, her cheeks were more rosy, and her eyes were especially rippling. She was stunned for a moment. Yujiji has a childbearing system, and every time she gives birth, her body will be refreshed from the inside out. When I opened the door, 2 servants were waiting outside. When they saw the female rabbit coming towards them, their breathing became slightly choked. He quickly bent down and saluted her respectfully. Led by the servants, Yujiji walked towards the place where the ceremony was held. Lisa followed her instructions and opened the skylight on the terrace. She closed the door and quickly followed. The snow-white and crystal-clear animal egg lay quietly in the bamboo basket. The castle in the morning. The sun is shining. Wisps of it fall on every corner of the terrace, shaded by green plants, and the air is filled with the fragrance of flowers. A dark figure appeared on the terrace. Dracula avoided all the secret sentries, followed the scent of the eagle cub, and found the suite accurately. As soon as I landed, I saw a bamboo basket on the table. He looked slightly stunned. Looking inside, it was a gorgeous and warm room, filled with the scent of little female rabbits. Dracula walked towards the table. His raised right hand trembled slightly. After opening the bamboo cover, he saw the snow-white and crystal-clear egg, which was as pure and flawless as its mother. "Are eagle eggs?" The man stared at it in a daze. He thought of the little female who once took his hand, placed it on her soft belly, and shyly told him that she was pregnant with his cub. Dracula thought that the other party was playing a trick on him. His hand holding the bamboo lid trembled slightly, and at this moment his heart was filled with joy and guilt. Soon, a dark shadow followed.
Master.
The eagle beast man knelt on one knee. "According to your instructions, I have been secretly monitoring the female rabbit during this period of time. Last week, she frequently went in and out of the territory's library and took a map from there. I have brought the map." The eagle orc handed over the brown paper map with both hands. Dracula took it. After opening it, his body stiffened. "Is this a route map to the Tangshan Empire?" The eagle orc clasped his fists and said, "Yes, the female lady also made some annotations, and I drew the same parts according to her notes. She was indeed investigating what route would be the fastest to reach the Tsongshan Empire. Dracula took the brown paper map and marked it carefully with a pen, thinking of the little female in the library. What was she thinking during the 3 weeks she was missing as she looked for maps, made marks, and planned routes? He held the map in his hand and felt it weighed 1,000 pounds. The little female is so innocent, like a blank sheet of paper, but I have always been doubting her. Thinking of her voice and appearance, her eyebrows and eyes curved like the crescent moon in the sky when she smiled. She spoke softly and sweetly, and she would tiptoe when he hugged and kissed her. But he deliberately avoided her and left her alone, helpless and giving birth to her cubs. Did the little female regret giving birth to his cub? With Dracula possibly walking away, how could she, with an eagle egg that the Valoran Empire would never allow to appear, travel through mountains and rivers and walk to the Tsongshan territory thousands of miles away on her own? Not to mention, in front of the statue of the god in the church last night, he possessed her crazily, and his broad palm pinched the little female's soft and boneless waist until it turned red. Her faint cries for mercy were drowned in the waves. The eagle orc noticed that his leader looked a little strange. His gaze shifted and fell on the bamboo basket. His eyes immediately widened when he saw the eagle egg. What is this? An eagle tribe's egg? In particular, it has the scent of the owner. It is the owner's offspring. The officer looked at the snow-white eagle egg in shock, then looked at his leader. The leader's eyes turned slightly red, and he looked like he was about to cry. It was the first time that the eagle orcs saw their leader, who had killed countless people, show such an expression. He stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Dracula put the map into the bamboo basket. He gave the entire basket to his most trusted subordinate. Take it back to Tsongshan immediately. Master, then I can't leave yet. But we made too much noise this time. The Imperial cavalry will soon surround the K family's territory, and we won't be able to escape. Dracula looked towards the place where the wolf tribe was going to worship their ancestors. Above the territory, 10,000 meters in the sky, there was a mysterious area. Many people will die today. But nothing can happen to the little female. Yujiji's sweet smile emerged in Dracula's mind. If he just left like this, she would be smashed to pieces when she fell from the sky. Take the young master back to Tsongshan. This is an order. Dracula said this and left without looking back. Yujiji followed the male servant, boarded the spaceship, and headed to the sky above the castle. Lisa whispered in her ear, "Ms. Gigi, the live broadcast is about to begin. Pay attention to your manners." The manned spacecraft slowly stopped. The channel is open. In front of them is the altar where the wolf tribe worships their ancestors. Over thousands of years, this ceremony has become the supreme honor of the wolf tribe. The K family is the leader of the wolf clan, and they have full authority to hold the event every year. Yujiji walked along the crystal-clear corridor towards the top of the tower. She seemed to be walking on the clouds. With a ding sound, the live broadcast facing the entire beast star officially began. Orcs from all over the world, whether they were working or on vacation, took the time to refresh their screens. The little golden ball knows what everyone wants to see as the only female rabbit in the entire empire who has not awakened the bidirectional ability and has advanced to S level. She has unlimited potential and has become the focus of attention of all orcs. Almost at the same time, Yujiji's figure appeared in the eyes of all orcs. Seeing the little female in a light orange noble dress, with fair skin and bright eyes, long hair falling like silk, and light-colored ribbons tied on her rabbit ears, she looked very much like the rabbit god in ancient legends. The little female was exceptionally beautiful and had a pure and innocent temperament, which made more than 1 billion male orcs delighted. The barrage of comments exploded in an instant. Is she the little female of the rabbit tribe who has just advanced to S rank? So cute, so cute, so cute. Her skin is so good, and her eyes are so bright, I declare. From today on, I will be the knight of this little female rabbit. Take me one. Wow, I envy the orcs on the platform. I can get close to her, throwing tears and rolling on the ground, biting the handkerchief, running and wailing, this time Those who are qualified to go up to the platform are all people at the level of the rulers of various races, or shining new stars. The Wolf Tribe's ancestor worship ceremony is a tradition of the Valoran Empire and is of great significance. Lisa followed Yu Zhizhi dutifully. She introduced in a low voice, "The one in front is Miss Rose from the Sandcat clan. Like Miss Zhizhi, she is also an S-rank female. The other young man in the black suit is the pride of the IB family, Noel." When Yu Zhizhi came, all the orcs' attention was focused on her. The little female had a pure smile on her face, which made them feel excited. Rose from the Sandcat clan was wearing a white dress, and her slender legs were particularly attractive under the split skirt. She took the initiative to come over. "Hello, Miss Rabbit." "Hello." Yu Zhizhi responded softly. "Sandcat Rose, I heard that you don't have a good relationship with that leopard. Well, is the leopard she was talking about Nana from the Black Panther clan?" The female Sandcat blinked. "Have you ever heard of an old saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend?" Facing Miss Shimeo's advances, Yu Zhizhi kept smiling. The little golden ball flew over. The female Sandcat waved at it naturally. Yu Zhizhi walked forward, and everyone was going to enter the tower. The Black Rabbit boy standing in the corridor was surrounded by noble orcs. He was wearing a black suit and looked like he hadn't woken up yet, with a hint of sleepiness in the corners of his eyes. The black rabbit ears on his head were slightly drooping, and he leaned against the railing, responding to them intermittently. The boy caught a glimpse of a pretty figure from the corner of his eye, and his gaze paused slightly. Besides him, the most popular person on the field now is Miss White Rabbit. She walked slowly towards the side, surrounded by stars. The little female perfectly inherited the delicate and beautiful genes of the Rabbit clan. Her skin was glowing white in the clouds, her eyes were as clear as streams, and the light orange aristocratic fluffy long skirt she wore made her look like the most exquisite doll in the window. Her cherry lips were slightly parted, and every breath she took was captivating. "You don't have to think about what the barrage will look like." The Black Rabbit boy yawned and looked away, too lazy to pay attention. In his opinion, a female with only a body but no soul is no different from an artificial female. Yu Zhizhi saw him from a distance. She slowly came to him. When the people around saw her coming, they consciously dispersed to both sides. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the little female rabbit walked straight up to the young man from the same tribe. She held up her skirt as a greeting. "Hello, Noel." "Hello." Noel wiped away the sleepy tears from the corners of his eyes with his fingers. He leaned against the railing, and the wind blew through the strands of hair on his forehead. Noel, who has awakened super healing power since birth, has been admired by the entire empire since he was a child. Many females are attracted to him because of his special healing powers. At the side, the Rabbit Tribe manager who came with Noel immediately showed a friendly smile. "Miss Zhizhi, I am the housekeeper of the IB family. I am here on behalf of the head of the family. I want to invite you back to your hometown. We in Greenfield City welcome you very much." Greenfield City is the most suitable place for the rabbits to survive, and almost all the rabbits are in that town. Maybe it will take some time. Yu Zhizhi lacked confidence as soon as she opened her mouth. Her most urgent task is to send the eagle eggs back to the Tsongshan area. I hope the third task doesn't conflict with what she wants to do. As for Greenfield City, she would like to go back and take a look if she has the chance in the future. As a rabbit, she can't always live in the wolf's den. The steward of the IBE tribe was very sensible. He would try his best to invite them, but would not force them, especially when the little golden ball followed them like a shadow, and the whole planet could see them. "Miss Zhizhi, please come." The butler made an inviting gesture. Yu Zhizhi walked towards the sacrificial pagoda. When passing by the Black Rabbit boy, he suddenly grabbed his wrist. She was stunned. Noel lowered his head, looking at the little female's slender wrist. He held it in his hand. It was so white and delicate that the blue veins on the back of her hand were very light and almost invisible.
"Huh?"
A surprised smile appeared on the boy's face. What happened?" Yu Zhizhi was a little nervous. The Black Rabbit boy just stared at her with a half smile. To outsiders, The two of them staring at each other was a very ambiguous scene. The female on the side showed a jealous look. Noel of the IB family is a genius in the healing department. His extraordinary healing ability is greatly needed by both the military and the powerful. There was a long queue of orcs who came to Green City for treatment, and it would take more than half a year before they could see him in person. In addition, his own mental strength is also extremely strong. He was awarded a war medal at a very young age. And, at this moment, there are so many comments in the live broadcast room that they overlap. Let go. Don't touch her. Wow, is this the healing genius? He is so blatant when courting. Jealousy makes me twisted. I want to eat and drink 100 bottles of nutrient solution. Am I the only one who thinks they are a good match? The rabbit tribe's genius male and S-level female, no matter how you look at it, seem like a match made in heaven. Castle, minus 13th floor. Tang Locke, sitting on the mutant's corpse, looked at the live broadcast projected on the wall with an expressionless face. In the picture, the rabbit boy leaned forward slightly, with his thin lips pressed between the snow-white ears of the little female rabbit. No one knows what he said. After he finished speaking, a layer of blush appeared on the little female's snow-white cheeks. The comments in the live broadcast room were rapidly changing, and many orcs were taking screenshots crazily.
Ah.
Help! She's so cute. I really want to raise one.
I'm dying.
My blood tank is empty. Ms. Gigi, please choose me to be your beast husband. I am gentle and considerate, can help you take care of the house, and will never be jealous of your other beast husbands. What on earth did they say? I really want to hear it. No one knows what Noel said. Just see it. After saying this, the young man had a lazy smile on his sleepy face. He tilted his head and stared at the little female rabbit with interest. Gigi felt her cheeks getting hot. Her secret. They were all discovered by the other party. The rabbit boy was a great healer. He grabbed her wrist tightly, and with a slight touch of his fingertips, he discovered that her body had just given birth. Although there is always a hint of laziness on the face of the rabbit boy, as if he has been up all night, it still cannot hide his handsome face. There was a hint of an evil smile hidden in the drooping corners of his eyes. It's like finding a new toy. Is it torn to pieces? Or can't let it go? You won't know until you play it. It seems like I met a difficult guy. Gigi had no doubt that if he refused, he would directly announce that she had just laid an egg. She had to protect the newborn cub. Yeah. Having made up her mind, Gigi said, "Okay, I'll go." The young man leaned against the railing and smiled lazily. I hope Miss Gigi won't make me wait too long. Gigi pursed her lips. She seemed a little angry, but her voice was still soft. Did I know? Under the guidance of the housekeeper and followed by the live broadcast golden ball, Gigi stepped into the only black tower in the clouds. Many dignitaries in the imperial city have already taken their seats. Gigi discovered that all the orcs that came in were half-beasts, including her. As soon as she stepped into the black tower, a faint white light appeared on her body. When she reacted, she saw an anthropomorphic rabbit under her gorgeous and elegant aristocratic fluffy long skirt. Her snow-white arms also became furry. Although it still walks upright like humans from the appearance, it is just a real rabbit. The black rabbit Noel, who was following behind her, also changed from a human to a half-beast form. As soon as he came in, he smelled the strong pheromones on the female rabbit. As a member of the same race, he was more sensitive to the scent of female rabbits than other races. Perhaps it was deep in his genes, filled with the desire for mating and reproduction. Let's go. Seeing that the little female didn't move for a long time, he urged her in a listless voice. Gigi lifted her skirt and walked slowly down the aisle. Inside the black tower, the light was dim. She saw two animal shadows standing at the end. As I got closer, my back felt numb, and even my legs started to tremble. The two brothers from the K family, who were greeting every guest, smiled meaningfully when they saw the snow-white rabbit shadow. They are the head of the K family, Donald, and his twin brother Donnell. The two white wolves were wearing retro traditional sacrificial clothing, with family marks on their foreheads. They had auspicious knots hanging on their temples, staring at the petite and soft female rabbit in front of them, with a smile on their lips. "Miss Gigi, nice to meet you again." The first to speak was Donald on the right. Gigi had been alone with him in the reception room. At the time, he was in the form of a human youth, and she was already nervous. Now facing two half-beast wolves. The fear of carnivores deep in her genes spread uncontrollably, and Gigi couldn't help but shiver. "Hello. Hello." Behind her, the black rabbit boy pushed her maliciously. "This little female, I don't know what she's shaking for. So help her and go over there quickly." Gigi staggered and ran directly into Donald's arms. The strong smell of wolf rushed towards her, almost drowning her. She was suffocated for a moment. Donald gently supported her shoulders and turned into a half-animal body. The little rabbit felt soft and furry. She was so small, especially after she turned half-beast. The sizes of the males were affected by the tribe. In front of this little white rabbit, the wolf looked particularly tall and ferocious. Although he kept smiling, he still looked very ferocious. Donald lowered his head and sniffed her rabbit ears with his wolf nose. "Welcome to the wolf tribe's altar. My noble princess, please take a seat." Gigi clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest. When the beast wolf approached, his entire body was completely unable to move. In the animal world, rabbits always end up on the wolf's table. With the restraint of the human form, the beast's aura would be much weaker. It would not be like it is now, where the rabbit body would be frightened and nailed to the spot just by seeing the approaching wolf shadow. The barrage was filled with indignation. "Hey, white wolf of the cave family, stay away. You scared our little female. Don't you know that rabbits are naturally afraid of large carnivores? It is the responsibility of all animals to protect the holy female. The little rabbit is only S level. How come she is a saint? She will advance in the future." All the males on the planet are very optimistic about this female, who has been classified as S level before her bidirectional ability is awakened. In time, she will awaken her bidirectional ability and will definitely advance to a holy female. Sensing the fear of the little female, Donald loosened his hand and stepped back. Only after they had some distance did Gigi dare to breathe. Was it the suppressed instinct of animal genes? When she faced the wolf, her blood froze and her body became as stiff as stone. Gigi walked forward slowly. The little female gritted her teeth and walked between the two wolves. -13th floor. Tang Locke, who had been paying attention to the ceremony, felt a wave of numbness and madness in his heart when he saw her become soft. "I want to pin her down and bite her neck directly. Eat her bite by bite." Gigi looked at the round table on the field, which had about 20 seats. From her perspective, there are deer, rhinos, polar bears, crocodiles, lions, dolphins, snow leopards, and so on. All the guests were in half-animal form, wearing human clothes and walking like humans. She found her place. "Sit down gently." The door of the Black Tower closed. The barrage gradually became quiet. Next, it is the wolf tribe's most important and oldest ancestor worship ceremony. The head of the K family, Donald K., walked to the front of the round table. He spoke the most ancient animal language. Gigi, who traveled through time, didn't understand a single word. He saw that everyone was excited. After his speech, everyone applauded, and Gigi also clapped along. Donald's wolf eyes fell on the little female. The expression on her face was worth studying. "You are not a good kid at all. You don't listen carefully and pretend to understand, even though you don't. It seems necessary to give her a private lesson in person." When the beast wolf was still standing in front of the round table, he noticed a light golden rune appearing in the sky. That radiance becomes brighter and brighter. All the beasts looked up. The shapes and stripes are very strange and rarely appear in the Imperial City. The big screen in the live broadcast room also projected the rune completely, and gradually, the formation brought about by it began to take shape. Donald's wolf eyes were deep. At the side, Butler Xiao in lizard form exclaimed, "Oh no! It's the sun formation. The platform is going to fall." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire platform was split into two. A blade of light descended from the center of the round table. All the orcs on the periphery fell uncontrollably, including Ujiji. The high platform in the air was split in half by the light blade brought by the sun formation. Donald K. reacted quickly and snapped his fingers. A magic book surrounded by lightning fell from the sky. The papers flipped open with a rustle fixed on one of the pages. Dark purple runes flew out of the book, and a huge projection enveloped the entire altar. The high platform that was shaking in the wind gradually stabilized. And the part that has fallen, Donald raised his right hand, and a stream of water flew out from his sleeve. The moment it rushed out of the tower, it was shattered by the light blade in the sun formation. There was a flash of nervousness in his red eyes. Gigi fell down. The sun array shines brightly, gathering above the tower. All exposed objects will be attacked by the light blades. Donald's water system is of no use. He was a little anxious. When Locke comes out, if he is greeted by the corpse of a young female, I'm afraid then let him make a scene. Donald's tone was calm and almost cold. This is a restricted level formation that has been lost in the Empire for a long time. Today is destined to be a turbulent day. Whether she lives or dies depends on her luck. Below the platform, the watching orcs all raised their heads. The beasts had no idea what was happening. They only saw a huge formation gathering at the edge of the sky. The dark golden light was shining brightly, as if it came from the distant heaven. The platform collapsed, and buildings and countless animal shadows fell together. When the altar spell was unleashed, the half-beast form returned to human form. The little golden ball responsible for the live broadcast did not dare to go under the formation and could only hide behind a pillar to absorb all the images. The barrage was full of screams. Lisa, who had not yet entered the tower, looked at the collapsed area in astonishment, not knowing what had happened. Ujiji's figure fell rapidly from the sky. Miss Black Panther, who was not eligible to participate in this event, sat on a chair and looked at the big screen in front of her. The little golden ball knows the scene that all orcs want to see the most. Its perspective was firmly locked on Ujiji, never shifting for a moment.
Woohoo.
Some soft-hearted orcs covered their eyes with their hands, unable to bear to watch the little female rabbit smashed into a pulp and covered in blood. Black Panther Nana smiled slightly. She felt that she needed to celebrate tonight. Ujiji was thrown out of the high tower and felt the whistling wind. This was 10,000 meters in the sky. She passed through the clouds and fell straight to the ground. The terrifying thing about the solar formation was the light blade attack. She heard wailing in her ears. Although the beast shadows that fell with her were forced to transform into beasts in order to gain more strength to dodge, they were mercilessly pursued by the light blade because of their beast transformation. On the contrary, Ujiji, who had not awakened her two-way ability, was no different from air in the eyes of the sun formation. Otherwise, a ray of light would be enough to cut her in half. The air was in chaos. Many animal shadows struggled desperately, but were tragically attacked by a series of light blades. Some were lucky enough to activate their abilities and attach themselves to any outer layer of a building, thus avoiding the Grim Reaper's scythe. She is dead. All the orcs present felt that the little female would not be able to escape this disaster. In terms of strength, females are much weaker than males. The awakened spiritual power of females is generally only 1050, while the starting point of males is 1000, not to mention the astonishing 18,000 of the 4 wolf cubs before. There is also a wolf cub following his father, with an initial spiritual power of 30,000. Unfortunately, this female rabbit who gave birth to them will die today. The death of an S-level female is a pain for the entire Beast World planet. Ujiji had no way to slow down while falling. She closed her eyes and said to herself, I hope I won't feel any pain. If she could go home after death, she would take one last breath. She also wanted to take one more look at the clouds outside the hospital bed and her mother's face. Thinking of this, Ujiji felt a lump in her nose. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in the air, with huge, plump black wings, coming from far away and falling into the eyes of every orc. Dracula, who had rushed all the way here, turned into a half-beast. The eagle's vision penetrated the light and fell directly on Yu Jiji's body. He passed through like a gust of wind and steadily caught her petite body. Feeling a warm embrace, Yu Jiji opened her eyes and saw a familiar face. "Dracula," she murmured, grabbing the clothes on his chest. In the midst of the ruins, the eagle's wings were huge and powerful, like the wings of a devil, almost covering half of the sun. He was flying in the air, surrounded by thick black fog. To the orcs, this scene was extremely thrilling. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded. "Eagle orcs? Am I dazzled? The Tsongshan Empire has been gone for so long, and their descendants have come to the imperial city of Valoran. I feel this male eagle is so handsome. Is he saving Miss Gigi? It's useless. The light blade of the solar formation will cut off their bodies. It seems that he will have to die with the little female in his arms." Dracula in half-beast form was not unfamiliar to Yu Jiji. She had seen him like this in church. Yu Jiji will always remember the night when he spread his wings, just like the night before him, surrounded by black fog. Precisely because they were half-beasts, the solar formation could accurately lock onto their locations. "Hold on tight." Dracula's voice was steady and powerful. His figure soaring in the air, when faced with the attack of the light blade, suddenly folded his wings and protected the girl firmly to his chest. Countless light blades smashed into his wings. In his half-beast form, his figure was several times taller than usual. His plump wings were cut off by the light blades, and black feathers fell from the sky. For a moment, it looked like a heavy black snow was falling in his territory. Yu Jiji was held tightly in his arms. She felt streaks of blood flowing down from above her head, almost blurring her vision. Yu Jiji clutched the man's collar tightly, bit her lips, tears welling up in her eyes. She was protected by him in the 3 inches of space in front of her, and was not attacked by any light blades. And Dracula himself already covered with bruises. This scene shocked all the orcs. Whether at the scene or in the live broadcast room, everyone watched this male eagle desperately protecting the little female in his arms. With such a powerful solar formation, his wings and blood fell from the sky and dripped onto the faces of the beasts below. She was shocked by his strength that allowed him to withstand the attack of the sun formation, and she was also moved by his infatuation in protecting the female in his arms from beginning to end. Dracula protected Yu Jiji and flew towards the distant jungle. After flying out of the range of the solar formation, he finally got a chance to catch his breath. Because of the fear of the sun formation, the little golden ball dared not fly out and could only watch their backs getting farther and farther away. "It's over?"
"Yeah."
No matter what, the little female survived. Hooray! The sun formation is a restricted formation. Perhaps only the Eagle clan can move freely in the air. As expected of the former master of the sky. Dracula flew into the deep mountains and jungles behind his territory, found a safe place, and put the little female in his arms down. He lowered his head and saw the little female's red eyes, and his heart suddenly tightened. The man's tall and slender figure blocked out all the sunlight, and his black wings were covered with scars, with almost no intact area to be found. In his half-beast form, his eyes were sharper, yet he was infinitely gentle as he gazed at Yu Jiji. Yu Jiji knew that he was the one who saved her. Her nose felt sore, and tears started falling. "Dracula," she sobbed softly. "Don't cry, I'm not hurt." Woo Yu Jiji couldn't seem to stop crying. "I thought you were gone."
"I'm sorry."
Dracula wiped her tears. The more he wiped away her tears, the more he cried. He leaned over and gently embraced the girl in his arms. Dracula once thought that everything was a scam. They are all lies told by little females. But he regretted it. "I should trust her more. Follow this road, and keep going forward. You will see a stream. There is a small wooden house next to it. It is a mountain supply station." Yu Jiji looked back in a daze. In the deep jungle, a path winds its way. "Aren't we going together?" She clutched the man's clothes and tried to raise her head. Dracula in half-beast form was too tall, and her neck was aching slightly.
"No."
He stared at the small female that only reached his abdomen and gently stroked her soft hair. The iron cavalry of Valoran has surrounded this mountain. It will be dangerous for you to stay with me. But, eagle eggs, don't worry. Our children are in the safest place. Hearing this, Yu felt a little relieved. Dracula really followed the scent and came here. Then, the eagle eggs have most likely been taken out of the K family's territory. But when Yu thought of Dracula's situation, her heart felt inexplicably gripped. They are coming to arrest you, she murmured. Dracula smiled slightly. I'm not that easy to catch. Yu eyes were red. The Tsongshan Empire has a blood feud with the other 3 empires. If Dracula's identity as a descendant of the Eagle clan is exposed and he is caught, he will surely die. But he still came to save himself. In full view of the public, he spread his wings, which symbolized his status. Take me with you, let's go together. Yu voice choked with sobs. Dracula had been seriously injured, and she was very worried. The little female's tears were shed for him, and at this moment, Dracula no longer expected anything. He quietly wiped the little rabbit's tears. He retracted his sharp nails for fear of hurting her. Take me away. Yu leaned on his chest, crying. It will be hard for me to fight with all my heart if I take you with me. Sorry, I can't take you away, Dracula said softly. Yu eyelashes were stuck together. She raised her head, rested her chin on his abdomen, and looked at the huge half-beast eagle. Her mouth pursed and tears flowed like a faucet, unable to stop. Go to that wooden house and go back with the guards. Dracula stroked her left cheek with his big hand. Wait for my good news. He couldn't take her away. The Imperial cavalry has surrounded the place, and if she follows him, she will die. This time when he came to the Imperial capital, he killed everyone he wanted to kill and did everything he needed to do. He should have left the city directly and flew back to Tsongshan, but now he has no regrets. I was the one who doubted her, and I was the one who wanted to save her. This has nothing to do with others. Dracula is willing to bear all the consequences. He is not afraid of death, he just feels very sorry, very sorry. I can't take her home. Yu knew that if he took her with him, he would also have to divide his attention to protect her. I'll listen to you. I'll go to the cabin and wait for the guard team to rescue me. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her fingers. Now is not the time to cry. Every second Dracula stays is a second more of danger. The man in front of her half knelt down, his eyes level with hers. Help me put on the mask again. Yu took the half-finished golden mask. After he squatted down, she could put it on him easily, smoothing it out inch by inch. If I can successfully break through this time, I will come back to pick you up one day. Dracula said solemnly, I swear by the eagle god of Tsongshan Mountain that I will never let you down in this life. From the moment he saw the eagle eggs, Yu became, in his heart, the only wife of his life. Will not waver again. Looking at the little female's watery eyes and her red nose and cheeks from crying, his heart turned into a pool of spring water. He gently folded his black wings and kissed her in the mountains covered with mottled shadows. This is a farewell kiss. Unlike the past, which were full of aggression, this time it is particularly delicate and tender. Let's go. He released his wings and stood up, staring at the little female's face with a smile. Yu nodded slightly. She took 2 steps back. The hem of her light orange noble dress was slightly torn. She bowed to the other party according to the etiquette of the beast world. Dracula smiled softly, crossed one hand over his chest, and bowed to return the greeting. He stared at the little female's slender figure as it gradually receded into the distance. Dracula took out the white lace headband that he had hidden in his chest. The soft headband lay in the palm of his broad hand. Flames were burning all over the sky. He knew that the Imperial cavalry was approaching. Dracula wrapped the soft white hairband around his left wrist layer by layer. There is also the scent of a young female on it. He lowered his head, bit the edge of the hairband with one hand, and used both hands to tie it tightly around his wrists. As long as he is alive, the little female's lace headband is his blessing. When he died, this was his favorite burial object. From the moment Dracula chose to go back to find Yu he was ready to face death. He knew since he was 3 years old that he was born to restore his country. Everything he did was to help the Tsongshan Empire return to its peak and become the sky overlord of the beast world planet again. This time, Dracula didn't want to think about the responsibility on his shoulders and the glory covered by the snow-capped mountains. As the sound of the Imperial cavalry's hooves shook the dark forest behind him, he gently kissed the hairband on his wrist. "I would trade my life for my wife." His last bit of tenderness was buried in the mountains and hidden in the wind. When the huge black wings behind him spread out, the eyes under his mask became extremely cold and murderous. The vast cavalry of the Empire saw the half-beast eagle flying high in the sky, with his cloak fluttering, making him look like the black-winged demon king in ancient legends. Yu Zhizhi was walking on a winding path in the mountains. Her shoes were not suitable for climbing, so she took them off and threw them into the grass. She held up her skirt and walked slowly barefoot. There was only one thought in my mind: find the cabin and wait for the good news of Dracula's escape. But this road is much farther than she imagined. In the mountains on the other side, orcs discovered the girl's whereabouts. Putting down the telescope, the orc servant beside the luxurious carriage bent down and said, "Your Excellency the Duke, it is Miss Zhizhi from the rabbit tribe."
Oh.
A man's deep voice came from the carriage. A slender pipe carved with a blue lotus lifted the curtain of the carriage. Yu Zhizhi met a servant of a noble in this forest. He explained his purpose. "The master of the house invites you." The sounds of fighting continued in the forest, and a raging fire started in the distance. Yu Zhizhi looked back at the deep red, her expression a little dazed. The servant advised, "Miss Zhizhi, it is getting dark. It will be dangerous for you to be alone in the forest." "Where are you going?" "Supply station." "That's still quite a long way to go." "How about meeting our patriarch first? You should have seen him during the last wolf cub hatching ceremony." When it comes to the shell-breaking ceremony, Yu Zhizhi feels a little more confident. "So, he was a former distinguished guest of the K family?" She looked at the sky getting darker and darker, and nodded gently. "Please lead the way." The Duke's attendant led the way with a smile. After walking through a rugged path, we arrived at a more relaxed mountain path. There was a carriage parked there. The carriage looked magnificent, with delicate carvings, and the front of the carriage was inlaid with sparkling gems, which shone brighter as the sky darkened.
"Master."
The attendant stood beside the car and whispered, "She is here." "Good evening, Miss Zhizhi." The man's voice was low and pure, with a lazy smile. In the mountains and forests at night, there are often unintelligent beasts. "Why don't you get in the carriage, and I'll take you back." "Who are you?" The attendant at the side quickly said, "Our master is the most distinguished Duke of the Valoran Empire, Lord Bolin." The setting sun gradually disappeared, and the fire in the distance could not illuminate the road at my feet. Yu Zhizhi felt a little uneasy. During the day, she traveled through the mountains and forests and felt that the trees here were unusually tall. Many of them were dozens of meters tall. Looking at it again at night, it is so densely packed and extremely scary. Occasionally, you can hear the roar of unknown beasts. "Are you really the Duke?" Yu Zhizhi asked softly. The female's voice is soft, clear, and clean, with a hint of nervousness, which makes people feel itchy. Yu Zhizhi saw a pipe lifting the curtain of the carriage. Bolin glanced at the girl standing outside the carriage. The hem of her light orange fluffy dress was torn by a branch. She was barefoot, and her fair and tender face was covered with dust. She looked quite disheveled, like a little princess who had run away from a picture book. "Let her see it." The man slowly lowered the curtain. The servant replied, "Yes." He took out a badge from his arms, held it in both hands, and handed it to the female rabbit. Yu Zhizhi took it. She had seen emblems of different families in the library. The one in her hand, with its golden emblem engraved with retro and noble patterns, indeed symbolized the Duke of the Empire. I vaguely remember that when this Duke of Platinum came to attend the shell-breaking ceremony, Donald specially entertained him. There were so many guests at that time that Yu Zhizhi couldn't remember what he looked like for a moment. "Do you believe it?" The man's voice was low and gentle. "I have seen the Duke." You're welcome, Miss Gigi. It's so late, get in the car, I'll take you home.
Thanks.
Yu Gigi stepped on a low stool and got on the carriage. The doors of the carriage were densely covered with golden embroidery, and the spacious interior was luxuriously decorated with silk curtains and a wealth of gold and jade. The cushion in front looked like a bed. There was a slender figure leaning lazily. He was wearing a dark blue retro robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. After coming in, Yu Gigi felt a little reserved. She sat at the outermost edge. Place your hands on your knees, sit upright, lower your eyes, and observe your heart. Seeing the girl's soft figure, a smile appeared on the man's lips. This little female is a little wary, but not much. Although I have found out his identity, I have never thought about the relationship between the goodness and evilness of human nature and identity. There was a sound of a lighter inside the carriage. Yu Gigi, who was concentrating and daydreaming, smelled a faint scent of tobacco. This kind of tobacco was much lighter than what she smelled in the real world, and even had a hint of the astringent scent of lotus seeds. I don't know why, but when I smelled this smell, I couldn't help but think of Dracula. The man, sitting on the cushion and leaning back lazily, caught a glimpse of the little female with drooping ears and red eyes, looking so pitiful. But he is not a good person. Seeing the little female's appearance, the man raised a smile. Don't be so quick to cry now. It wasn't time for her to actually cry yet. Yu Gigi leaned against the carriage and gradually felt sleepy. She didn't want to sleep at first, thinking that she would return to the territory of the K family, which was at least a familiar place for her. But later, my consciousness gradually blurred, and my head became heavier and heavier. When she woke up, she found herself lying on the bed. She moved her body a little, and her hands were tied behind her back and her eyes were covered, so she couldn't see where she was. Is anyone there? Yu Gigi called out softly. She hadn't had any water for a long time, so her throat became dry and her voice became hoarse. What's going on? She had clearly fallen asleep in the Duke's carriage, so why was she taken to this strange place? Did she encounter bandits on the road? Was she kidnapped? Yu Gigi called out a few more times, but perhaps because her voice was too soft, no one responded. Helplessly, she could only call the system in her heart.
Where?
Where am I? System. This is not related to the mission. Please explore on your own. Then let me check my inventory. I want to know the last mission reward. I can't see anything now. Please read it to me. The system read out the last mission reward. In addition to the regular confinement gift package, there was also a nutrient solution for filling the stomach. In addition, there was something else Yu Gigi had never seen before. Mantra potion. What about the main plot? She asked softly. System. I told you when we were in the car, but you were semi-conscious at the time and had not yet decided to use the two-choice welfare coupon. Yu Gigi curled her toes slightly and asked nervously, will the welfare coupons disappear? System. No. Host, do you want to use it now?
Call.
Yu Gigi breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. You can see 2 tasks at a time, and you can choose at least one of them, which is relatively not that difficult.
Yes.
Yu Gigi pursed her lips and listened quietly. System. The welfare voucher has been used. 2 main quests are unlocked. Main Path 1. Capture the adult male of the Snake Tribe. Main Path 2. Conquer the leader of the Fox Tribe. Host, please choose. The adult male of the Snake Tribe and the leader of the Fox Tribe. It seems that, judging from the content, the Snake Tribe has no requirements for identity and status and only requires adulthood, which is simpler. Yu Gigi prefers the first one. But she had to ask, clearly. What is this place? Are there lots of snakes? System. Quite a few. That's the case. Yu Gigi made a decision. I choose the first one. System. Ding. Congratulations to the host for starting the 3rd main mission. You are required to capture an adult male snake, regardless of identity, within 1 month. If the male conceives and gives birth to a cub, it will be considered a success. Failure or mission timeout will result in elimination. Please hurry up. The countdown begins. Yu Gigi struggled for a bit and found that her hands tied behind her back had become even tighter. There were footsteps outside the door. After more than 10 seconds, the door was pushed open. Squeak, she heard a familiar voice. It's the Duke in the coach. Yu Zhizhi was instinctively nervous. She dodged backwards and found that her hands and feet were tied, and it was difficult to move. I felt the side of the bed pressing down on me. The man sat down on the edge of the bed, holding a small silver teapot in his hand. Are you thirsty? He asked in a low voice. Yu Zhizhi was very thirsty. She had walked for a long time without drinking any water. Especially after a nap, her lips were dry, and her throat felt like it was burned by fire. The girl curled up on the white bed, her fluffy dress spread out messily, making her snow-white skin look even more delicate. With her eyes covered with a white ribbon, she could only see a blurry figure. The Duke took a sip of his tea. The small teapot in his hand was very delicate, with a silver luster and a small black snake carved on it, extending all the way to the tea spout, looking lifelike. The man said lazily, "Open your mouth." Yu Zhizhi was stunned. "Aren't you thirsty?" He sat beside the bed with a faint smile on his face. The little beast raised in the mansion must be hungry. It hasn't eaten meat for a long time, especially a lively little rabbit. Yu Zhizhi's face turned pale. Same voice, same tone, but the man became much more dangerous than when she was riding in the carriage. Her throat was so dry that it hurt to swallow. "I feel like I'm going to die if I don't drink water." Yu Zhizhi lay on her side. She turned her head and slowly opened her mouth. A thin stream of water gently poured into her mouth. There is the fragrance of tea. The man held the small teapot and fed water to his newfound pet. Seeing that she was obedient, his tone became much gentler. "Guess what kind of tea this is? If you guess correctly, I can fulfill one of your wishes."
Ah?
Yu Zhizhi drank 2 sips of tea to relieve her thirst. She was stunned for a moment and tried to speak. "Green tea?" The Duke paused for a moment. Even 3-year-old beastmen know what green tea is. "Be more specific." Yu Zhizhi began to think. She seemed to have seen types of tea in a book. Lepsang Sochong.
Wrong.
Poro?
Wrong.
You have one last chance. Bumbo Lafta. Yu Zhizhi thought, snakes like bamboo. Duke Bolin is a snake, so it makes sense that he likes bamboo leaf tea. The little female guessed right. The man smiled and took a sip of tea. "You can make your request now. What does this little female want? Does she want to untie her hands and feet, or have a good meal, or ask herself why she is here?" Although Yu Zhizhi is very hungry, what she is most concerned about now is Dracula. "I don't know how much time has passed. Is he okay now? I want to know." Yu Zhizhi's cheek was pressed against the soft bed. She whispered, "Eagle Orc, how is he?" The man's voice was tinged with danger. "Since this is your first offense, I will not bother with you. I want to eat." Yu Zhizhi curled up her body and changed her request. "Did you hear that?" Duke Platinum looked back. 2 figures bowed and saluted. Yes. They left in a hurry. "Bring some water," the man ordered. The 2 figures standing outside the door saluted. "As you command." "Is this your territory?" Yu Zhizhi asked in a low voice. "What do you think? Didn't you say you would send me back?" "I just said I'd send you back, but I didn't say where. Living here is no worse than a wolf's den." There were footsteps. The maids placed freshly poured hot water next to the bed. The man picked up the towel, wet it, wrung it dry, and then held the girl's slender ankle with one hand. Yu Zhizhi shuddered and wanted to hide. The other party easily pulled her over. "It's so dirty, wipe it off." The warm towel was placed on her feet, gently wiping away the mud. A pair of dark feet gradually revealed their original appearance. The female rabbits have small and delicate feet, which are pure white, like a piece of fine jade, smooth and delicate, with slightly curled toes, looking very cute. I wet the towel again and wiped it along her ankles to her round calves. Yu Zhizhi was trembling all over. This touch reminded her of when her mother wiped her body in the same way when she was in the hospital. The man's actions frightened her and reminded her of the past. "Why did you tie me here?"
she said softly.
"When I was a child, I had a pet. I bathed it every day and held it to sleep. Later, it bit me. Duke Bolan's hands were delicate and gentle, and his tone was also smiling. So, I sent it to the slaughterhouse. But I really like to keep pets. So, I kept many of them of all kinds. They were very docile at first, but gradually, they became less obedient. But it didn't matter, I was kind-hearted, so I sent them to the hospital. What's the point of sending him to the hospital? Yu Gigi was puzzled. Euthanasia. The Duke smiled. They are much happier than the first pet that was sent to the slaughterhouse. Yu Gigi. Does this snake have some kind of mental illness? I really like having pets. Duke Platinum sat beside the bed and wet the towel again. I want to have a white, small, docile, and well-behaved pet. I want it to eat and travel with me, and it can also nestle beside my legs when I'm working. If it's cute and obedient enough, I can even let it sleep in the same bed with me. Yu Gigi just felt depressed. What does this have to do with me?
Ha!
How can it be okay? The man laughed softly twice. You are my new little pet. I thought about it. Those unintelligent creatures are just animals after all. It's too difficult to expect them to always understand my thoughts. However, it might be more interesting to raise a little female rabbit. The Duke held out his hand. The black snake that bound Yu Gigi slid up along the man's fingers and soon reached his shoulder. My hands are finally free. The next second, her wrist was held by the person in front of her. My requirements are not high. I need to be docile and obedient. I need to wash myself clean every day and not run around dirty. I refuse. Yu Gigi's voice was barely audible, like a stubborn little flower that was trembling but still trying to be strong.
Ha!
The man laughed. You have no right to refuse. I have just advanced to S rank. According to the laws of the Empire, you must protect me. Naive. Duke Bolan said lightly, in everyone's opinion, you have been kidnapped by the Eagle Orcs. Even if you die here tonight, no one will know. How can the Imperial law convict me of something that no one knows about? Duke Platinum didn't want to push the newly acquired pet too hard. He dropped a candy bar. If you are willing to be my little pet, I can tell you anything you want to know if I am happy. Yu Gigi's wrist was still held in the man's hand. She lay on the bed with her breathing slightly stagnant. Including news about the eagle orc? She asked softly. When the little female mentioned this eagle male, even her tone changed. Duke Platinum narrowed his eyes slightly. Yu Gigi curled up on her side on the bed. She felt the person in front of her wiping her palms with a warm towel. He wiped it very attentively. Just when Yu Gigi thought he would not respond, the man spoke.
Certainly.
If you want the little female to be obedient, you have to let her taste a little sweetness. This intelligent sugar is like a hanging carrot, hooking her to move forward. Two maids brought in the delicious food. They put the tray on the table and leaned back. Yu Gigi, who was blindfolded, smelled the fragrance of rice. Can I take off the blindfold? She gently touched the white gauze on her eyes with her left hand, and after getting the Duke's consent, she slowly pulled it off. The light in the house was soft and dim. I hadn't seen anything for a long time, so everything in front of me seemed blurry. The Duke was sitting beside the bed. After Yu Gigi slowly sat up and leaned against the bed rail, he spread out his hands slightly, and the black snake on his shoulder slid down and wrapped around the girl's wrists, locking them tightly. Yu Gigi stared at the black snake on her wrist in a daze. It happened to be spitting its tongue at her. The Duke saw that the little female shuddered. She is afraid of snakes. Yu Gigi has always been afraid of snakes. Once, a small green snake jumped into the ward and was quickly driven away by her mother. However, Yu Gigi was so scared that she couldn't sleep well for a week. She didn't dare to look at the snake wrapped around her wrist, so she could only turn her head and look at the food placed beside her.
I'm hungry.
Yu Gigi's voice was like a wounded bird, soft and fragile. She saw the man cut the pancake with a knife. The Duke cut a small piece of vegetable pie into pieces and handed it to Yu Gigi's lips with a fork. She smelled the rich aroma, and her stomach growled. Yu Gigi opened her mouth, held the piece of food, chewed it slowly, and swallowed it. Delicious. She opened her eyes slightly, the aroma of vegetables lingering in her mouth, leaving an endless aftertaste. The food in the Duke's mansion tastes very different from that of the K family. Maybe snakes and wolves have different eating habits?
I can eat by myself.
Yu Zhizhi didn't dare to look at him. She only knew that the man's figure was very close to her. In her sight, his robe was half open, revealing his chest slightly. I just found this little pet, so I will feed it myself. He picked up another vegetable cake and handed it to the little female. Her cheeks were stained with a beautiful blush. She lowered her head, opened her mouth to hold the food in front of her, bit it off and chewed it gently, her cheeks slightly bulging.
Click, click.
The biscuits made a slight sound in her mouth. It's like seeing a little rabbit chewing on a cabbage leaf. A smile appeared on the Duke's face. He couldn't help but sigh that he had indeed found a pet that satisfied him this time. At least in appearance, there is no one more suitable than her. After eating half a cake, Yu Zhizhi felt full. The Duke brought her cream of mushroom soup and fed her spoonful by spoonful. The little female looks good in every way except that she is too thin. A drop of cream of mushroom soup spilled from the corner of his mouth. The Duke raised his hand and gently wiped it away with his thumb. Every day, I will watch you eat, and you are not allowed to leave a single bite. He wanted to raise this little female into a fat rabbit so that she would be comfortable to hold. Yu Zhizhi ate her fill. It was the first time for her to be fed by a strange man. Feeling her cheeks getting slightly hot, Yu Zhizhi couldn't help but lift her eyes and glance at him quickly. When she met a pair of golden vertical pupils, she immediately lowered her head and felt a tingling sensation in her chest. I couldn't see his appearance clearly. It's that pair of golden vertical pupils that look too much like a snake. No, he is the snake. The Duke noticed that the little female was peeking at him, and he shrank back in fear at the first glance. He looked lazy and said, "How can you please me if you are so timid? Learn the rules these few days first. When you have learned the rules well, come to me." The man stood up and prepared to leave. Yu Zhizhi asked softly, "What if I can't learn it well?" He glanced at the little female and said lightly, "Slaughterhouse or hospital, choose one." After the Duke left, the two black snakes tied to her hands and feet slowly slid down the bed and followed him away. Finally free from restraints, Yu Zhizhi collapsed all of a sudden. She leaned against the head of the bed, staring at the gorgeous chandelier above the room with a distracted look. This room is large, yet empty. There was nothing else except this big, white bed. I don't know if it's because of her human genes or because she's now a rabbit, but Yu Zhizhi is really afraid of snakes. Just looking at it makes me feel creepy. Thinking of the strategy mission, she felt a bit of a headache. If the male snakes all had vertical pupils like the Duke. She was so scared. How could she get close? After a while, a maid came in. She looked about 40 years old, wearing a pair of frameless glasses and had a kind smile. "Miss Zhizhi, the Duke asked me to teach you the rules of being a pet." When she saw Yu Zhizhi, the maid's eyes lit up slightly. This is really a beautiful little female. No wonder the Duke is so patient with her, and even lets me teach her personally. You can call me Teacher Daili. Teacher Daili. Yu Zhizhi couldn't help but sit up straight. Daili adjusted her glasses and smiled. In fact, the Duke's mansion has very strict rules for servants, but it is particularly tolerant of the Duke's pets. Miss Zhizhi, you just need to remember that no matter when or where, do not disobey the Duke and obey all his instructions. The Duke is very good to pets. He once had a little white lion that lived a more comfortable life than the princesses in the palace. Unfortunately, when the little lion grew up, it was not so obedient, so the Duke sent it to the slaughterhouse. One thing is just a personal friendly reminder from me. Daili walked to the bed, sat down, and said slowly, "Your Excellency, the Duke prefers pets that are more enthusiastic. For example, he prefers a happy puppy that greets him with a wagging tail when he comes home, rather than a cat that is moody, bashful, and reluctant. If you are willing to show your enthusiasm and obey all his instructions, your days in the Duke's mansion will be very comfortable."
On the contrary,
Daili smiled. "You know, there is only one possible outcome for abandoned pets.
abandoned pets.
At least on the beast world, those unintelligent little animals have no ability to survive independently. Once abandoned by their owners, they will either starve to death or be hunted down by the city guards. The Duke's case was even simpler. His abandoned pets would be sent directly to the slaughterhouse. The better ones would be euthanized by injection in the hospital. Passion. Yu Zhizhi whispered these two words, and she seemed to understand something. Now, she not only has the task of capturing male snakes, but also wants to get the latest news about Dracula. Therefore, she has to overcome her fear of snakes and gain the Duke's trust. Teacher Daili, please send me to the Duke tomorrow. Yu Zhizhi's range of activities is limited to this empty room. When she decided to go to the Duke tomorrow, Daili adjusted her mirror frame, turned around and said to the butler outside the door, "Go ask the tailor to come and tailor a few sets of clothes for Miss Zhizhi." As Daili said, as a pet, she does not need to follow the rules that servants follow. All she had to do was wash herself clean, put on beautiful clothes, go to the Duke's study, and wait patiently for his return. The next day, walking in the courtyard with a bridge and water, Yu Zhizhi looked at the red carp swimming in the pond. She noticed that the mansion had more ancient Oriental style than the K family's castle. The buildings all have a flavor that combines ancient aesthetics with future technology. Yu Zhizhi noticed that the servants rarely spoke and walked very lightly.
Teacher Daili,
She called softly. "Ms. Zhizhi, please speak. Where are all the snakes in the territory?" The third main quest does not require the identity of a male snake. If conquering the Duke is too difficult, then she would change one, as long as she could complete the task. Besides the young masters and young ladies, there are some guards carefully selected from the snake clan. Master, miss? Yu Zhizhi was stunned. Is the Duke married? No, the Duke is not interested in matters of mate. Daili couldn't help but glance at the little female rabbit following beside her. In fact, a beautiful and lovely S-level female like this is the most qualified to be a duchess. Miss Zhizhi is much better than those other females who try their best to get close to the Duke. However, after all these years, the Duke has not taken a fancy to any female beastman. Knowing the little female's doubts, Daili explained with a smile. The two young masters and the two young ladies are all descendants of the snake clan adopted by the Duke. They are all good children. After walking through a long corridor and turning into a secluded courtyard, as soon as you enter, you will see a large pond full of blue lotuses. The deep and silent colors are magnificent and mysterious. This is the Duke's study. Miss Zhizhi, please wait inside. Don't be afraid or shy. The Duke dislikes pets that are shy. Good luck to you. Daili closed the door gently. Only Yu Zhizhi was left in the study. There was an antique chopping board with some office documents piled on it. Behind the round window, the white gauze curtain was lightly rolled up and the courtyard was mottled with shadows, so it was difficult for the sun to shine in directly. The red floor was so clean that there was not a speck of dust. Yu Zhizhi stepped on it barefoot. She prepared herself mentally. Don't panic. Don't be afraid. He looks like a human, not a snake. She waited a day. The Duke did not return until all the light had gone out. Yu Zhizhi turned on a desk lamp. She sat on the floor, leaning against the table, and waited patiently. In the second half of the night, there was movement at the door. Her bunny ears twitched slightly. I opened my eyes sleepily, turned my head, and saw the study door opened, and a slender figure walked in. The man didn't pause at all when he saw the little female beside the chopping board. After he came back, he took a bath, had a meal, changed into a comfortable robe, and came over only after hearing the servant say that the little pet had been waiting in the study for a day. He walked straight to the chopping board, sat down, and saw the little female staring at him blankly with her rabbit eyes open. Did you fall asleep? You're back. Yu Zhizhi thought of Teacher Daili's reminder, and she immediately sat up straight. Missed me? A strange smile appeared on the Duke's face. Yu Zhizhi was a little flustered. Do you need me to help you organize the books? Or I can make tea for you. Feel that the little pet is trying its best to be attentive. Her attitude is much better than yesterday. Although it is still raw, there is a lot of room for improvement and she can be trained slowly. No need. The Duke leaned back on the soft chair. He sat lazily, his dark purple robe half opened as he moved. You are a pet, not a servant.
Just do your duty as a pet. Then,
Yu Zhizhi didn't know what to do. The Duke picked up the slender pipe on the table, took a pinch of dry tobacco, put it in the pipe, and lit it. "Come here," he said lazily. "Sit in my arms." Yu Zhizhi was stunned for a moment, and she slowly moved over. When she came in front of him, she was a little nervous and hesitant. His dark purple robe was loose, but he had an indelible noble air. Just like the blue lotus planted in his yard, rich, beautiful, and with a hint of danger. The little female came to my side, and the scent of jasmine mixed with milk hit my face. He took a puff of his cigarette, raised his hand, and held her small body in his arms. Yu Zhizhi immediately lay on his chest. The man's hand was facing upwards, slowly stroking her rabbit ears, back and forth, gently kneading them. There was remnant of scented shower gel in her hair. A pair of rabbit ears drooped slightly and seemed to close shyly under the man's fingertips. Yu Zhizhi trembled all over, and her face turned red. She felt the Duke touching her ears, just like touching a real little rabbit.
treat her completely as a pet.
The Duke was enjoying the pleasure of petting the rabbit when he noticed that the rabbit's ears in his hands became hot. He lowered his eyes and found that the little female's cheeks were like ripe tomatoes, red and smoking. She closed her eyes slightly, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and he didn't know whether she was comfortable or enduring. The Duke's gaze became deep. "Don't like it?" Hearing his voice, Yu Zhizhi shuddered and instinctively hugged his waist. Yu Zhizhi always remembers what Teacher Daili said.
No.
"I don't dislike it. So you like it?" "I like it." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, barely audible. The Duke was not going to let her off easily. "What do you like?" "I like you touching my ears." A wicked smile appeared on the man's face. He lifted the delicate chin of the little female with his fingers and said, "Then you should say, 'Please touch my ears, Your Excellency the Duke.'" His golden vertical pupils were reflected in Yu Zhizhi's eyes, and his viper's breath became even stronger and heavier, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Yu Zhizhi slightly opened her rosy lips and imitated what he taught her.
Please.
"Please, Your Excellency, touch my ears." Seeing that she was obedient, the man nodded with satisfaction. He raised his hand and gently rubbed her head. "If you behave like this every day, I will satisfy you with whatever you want."
Want?
She wants intelligence. "I want a snake cub. Can they really satisfy me?" Yu Zhizhi was trying to organize her words. Even though this male snake was smiling while talking, he still looked scary. "I want to know the follow-up to the collapse of the wolf tribe's altar." She changed her words. The Duke's fingers gently pinched her furry bunny ears, and he didn't stop moving when he heard the question. "It just so happened that I heard a little rumor today. 6 nobles died during the wolf tribe's ancestor worship ceremony. 12 were seriously injured." The man laughed joyfully. "Your lover is indeed amazing." He turned the imperial city upside down with a long-lost solar formation. Those who died this time were all famous people. The K family was busy for 2 days and 2 nights. They had to deal with things both inside and outside the territory. The Duke held a slender pipe in his right hand. The top of the pipe was shaped like a blue lotus, and the fireworks of the burning tobacco could be vaguely seen. He held the soft little pet in his right hand, stroking her rabbit ears for a long time, and then his palm slowly dropped and gently rested on her back. The little pet is wearing a pure white gauze skirt with thin straps today. She lay quietly on his chest. I could feel my breathing becoming a little rapid. "And what else?" Yu Zhizhi couldn't help but ask. "I'm a little tired. Let's continue tomorrow." The Duke deliberately did not mention the eagle. He saw a trace of confusion on the little female's face, and gradually, she became a little lost.
Oh.
Yu Zhizhi didn't ask any more questions, but just nodded slightly. "Unhappy?" The Duke glanced at her.
No.
"Remember, I don't like my pets being in a bad mood. Considering that you have just adapted to your new identity, I will not punish you today," the Duke said quietly. He put down his pipe, patted her on the back, and motioned for her to sit up. "After you." Zhizhi got up. The Duke stood up and walked barefoot towards the inner room of the study. His purple robe dragged on the ground, and through an exquisite and luxurious screen, Yujiji saw the Duke taking off his robe. She quickly turned her back. He changed into a more comfortable white home robe with the collar open, and when he passed by the avoiding suspicion little pet, he glanced at it lightly. "Your rabbit nest is in the back. Go to sleep by yourself." Seeing the little female staring at him in a daze, he stopped, stared, and smiled. "Why, do you want to take a bath with me?" "I've washed it," Yujiji responded quickly. "I was afraid that if I said it a second late, he would carry me to the bathroom." After the Duke left, the taut string in Yujiji's mind slowly loosened. She was indeed sleepy at this moment. I stood up and walked behind the screen and saw a bed. On the other side of the bed was a white, furry nest. Could this be the rabbit nest the Duke was talking about? Orcs can switch to beast form. However, Yujiji has never become a complete little white rabbit. Satan, when in doubt, call the system. How can I turn into a rabbit? System. Awaken your spiritual power. Then when can I awaken my spiritual power? Yujiji's two abilities were both gray and had not yet been unlocked. During the last test, she remembered that the female Black Panther had awakened mental power and superpowers on the spot. System. Depends on individual circumstances. There is no unified time. If you can't turn into a rabbit, you can't sleep in a rabbit hole. Yujiji sat on the cushion beside the bed. She was so sleepy that she fell asleep with her head against the edge of the bed. The Duke returns from his bath. I saw that the little pet did not sleep in the rabbit nest, but fell asleep leaning against the corner of the bed. The golden vertical pupil pondered for a moment, and he suddenly remembered that the little female had not yet awakened her spiritual power and could not turn into a rabbit now. She didn't sleep in the rabbit hole. I didn't go to bed without permission. It is more human-like than any previous pet.
So obedient.
The Duke was in a pretty good mood, and he picked up the little rabbit, then let her go to bed. As a reward, Yujiji had a dream. She dreamed that she was entangled by a snake, which became tighter and tighter until she could not breathe, struggling to wake up. The sunlight from outside the window shone through the screen, and she found that she had been lying on the bed without knowing when, with a man's arm lying across her chest, tightly strangling her. She dared not move, for fear of waking up the Duke, who was sleeping behind her. The female's breathing was deliberately slowed, but the heartbeat in my chest was speeding up. The Duke held her in his arms from behind. She felt soft and comfortable. If she had a little more flesh, it would feel better. Awake? The man's voice was hoarse, as if he had just woken up. Yujiji nodded slightly. He didn't let go. Instead, he hugged her even tighter. Come to think of it, he hasn't slept so well in a long time. A dreamless night. His previous pets. No matter how strong the fragrance was, it still felt a bit pungent. She smelled very nice, a light mixture of jasmine and milk. I feel like this is the right pet to keep. The Duke gently stroked the little female's head and rubbed her rabbit ears. Yujiji bit the quilt gently and felt a tingling sensation in her ears. The man almost held her entire ears in his hands and slowly stroked them from bottom to top. Her rabbit ears could no longer stand up straight and could only hang limply, allowing the Duke to play with them at will. I pet the rabbit until I am satisfied. The Duke sat up and said, "Someone come." The door of the study opened. The servants brought water and began to help their master get up early and wash up. When they saw the female rabbit lying on the bed with her face covered by a quilt, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. This is the first time I have seen a female on the Duke's bed. After the Duke was dressed, he glanced at the bulging blanket behind him. Can't you pay it back? Yujiji sat up slowly. The maid helped her change clothes and wash, and when everything was ready, she took her to the dining table. A table full of delicious food. In front of her was a pair of stewed carrots, cut into small pieces and looking fresh and colorful. Yujiji picked up the fork. The Duke was reading today's newspaper, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, he lazily read. According to the investigation, the one who triggered the sun formation was the current leader of the Eagle clan. He had been lurking in the K family as a godfather before the Wolf clan's sacrifice. Before that, the assassinated prince of the Valoran Empire, might also be related to him. On the day of the sacrifice, the Imperial Iron Cavalry surrounded the entire mountain and fought for 2 days and 2 nights. The leader of the Eagle tribe fell into the air due to exhaustion. Gigi stared blankly at the air. When she left, Dracula was badly injured. After fighting with so many Imperial cavalry for 2 days and 2 nights, I was exhausted. Tears as big as beans rolled down her eyes. The food on the plate in front of her became tasteless. Gigi cried silently. The Duke, holding a newspaper, saw the little female sitting opposite him crying. The hand holding the newspaper paused slightly, and his golden vertical pupils fell on her tear-stained face. The little female cried so sadly that her eyelashes stuck together, and the plate on the table became a container for pearls. The little pet has always been very well behaved, never complains, never resists, and allows anyone to pet him or her. In bed, no matter how tightly I hold you, I won't struggle. But now he keeps crying. The Duke felt very upset when he saw this. He said faintly, "Do you like him that much?" "It's better not to ask." When she heard the Duke's voice, Gigi could no longer control herself and burst into tears. She had never cried so miserably since coming to the Beast World planet. "It seems like I want to vent all my sadness today." She held the fork, crying breathlessly and even hiccuping. The Duke originally wanted to punish her. In his mansion, no orc dared to cry in front of him. Even pets are not allowed. He is annoying. But now seeing her pitiful appearance, the Duke's tone unconsciously softened, even with a hint of helplessness. "It's too early to cry." She cried so sadly. After they parted in the mountains, Gigi had been worried about Dracula's condition. When she heard what the Duke read out and thought that he had been in trouble, she couldn't stop crying. But the Duke said that she cried too early? Gigi's crying stopped abruptly. She sobbed softly, raised her misty eyes, and looked at the man sitting opposite her. He was wearing a loose dark purple robe and holding a newspaper in his hand. His golden vertical pupils stared straight at her. The follower beside him poured him a cup of black tea. The Duke went on reading. The Huiwa formation under the forest was activated, and the leader of the Tsang nation disappeared in full view of everyone, and his whereabouts are unknown. Sun and Moon dual formation. You are really capable. An unfriendly smile appeared on the Duke's face. Disappeared. Gigi silently recited these 3 words in her heart. She suddenly saw hope. Dracula may have escaped. We haven't caught him, and our body hasn't been seen, which means he is still alive. Are you not crying anymore? The Duke glanced at her. Gigi's hand holding the fork trembled slightly. She picked up a piece of carrot and stuffed it into her mouth. The little female eats very seriously. She seemed to have completely forgotten that she had just cried, even though her nose was red and there were tear marks at the corners of her eyes. This new little pet is generally pretty good, except that its tear glands are a little overdeveloped. The Duke turned a page of the newspaper and picked up his teacup. "Don't cry in front of me from now on. Do you hear me?" "I heard it." Gigi responded softly. There was the sound of wind chimes coming from the front. The servant came to the door and bowed. "My lord, Lord Grey is here. Please ask him to come in." After hearing this, Gigi quickly stuffed the remaining food into her mouth. I'm done eating." She raised the plate, indicating to the Duke to eat it all himself. "Go and have fun." The Duke put down the newspaper. Gigi's eyes lit up slightly. She quickly stood up, bowed, and hurried out. I almost bumped into someone head-on. She looked up and saw a young man in a white noble suit, with amber hair and eyes. When he saw her, he was slightly startled. Gigi lowered her head and slipped away from him. She was wearing a white knee-length gauze skirt and walking barefoot on the wooden floor of the corridor, her steps brisk and filled with the joy of the early morning. She was sincerely happy about the news that Dracula was not dead. The pond in the yard was full of blue lotuses. The servants cleaning the yard moved gently and quietly, making almost no sound. Gigi walked past them. The followers saluted one after another. She tried to go out and found no one to stop her. Gigi bit her lip and sneaked out. Leaving the study yard, there was a long road outside, lined with green trees and neatly arranged cobblestones on the ground. There is a pavilion in front. She had just taken a few steps when she heard a girl sneer. Ugly. Accompanied by the sound of a whip, the girl mocked unscrupulously. Look at you now, what female master would be interested in you? I told you earlier that if you just obeyed me, I would guarantee you a life of wealth and glory. You are blind, and now you are in my hands. I will beat you to death. There were 3 consecutive whippings. Yu Zhizhi hid behind a tree and vaguely saw a figure kneeling on the ground being suppressed by 2 orcs. His back was straight, covered in blood, but he refused to bend. Yu Zhizhi suddenly heard the voice of the system. System. Ding. The host has triggered the side quest. System. After completion, you can get a teleportation scroll and have a chance to teleport instantly on the lit map. System. Host, would you like to accept this side quest? Teleportation scroll? If I have this, can I teleport directly after completing the task? Yu Zhizhi nodded quickly. I take it. She really wants the teleportation scroll. System. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the side quest Save the Wild Dog. Save the wild dog from the female snake tribe and ensure his life. If the wild dog survives for more than a month, the quest is considered successful and a teleportation scroll, single, is awarded. Save wild dogs. The wild dog refers to the one who is about to be whipped to death. Who is it? The servant beside the girl saw the small figure hiding behind the tree and immediately scolded him. The guards on both sides of the pavilion drew their swords on the spot. Yu Zhizhi had never seen such a scene before. She was shocked and her face turned pale. Feeling a knife hovering at her neck, she dared not move and could only slowly walk out from behind the tree under the coercion of the guards. The girl holding the whip narrowed her eyes slightly and said, Rabbit tribe? Is there any banquet recently? To answer the young lady, no. Who are you? Why are you in Lord Bolin's mansion? Are you a spy sent by other forces? The girl approached with a whip. No, I came back from abroad with the Duke. Yu Zhizhi saw the girl gradually walking towards her. She had a pair of dark brown vertical pupils and a cold look in her eyes. The eyes of the snake orcs are particularly easy to recognize and are almost indistinguishable from those of snakes. Yu Zhizhi couldn't help but take a step back. The girl approached and pushed away the knife that was on the neck of the little female rabbit. I heard that Master Bolin brought back a pet. Is that you? Why do you come to my pavilion when you can stay with Master Bolin? Go out for a walk. After the female snake knew her identity, she waved her hand, and all the guards stepped aside. The danger is over. The girl circled around the little female rabbit. She smelled sweet, and no one knew what kind of shower gel she used. Or is it body odor? My name is Moo Moo. She introduced herself. I am from the distant snake tribe. I am here to visit Master Bolin's home on behalf of my parents. I will not be back until the end of the year. My name is I Know You. The snake girl interrupted Yu Zhizhi directly. I've watched the live broadcast. Now everyone is talking about you, saying that you were abducted by the leader of the Tsong Nation. I didn't expect that it was Master Bolin who brought you back. After confirming Yu Zhizhi's identity, the snake girl's hostility mostly disappeared. The other party was a beautiful female rabbit who was very pleasing to the eye. Moreover, she, like herself, is of the noble S-class. Yu Zhizhi took on the side quest. She really wanted the teleportation scroll, so she asked softly, what happened to him? Him?
He's blind.
He must have offended me. The snake girl crossed her arms and said, he asked him to serve me at night, but he was not happy about it. He relied on his pretty face, but now I have scratched it. Yu Zhizhi looked at her blankly. Do you want to marry him? The snake girl's eyes widened. How is that possible? What is his status? What is my status? At most, I can let him be my male pet. I will throw him away when I get tired of him. Unfortunately, he is disobedient and unwilling to commit himself to me. Then I will beat him to death. The snake girl said in a sad tone. Yu Zhiji's side quest is related to this wild dog. She thought for a moment and said, Miss Moo Moo, can you give him to me? I can exchange him with other things. No. I'm still angry and I have to kill him, unless Lord Bolin asks personally to give him to you. A sly smile appeared on the snake girl's face. Miss Gigi, please go find the Duke. Before this, Duke Platinum had never brought female orcs back to his territory. She was very curious. Was this little rabbit a pet for Master Bolin, or was it something else? However, Lord Bolin would never agree to her request. The snake girl held a whip, put her hands behind her back, and slowly circled around the sweet little rabbit. Yu Gigi thought about it seriously. She nodded. Okay, I'll go and ask the Duke. But can you please spare his life first and stop beating him? Ms. Gigi has already spoken, so I have to give her this favor. The snake girl raised her chin slightly and said, Take him to the warehouse and lock him up. No one is allowed to bring him food without my order. Yes. 2 guards stepped forward and dragged the kneeling wild dog away. When she saw that the wild dog had temporarily saved its life. Facing the snake girl's brown vertical pupils, she smiled. Yu Gigi stayed outside for most of the day. She saw the location of the warehouse, not far from the pavilion. It takes about 30 minutes to walk from the study to the pavilion. Not too close nor too far. It was almost dark when we returned. The lights were on in the yard, and she saw the blue lotus in the pond, emitting a faint light, beautiful and hazy. All the servants in the courtyard have left. Yu Gigi tiptoed towards the study. She pushed the door open carefully and went in. She found a lantern with fireflies gathered on it on the chopping board right in front of her. The Duke disappeared. She slowly sat down on the low table, looking at the official documents on it, wondering how she should ask the Duke for the wild dog. It was not until the afterglow disappeared and everything was silent that footsteps were heard behind me. The door opened. Yu Gigi turned around, saw the tall figure, stood up and trotted over. When the Duke saw the little rabbit, her eyes were bright, her ears were cocked. She held up the hem of her white skirt with her fingers and bowed slightly, looking fresh, elegant, tender, and cute. He was in a good mood and nodded slightly. Tired of playing? He was meeting guests today, so the little pet went out to play by himself for the day. He didn't even come back for dinner. Seeing her now, her long hair was slightly disheveled, and the Duke passed by her.
Come with me.
Yu Gigi followed slowly, walked around the curtain, and came to a path from the back door. She stepped on the round pebbles and slowly, hot mist hit her face. Ahead, the sound of water was gentle. As far as the eye can see, there is a round bathing pool, surrounded by bamboo shadows and hung with red lanterns. The pool was steaming and filled with blue petals. Your Excellency, do you want to take a bath?
She asked.
The Duke turned around, bent down slightly, stroked her head with one hand, and looked into her eyes. You played outside all day, and there is a lot of dust on your body.
You need to clean it well.
The little female opened her eyes slightly. The Duke straightened up. Sit in. I can wash myself. Yu Gigi said in a low voice.
Oh?
The man's oppressive response made her alert immediately, and she quickly soaked in the steaming pool. The hot water flowed over her collarbone, and she leaned against the edge of the pool, feeling unprecedented physical and mental comfort. It's just that she wasn't used to having people around, so she didn't dare take off her skirt. But it would be nice if I could transform into a beast. If I were really a chubby rabbit now, I wouldn't be so embarrassed, right? When will the spiritual power be awakened? Yu Gigi murmured in her heart. Suddenly, she felt a hand gently touching her hair behind her. It felt like it was covered with sticky, thick foam, and the person behind me was rubbing it gently. The Duke was washing her hair carefully. From the top of the head to the hair, every detail is taken extremely seriously. In his eyes, Yu Gigi was just a little pet. Giving her a bath was the most normal thing. By the way, I gently rubbed the rabbit ears. The bubbles form in circles.
The Duke sat down.
He was at the edge of the pool, filling his palms with soap, pressing and rubbing them, then touching the little female's shoulders and circling them slowly. The little female's skin is very smooth and delicate, and against the backdrop of foam, it looks like a freshly baked cake covered with sweet cream. The Duke's hand slowly moved downwards. Yu Gigi was soaked in hot water, and her cheeks were burning as if she had a high fever. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands tightly, and tried hard to suppress the trembling all over her body. The Duke thought of his previous pets, which struggled and cried in the water, but they were no match for the little female rabbit in front of him. He increasingly felt that it was the right decision to keep this little pet. After cleaning her, he covered her with a large towel, carried her back to the study. The little female curled up in his arms, buried her head, her long wet hair still dripping, her rabbit ears drooping, as if she had just been drenched in the rain. Very pitiful. After returning to the study, he sat on the cushion, hugged her, and wiped the water stains from her hair. The special material of the towel quickly dried the girl's hair. Yu Zhizhi closed her eyes tightly and felt the towel wiping from her rabbit ears to her cheeks, then asked her to raise her head and wipe her neck. The Duke's movements slowed down. The little female had a delicate body, and the soft towel left red marks on her snow-white neck. He smiled and his movements became lighter. "Are you hungry?" he asked. Yu Zhizhi didn't eat dinner at night. She nodded slightly. She slowly opened her eyes. A layer of mist appeared in her eyes. Her eyes were rippling like spring water. Her cheeks were rosy and her lips were pink, making her look particularly delicate and lovely. After returning from the Duke, she had hardly ever been to the fields. He was holding me all the time. Now she was sitting horizontally in his arms, her body slightly curled up, her hands clutching his dark purple collar, smelling his special scent. The servants quickly brought the midnight snack. "It's a bowl of sesame dumplings." The Duke hugged her, picked up the bowl, scooped up a glutinous rice ball with a spoon, blew it patiently to cool it down, and brought it to the little rabbit's lips. Yu Zhizhi opened her mouth. She took a bite, and a spoonful of sesame seeds flowed out. After eating half of it, put the rest into your mouth. The dumplings here are delicious. It feels like celebrating the new year in the real world. As she ate, her eyes became slightly moist. "What's wrong?" The Duke noticed that the corners of his pet's eyes were slightly red, and he grinned. "Are you moved because you feel that I am so good to you?" He had indeed never been so patient with any pet. Maybe when they first raised it, they would take care of its diet. If it was thrown into the bathing pool, it would also be washed by servants. But she is different. The Duke thought that he was the only one who could help her bathe. After washing and wiping her clean, she smells soft and sweet when held in my arms. It is also easy to feed her. After all, he was very satisfied with this pet. "If I live like this for my whole life, it feels good. I miss home." Yu Zhizhi sniffed. She swallowed the second glutinous rice ball the Duke handed her, whole, with her cheeks puffed out. Just a small bowl makes her full. After eating, Yu Zhizhi plucked up her courage and looked up at the man in front of her. The Duke had slightly curly dark blue hair, and his golden vertical pupils revealed a hint of dangerous venomous snake. When he was not smiling, there seemed to be a layer of dark clouds between his brows, hiding faint lightning. When he laughed, he was lazy and casual, without much happiness, and even a little creepy. I want a servant," she said softly. "All the servants in the courtyard are yours. Male or female?"
"Ah."
Yu Zhizhi answered truthfully, "Male." During the day, she could see clearly that the person kneeling on the ground was a male of the dog tribe. The Duke had a meaningful smile on his face. He gently stroked the soft rabbit ears and thought, "What month is it now?" Yu Zhizhi lowered her head. Her sitting posture remained unchanged, her nose buried in his chest, smelling the faint scent of shower gel on his body. At the door, the servant responded respectfully, "April. April." The Duke murmured, "Could it be that the estrus period of the rabbit tribe is during these 2 months?" Servant. "Your Excellency the Duke, the rabbit tribe is different from other tribes. The estrus period occurs every month. Female rabbits, who are more talented, will be courted crazily by males from other groups. S-level people like Yu Zhizhi are even more treasured. The reason is they have a chance of getting pregnant every month. For some groups, they may only be in estrus for 1 or 2 months a year, and even if they mate at other times, pregnancy will not occur." "Is that so?" The Duke showed a lazy smile on his face. He lowered his eyes and looked at the little female sitting in his arms. Although I have looked for partners for my pets before, there is no difference between raising one and raising a pair. But your words, why don't you tell me who you like first?
Companion?
Asterisk period? Yujiji was very familiar with these words. She quickly shook her head. No, I'm not looking for a spouse. I just want a servant. He is an orc from the dog tribe and is currently in the hands of Miss Mumu. Is there anything special about him? He was injured, very seriously injured. Pity him?
Yeah.
Yujiji nodded slightly. The side quest accounted for half of the factor, and the other half, looking at the bloody back of the wild dog, was indeed a bit heartbreaking. He will really be beaten to death. You can save him. The Duke saw the little female's expression and knew she was not lying, but you can't keep him in my yard. It's too dirty. At the door, the servant bent over and asked, Your Excellency the Duke, why not put it in the utility room outside the courtyard? Go and get the person early tomorrow morning, the Duke said gloomily. Yes, sir. The servant closed the door gently. Yujiji was delighted, thinking that if she took good care of the wild dog after it came, it should have no problem living for a month. Then you can complete the side quest and get a one-time teleportation scroll. Seeing the little female in his arms with curved eyes and eyebrows, the Duke's mood also became happy. He lowered his head slightly and moved closer to her. I'm in a good mood now. If you have any other requests, you might as well raise them all at once. As long as it's not too excessive, you can satisfy her. In just 2 days, the Duke had decided to keep her by his side. I dress her in different clothes every day, hold her while eating, hug her while sleeping, and caress her while working. As long as we are at home, we are inseparable all the time. The Duke actually asked himself, What else do you want? Yujiji's heart was beating fast. She raised her head and got very close to the man, almost nose to nose. The firefly lights were dimly lit, and the entire study room fell into silence. The Duke saw that the little female's cheeks were flushed, like an attractive little cherry blooming on a branch. Yujiji felt very shy. It was really embarrassing for her to say such words out loud. She clutched the man's sleeve tightly. I want to have a snake baby.
What?
Her voice was too soft for the Duke to hear clearly. He moved closer.
Then
he heard the little female say in a gentle voice, I want to have your snake cub. Every word is pronounced clearly. This is Yujiji's main mission, which is to capture a male snake, regardless of his identity or status. At the moment, the Duke seems to be the most suitable. She is more familiar. If I bypass the Duke and look for other people, I wonder if things will become troublesome? As a member of the rabbit tribe, Yujiji is still afraid of snakes deep in her genes. Other snakes' words, it's even harder to get close to it. And the Duke would be held in his arms and caressed for a long time, every time, and his scent almost permeated her entire body. The Duke's golden vertical pupils were slightly stunned. He turned his head and looked at the little female in his arms. Her cheeks were like ripe tomatoes. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look him in the face. Don't joke with this, Duke, he said in a gloomy tone. It's not a joke. Yujiji buried her face in his arms. I really want. What did she want? Did she want to have his cub? The little pet that was kidnapped from the K family had taken a bath and was now sitting in his arms, saying softly that she wanted to have his snake cub. As an adult male, the Duke naturally knew what she meant. He was just surprised. The rabbit clan's genes should make them fear the snake clan. Actively seeking mating. Is her estrus period a bit fierce? The Duke patted her back gently. Get up. Yujiji was stunned for a moment, then she slowly stood up from the man's arms. She was wearing a loose bathrobe and had her hands wrapped around her chest, holding the robe to prevent it from falling. The Duke half leaned back in his chair and picked up the slender pipe beside him. Tell me who you are. Identity? Yujiji murmured. Rabbit tribe. S-level female? This is your identity to the outside world. What about me? I have said it many times. What are you? Pet. Of course Yujiji knew. The Duke mentioned it countless times. She was the little pet he brought back from outside. Keep it by your side and play with it when you have free time every day. The air was filled with smoke. The man's face was tinged with evil charm, and his voice sounded chilling. As a pet, you must always remember your identity and don't overstep it. In my heart, the snake race is different from other races. They are the most noble beings. Except for the snake clan, they are all inferior. A rabbit like you can either be a pet or food. There is no third option. Do you understand what I mean? The Duke glanced at the little female indifferently. She lowered her head. I don't know what I'm thinking. Yu Gigi probably understood. The Duke's contempt for other races. He seemed to have a mysophobia. Whether he was wiping her body or bathing her personally, he had to wash every part of her skin clean. Perhaps deep down, they feel that other races are inferior to them. If you think about it carefully, his pampering towards himself is indeed very similar to how humans treat kittens and puppies. It was rejected. Yu Gigi became so embarrassed that she couldn't even raise her head.
But
the task still needs to be done. She thought about it and asked softly, "Can I really not have a snake baby? Other male snakes will do." The Duke's hand holding the pipe froze slightly. His golden vertical pupils shrank slightly.
what?
What is this little female saying? Dare you still think about other males of the snake tribe? The man refused. No, don't even think about it. It seems that the little female has really reached estrus. All she could think about now was mating. The Duke was a little unhappy. When female beastmen reach the estrus period, mating is a normal thing. The Duke discovered. Not only the snake tribe, but even the males from other tribes, he could not allow them to get close to his pets. Although he did have a pair before, giving his pet some companionship. But she is different. Anyway, get in your position. The Duke looked away and stared at the top of the slender pipe, where a blue lotus was carved. Yu Gigi was just asking. Seeing the Duke's tough attitude, there was no room for bargaining. She nodded slightly. Oh, this time, we have much more time for the mission than before. This means she can make more preparations. Maybe the Duke will change his mind tomorrow? Sleep? Yu Gigi asked softly. After walking outside all day, she was a little tired. The sound of a lighter. A small flame jumped in the darkness. Slowly, smoke drifted in. The smell of the smoke is very light, with a quiet kind of incense. I'll look at some more documents. If you're tired, go to bed.
Oh.
Yu Gigi walked inside, holding a bath towel. She saw the clothes behind the screen, with a crescent-colored lining, very loose. At this moment, she could not care about so much. After Yu Gigi put on the clothes and tied the belt, she barely wore clothes. Snuggle into soft bedding. It's a familiar taste. Have a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, following the Duke's instructions, the personal servant went to the residence of Miss Moo Moo of the Snake Clan to ask for the wild dog. The snake girl's brown pupils widened. Did Lord Bolin really ask you to ask for it? He actually agreed? Lord Bolin is a germaphobe and would never allow such a lowly captive to enter his field of vision, even if it was just outside his yard. Not to mention, just to satisfy that little bunny's request. The Duke's personal servant smiled peacefully. Miss Moo Moo, I have to take him back and clean him up quickly. The snake girl was still in shock. She heard about the pet thing. I also know that Duke Platinum has always been very good to pets. It just changes more frequently. However, the little rabbit is a female after all. Doesn't the Duke have any thoughts about keeping her by his side? Agree with her to keep a male lover? The snake girl patted her stiff cheek and turned around and said, Go, take that wild dog out. This world finally became insane, and she no longer recognized it. The personal servant was about 40 years old and stood by with a smile on his face. After they brought the person out, they walked towards the study together. Yu Gigi was awakened by holding back. While she was sleeping, she felt her nose was pressed into a sponge and she couldn't breathe. The rabbit ears are completely pressed down. She kicked her feet suddenly and opened her eyes. What caught my eye was the collar on the man's chest. The Duke got on the bed at some point and held her tightly in his arms, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. A drop of sweat ran down the man's chin and dripped onto Yu Gigi's eyelashes. She blinked. He found that the Duke in front of him was sweating profusely and his brows were furrowed. It is in. Having a nightmare? His arms were like steel, holding her tightly. The other party suddenly exerted force, and Yu Gigi let out a small moan. Haunted by nightmares. The Duke heard the little rabbits humming and gradually regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and saw the little female in his arms holding her breath until her cheeks were red. Her soft body pressed against his chest, and the clothes she wore were extremely ill-fitting. They were his usual nightgown, but on her, she looked like a child wearing adult clothes. The Duke loosened his grip a little. There was a slight gap. Yu Jiji's breathing finally became smooth. "Good morning." The man's tone was calm, with a barely perceptible smile. Yu Jiji raised her hands, placed them on his chest, and kept some distance between them. "Good morning." The little female's voice was soft and sleepy, as if she had not woken up yet. She wiped the corners of her eyes with her fingers. "Are you okay?" Yu Jiji's eyes were full of concern. The Duke looked at her in silence for a long moment. The little female was not very good at hiding her emotions, and now she treated him like a patient, even trying to raise her hand to touch his forehead. She really did that. But it was not detecting his body temperature.
But
to wipe away the sweat on the Duke's forehead bit by bit. Her eyes were serious and her movements were extremely gentle and delicate. My heart was slightly touched. The man suddenly grabbed her slender wrist. Before Yu Jiji could react, she was held in the other person's arms. He hugged the little pet and buried his face in her long hair. Her slender waist was so soft that it looked like it would break if you exerted any force. With such an intimate hug and a few small movements, the already loose clothes slipped slightly, revealing the round and petite shoulders. And with no clothes covering their bodies, their skin was even closer. Her warm skin pressed against his chest, especially the soft touch, made the Duke let out a comfortable sigh in his heart. It felt wonderful to hold her in my arms. It feels better than any furry pet I've ever had. Yu Jiji was hugged tightly by him. She could feel her heart beating violently. The Duke's body temperature was icy cold, and he couldn't help but shiver slightly when he hugged her. After a long time, the Duke let her go. "I have to go to the palace today." He pinched her bunny ears very familiarly. "You are alone at home. Be good. If you have any problems, go find your teacher Dai Li." Yeah, Yu Jiji nodded. The little female has always been docile, and so far, I have never seen her lose her temper. The Duke picked up a strand of her hair and bent his head to sniff it. "Before you go to bed, remember to take a shower. Don't bring dust into your bed." "I remember," Yu Jiji replied softly. "One more thing, what?" "Forget it, it hasn't been decided yet. I'll tell you when I get back in the evening." He was actually very curious. What kind of expression will the little female have when she hears this news? He rubbed her head. The Duke sat up. The servant outside the door came in to serve. He left the study without having breakfast. The maids held many sets of clean and well-fitting clothes for Yu Jiji to choose from. She chose a plain knee-length skirt with a lace neckline. The maid combed her hair and put a pair of furry ball hairpins next to her bunny ears. The rabbit lady that the Duke brought back is so cute. While the maid was combing her hair, she couldn't help but sneak a peek in the mirror. No wonder Lord Bolin likes her so much. She is so beautiful and cute. If I were a male, I would definitely court her madly. Not to mention she is also an S-rank female. The maid was very envious. She suddenly remembered what the housekeeper had told her and quickly said, "Miss Jiji, the stray dog you wanted to save has been brought back. It's been placed in the utility room outside the courtyard. I want to go and see it. Then I'll lead the way for you." The maid volunteered. "Go out of the study, cross the pond and the corridor, and lead to the outside of the courtyard." Yu Jiji ate a piece of freshly steamed rice cake. She couldn't wait to go and see the situation of the wild dog. We came to a path in a bamboo forest, where the morning light was shining and the air was filled with spring. The maid followed her, holding a food box with fresh food in it. Soon Yu Jiji saw the storage room. "I heard that the place has been cleaned up and the wild dog can move in." When Yu Jiji arrived, the doctor of the territory just walked out. He saw the little female coming towards him and nodded slightly. "How is he?" Yu Jiji asked. The doctor said earnestly, "His life has been saved for now, but his injuries are too severe. Whether he can hold on depends on himself." Yu Jiji nodded. She went up the steps with the maid. "Squeak in the corner. There was a figure curled up. The maid was a little nervous. She held Yu Gigi's wrist and said, "Miss Gigi, I heard that he bit his previous owner to death before he was sold to the Duke's mansion." After hearing this, Yu Gigi's pupils widened slightly.
That.
She thought for a moment and said, "I'll just put my things down and leave, just to make sure he's still alive." Yu Gigi took the food box from the maid and slowly approached. The smell of rotting wood still lingered in the house. At the innermost side of the wooden bed, the wild dog that had just been brought in had its neck and limbs tied with thick chains to restrict its movements. Hear footsteps. The brown ears on his head moved slightly, his body tensed, and his fangs gradually became exposed. Yu Gigi leaned against the wall and placed the food box next to the bed. "I brought you some food, so remember to eat later. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me." This voice. He remembers. "I heard it when I was about to be beaten to death in the pavilion. It's her. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. I've put the food down, and I'll come see you tomorrow." Yu Gigi didn't stay for long. She knew that the wild dog was badly injured, and when she got closer, the air was filled with the smell of blood mixed with the pungent ointment. He probably just wants to be alone and not be disturbed. After leaving, the maid at the door held her chest with lingering fear. "I was so scared. I was really afraid that he would suddenly pounce on me." "Miss Gigi, are you really going to visit him tomorrow? In fact, you can leave small things like delivering food to the guards." Yu Gigi smiled and said, "I hope he gets better." The sound of their conversation was not loud, but some animals have keen hearing, such as wild dogs. He heard every word of the conversation between the two. After the female rabbit left, he moved slightly and held the food box in one hand. He has seen too many hypocritical orcs. This one doesn't matter. To heal his wounds, perhaps, is to destroy him again. In the evening, the Duke returned home. His personal servant bathed and changed his clothes for him. The Duke was in the palace during the day, and he was always thinking about his little pet. "What did she do today?" The servant replied respectfully, "Master Bolin, Miss Gigi went to visit the rescued slaves after dinner this morning."
How long?
"Just put the food box in and come out." The servant recalled. "In the afternoon, I was led by the servant to visit many places in the palace. I met the patrolling guards." Having said this, the servant paused and seemed to be hesitant to speak. After fastening his belt, the Duke walked barefoot on the cobblestones towards the library. What happened to the guard? The servant following the Duke could only tell the truth. Miss Gigi had a very pleasant conversation with the captain of the guard. She treated him to a basket of lychees and gave each guard in the team a glass of ice lime tea.
Oh.
The Duke came to the dining table, sat down, picked up the teacup, and asked with interest, "Which captain of the guard is it?" "Captain of the Geo Guard." The servant smiled and replied, "You are the young talent of the Snake clan," and promoted him to this position. Geo? He remembered it was a green snake. The Duke had a smile on his face. He spat the mouthwash into the exquisite porcelain held by the servant and rubbed the sharp teeth on his cheek with the tip of his tongue. "Where is she?" Servant: "We are waiting for Guard Captain Gior to take over." According to the time, Guard Captain Gior should have finished his shift and gone back to rest. The smile on the Duke's lips was a little stiff. "Very good. Wait until the other person gets off work." Is he planning to go back to Guard Captain Gio's room for more intimate contact? Go and tie this disobedient little pet back.
Yes.
In Yu Gigi's plan, find a male snake who is easy to talk to and find a way to complete the task. The humorous and talkative Captain Gio became her second choice. We cultivated feelings for an entire afternoon. Just as he was about to enter the house, the Duke's personal guard chained his hands and took him back. Yu Gigi stepped into the study and closed the door behind her from the outside. She didn't know what was going on. Seeing the Duke at the table, he said happily, "You are back. Look, the little female still looks so innocent, as if she doesn't think she has done anything wrong." The Duke was almost amused by her. "From Gio?" Yu Gigi nodded. "Yes. Are you satisfied with him?" Speaking of Jiao, Yu Gigi's eyes lit up. "He is very good. He can tell many interesting stories, and he sings very well too." The Duke narrowed his golden vertical pupils slightly and stared gloomily at the little female who was talking boastfully. This is his little pet. At this moment, he is bragging about the male green snake he met by chance. Every word sounded particularly harsh. Unable to bear it any longer, he interrupted her. Yujiji. This was the first time the Duke called her by her full name.
Yujiji was stunned. Yes.
Have you forgotten everything I said last night? Last night? Yujiji thought back to last night when they were talking about pregnancy. The Duke rejected her request to find other male snakes. Seeing the little female's face change slightly, the Duke knew that she had remembered. Yujiji's eyes dodged. She saw that the Duke had stood up and was walking toward her. Instinctively stepped back. With her back against the door, a tall figure came up to her and looked down at her. In the dark night, the Duke's golden vertical pupils were particularly obvious. His voice was charming like a spring night, but it was also dangerous. Tell me, how should I punish you? In the past, if a pet was disobedient, they would be beaten and locked up, saving them trouble and effort. He pinched the cheek of the girl in front of him. The soft face was forced to pout, and from this angle, it looked a bit cute and more like a rabbit. Yujiji looked at him in a daze. And the black snake that appeared on his shoulder. What about you? The Duke leaned over, and the approach of his golden vertical pupils made Yujiji's body instantly stiffen. This wasn't the first close encounter. However, the Duke was much more indifferent tonight than usual, although there was still a smile on his face. How many lashes can your delicate skin withstand? Hiss, as if to echo the Duke's words, the black snake on his shoulder spit out its tongue. Yujiji raised her hands and gently held the Duke's wrists. There was a hint of panic and grievance in her clear eyes. The little females of the rabbit tribe are used to using this innocent face to make people happy. The Duke loosened his fingers slightly, allowing her to hold his palm and gently lean his cheek against it. She blinked and said softly, I'm hungry. The little female is acting coquettishly. There was a hint of pity in his voice, and he tried to change the subject deliberately and awkwardly. It seemed that this way he could forget what had just happened. She should be punished. The Duke felt the warmth of her cheek from his palm. His golden vertical pupils were deep, and he stared at her, trying her best to please him. Yujiji gently held his cold palm, put her cheek against it, and rubbed it affectionately. In the past, pets would be punished if they made mistakes. This was when the Duke was very patient. Training means spending time, and his time is valuable. But when the little rabbit came up to him pitifully, the unhappy feeling in his heart gradually dissipated. His fingers gently stroked the little female's face, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. After dinner, I will settle this account with you. I won't let her off so easily. If a pet is not taught well, it will become more and more troublesome in the future. When he loses his patience, the pet will not have a good ending. The Duke withdrew his hand and walked towards the dining table in the other room. Yujiji followed. She was really hungry. In the afternoon, she only ate a few lychees. She sat in a daze under the eaves of the corridor waiting for the guard Captain Gio to change shifts. Haven't eaten anything yet. On the dining table, a candle lamp was burning quietly. A table full of delicious food. The color was hazy due to the candlelight. The Duke sat down and looked at the little female following behind him. Come here. Yujiji walked up to him. The next second, she was pulled into the Duke's arms and sat sideways on his lap. Her cheek almost rubbed against the black snake on his shoulder. Yujiji's back immediately straightened and her body became stiff uncontrollably. The Duke glanced at the black snake calmly. The black snake slid swiftly along the other arm and disappeared into the darkness. The master's meaning is very clear. Don't scare this little rabbit. I'm busy today and don't have time to feed you.
Did you eat well?
The Duke put his arm around her waist, picked up a piece of cucumber with salad dressing with a fork, and brought it to her lips. The little female ate slowly. She nodded gently. Yes. Yujiji eats very full at every meal. Tonight is a special case. She was just wandering aimlessly in the Duke's mansion when she saw the guards patrolling and learned from the maid about the young talent, Captain Gio. I heard that he came to the Duke's palace when he was 16 years old, and in just 3 years, he became the captain of the guard and was deeply trusted by the Duke. The most important thing is not only is he extremely capable, he is also handsome and well-mannered. There are many females in the Duke's mansion who like him. In Yujiji's mind, such a male snake could indeed be the second choice for the main mission. After all, the Duke's mind is elusive and too difficult to conquer. With limited time, Yujiji had to complete the task as soon as possible. If she delayed it until the last few days and failed due to the time limit, she would simply fail. After eating the cucumber, she saw the spoon handed to her by the Duke. She licked it gently, and it tasted like glutinous rice porridge. Yujiji likes to eat glutinous rice. She smiled, held the spoon, and swallowed the food into her mouth. The female was very quiet while she ate. You eat what you feed. The rabbit tribe's recipes have been handed over to the kitchen, which is working on making food that the little rabbits like to eat in different ways. The Duke gazed down at the little female in his arms. Under the candlelight, she ate with a focused expression, her eyelashes casting a shadow, her nose slightly tilted up, and she occasionally raised her eyes to steal a glance at herself. Her cheeks bulged slightly with food in them, and she chewed slowly. After finishing the porridge, she licked the remaining glutinous rice grains on the spoon. Drink up a small bowl of porridge. She raised her eyes to look at the Duke, with an expression that looked like she was asking for praise. The female rabbit was a qualified pet, and he really liked her, except for her physiological needs, which she herself could not control. He put down the spoon and wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin. I don't have the habit of raising orcs. They're so dirty. Except for this matter, I can satisfy you in everything else. This matter? Yujiji's brain froze for a moment. The Duke drank his tea slowly and said, Other pets can keep 2 to keep each other company, but not you. I only keep 1. Yujiji lowered her head. She was tired from eating and leaned weakly in his arms. Seeing that the little rabbit looked listless, the Duke stroked her head gently. The anger in my heart had long since dissipated. In fact, it wasn't all her fault what happened today. It is inevitable that pets will go into estrus. Be careful no matter what you raise. Smelling the sweet scent of the little female, he said softly, Why not? I'll tell you 2 things that will interest you. What's the matter? The rabbit ears moved curiously. Next week, people from the K family will come to visit the Duke's mansion. They are the twin brothers. They seem to be very nice to you. K family, the last time she saw them was on a high platform, 2 white wolves wearing vintage robes. Want to go back to the wolf den? The Duke rubbed her rabbit ears gently. No, I don't want to. Yujiji didn't hesitate too much. This is what I really think. She had originally planned to leave with Dracula. Thinking of Dracula, he should have returned to Tsongshan territory, right? He had said before that he would come to find her one day. Is there another thing? Yujiji asked. The Duke said there were 2 things that would interest her. As soon as she asked, she felt the hand on the rabbit ear slowly lift up. 5 fingers inserted into her hair, gently stroking it down to the bottom. Yujiji tilted her head slightly and felt his breath on her neck. There's news that the leader of Tsongshan got an eagle cub. The cub had just hatched. If we calculate the time, it should have been in the imperial city. Then the question is, who is pregnant with this eagle cub? Yujiji. She said nothing. Seeing that she was like a quail egg, the Duke understood everything. The eagle risked its life to save her. Their relationship was extraordinary. Unexpectedly, she even had a baby. For a moment, the Duke didn't know what the heavy emotion in his heart was. The genes of orcs are more inclined towards beasts, and their words and deeds are affected. Both males and females go through estrus. If not dealt with, the female will think about mating every day. If you don't watch her, she might run into the arms of another male and get sloppy. By then, her body will be covered with the smell of other males, and I don't know how long it will take to wash it off. Given the Duke's picky nature, it would be difficult for such a small pet to stay by his couch. So that my sense of smell would not be polluted, and also so that I could hold her in my arms while sleeping. Duke Platinum made a decision. Yujiji is still very confused. She didn't understand what the Duke meant. That satisfy her? What does it satisfy?
But
The Duke changed his tone, with a hint of laughter in his voice. You must punish first before you can reward. There was a slight pain in the neck. Yu Zhizhi frowned suddenly. She grabbed the dark purple robe of the man in front of her with both hands and felt his teeth gently biting her neck. He didn't exert any force. The female is delicate and soft, and if it is a little heavier, she might bleed profusely. The itchy snake fang had not been sharpened for a long time, and when it came into contact with her delicate skin, it only embedded itself a little bit, not even piercing her skin. The little rabbit whined and tried to struggle, said it was a punishment. This is not a punishment at all. He let go and licked the bite mark. Yu Zhizhi's eyes turned red, and she felt like she was bullied and aggrieved. He sneered, squeamish. The little female was more delicate than any pet he had ever had. I cry at the slightest provocation. You can't bear it just like this? What will you do next? The Duke's voice was lazy. He gently wrapped one hand around the slender waist of the rabbit in his arms, and the other hand fell on her tailbone. There's a furry rabbit tail. The female rabbit's tail is a small round ball of fur that feels very soft. He could easily hold it in his palm, and when his 5 fingers tightened slightly, he felt the soft body in his arms tremble suddenly. Yu Zhizhi bit her lip, leaned in the Duke's arms, and helplessly grasped his collar with both hands. Don't touch her tail. The orc's tail is extremely sensitive, especially when it is deliberately stroked and teased. A slight numbness instantly spreads throughout the body. Normally, the Duke never touched it. This is the first time. Smelling the fragrance of the little female, it was slightly different from usual, with some special smell. This smell will arouse the male's animal desire. The Duke's golden pupils gradually took on a dark color, and he seemed to be smiling, and his voice sounded somewhat joyful. Are you ready? Preparing for what? Yu Zhizhi's brain was no longer able to work. She looked up in confusion and looked at the man's jaw in front of her. This Duke wants to reward you. The hand that gently stroked the rabbit's tail slowly reached into her skirt. She felt her whole body trembling. Breathing also becomes rapid. Yu Zhizhi's skin gradually turned red. Such a clear touch.
can't be stopped.
The Duke's movements were gentle and soft. His golden vertical pupils stared at her red face. Noticing the little female's evasion, he exerted a little force with his arms and easily held her in his arms.
Don't hide.
No matter what I give you, you must accept it with your heart and soul, and you are not allowed to refuse. The strength of the fingers increased, bringing a hint of aggression. The little pearl hidden in the softness was pinched hard. Yu Zhizhi's legs were trembling. With red eyes, she leaned in the Duke's arms, sniffed, and gently rubbed his shoulders and neck, silently trying to please him. The Duke's movements became gentler. His golden vertical pupils fell on the tip of the little rabbit's nose. This is my first time serving a female. You must cherish it. I would never do such a thing in the past. Not to mention pets. Even if she is the future Duchess, it is impossible. But what is he doing now? He is trying to please a pet in heat. Although in the Duke's heart, females other than snakes were not worthy of mating with him, but he couldn't really leave this little female rabbit alone. Helping her vent her desires was also a reward for her being obedient these days. Yu Zhizhi leaned on the Duke's chest, trembling uncontrollably. She heard the man chuckle in her ear. After losing so much, is it so comfortable? Yu Zhizhi closed her eyes tightly. She bit the man's clothes on his shoulders in silent protest. On spring nights, the air in the study gradually becomes thinner. There was a light, salty aroma at the tip of my nose. The scent of an aroused female was stronger than during the day. The female rabbit's ears trembled slightly. Yu Zhizhi bit harder, and through the clothes, one could feel her small rabbit teeth. She couldn't even tear the meat on the table, so she could only hold the Duke's wrinkled dark purple robe in her mouth. As the surging feelings in her body fluctuated, her breathing became more and more rapid, and finally, she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. She slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils were misty, as if containing a pool of spring water. After, Yu Zhizhi hid herself in the quilt, curled up, and wrapped herself tightly without leaving any gaps. Her cheeks were burning hot. Thinking about what had just happened, she didn't know how to face it, so she had to hide for the time being. The little pet seemed to be angry with him. He was in a very good mood now, without any signs, and he just felt that the happiness she could bring him was far beyond his imagination. Yu Jiji felt the bed behind her collapse. The next second, the Duke pulled her back into his arms along with the quilt. The Duke coaxed, "Tomorrow, I will find you a better doctor to treat the captive you rescued."
That wild dog.
His injuries were indeed too severe. Yu Jiji buried her head in the quilt and said nothing. The Duke continued, "There are guests at home. Just in case, I will ask guard Captain Geo to protect you in secret. He can satisfy any wish of the little female. But you can be friends with him, but that's all. If I find out that you two have a closer contact, I won't let you off as easily as I did tonight next time."
Did you hear that?
Yu Jiji held the rabbit ears and said, "Oh," softly. She still has no strength now. When the Duke held her in his arms, her legs went weak. Suddenly, the quilt was lifted. A cool breeze blew in. Yu Jiji's hot cheeks were exposed, along with her two rabbit ears, which drooped slightly as if she was in a daze. A man's low laugh came from behind. "Why? Are you trying to suffocate yourself?" This stupid rabbit. Holding her in his arms skillfully, the Duke found that he liked the feeling of sleeping with her more and more. The frequency of the nightmares that have haunted him over the years has also decreased a lot. When I hugged her, the empty space in my heart seemed to be filled. If only I could keep her by my side. Take it with you wherever you go. You can hold her, touch her, and tease her anytime and anywhere. Or maybe, something the Duke would never have done in the past. If you break the rule once, there will be a second, a third. If it was her, it seemed like he could accept it. He even began to look forward to it. How much more happiness could this little pet bring him? Yu Jiji was a little depressed. The main quest, capture the male snake, encountered unprecedented obstacles, and the obstacle was the Duke. Not only did he himself not want to, he also forbade her to come into contact with other male snakes. Then what should we do? She remembered that she still had a bottle of pheromone in her inventory that she could use, but she didn't know if it would work on the Duke. If she wanted to use it, she had to find the most appropriate time. The next day, when Yu Jiji woke up, the Duke had already left. After washing up and having breakfast, she walked along the corridor towards the utility room. Just as the Duke promised last night, a stronger doctor was invited and was applying medicine to the injured wild dog. The servants standing outside the door saluted when they saw Yu Jiji.
"Good morning, Miss Jiji."
The maid who had taken her for a stroll yesterday was also here. She was a little hamster, with her little white ears hidden in her hair, only a little showing. The one who came this time is not an ordinary doctor, but a healer who has awakened the ability to heal. The hamster maid lowered her voice and whispered softly in Yu Jiji's ear. In her opinion, the Duke really cares too much about Miss Jiji and even specially invited a healer to treat the slave she rescued. The servants never dared to dream of such treatment. Yu Jiji waited quietly outside the door. After a long time, the doctor came out of the room. His face was sad. The patient's condition is very bad. If he can't be cured, how can I explain to Master Bolin? I saw a graceful female rabbit waiting at the door. The servants were very respectful to her. I thought she was also the young mistress of the Duke's mansion. The doctor saluted and said, "Miss, are you here to visit the patient in the house?"
"Yes."
Yu Jiji asked with concern. "How is he?" "Oh, his condition is very bad." The old doctor hesitated to speak. He was a well-known healer in the imperial city of Valoran and had never encountered such a difficult situation. "Miss, do you know that the golden animal bone on his back was taken away by someone?" When Yu Jiji heard this, she looked slightly surprised. When she was in the K family, she often went to the library, where she came across books about the beast world and heard about how important golden beast bones were to male beast men. On the side, the hamster maid gasped. The golden animal bone was pulled out. What a cruel act. On the beast world, the class system is strict. For male orcs, The golden beast bones that carry spiritual power and talent are particularly important. Without it, he would be crippled. The wounds on his body can be cured, and the scar on his face can be healed by applying medicine and slowly taking care of it. But the bone in his back is almost impossible to grow again. Only the Bright Moon priesthood can cure him. Haoyue priesthood? Yu Zhizhi heard this term for the first time. The old doctor explained. In the superpower column, if you awaken the talent called evolution, in time, you may grow into a capable Haoyue priest. It's more like evolution than healing. The hamster maid nodded in agreement. Yes, in the entire beast world, there are no more than 3 Bright Moon priests. In our Valoran Empire, there is not even one. Evolutionary talent. Yu Zhizhi silently recited these 4 words. She had an impression. In his profile, both abilities were in a gray, unlocked state. Neither his mental strength nor his supernatural talent had awakened yet. The hamster maid looked longingly. It would be great if I could get to know the Bright Moon priesthood. Maybe with their guidance, I can also evolve. Don't we have it in our empire? Yu Zhizhi also became interested. The hamster maid shook her head. No. The Valoran Empire began to gradually go downhill because of a lack of the Bright Moon priesthood. Suddenly, she covered her mouth. She couldn't say such things carelessly, especially in the Duke's mansion. If the news reaches the Emperor's ears, that would be terrible. The old doctor said goodbye to them, and the servants saw him off. Yu Zhizhi picked up the lunchbox and slowly walked into the house. Just like what I saw yesterday, he was sitting alone in the corner of the wooden bed. His eyes were exceptionally beautiful, like the clear sea, pure blue and transparent. Although his face is covered with scars, his handsome features can still be seen. Still handsome. It is the age between adolescence and young adulthood. But Yu Zhizhi felt a little bit sorry when she thought about how his golden animal bones were being taken away alive. That must be very painful. What's more, without the golden bones, the male orcs would lose any possibility of climbing up and would be slaves for life. Smelling a familiar scent, he raised his eyes and stared at the female rabbit who came over. She was wearing a light pink gauze dress with snowy skin and watery eyes, and she put the food box down very gently. Yu Zhizhi didn't say much. She stepped aside, hid behind a pillar, and watched him secretly. The wild dog's physical condition seemed to be better than yesterday. At least he could sit up. He remained motionless, staring coldly at the food box. Occasionally, I would glance at the hiding figure, and the other person would quickly hide his face behind a pillar and pretend not to exist. The childish rabbit tribe. His body was healed by the healer, and was pulled back from the abyss of death. We should be grateful to this female rabbit. What a pity. He has seen many evil deeds by beasts. There is no way to trust her anymore. The wild dog pulled the food box back to his side and ate in silence, with his head down. What's your name? Yu Zhizhi, who was hiding behind a pillar, asked curiously. She also introduced herself. My name is Yu Zhizhi. The wild dog ate the roasted meat on the plate without replying. Just when Yu Zhizhi thought he would ignore her, he spoke hoarsely. Each of my masters has given me a name. You can give me a new one, too. What about your own name?
No.
He was born without a name. His parents died, his golden animal bones were taken away, and he was abandoned by his tribe. He has been wandering ever since. Then I need to think about it carefully. Yu Zhizhi murmured softly. Naming is a very important thing. It must have a good meaning and carry the blessing of the person who gave the name. The wild dog laughed at himself.
Just a dog.
What good name can he ask for, and who will bless him?
Safe.
Yu Zhizhi's eyes lit up. How about calling you Safe? 2 simple words, a simple wish. The wild dog's body stiffened slightly. A word of peace means a lifetime of peace. May you live a peaceful life. Yu Zhizhi's voice was soft and crisp. Old friend? Yu Zhizhi's eyes flashed with confusion. She remembered that the Duke said last night that people from the K family would come to visit, but that would be a week later. If it wasn't the acting leader of the K family, Don Nard K, and his brother Don Nard K, who else did he know? Yu Zhizhi walked out from behind the pillar, adjusted her skirt, and walked outside. When he left, he said to the wild dog, "Take good care of yourself." I'll come to see you tomorrow. After returning to her residence, she changed into a more formal aristocratic dress. According to the Duke's instructions, the little pet needed to be dressed up beautifully before being taken out to meet people. Led by the hamster maid, Yu Zhizhi went to the reception room. The ancient buildings under the sunlight appear more mysterious and elegant. The simple tiles sparkle with golden light in the sun, and each bluestone slab is polished smooth like a mirror. From a distance, you can see the golden trees in the courtyard, shining brightly. Yu Zhizhi followed the maid into the yard, walked around the water corridor, and came to the reception room of the Duke's mansion. There are several bronze flower pots on both sides of the porch, planted with some exotic flowers and plants, exuding a faint fragrance. Pushing open the door, a spacious hall is presented to you. The floor is covered with a deep red carpet, and the vintage and precious wooden furniture is neatly arranged. The tea table is located next to the windowsill, and the murals are carved with beautiful landscapes. Everything complements each other so well. Yu Zhizhi stepped on the carpet and saw several figures standing in the reception room. The one sitting in the host's seat, who had just returned from the palace, was the Duke of Platinum. In the Valoran Empire, the Duke of Platinum has an extremely honorable status, and he needs to deal with many government affairs every day. Unlike the loose dark purple robe he often wore at home, the Duke today wore a dark blue noble dress with a medal on his shoulder that symbolized the honor of the Valoran Empire. When he saw Yu Zhizhi, a hint of ambiguous smile flashed in his golden vertical pupils. "Zhizhi, come and meet the distinguished guest from the Duke's mansion." Yu Zhizhi stepped forward. Just by looking at the boy's back, I recognized him. It's the pride of the rabbit tribe, Noel. I've seen him before at the K family's ancestral worship ceremony. The young man turned around slowly and saw a familiar figure, his pupils slightly startled. She is not. Was she kidnapped by the Eagle clan leader? The girl walked slowly, lifted her skirt with both hands, and saluted gracefully. Her pretty face was even rosier than the last time she saw her, like a peach blossom in early spring, and she also exuded a faint fragrance, which was very suitable for the Duke's mansion. At that moment, Noel understood why the Duke had arranged a marriage between him and a female snake when they were in the palace. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he returned a gentleman's greeting. "Nice to meet you again, Miss Zhizhi." Yu Zhizhi slowly walked to the Duke's side. The man gently pulled the hair off her cheek and said in an ambiguous manner, "Did you sleep well?" Yu Zhizhi's cheeks immediately turned red. She lowered her head and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "It's okay." Black Rabbit Noel smiled at them, and the relationship between the two seemed very close. He was invited to the Duke's mansion to stay for a while and cultivate his relationship with his fiancée from the Snake Clan. He originally thought it would be boring, but after meeting Yu Zhizhi, he found it interesting. "This is Noel from the Rabbit Tribe, whom you have met." The Duke also watched the live broadcast. The pleasing image of the Rabbit Tribe's talented male and S-level female standing together appeared in his mind, and the barrage of comments flew everywhere. They are said to be a perfect match. If a small pet wants a mate, it may first consider a male rabbit.
What a pity there is no chance now.
The Duke had an obvious smile on his face. His Majesty the King has granted a marriage to Mr. Noel. The Rabbit Tribe and the Snake Tribe are going to marry. Yu Zhizhi blinked her eyes. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet Noel again here. Not being familiar with him made Yu Zhizhi feel more relaxed. She smiled and unconsciously leaned towards the Duke. "And His Majesty the King already knows about your matter." The Duke touched the little female's head lovingly. "In order to prevent you from being kidnapped by criminals, you need to choose a husband as soon as possible. However, I have asked His Majesty the King to give you more time, so you can take your time to choose." Yu Zhizhi was slightly stunned. Did everyone know about her affairs in the Duke's mansion? The nobles of the Valoran Empire knew who the villain was in the Duke's words. If the leader of the Eagle Tribe really snatches away the S-level female of the Rabbit Tribe, and if they give birth to a bunch of little eagle cubs in 3 years, and if the cubs have higher talents, they will eventually become a major concern for the Valoran Empire. Every S-rank female in the Empire will be protected with great fanfare. Never allow other empires to covet it. The higher the female's rank, the more beastly husbands she has. In addition to reproducing offspring, she also needs more and stronger males to protect her. Of course, the Duke didn't want to hand over the little female rabbit just like that. The pet he found with great difficulty. I have to keep her by my side no matter what before I get tired of her. So, I found an excuse to delay it for 3 to 5 years, or even longer. If he doesn't let go, the little female will have to stay in the Duke's palace as a guest of honor. Behind his back, I still let him touch me and hug me. It is his own little pet. When one day he feels bored, he can choose a beastly husband for her who is excellent in every aspect. Before that, no one can possess her. At the same time, Duke Platinum must also take responsibility for protecting her and not let other forces abduct her. Led by his servants, Black Rabbit Noel went to meet his fiancée. Yu Gigi watched him go away. As she was watching, the person behind her suddenly bent down and hugged her. Because there were outsiders present just now, the Duke had been restraining himself and did not make any more intimate moves. He had only been away for one morning, but he already missed the smell of the little female. Yu Gigi leaned in his arms, still thinking about the main task. Then I heard the Duke's lazy voice floating in my ears. Who are you going to choose as your beast husband? I have no idea. Tang Locke is coming out soon. Don't you miss him? The most gifted wolf cub of the K family in the past 100 years, and also the most valued war weapon of the Empire. To Duke Bolin, Tang Locke has a new identity, the ex of the pet. Yu Gigi's face turned pale when she thought of Tang Locke. During the few short days they spent together on the -13th floor, she thought every day that she would die in his arms. This caused my legs to go weak whenever I thought of him. I don't want to couple with him. However, now is not the time to think about this. Yu Gigi raised her head, looked at the man behind her, and asked softly, "Are you coming back for dinner tonight?" She had to find a way to complete the main story first. I have to take out the remaining bottle of pheromone that drives male orcs crazy. Now, the most important thing is to capture Snake. The rest should go to the back. It seemed that the little female really had no extra thoughts about the wolf cub and seemed to only care about whether she would come back tonight. The Duke's mouth curled up slightly. He admitted that he was very happy because of the attachment to the little pet. Yu Gigi went back to where she lived, soaked in the bathtub alone, and opened the system inventory. The more special props are pheromone that drives males crazy X1 and eavesdropping card X1. There is also the perfect concealing breath elixir. I used it more when I was in the K family, and there are 5 left now. The rest are a foundation that has not been unlocked and a pet egg that has not been hatched. Currently, she is at level 2, and she needs 1,500 points to upgrade to the next level. The way to get it is to complete the main quests, and some side quests will also reward extra points. Yu Gigi took a look at her personal information. Name, Yu Gigi. Race, rabbit, adult, spiritual power, not awakened super talent, unawakened fertility, top number of times, 2 overall rating. The 2 abilities, mental power and supernatural talent, are still in a gray and unlocked state. Yu Gigi thought about the evolutionary talent that the old doctor and the hamster maid had talked about during the day, and felt a little yearning in her heart. If only I could awaken my evolutionary talent. If not, other talents are also very good. I heard that there are extremely strong orcs who have awakened dual talents. However, the awakening of mental strength and supernatural talents is the track for males. Their class divisions are closely tied to these two, and the class system is very cruel. The vast majority of females will not awaken supernatural talents. The mental strength of females is basically between 1 and 50, which makes it convenient to switch back and forth between animal and human forms. Yu Gigi still remembers that Miss Nana of the Black Panther clan had awakened 20 points of mental strength and the superpower of sleeping for 3 days. Compared with other talents, this superpower seems mediocre. The Beast World has developed a special medicine for sleeping full name. Potion that requires only 1 hour of sleep per day. The Kings of Rolls can also achieve this effect by taking medicine. In the information panel, Females care most about fertility, which accounts for 70% of the female score. As for number, it should refer to the number of times a female has given birth. The more times, the more points are added, and the greater the probability of advancement. She opened the taskbar. The Golden Mane quest Capture the Male Snake and the White Side quest Save the Wild Dogs are both displayed as in progress. Yu Jiji leaned against the pool, her body slightly flushed and her cheeks rosy. She took out pheromone from the inventory, hesitated for a moment, and drank it all in one breath. The round stone pool is very large, and the surface of the water is sprinkled with faint blue petals. When she went into the pool, she was wearing a white skirt, which was also completely soaked by water. She leaned slowly against the pool, twisting a petal in her hand, quietly waiting for the Duke to arrive. There is a high probability that you can get pregnant with snake cubs. The Duke might be angry, feeling tempted by his pet. That's fine. Anyway, she will stay away from others after she gets pregnant with snake cubs. Once the mission is completed, she will have to find a way to leave the Duke's mansion. She can't always be the Duke's pet, nor can she hastily choose a beastly husband to marry. Then, I can only hide away temporarily. Thinking about the mission in her mind, Yu Jiji's body slowly moved downwards with her nose buried in the water. Gurgle, gurgle, the bubbles spread out in all directions. The water temperature in the pool is just right, slightly hot, making people reluctant to leave. The pheromone you drink is effective for 24 hours. Yu Jiji felt her body temperature slowly rising, and she didn't know if it was because of the bath or the pheromones. Outside the study door, Black Rabbit Noel, who was waiting for the Duke, frowned slightly. He looked up at the closed door and could vaguely smell the female rabbit. The smell of estrus. Noel turned his back. He was familiar with this smell, as he often encountered it in Greenfield City. But this time was different. He felt the blood in his body stirring. As a member of the same tribe, Noel is more sensitive to this smell than any other male. The boy's sleepy eyes were covered with a thin layer of mist, and the sweat on his forehead gradually became obvious. His face became paler, and the strong desire appeared in his eyes. Noel took out a syringe with trembling hands and stabbed his arm hard. A suppressed groan. The green juice flowed down the syringe and deep into the skin. The mist in the boy's eyes slowly dissipated. His black pearl-like eyes were rarely sleepy, and his moist gaze fell on the door, as if he could see the little female rabbit living inside. Noel didn't expect that the calming potion would be used at this time. He pulled out the syringe, and a trace of blood slowly coagulated. He leaned against the wall and took a long breath. At that moment, the sadistic desire in my heart was about to burst out. The scent of the female rabbit was so alluring that I could hardly control myself even though there was a door between us. Just like he dismembered the insects he caught as a child, he also wanted to destroy this pure, clear, and beautiful little rabbit. He walked slowly out of the yard. The servant followed. Lord Noel, aren't we waiting for the Duke?
I'm sleepy.
It was already late at night when Duke Bolin returned after handling government affairs. Ever since the little pet came, he seldom returned to his dormitory. Most of the time, he stayed in this yard planted with blue lotuses. The moonlight is sparse. He pushed open the door and smelled the faint scent of jasmine milk in the air. It's the smell of a small pet. It just seems sweeter and stickier than usual. He walked along the pebbles in the backyard and came to the bathing pool surrounded by swaying bamboos. In the round pool, a delicate figure was soaking. In the misty water, a little female rabbit with skin as white as jade and face as beautiful as an elf leaned against the edge of the pool. Her snow-white gauze skirt soaked by water clung to her body. Her curves were hazy. Her wet long hair fell behind her. Her clear eyes were like those of a newborn deer, but they also hid a hint of nervousness that was difficult to conceal. Yu Jiji finally waited for the Duke. The tall man, wearing a dark purple robe, stood by the pool, looking down at her. There was a faint smile with ambiguous meaning in his golden vertical pupils. After seeing her, he did not say anything, but instead observed her every move with great interest. The Duke wanted to know what his little pet wanted to do. The entire outdoor bathroom was filled with the scent of jasmine milk. As cold-blooded snakes, they rarely had any desire other than appetite for the rabbits with soft fur. Yu Gigi had been soaking in hot water for a long time, her cheeks burning. She raised her misty eyes and murmured, "Master Bolin, can you pick me up? I seem to have no strength left." The little pet called his name for the first time. The girl's face becomes more beautiful because of the mist. Purity yet lustful. The scent of jasmine mixed with a hint of milk filled his nose, and the air was filled with charming mist. The Duke easily rescued the girl from the pool. She curled up in his chest like a kitten drenched in the rain. The long wet hair was dripping water. The slightly curled round and cute toes, the breath Yu Gigi exhaled gently, blended into the mist. The watery eyes flickered, alluring. The Duke walked on the distinct pebbles and carried the little female back to the house along the way. Sitting beside the bed, use a towel to wipe the little female's long hair, and her curved rabbit ears trembled slightly twice under the wiping of the towel. Yu Gigi bit her lip nervously, glancing at the man in front of her from time to time. Pheromones should be useful, right? She thought to herself. To prevent her from catching a cold, the Duke spread out his hands, and the heat slowly emanated from his palms. Duke Platinum's supernatural talent seems to be related to clouds. Yu Gigi has never seen it. Stunned for a moment, fine steam slowly lingered around her, and her wet rabbit ears gradually dried up, returning to their snow-white and soft appearance. The point is not drying. Yu Gigi leaned in his arms and rubbed him gently. She found that the other party stopped moving. She looked up and stared at his golden vertical pupils, his strong nose bridge, and his thin lips. As if she had mustered up her courage, she propped up her hands, raised her upper body, and kissed him. This was the first time she took the initiative to kiss a man. The Duke had a faint scent of tobacco and mint on his body. His golden vertical pupils were slightly startled, and he felt the restless little female in front of him, and she actually kissed him. Their lips touched gently, but at this point, the other party didn't know what to do. Yu Gigi could only clumsily try a light kiss. What then? What should she do next? She was a little anxious. Duke Bolin seemed unmoved, with a look of surprise in his eyes, but soon he lowered his eyes, as if thinking about something. He even lazily stroked her back, wondering what else this little pet could do to surprise him. This stupid rabbit. He admitted that her scent was particularly strong and fascinating today. However, snakes are cold-blooded animals, and they would not have any thoughts about mating except during the estrus period. Yu Gigi kissed him for a while and found that the Duke did not respond. Her face was ripe. I lowered my head, feeling completely defeated. With his forehead resting on the Duke's shoulder, it seemed that he had gained nothing today. Is that all? The Duke's lazy voice was a little bewitching. I was almost moved. Real? Yu Gigi suddenly raised her head and stared into the Duke's snake eyes. When she noticed the smile in his eyes, she realized that he had teased her. She felt a little annoyed and aggrieved. She pursed her lips and tears began to well up in her eyes.
The little pet is about to cry.
The smile on the Duke's face froze slightly. This little female he raised was good in every way except that she loved to cry and couldn't stand being teased. He hugged her gently and comforted her patiently. "Dear, I was just joking with you." He stroked her rabbit ears and murmured, "Didn't we just deal with it last night? How come she's in heat again? There is no estrus period." Yu Gigi has never felt the constraints brought by the estrus period. Maybe later. But she was 100% sure that it was not the estrus season. It turns out that raising rabbits is such a troublesome thing. The Duke held her soft body in his arms, opened the drawer of the bedside table, and took out a small crystal carrot. Transparent color, looks pure and clean.
Huh.
Why did he suddenly take something out? Yu Gigi looked at him in confusion. "What is this?" she asked. The Duke smiled. "Here's something to eat for you." Yu Gigi's eyes widened. "Ah?" She reached out and touched it. It felt cool and smooth, like glass. "This is not food. How can I eat it?" The Duke stared at the little female in his arms with his golden pupils. He said seriously, "I will eat them all." Yu Gigi bit the back of her hand. She leaned on the Duke's chest, and a thin layer of sweat gradually appeared on her body. The cool touch was extremely clear, causing waves of numbness. The Duke's movements were very gentle. The corners of Yu Jiji's eyes gradually turned red. Thinking about the failure of today's attack, she started crying in grievance. A troublesome little female rabbit. The Duke lowered his head and licked the tears from the corners of her eyes. Just like last time, she cried when she was moved. She cried when the tide receded. Her eyes were always red, and her body was covered with a light blush, like a cream cake coated with a thin layer of strawberry jam. Yu Jiji cried very sadly. She clutched the Duke's robe tightly, feeling the coldness of it, and there was a hint of hidden joy in her crying voice. Seeing her crying pitifully, the Duke held the back of her neck and pressed her towards himself. He kissed her gently. Occasionally, it's okay to kiss your pet. Just think of it as a comfort. Duke Platinum kissed her lips gently and pecked her lightly. Her crying gradually turned into a tremor. She opened her misty eyes and looked into the man's deep eyes in front of her with a hint of lazy tenderness. As if being caressed by its owner, the little pet forgot to cry and just looked at him straight. The Duke hugged her affectionately and kissed her bunny ears. That's great. She just sat so obediently in his arms, and he held her in his arms all the time, day and night. Although the estrus period is a bit troublesome. But no matter how many times, he was willing to handle it for her. Yu Jiji didn't remember when she fell asleep. I was completely exhausted and had no strength left in my body. The Duke held me in his arms and laid me on the bed. I fell asleep as soon as I touched the pillow. When I woke up, I was in the Duke's arms. He hugged the pet in front of him tightly, and his pale face was covered with sweat. Yu Jiji looked at him in a daze. Gradually, the Duke woke up. He saw the first rays of morning light shining in through the window, and his pet Shuailing staring intently into his eyes, and he felt very relieved. He bent down and kissed her bunny ears. Good morning. The man's voice was hoarse and seductive. Good morning. Yu Jiji felt a little embarrassed when she thought about what happened last night. She lowered her head and wanted to hide her rabbit ears. And no one knew where he threw the crystal product that had become wet and sticky.
Woo.
After he goes to the palace, she will find it and throw it away. I will be busy these few days and come back very late every day. You don't have to wait for me for dinner or sleep. The Duke specifically instructed.
Oh.
Yu Jiji rubbed the corners of her eyes. She looked up and saw the Duke stand up. His pillow was soaked with sweat. You. She was a little worried. Are you having a nightmare? Can I use medicinal food to treat it? Sometimes I could feel his pain in the middle of the night. It's no use. This is an old disease. The lingering nightmare that had haunted him since he was a child accompanied him every night, waking up countless times. Then, you can also try to speak it out. I heard that if you tell your nightmares out loud, they will gradually get better. Yu Jiji said softly. Who said that? This was the first time Duke Bolin heard such an excuse. Yu Jiji said seriously, my mother told me. When she was young, she would crawl into her mother's arms in fear when she had nightmares. Every time, her mother would gently comfort her. She would tell her mother about her nightmares, and it seemed that she felt less scared after she told them. Yu Jiji also sat up, clutching the quilt against her chest with both hands. If you want to talk, you can tell me. I'm willing to listen to your nightmares. The Duke's body stiffened slightly. He never thought that the little pet would say such a thing. Warm words. Unlike those unintelligent pets that cannot speak human language, only she would say such words. She was the only one who would ignore his status as a duke. Dare to speak your mind. He did not wear the uniform for going to the palace today, but changed into a luxurious dark purple robe. Walking barefoot on the mahogany floor, he walked to the chopping board, sat down, and picked up the slender pipe from the shelf. Through the screen. Some words. It's probably easier to say it out loud. When I was a kid, if I made a mistake, I would be locked in an airtight box and sunk into the water. Deep in the middle of the lake, I couldn't hear a thing. It was a small, claustrophobic space, and I was the only one there. No matter if I spoke or admitted my mistakes, no one would pay attention to me. Yu Jiji listened quietly. What a small box. It was so dark, and it was sunk to the bottom of the lake, cutting off all contact with the outside world. The smoke gradually rose. Bolin leaned against the soft chair, holding a slender silver pipe in her right hand. The tobacco burned quietly in the lotus carved on the top. When he talked about the past, there was no significant fluctuation in his golden vertical pupils. To him, those things seemed like things from a previous life. As the only son of the old duke, he could not have any injuries on his body, and the punishment he received was confinement in deep water day after day. He curled up in a small, cramped box, holding tightly in his arms the gift his mother had given him when he was born. A white stuffed teddy bear. Platinum craves all touches. I always want to hug something furry. To this end, he has kept many pets. It seemed that he could only feel a moment of peace when he was holding his pet. But those pets did not please him. They are livestock after all, not understanding human nature. Until this female rabbit was abducted back. Bolin took a puff of his cigarette and looked at the screen. Behind him was the little female sitting on the bed, listening attentively to his nightmare. His most satisfying pet to date. Although its spiritual power has not yet awakened, and it cannot transform into an animal, it is more suitable to be held in his arms than any furry creature he has raised before. Just I cry a little. The estrus period is also a bit troublesome. These were minor problems compared to the pleasure she could bring herself. Someone come here, he called. The door of the study opened, and several maids walked in. Help Miss Gigi wash and eat. Yes, Master Bolin. The Duke put his pipe down. He stood up. He picked up his robe, put it on, and walked away. During the few days that Yu Gigi lived in the Duke's mansion, she gradually got used to the rhythm of the place. Unlike the K family, the secluded courtyard where she lived was rarely disturbed by anyone. The entire mansion is as lazy as its owner. The bamboo shadows in the backyard are dim, and even the sunlight can hardly come in. After breakfast, Yu Gigi came to the desk and looked at the scroll spread out on it, with the calligraphy written in neat and sloppy brush strokes. Next to him was the slender pipe he often used. Yu Gigi couldn't help but touch it. It had a smooth, cool silver long stem and a lotus-shaped pipe on top. There was still a little ash in it. The mouthpiece was golden, as if it was made of gold. The Duke often smoked a cigarette while reviewing documents in his study. It has a sun on it. Yu Gigi thought about the nightmares he had mentioned before, all of which were things he had experienced personally when he was very young. The Duke always had an unfathomable smile on his face. Even today, I couldn't hear the emotion in his words. Thinking of the strategy mission, Yu Gigi's rabbit ears drooped down, and she suddenly became weak. Every time I tried to capture Duke Platinum, not only did I fail, but he would also tease me in various ways. How long will it take? She couldn't help but ask in her heart. System. There are 19 days left until the mission is over. Yu Gigi was like a deflated ball. If I had known that pheromones were useless to him, I would have saved them for other snakes. System. Snakes are cold-blooded animals and are relatively slow to sense the pheromones of other species during their estrus period. However, it is sufficient in most cases. Then why is Duke Platinum not affected? Yu Gigi was stunned. He was perfectly rational yesterday. The golden vertical pupils were as clear as usual. He was sober and calm, unilaterally. Play with yourself.
Ugh.
Yu Gigi pressed her forehead against the chopping board, refusing to lift it up. System. Please explore on your own. There are many things that the system will not reveal. Even if you ask, it will not tell you. Most of the things that can be told are related to the task. Yu Gigi suddenly remembered something. So, what about favorability? How much does Duke Bolin like me now? Simple and crude pheromones are not useful. There is always a chance to get pregnant with a snake baby by increasing the favorability, right? System. Name, Bolin, race, snake, adult. Favorability, 12, note. It is a favorable impression of the pet. Please keep up the good work, host. Yu Gigi. Only 19 days left. But the favorability is only this little bit. Then we have to change the snake. Previously, the guard captain of Geo, whom she had taken a fancy to, had been avoiding her for the past 2 days. In short, She had not met him since the last incident. The Duke of Platinum also said that he could be friends with him. There was not even a shadow of a snake, and there was no chance of any close contact.
Guest.
Yu Gigi's eyes lit up, and she said happily, "Are we going to entertain guests? There will definitely be other male snakes visiting that day, right? In addition to the K family, there should be other families." It seems that she needs to find Teacher Dai Li to find out what happened on the day of the dinner. Teacher Dai Li, who was watering the flowers, adjusted her glasses when she heard the female rabbit's question. "Miss Gigi, there are many distinguished guests coming to the dinner, including our snake tribe. Do you know Earl Grey? Last time, he came to visit the mansion and met you at the door of the study." Yu Gigi thought about it and nodded. "I remember now, I did meet a young man in a white uniform that day. He is Lord Grey." When Teacher Dai Li mentioned this, her face was filled with pride. To be honest, he is a talented person of our White Snake clan and is highly appreciated by His Excellency the Duke and His Majesty the King. He is gentle, modest, and extremely talented. I traveled around the mountains and rivers 2 years ago and published a geography and customs book, Between Mountains, Waters and Fog, which is a bestseller in the Valoran Empire. Earl Grey is a best-selling author who is loved and admired by many orcs. It feels good. Yu Gigi asked softly, "When will he come to the Duke's mansion?" Teacher Dai Li, for the marriage, he has already arrived and is living in the villa. Seeing Yu Gigi was a little confused, Dai Li smiled and said, "Miss Gigi, you may not know yet, but the one who is going to marry Lord Noel of the Rabbit Clan is the lady of the White Snake Clan, and also the younger sister of Earl Grey, Nicole. Dai Li is responsible for all of Yu Gigi's trivial matters in the Duke's mansion. Her position is similar to that of a housekeeper, but more like a teacher, and she will give lessons to the young masters and young ladies of the Duke's mansion on a regular basis. He is highly respected in the mansion, all the way to the villa. From a distance, the scenery is beautiful. There are large lotuses planted in the lake. Different from the blue lotus in the book house, the lotus here is snow white and pleasing to the eye. Walk through the corridor. From afar, I could hear laughter like silver bells. A girl in a pink dress stood on the flower stand, holding a paintbrush and a colorful palette in her hands. Next to her was a sofa chair. Miss Moo Moo from the Snake Clan was holding flowers in her hands and posing in a fixed posture, acting as her model. When she saw the female rabbit coming, a smile flashed across her brown vertical pupils. "Ms. Gigi." She took the initiative to greet him. "Are you here to visit Nicole too?" The news that Miss Nicole of the Snake Clan was going to marry Lord Noel of the Rabbit Clan had spread throughout the Valoran Empire. All the orcs thought that this was a very good marriage. I heard that it was the Duke who personally arranged the marriage, and His Majesty the King granted it in public. Everyone in Green City was overjoyed, and they were ready to welcome the bride from the Snake tribe.
MS Mumu.
Yu Gigi returned the greeting. She looked at the girl in front of the drawing board. Her amber eyes were particularly beautiful, and she was staring at her with interest. "It's you." Nicole recognized her at a glance. In the previous live broadcast, I have seen this newly advanced S-level rabbit female. She was originally a guest of honor of the K family, and now she has been invited by the Duke to live in the mansion. Moo Moo had said before that the Duke was special to her. Nicole was a little curious. "I don't know what this special method is." Nicole, who was drawing, was completely attracted by this female rabbit. She saw the rabbit ears on Yu Gigi's head and wanted to touch them, but her hands were covered in paint and she would get them dirty. Nicole resisted the urge. A sly look flashed across her amber pupils. "MS. Gigi, when you are free, please come to the garden to play with me more often. I am painting for Miss Moo Moo now, if you like. I can also paint for you alone later." Okay, Yu Gigi agreed immediately. She could feel Nicole's enthusiasm and kindness. Yu Gigi usually doesn't have much to do in the Duke's mansion, so it's nice to meet some friends. Moo Moo on the side was quite dissatisfied. "Ms. Gigi, why do you avoid me every time you see me? I have invited you several times, but you are unwilling to spend dinner with me? It just so happened that I had something to do during those few days." Yu Gigi felt a little guilty. Nicole made a playful face. Of course it's because Mumu is usually too fierce, unlike me, who is always so considerate. Divine Gold Mumu, a snake holding flowers, struck a better pose, his brown vertical pupils full of smiles. Yu Gigi's attention was focused on the room. She could see a figure, who was preparatory to writing a book. Nicole, who was painting, saw this and said with a smile, "My brother is in there if you want to say hello to him. Go ahead, but he is writing a new book now and doesn't like to be disturbed. I suggest Miss Gigi wait until the sun sets before going in." Ever since her brother, Earl Grey, wrote the book Between Mountains, Waters, and Mists, countless orcs have come to his door every day to ask for his autograph. Now that I have arrived at the dukedom, in just a few days, many fans of the book have come to visit me. Nicole Weiwei, this rabbit lady, is also a fan of the book. With an excuse, Yu Gigi felt a little relieved. She nodded. "Then I will wait until evening, and then visit Earl Grey." "That's perfect." Miss Mumu waved. "Gigi, come and be a model with me." 3 girls of similar age played together until the sun went down. Yu Gigi did not forget the main purpose of her visit. She walked slowly into the house. Grey, who was holding a pen and writing, heard footsteps and thought it was the accompanying servants. He asked, "Is the rose cake ready?" "Ahem." Yu Gigi said softly, "I passed by Villa today and wanted to come and pay my respects to Miss Nicole and Earl Grey." A clear and sweet voice was heard, and the Count paused slightly in holding the pen. He looked up. Beside the desk stood a petite figure. She was wearing a simple white gauze dress, with skin as white as jade and eyes as bright as stars. She had a pure and lovely temperament. Upon closer inspection, she looked a little familiar. "Where have you seen me before? May I ask your name, young lady?" "Yu Gigi." "It's her." Lord Grey remembered. He had seen her at the door of the Duke's study, and at that time, the rabbit lady almost fell into his arms. Putting down the pen, he stood up and returned the greeting. "Miss Gigi, you are welcome." Grey had heard a little about this female of the rabbit tribe. When they first met, he just watched her from afar as she gave blessings to the cubs. Later, he was deeply impressed by the glimpse of her in the book house. Yu Gigi looked at the books on the table. He seemed to be writing a new article. In order to ease her inner uneasiness, she whispered, I wanted to get Earl Grey's autograph, but I forgot to bring the book." "It doesn't matter." Grey showed a gentle smile on his face. "I have many books here. I can give one to Miss Gigi." The young man from the snake tribe was also wearing a white uniform today, and his amber vertical pupils looked as soft as water.
Non aggressive.
It's completely different from the feeling the Duke gives.
Hold on.
After saying that, he turned and walked to the bookshelf and took out a brand new copy of Mountains, Waters, and Mists. Grey walked up to her. "Present the book solemnly with both hands." The scent of the female rabbit had been filling his nose since she entered the room. At this moment, I couldn't help laughing when I saw a trace of paint on her bunny ears. Yu Gigi took the book. I saw the young man in front of me quickly hand over a clean handkerchief. The smile in his amber pupils was like the warm spring sun, refreshing to the heart. "Here." Grey pointed at the air above his head. "There's some paint on the ear."
Oh.
Yu Gigi quickly used a handkerchief to wipe it, but it was not convenient to hold the book with one hand, and she could not find the right position. Grey reached out and took the handkerchief from her hand. "Let me do it." Under the fragmented sunset, he lowered his head and carefully wiped the red paint on the rabbit ears with the handkerchief in his hand. Yu Gigi held the book in both hands, motionless. Earl Grey. He is gentle and has a mellow voice. It is very comfortable to get along with him. Maybe the hand that was wiping the rabbit ears was too gentle, but Yu Gigi unconsciously leaned towards him. Watching from afar, they looked like lovers, hugging each other sweetly. At the door, Nicole, who was packing up paints, opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked at this ambiguous scene in disbelief. Duke Bolin arrived at the villa at some point, and when Teacher Diley found him, he was already standing in the shadow of the corridor, staring intently at the scene happening inside the open door. Inside the door, the little female rabbit had her back to the outside, lowered her head obediently, and allowed the male in front of her to gently wipe her ears with a handkerchief. The young man wiped every time with extreme care and attention. The girl almost leaned in his arms. The two of them looked particularly intimate and ambiguous. When the young man lowered his eyes to look at her, there was a warm smile in his eyes. It was the first time that Nicole saw her brother being so close to a female. She stopped packing up her drawing board and remained motionless for a long while.
Huh?
The wolf Moo couldn't help but look back following Nicole's gaze. After seeing the situation inside the house, his eyes suddenly widened. Daly is closest to the Duke. She no longer cared about what was happening in the house. All I know is that Lady Bolin was in a very low mood, and she didn't dare to raise her head at all. The Duke stared at the two sweet figures in the room, his jawline tense and waves surging in his golden pupils. He was trying his best to suppress something.
Okay.
Lord Grey let go of her hand, still with a gentle smile on his face. My little sister is naughty. I hope Miss Gigi won't bother with her. Yu Gigi raised her hand and touched her rabbit ears. She shook her head gently. Miss Nicole is very good. I like playing with her. She didn't care about getting stained with paint. Just go back and take a shower. The young snake man raised his eyes and saw the two females standing outside the door in a daze, and a figure has been standing in the corridor for a long time. Earl Grey took 2 steps to the side and saluted solemnly. Your Excellency the Duke. Duke? Hearing this title, Yu Gigi trembled instinctively. She stepped aside feeling a little guilty and turned her head carefully to look at the man walking towards her. I just said goodbye to him this morning. After not seeing him for a day, the aura around him became much more unfamiliar and cold. Duke Bolin came into the room with a faint smile on his face, and his voice was as lazy as usual. I have some official business to discuss with Earl Grey. As he spoke, he glanced at the little female with drooping ears next to him and said, I am not disturbing you two, am I? Earl Grey was stunned for a moment, and he quickly replied, Your Excellency, the Duke misunderstood. Miss Gigi had some paint on her ears, and I just wanted to wipe it off for her. My actions were indeed a little abrupt. I hope Miss Gigi can forgive me. Earl Grey looked at Yu Gigi with an apologetic look on his face. The Duke said calmly, Your Highness, you don't have to apologize. Maybe she doesn't care. Not only do I not care, I may actually like her in my heart.
Ah.
Yu Gigi followed the Duke's words. Yes, Lord Grey, you don't have to apologize. The Duke glanced at her coldly. Yu Gigi shrank her neck. What's the matter? Isn't she agreeing with the Duke? Why is the way he looks at her even more terrifying than at the beginning? Nicole and Moo from the Snake Tribe also came to pay their respects to the Duke. They want to discuss official business. Nicole quietly pulled Yu Gigi out. Moo was secretly laughing on the side. She was just watching the fun and didn't mind the trouble. Lord Duke is the highest-ranking male orc of the Snake Clan. Moo has never seen such an expression on his face before. He almost wanted to pierce the scene in the room with his eyes. Thinking about the pet thing, Moo felt that in the Duke's heart, this female rabbit must be an extremely special existence. She was even allowed to keep a male lover. Of course, Moo also heard that the wild dog was just locked up in the utility room next to the yard. Perhaps Miss Gigi just felt sorry for him and treated him as a captive. No matter what, Moo felt that the Duke was particularly patient with this little female rabbit. It's different from other orcs. Even though they were both members of the Snake Clan, he would not have such an attitude. The door of the room was wide open, and the Duke could be seen sitting at his desk, with Earl Grey standing respectfully opposite him. I don't know what they are talking about. Miss Moo of the Snake Clan has left, and Nicole is tired from playing and goes back to the house to rest. Daly sat on the sofa with Yu Gigi, waiting quietly. Just when Yu Gigi was about to fall asleep, she heard Teacher Daly calling softly, Miss Gigi, the Duke is out. Yu Gigi hugged the pillow and opened her eyes drowsily. Seeing the Duke walking past, a group of servants followed in an orderly manner. Teacher Daly showed a look of sympathy. Seeing the Duke's cold attitude, Miss Gigi wondered if she would be punished after returning. Yu Gigi followed him. As the night grows darker, the street lights remain quietly on. The servants all stayed away. Duke and Yu Gigi were walking on the tree-lined path. He asked casually, "Did you have fun today?" "Well, Miss Mumu and I were models for Miss Nicole. She was really good at drawing and even gave me one as a gift." As she spoke, she began to flip through the book. "Turn over the folded drawing paper." The Duke glanced at the cover of the book. It was signed by Grey and had a blessing. "May the gods bless you. Earl Grey, the most outstanding young male of the White Snake clan. He has a good status and a particularly good reputation. If you choose him as your beast husband, it will also be a good story." Duke Platinum's tone was serious, and he didn't sound like he was joking. Yu Jiji was stunned. Choose him to be a beastly husband? She had never thought about it before. However, the progress of the third main mission is stuck. If you don't hurry up, you'll be eliminated if the mission is not completed within the time limit. Compared to this, if choosing a beast husband can complete the task, it is not impossible, but it may be more troublesome. Seeing the little female thinking seriously, Duke Bolin sneered. He quickened his pace with a gloomy face, and Yu Jiji hurriedly trotted to catch up. She was moved. This little thing. The moment she heard that she could choose Earl Grey as her beastly husband, one could see from her eyes that she was truly shaken. This is different from the previous mention of the K family, where she rejected it without hesitation. What you see with your eyes doesn't lie. It was such a harmonious and sweet scene that Bolin saw at the door. Although the little female had her back to the door, one could imagine the shy smile on her face. It was exactly the same expression as when he was usually held in his arms and caressed. Walk outside the courtyard. The Duke stopped suddenly. Yu Jiji almost hit his back. Just as she was wondering, she saw the man in front of her turn around. He held her chin with one hand, leaned over, and his golden vertical pupils emitted a cold light. "Do you like him very much?"
He?
"Who? Lord Grey?" Because of the pinching of Yu Jiji's jaw, she was forced to raise her head and even stand on tiptoe in the eyes of others. The little female was about to be lifted up by him. Bolin didn't get the answer she wanted to hear. At this time, the female should say no or no, which are negative words. But she said nothing. It was not until he saw tears in her eyes that the Duke let go of her hand. Yu Jiji covered her chin and looked at the man in front of her timidly. Why is the Duke suddenly angry? During the day, it was fine. "Someone come here." The Duke turned sideways. A group of servants and guards followed behind him and walked quickly, kneeling on one knee in unison. "From today on, this yard will be locked and no one is allowed to enter or leave."
Yes.
Yu Jiji stood there in a daze. The Duke walked down the stairs. Yu Jiji wanted to follow him, but the guard beside him stopped her with a knife. "Ms. Jiji, please go back to the house. The Duke is not going back to the study tonight." He walked in another direction, accompanied only by a personal servant. Teacher Daili, who was following behind everyone, breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the Duke has decided to lock Miss Jiji up temporarily. As for whether there will be other punishments later, that depends on what the Duke thinks after the dinner. Yu Jiji stood at the door, watching the man walk away. She looked at Teacher Daili for help. Daili smiled. "It's okay, Miss Jiji, you go back to your room and rest first. Dinner will be served soon." Yu Jiji responded softly. She held the books in her arms, stepped over the threshold, and entered the familiar courtyard. A pool of blue lotus, shimmering with light. She was the only one left. Yu Jiji stepped on the wooden floor at the door, took off her shoes, and walked into the study barefoot. There was a firefly light on the desk. She put the book in her arms on the table and looked back outside the courtyard. The moonlight was quiet, and the lotus was swaying in the wind. The servants soon brought dinner, but he didn't dare to enter the yard.
Just put it at the door.
When Yu Jiji heard the noise, she walked over and saw a small low table with 4 plates of exquisite food on it. She squatted down, sat on the cushion, silently picked up the chopsticks, and started eating the grilled seasonal vegetables in front of her. In the past, dinner was always held in the house with the lights on. The Duke had a faint, delicate fragrance on his body, which smelled very much like the blue lotus in the pond. Sometimes he would hold her in his arms and feed her spoonful by spoonful. In this comparison, she now seemed particularly lonely and desolate as she sat alone at the door eating. The servants dared not step forward. Teacher Li just stood by the door, looking at Yu Zhizhi with a hint of pity in her eyes. It's actually very good. His Excellency, the Duke, was not so patient with his pets in the past. It will be fine. Li comforted. After this busy period, the Duke will come back. I won't keep ignoring her. Yu Zhizhi ate half a piece of toast, spread a layer of milk sauce on it, and nodded slightly. After dinner, she returned to the house alone. The steaming hot pool in the backyard is used for bathing. After cleaning herself up, she returned to her bed and fell asleep hugging her pillow. This time, there was no Duke to dry her hair, and she sneezed when she woke up in the morning. Her nose was red and her throat was itchy, which seemed to be caused by the cold. When Teacher Li found out, she gave her a small pill. For several days the Duke did not return. Moreover, no orcs were allowed to enter the yard, and Yu Zhizhi was not allowed to leave. Her activities were limited to the front and backyards. Yu Zhizhi realized that she was imprisoned. She was extremely anxious, but there was no sign of the Duke. Teacher Li said that he had been staying in the palace. Even when working, I set up a chopping table in the dormitory. Yu Zhizhi was the only one living in the study. Until the day of the dinner, Yu Zhizhi still could not go out. She has cut off all contact with the outside world. Only 1 week left. Yu Zhizhi sat in a soft chair, counting the time. There was still a whole week left before the deadline for the third main mission. Tonight, the focus of the Duke's mansion is on the dinner. This place is quite remote, and there are only 2 guards guarding the door. Perhaps it was because Yu Zhizhi had behaved well this week, eating and sleeping on time, and never trying to escape. The guards all relaxed unconsciously. There was a grand dinner being held ahead, and everyone wanted to join in the fun. Yu Zhizhi sneaked to the corner of the backyard. She had discovered before that there was a passage here, which was short and small, but she could just get out by lying down. Just by doing this, my hands and clothes got dirty, and my cheeks were rubbed with dust. Run all the way from the backyard, and you will find the utility room in just a few steps. She sneaked over during the night. Unlike during the day, this road at night was even more silent and eerie. The shadows of the trees did not move at all, and not even a breeze could be felt. Seeing this utility room, she felt a lot more at ease. In short, go in and wash your face and hands first, and then try to find a way to encounter a male snake. When Yu Zhizhi approached, she knocked on the door gently. Ping'an, are you in there? A week has passed. Teacher Li said that servants brought him food every day. Most of his injuries have healed. The wild dog lying on the bed was startled when he heard the familiar voice. Haven't seen her this week. I thought. She is fed up. Yu Zhizhi saw the door open and spread her hands. I want to go in and wash my hands and face. I won't disturb you for too long. The girl's eyes were as bright as stars, and the wild dog couldn't help but look away.
Oh.
He turned around and opened the door. After seeing the girl come in, he gently closed the door. Yu Zhizhi knew that the place where he washed was inside. After entering the bathroom, she turned on the faucet to wash the dust off her hands. She tried to turn on the light and found it was broken. Fortunately, there was a small window through which a little moonlight fell. Yu Zhizhi squatted under the wash basin, silently thinking in her heart, I'm going to take out the eavesdropping card. Tonight is important. At the most critical moment, she will use this last voice card. The floating light blue inventory slowly opened in front of her, and a card fell into her hand, gradually turning into a real object. She held the cards in both hands. Because of time constraints, she has to wait until she needs it before starting it. There were footsteps at the door. Seeing that she had been alone in there for a long time, the wild dog came to check and found her squatting under the wash basin, muttering to herself. I just couldn't understand what she was saying. Are you ready? He asked. Yu Zhizhi nodded gently. Okay, let's go when we're done. It was so late, and if she was seen by other orcs coming to the utility room, gossip would spread throughout the Duke's mansion the next day. Yu Zhizhi looked at him, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Something? He stared at the girls squatting on the ground. I want to ask you to do me a favor. Yu Zhizhi was worried. There are many distinguished guests at the banquet today. I want to avoid them and find Earl Grey. Can you please pass on a message for me? The wild dog was listening to her carefully, his ears moving slightly. He suddenly entered the bathroom, squatted down and covered the girl's mouth. He made a silencing gesture. Someone is coming. Moreover, this breath exuded a strong stench and malice. The wild dog with a keen sense of smell frowned, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Soon, they heard a burst of devilish laughter. This sound, a little familiar. Yu Gigi's mouth was covered by the wild dog. Her pupils widened slightly. She heard footsteps approaching and stopping at the bathroom door. Today's dinner is very lively, Miss Gigi. Don't you want to go and take a look? There was a smile in the young man's voice. He leaned against the wall, staring deeply at the wooden door, as if he could see what was happening inside the door. The orc has a very strong sense of smell. He followed the scent of Yu Gigi all the way and tracked her down here. In his opinion, the little female rabbit was already a trapped fish with nowhere to escape. There was just one thing that made him unhappy in addition to the little rabbit. There was also the smell of a wild dog, which made him feel uncomfortable. Ms. Gigi, why don't you reply? The smile in his amber pupils gradually faded, and his expression became indifferent, even cold. Do you need me to ask you to come out? Yu Gigi reached out and gently held the wild dog's arm. The hand blocking her way loosened slightly. Yu Gigi said softly, I'm here. The wild dog's expression twisted slightly, and he instinctively stopped the female behind him danger. Yu Gigi used the eavesdropping card through the door. She didn't know why she used it directly instead of looking more closely into Earl Grey's eyes. I feel a little panic in my heart. Mr. Grey, what is it that brings you to me? Hearing the little female say his name, the young man from the snake tribe smiled and said, The moonlight is beautiful tonight. I would like to invite Miss Gigi to go to the gate to enjoy the moon together. Squeak, the bathroom door was pushed open slightly, revealing a gap. Yu Gigi could clearly see that the young man standing in the front was wearing an extremely formal white suit with a rose pinned on his chest. His amber pupils seemed to be stained with a layer of darkness, and the smile on the corners of his mouth was eerie. This is completely different from the one I saw during the day. The moonlight is too bright. It needs blood to embellish it. Nothing is more suitable than this little female rabbit. The cold corpse is like a faded rose. We need to inject new pain into it, hee. Yu Gigi was confused after hearing these words. But after all, it's not a good thing. She said softly, I'm a little tired and can't see the moon. Is that so? The young man from the snake tribe nodded slightly. I understand. Then, let me take Miss Gigi back to the courtyard. From the first moment I saw the little female rabbit, I wanted to touch your cold body. Hearing Earl Grey's voice, Yu Gigi's body couldn't stop shaking. She said timidly, The Duke will know. No matter what he wants to do, it is difficult to hide it from the Duke's eyes. After the Duke of Bolin knows about it, he will definitely not sit idly by. Earl Grey smiled softly. Lord Bolin, I haven't seen you for a long time. For him, pets can be discarded directly if they are disobedient. That he's just busy. I didn't even invite you to the dinner. Are you just too busy? Oh, by the way, the 2 white wolves from the K family mentioned you tonight. The Duke said you were sick. The young man from the snake tribe kicked the door open. Admit it. He looked down at the weak female rabbit hiding behind the door. You have fallen from grace. Earl Grey's amber pupils darkened, and a smile gathered in his eyes. The guards are all in the front yard. No one will know that you are here. Originally, I wanted to sneak into the study directly. Now that I think about it, this might be the most appropriate place. After all, we have a scapegoat. The young snake man glanced at another dark shadow in the bathroom. The wild dog got lustful and accidentally killed his savior. I'm sure everyone will enjoy watching this play. The right time, the right place, and the right people. All 3. Tonight is the most convenient night to commit the crime. While the banquet attracted everyone's attention, in a remote corner where no one cared, the prey he had been eyeing for a long time finally fell into the net he had woven. Earl Grey, you are different from during the day. Yu Gigi murmured. He chuckled softly as he saw the color drain from the little female's face. I don't like living females. I only like corpses. The rotting, cold corpses that never speak. It's a pity that I can't take you home and keep you safe. It doesn't matter, it's enough to give me temporary pleasure. The young snake man drew out the rapier from his waist. The sword light reflected his dangerous amber eyes, and his long snake tongue licked the corner of his mouth. Hiss, in the quiet utility room, the sound of snakes spitting out their tongues is particularly clear. Yu Jiji's body couldn't stop shaking. Earl Grey was completely different from the one he had seen before. At that time, he was humble, gentle, and polite. But now he was especially strange. If he hadn't had the same face, Yu Jiji wouldn't have dared to recognize him. The bathroom door was suddenly closed by gravity. Wild Dog held the wooden door with one hand and whispered, "Escape through the small window and call for help." "But, I can't get out of such a small window." The Wild Dog turned his head and stared at the wooden door in front of him, feeling the male outside kicking again and again. Lord Grey's meaning was obvious. Kill the little female and put the blame on the Wild Dog. Who would believe that Earl Grey, who is of noble status, talented, and has countless fans in the Valoran Empire, would brutally kill S-class females of the rabbit tribe? Instead, the lowly slaves became beastly and tortured and killed their masters in order to convince the masses.
Go.
The Wild Dog saw the tears in the little female's eyes and laughed at himself. "I am just a worthless person, and it is not a pity to die. Just a stray dog that wanders around picking up trash. A lowly beast for the amusement of the powerful." From the moment the golden animal bones were taken away from his body, his entire life was frozen on that day. However, he was rescued. Perhaps she had other intentions behind her kindness. But it doesn't matter anymore. From the day Yu Jiji came to deliver meals with a lunchbox, he seemed to have something to look forward to in his life. Then she disappeared for a week. When he heard her voice, the Wild Dog couldn't hide his joy. Soon, I fell into endless self-mockery. Ping and hold on. Yu Jiji didn't dare to delay any longer. She stood up, opened the small window, and said in a trembling voice, "I'll go call someone. I'll go now." She climbed up the window, but her legs slipped and she fell down. Her knees hit the bathtub, and tears came out of her eyes in pain. Ignoring the pain in her legs, Yu Jiji flipped over again. The narrow window is usually only used for ventilation and is large enough for only a child to get out. And petite females. The Wild Dog blocked the door tightly and refused to give in. He caught a glimpse of the little female stepping out of the window, and a smile appeared on his face. Earl Grey behind the door had lost his patience. The long sword in his hand pierced through the wooden door and firmly nailed the Wild Dog's body. She will just run away desperately, getting farther and farther away. Call for help. Who do you think you are? Can she come back to find you? But the Duke's mansion is so large. Can she run as fast as me? The road ahead was dark and eerie, and the sound of insects could be faintly heard among the shadows of the bamboos. Yu Jiji hurt her knee, and she felt a sharp pain every time she took a step. She endured it and limped towards the front yard of the library. But she walked too slowly. Without awakened spiritual power, he couldn't even run faster than ordinary orcs. Turning back, he caught a glimpse of a dark shadow approaching him with a bloody rapier. The smile on the young man's face was blurry and a little weird. Woohoo, how did Earl Grey become so terrifying? Was his usual appearance just a disguise? He deceived everyone. Yu Jiji was still worried about Ping'an, afraid that something might have happened to him. Tears welled up in her eyes, and a few drops fell in the wind. This long trail seems to have no end. Thump! Yu Jiji was tripped by a stone and fell to the ground. Earl Grey didn't even need to use his mental strength. He easily caught up with the weak little rabbit. The sword in his hand, the bloodstains solidified in the wind, came to the front of this little female. Seeing her miserable appearance, the killing desire in his heart became more and more uncontrollable. Earl Grey killed many females. But this is the first of its kind, a distinguished S-class. The taste of a corpse might be different from those mundane things. am looking forward to it more and more. Yu Zhizhi looked at Earl Grey in horror as he came to her, his amber vertical pupils glowing with a sinister and vicious light. Don't be afraid. I will be very gentle. The young snake man laughed. He slowly raised the silver rapier in his hand and aimed it at the little female's heart. Right here. Lord Grey's voice was extremely gentle, as if they were meeting for the first time. I promise, I will kill him with one strike. There is no point in killing people. Only corpses are interesting. Those female fans who came to me, their rose-like bodies, are all frozen deep in the ice cellar. Every time I look back, I can inject new white pigment into them. Who could believe that Earl Grey, who is of noble status and great reputation, would do such a thing behind the scenes? When Yu Zhizhi heard his thoughts, she felt a tingling sensation in her back. Her legs were out of control, and she was completely unable to move. She closed her eyes tightly, her whole body trembled, and tears rolled down her cheeks. I am dying. That was the only thought in her mind.
Bite.
There was only a crisp sound. A gust of wind blew, and Yu Zhizhi smelled blood. The rapier that was originally pointed at her was deflected by the force of gravity, and Earl Grey cut his own body. Yu Zhizhi sat on the ground, opened her eyes tremblingly, and saw Guard Captain Geo in a black guard uniform. He appeared behind Earl Grey at some point. The sounds of many footsteps were heard in the previously quiet bamboo forest. Guard Captain Geo bowed and said, "Sorry, Miss Zhizhi, I'm late." His duty is to protect Yu Zhizhi. It's just that she has been locked up in the study during this period of time, and with today's dinner, relatives who haven't seen her for a long time came to the Duke's mansion, and she drank too much. Fortunately, we were able to stop it in time if the Duke hadn't reminded me. The outcome is disastrous. The orcs gradually gathered together. They all came from the banquet, or rather, they came with His Excellency the Duke. Most of them wore evening gowns, and many of the females had wide and fluffy skirts, which made it very difficult for them to walk, and they needed servants to hold the corners of their clothes from behind. Yu Zhizhi stared blankly at the familiar figure who walked through the crowd and came in front of her. Tonight, the Duke wore a dark purple robe with a black belt embroidered with a python. His golden vertical pupils passed over Earl Grey and fell on Yu Zhizhi. The little female's white gauze skirt was covered in dust, her cheeks were dirty, her nose was very red, and her clear eyes were staring at him blankly, like a pool of spring water, trembling and slowly overflowing. Her tears fell one by one. He must have been terribly scared. A face as pale as paper, trembling eyelashes, crying silently. What happens? I don't know. The guests who gathered around did not get too close, but just stood far away and whispered to each other. The snake girl Moo Moo stood in the herd, pinching the hem of her sky-blue skirt with both hands, looking at Yu Zhizhi in astonishment. I heard that she was neglected by Lord Bolin and was kept in a remote courtyard. She was not even allowed to attend the dinner party. I didn't expect that when I saw her again, she was in such an embarrassing situation. She and Earl Grey? Is there something wrong? Brother. White Snake Nicole squeezed through the crowd and came to Earl Grey's side. You know what happened to you? The young man from the snake tribe showed a gentle smile on his face. He put away his rapier and said softly, "It was just a misunderstanding." Guard Captain Geo frowned suddenly. He arrived the fastest, so he saw everything clearly. What a misunderstanding. It's obvious that Earl Grey wants to assassinate Miss Zhizhi. However, the guests who were watching arrived late and could only see that Earl Grey's arm was scratched, and the blood kept flowing down like a thread. Lord Grey was fearless. He just smiled gently, facing the Duke, and saluted without arrogance. "Lord Bolin, I can explain to you what happened tonight. I received a letter from Miss Zhizhi, so I came here at night." "Oh?" The Duke glanced at him with interest. "And then?" "When I passed the utility room, I noticed something unusual happening. A male dog was trying to do something indecent to Miss Zhizhi." Earl Grey looked serious, and he spoke word by word. "I seriously injured the wild dog, and Miss Zhizhi took advantage of the chaos to escape. I was afraid that something might happen to her, so I chased after her. But Miss Zhizhi misunderstood. Maybe she saw the blood on the sword in my hand, Or maybe she was frightened. He looked at Yu Gigi again, his face full of apology. I'm really sorry for scaring Miss Gigi. I'm willing to accept the punishment. Lord Grey is lying. He knew that without evidence, no one could convict him. No one would believe that Wild Dog was just a captive. Even if guard Captain Geo saw him holding a sword, it couldn't prove that he wanted to kill Yu Gigi. After all, there were no wounds on the body of this little female rabbit. In addition, there were red marks on her knees from the fall. Not to mention the little female rabbit has fallen out of favor. The Duke would never harm his own people for her, even if he is guilty. Lord Bolin will also cover up for him. Seeing Earl Grey's sincere attitude, guard Captain Geo even thought he was seeing things. The Duke listened quietly to everything Earl Grey said. He looked at the little female sitting on the ground, crying softly. She was all dirty. Her white gauze skirt had turned gray. Her 2 rabbit ears drooped in grievance, and pearl-like tears rolled down her pale cheeks. She kept crying. Miss Gigi, do you have anything to say? There was no emotion in the Duke of Platinum's voice, which was still slightly hoarse, with a hint of indescribable laziness. Yu Gigi was very scared. With misty eyes, she raised her slender jade finger and pointed at the white figure in front of her. The clear, choked voice of the little female fell into the ears of every orc present. Guard Captain Geo's expression changed slightly, and he glanced sideways at Yu Gigi. Distinguished guest from the rabbit tribe, although everyone knows that she is the Duke's new pet, but in Geo's heart, she is a guest of the Duke's mansion and must be treated well and protected. Facing Yu Gigi's accusations, Earl Grey's face showed no sign of panic. His amber pupils showed a hint of apology. It seems that I really scared Miss Gigi. All the orc's attention was focused here. The Duke stared at the little female sitting on the ground. Why did he lie? This was the first time that Yu Gigi experienced such a thing. Confronting someone face to face, she was extremely worried. She raised her pale face. Her tearful eyes stubbornly said, I didn't send him a letter. Hearing these words, there seemed to be a hint of smile in the Duke's eyes, which disappeared in an instant. Yeah, he nodded and encouraged. Anything else? And the canine male in the utility room, he didn't try to hurt me. On the contrary, he saved me. He saved you? Yes. The person who really wants to harm me. Yu Gigi looked at Earl Grey, who was wearing a white uniform. His amber vertical pupils were full of apology, and his temperament was gentle and humble. In the eyes of all the orcs in the Valoran Empire, he was a model of noble maleness and a future orc husband that many females preferred. He is an imperial noble with a hereditary title, overflowing with talent, and with the full support of the Snake Clan, he has a bright future. In full view of everyone, Yu Gigi read out his name. The one who really wants to harm me is Earl Grey. It's him. It's this beast in human clothing standing in front of her. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. The orcs watching were in an uproar. Nicole, who was closest to Earl Grey, widened her amber snake eyes. Impossible. Brother would never want to hurt you. Ms. Gigi is a newly advanced S-class female. On the beast world, harming an S-class female is a serious crime. My brother has always been polite and law-abiding. There must be a misunderstanding. A bitter smile appeared on Earl Grey's face, and he patted Nicole's shoulder soothingly. It doesn't matter. I can understand Miss Gigi's feelings. No matter what happened tonight, it's all my fault. Please punish me, Your Excellency the Duke. Earl Grey's attitude was very sincere, and the bitter smile that flashed across his face was also seen by the orcs. It's like I suffered a great injustice. But for the sake of the overall situation, I swallowed it all. It should be a misunderstanding, right? The orcs nearby couldn't help but communicate in low voices. How could Earl Grey do such a thing? Maybe he offended that S-rank female rabbit. That's right. Why would Earl Grey want to harm her for no reason? The Duke looked calm and made the final decision. Ms. Gigi, how do you want to punish him? Nicole's face showed indignation. Your Excellency the Duke. My brother must be wrongly accused. The Duke of Platinum glanced at her with his golden vertical pupils, and the snake girl immediately fell silent. Really going to punish him? Moo Moo, who was standing by, was also surprised. Earl Grey is a talented person of the Snake Clan. The Duke loves talent so much, so he should protect him, right? But judging from what Lord Bolin said, it seemed that this matter was entirely up to you, Gigi, to decide. She said to punish, so I punish. Whatever punishment she says, that's the punishment. According to the laws of the Empire, if you displease an S-class female, you should be imprisoned for more than 10 days but less than 30 days, depending on the severity of the situation. In extremely serious cases, the punishment will exceed 30 days, and the maximum punishment could be 6 months of confinement. The Duke gave a brief introduction to the law. This is mainly for this little female to hear. The orcs had different expressions.
Yes.
Because S-level females are extremely rare, they are protected by law. No beastman can harm them or make them unhappy. People can be locked up for any reason. Half a year. If the female rabbits really took half a year to choose, it would be an unexpected disaster for Earl Grey. When Yu Gigi heard the Duke's words, tears gradually welled up in her eyes. To punish Earl Grey, not because he made her unhappy, but because he had to pay the price for what he had done. She held the hem of her skirt tightly, her weak body trembling helplessly in the night wind. The Duke looked at her quietly. The nobles watching the scene also began to look at her in a strange light. In their opinion, this S-rank female wanted a more severe punishment. This was really be unyielding even when you are right. However, the S-class females in the Empire are more spoiled than each other, and they're used to it. When I watched the live broadcast before, I thought she was different. Now it seems they're all the same. Poor Earl Grey. He has offended her. Some of the orcs watching couldn't stand it and complained in a low voice.
No. No.
Yu Gigi pursed her lips, trying hard to hold back her tears, not wanting to cry anymore. It's Earl Grey who's lying. He is acting. He is hypocritical. But no orc believed that Earl Grey would do something so evil. The power of punishment lies in Yu Gigi's hands. But she was unwilling to convict him just like that. In the eyes of the orcs, Earl Grey was oppressed by the S-level females. How pitiful he was. Seeing the little female trying hard to hold back her tears, the Duke's heart was finally moved. He reminded, Ms. Gigi, do you need additional evidence? Evidence. Yu Gigi raised her eyes and stared at the Duke in a daze. She suddenly remembered. Yu Gigi's face showed a trace of excitement. She reached out and grabbed the Duke's sleeve. I have. I'll tell you. The Duke crouched down slowly. All the orcs saw that the female rabbit raised her upper body and whispered something in the ear of Duke Platinum. She told it to no one but the Duke. Evidence? Could it be that the S-rank female really had evidence? Could it be that things were going to turn around? All the beast men held their breath and watched them intently, fearing to miss any details. Yu Gigi finished speaking. She whispered, that's all. In fact, Yu Gigi was very nervous, and her evidence was what she heard when she used the voice eavesdropping card. Earl Grey killed many females. The body was hidden in the ice cellar. There was a hint of coldness in the Duke's golden vertical pupils. He stood up and slowly spread out his right hand. A cloud of smoke appeared on his palm and gradually rose into the air. The cloud of smoke gradually gathered into the shape of a lotus. In everyone's sight, it transformed into a blue lotus, which slowly blossomed. Crystal clear light appeared all around, and this lotus was magnificent and heart-stirring. Sound travels 1,000 miles. The Duke's order has been given. Lord Grey knelt on one knee, with a hint of confusion in his drooping eyes. What evidence can this little female rabbit provide? The most important thing is that he never expected that the Duke would actually use his mental power to search for her. This blue lotus can link to the situation in another place in real time, which left him no time to prepare. The young snake man looked at Yu Gigi nervously. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he didn't dare to make any unnecessary moves. Almost. She was almost killed in the utility room. If it weren't for that wild dog blocking the way, The Duke looked at the lotus blooming in the air, a hint of obscure emotion flashing across his golden pupils. All the orcs looked over as well. In the night sky, The blue lotus slowly rotated, and a clear projection gradually emerged on it. After Nicole saw the picture clearly, she murmured, "The Earl's mansion? The Duke is using his mental power to explore the Earl's mansion?"
Why?
If according to the female rabbit, her brother wanted to harm her, then how come the evidence was in their house? A snake guard appeared in the picture. He knelt on one knee and saluted the Duke. After getting up, he quickly shuttled through the night. Behind him, there was an invisible camera that could project everything around him onto the dark lotus, so that all the orcs present could see it. Yu Zhizhi pinched her skirt nervously. If they could find the ice cellar that Earl Grey had in mind, then everyone would know that he was a murderous demon. His usual gentleness and humility were all fake. The picture gradually became clear following the Duke's instructions. The snake guards found an old building in the Earl's mansion. It looks like a post-war ruin. Usually, servants rarely come. The snake guard walked down and came to a stone door. He placed the key in his hand on the stone wall, and the 3-meter-high stone door slowly opened. A gust of icy fog came towards them. The snake guards put on black masks vigilantly, holding a lamp in their hands, and walked towards the depths. The further you go in, the colder it gets. The ground under my feet seemed to be frozen, and I couldn't see any scenery along the way. I walked all the way to the deepest part, where there was an ice cellar. Pushing open the frozen door with the butterfly specimen, what comes into view is a frozen coffin that looks like a vertical glass box. There were about a dozen of them, and each one could clearly see the young females lying inside. Their eyes were slightly closed, their faces were ruddy, and their lips were red, as if they were asleep. The images on the Blue Lotus are like a documentary film with high-definition quality. All the orcs stared at this scene in amazement. The snake guard stopped in front of an ice-made glass. He picked up the lamp and covered the female deer. Her antlers looked withered. There were still mottled traces of dirt on her ruddy face. The guard turned around and knelt on one knee. "Your Excellency, according to your instructions, we have found the bodies hidden in the ice cellar. There are 13 in total." Nicole stared blankly at the picture on the dark lotus. This place was a forbidden place in the Earl's mansion. It was rumored that a vicious curse had been left behind and no one could get close to it. But there is an ice cellar here? There are so many young female corpses hidden here? The smile on Earl Grey's face froze, and his hands hanging by his side trembled slowly. But he was still calculating rapidly in his heart. Just found the body. If he refuses to admit it, who can prove that he murdered these females? Then we can find a scapegoat from the earldom. The Duke listened to what the guard said and said in a gloomy tone, "Check the marks on the body." "Yes, Your Excellency the Duke." Lord Grey turned pale. He didn't expect that the matter in the ice cellar would be discovered. The traces he had left behind so recklessly before had become evidence tonight. The orcs looked at Earl Grey again, and their expressions became ambiguous. There were already some females who were a little timid, holding their sleeves in front of their mouths and trembling all over. "Until the results come out," the snake guard said word by word, "it is the body fluid left by Earl Grey." With one word, he was crucified. Nicole looked at her brother, who was kneeling on one knee in front of her in shock. She couldn't believe that her brother, who was always polite, had killed so many females in private. Then, tonight, thinking back to what Miss Gigi said, my brother was so crazy that he wanted to kill the S-rank females of the Empire? Is he crazy? All the orcs around understood. Everyone saw the traces left on the body. It wasn't even from a long time ago, but was left behind recently, otherwise it wouldn't have been taken away for testing. During the dinner, many females gathered around Earl Grey, holding his books and asking for his signature. How much they liked this talented snake earl. So much so that when Yu Zhizhi accused him, many orcs thought it might be a misunderstanding, or even that this female rabbit just disliked Earl Grey. In short, Earl Grey must be innocent. And the truth is always unbelievable. Lord Grey's face was as pale as paper. When the snake guard said that, he knew that everything was over. No one will believe his excuses anymore. This is his unknown habit. It has been well hidden all along. But this female rabbit, how did she know? No one heard what she said to Lord Bolin. All we know is that after that, Duke Bolin found the place where the body was hidden accurately. Many male orcs at the scene showed angry expressions. In the Valoran Empire, fertile females are extremely valuable, not to mention S-level females like Miss Gigi. Earl Grey actually wants to harm her. Unforgivable. Guard Captain Geo clenched the sword in his hand and knelt down. My Lord Duke, according to the laws of the Empire, anyone who harms an S-rank female will have his title revoked, his political rights deprived for life, and be sentenced to life imprisonment. As a member of the same snake clan, Geo felt very ashamed. He didn't even dare to think that if he came a step later, what will be the fate of Miss Gigi. A female crane in the herd angrily threw the mountains, waters and mists in her hand to the ground. It also has Earl Grey's autograph on it. It seems particularly ironic. She thought of the bodies that seemed to be sleeping in the ice cellar. Think about what happened to them. Thinking of the female rabbit being hunted tonight, Moo was so angry that he wanted to whip him hard. Everyone was waiting for the Duke's punishment. Everything is clear. Yu Gigi pursed her lips slightly. The tears in her eyes had disappeared. At this moment, she looked stronger than usual. She tried to stand up. The piercing pain in her knee made her sit back on the ground. The Duke's eyes moved to the little female's knees, where the skin was broken and a lot of blood was flowing. He thought normally. I didn't dare hug her too tightly for fear of accidentally breaking her soft waist. He held her in his arms and fed her one spoonful at a time. I hope she gained some more weight. Even when punishing her, he did not dare to use too much force. He just bit her delicate skin lightly, without even a trace of blood. But tonight, his precious little rabbit was targeted by an evil ghost. Captain Geo, you are right. The Duke's golden pupils darkened, his tone was cold, and his usual laziness and smile were no longer visible. According to Imperial law, he should be imprisoned forever. The rules of the Snake Tribe? What does it mean? If he is publicly punished by the Imperial law, he will be imprisoned for life. The S-class female personally accused that what happened tonight was clearly Earl Grey's attempted murder. Those 13 bodies may not be important, but Miss Gigi's accusation is very important. So many orcs witnessed it. Earl Grey will be punished by the most severe laws of the Empire. But the Duke said that we should follow the rules of the Snake Tribe? Could it be that His Excellency the Duke wants to make a big deal out of a small matter? If you think about it carefully, Earl Grey is a talented person of the Snake Clan and the most outstanding young man of the White Snake Clan. If the Duke wants to protect him, he can always find a reason. Most of the orcs present were of noble birth, but they were not in a position to interfere in the Duke's family affairs. In today's Valoran Empire, Duke Platinum has supreme power and is the most trusted orc of His Majesty the King. If he wants to keep Earl Grey, it's not a difficult task. There was a hint of surprise in Earl Grey's eyes, and he quickly knelt on his knees, facing the Duke. Your Excellency the Duke, I know I was wrong. I am willing to accept any punishment. So, what if he killed a dozen females? He had specially selected some females of low rank and weak family background. If they died, no one would notice. Even if we find out their identities, it doesn't matter.
Yes.
Duke Platinum spread out his hands, and Captain Geo beside him immediately handed him the rapier. He held the sword, and his golden vertical pupils kept staring at the little female who was slumped on the ground. Her eyes were red. She had been pampered in the yard for some time and had never looked so miserable. According to the rules of the Snake Tribe, if an orc in the tribe makes a mistake, as the leader, you have the right to deal with it, right? Guard Captain Geo responded. Yes, Lord Bolin. Every country has its own laws, and every family has its own rules. Lord Bolin is both the Duke of the Empire and the leader of the Snake Clan. Earl Grey is a member of the Snake Clan. Whether his punishment is severe or light depends entirely on the Duke's decision. The White Snake Youth no longer cared about his image. He supported himself on the ground with both hands, performed the highest level of salute, and knocked his forehead heavily on the ground. I swear, after tonight, I will change my ways and serve you wholeheartedly. Duke Platinum touched the smooth side of the rapier and had already made a decision in his mind. According to the rules of the Snake Tribe, Anyone who dares to harm the distinguished guests of the Duke's mansion should be punished with death.
What?
Lord Grey thought he had heard it wrong. Even if he is taken before His Majesty the King, the worst that can happen to him is life imprisonment. How did it become a capital punishment when it came to the Duke?
No.
Earl Grey shouted out of control, "You can't kill me without permission." Then, the Duke's cold gaze made it impossible for him to say the next words. "Ms. Gigi." Bolin looked at Yu Gigi, and his eyes softened a little. "Close your eyes, be good." Yu Gigi looked at him in a daze. After hearing these words, she lowered her head and closed her eyes tightly. She couldn't see anything. I only vaguely felt a flash of sword light before my eyes, and then the crowd around me burst into exclamation. Many females retreated, and some fell to the ground. After Yu Gigi closed her eyes, the Duke raised his sword, giving almost no chance for any orc to react, only to hear a bone-piercing sound. A stream of blood spurted out, and Earl Grey, who was kneeling on the ground, instantly became a headless orc. The head rolled in the air and fell onto the bluestone slab like a ball. It rolled to the feet of a female crocodile. The crocodile girl screamed, covered her face, and stepped back. The herd was in turmoil. No one expected that the Duke would use the death penalty on Grey. Nicole's face was as pale as paper, her shaky body swayed a few times, and she sat on the ground with a plop. The Geoguard bent down and took back the rapier. "Entertain the guests well," the Duke said to his personal servant beside him. The servant saluted. "Yes, master. The matter is settled." Earl Grey is extremely good at disguising himself. He appears to be very handsome on the surface, but secretly kills many females. And today, he was even more audacious, wanting to extend his claws to the S-rank females of the Empire. Duke Bolin used clan law to sentence her to death. Yu Gigi still had her eyes closed. All she heard was screams, hustle and bustle, and the Duke's voice coming up to her.
Okay.
Bolin looked at the little female in front of him. It had only been a few days since they last saw each other, and she had made herself so embarrassed. "You can open your eyes now." Lord Grey's body had been carried away. Won't scare his small pets. Yu Gigi slowly opened her eyes. There was noise all around her, and the lights were dim. "All the restlessness is over. Your Excellency the Duke," she said nervously. "I want to go to the utility room to take a look." Yu Gigi wanted to go and see how Ping'an was doing. When she escaped, Earl Grey quickly followed. "I wonder how Ping'an is doing now."
Good.
The Duke knew she was worried about the wild dog. Yu Gigi wanted to stand up, but it was very inconvenient, so the Duke simply picked her up. The guests who had not yet left saw Duke Bolin pick up the little female rabbit. His movements were very gentle. At the side, guard Captain Geo considerately put the cloak around her. All the orcs witnessed it all. The Duke is really special to this female rabbit. Thinking of His Majesty's will. Will he also want to run for the title of Beast Husband? Everyone thought the same thing. Outside the herd, a pair of white male wolves stood far away. They watched the whole process without saying a word. Until the end, Donald K. sighed. The little rabbit said he was unlucky, but he was lucky. Everyone originally thought that she was caught by an eagle and ran away. Unexpectedly, I came to visit the Duke's mansion. Now the king also knows that she is here, and the K family has already been notified about the beastly husband. They have to prepare in advance and submit a list of candidates. Who else could it be? Although Donnell really wanted to write his own name on the list. However, in order to increase his chances of success in the election for the position of first beast husband, he can only write Tang Locke K. The Duke carried the little pet in his arms all the way to the utility room. Reaching the door, the little female struggled to get down. He put Yu Gigi on the ground. Following them came the doctor from the Duke's mansion. He carried a medical box and followed the smell to find the seriously injured wild dog sitting by the door in the bathroom. The lamp was broken, so he could only put the luminous beads on the ground. After carefully examining the wound on the wild dog, he sighed, "Miss Gigi, this sword was too cruel. Even if you save it, I'm afraid it will become a vegetable."
Look.
A wild dog without any family background, a stray dog without even a name, and currently just a captive in the Duke's mansion. Even if he is saved, he will be in a vegetative state, and there is no value in saving him. Still want to save him? The wild dog leaned against the cold wall. He could no longer open his eyes, but he could vaguely hear the hesitation in the doctor's words. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. This is him. An abandoned, homeless stray dog. I might as well die here. However, he heard the girl's voice trembling with excitement. Save. She is back. Dingo's fingers moved slightly. Yu Gigi held onto the wall beside the door with both hands, looking at the wild dog lying in a pool of blood. The luminous beads on the ground emit a hazy light. The old doctor helped him up, leaned his back against the wall, and took out a syringe from the box. There is green liquid inside. He gave the wild dog an injection. Let's strengthen his heart first, to prevent his heart from stopping during the operation. He was impressed by the wild dog. The last time he was diagnosed, he knew that his golden animal bones had been extracted. He was currently unable to awaken his spiritual power and supernatural talents. He couldn't even do his job of guarding the house. Not to mention higher-level positions. All they can do is be a captive, serving tea and water and being ordered around by their masters. His bones are actually very good, and his strength is pretty good. If he can awaken his mental power, he'll be a good candidate. The old doctor's tone sounded regretful. Then, when will he wake up? Yu Gigi asked with concern. The old doctor said, there is no fixed time for this. Such a serious injury will leave sequelae. He may be in a coma for 3 months, or a year or 2, or even longer. Outside the utility room, the Duke heard the conversation between the two. He said, for his contribution in saving lives, the Duke's mansion will take good care of him. He can sleep as long as he wants until he dies, and all medical measures will not be interrupted. This is said to the little females. Reassure her. Guard Captain Gio, standing by, had a guilty look on his face. If he had not been careless, Earl Grey would never have had the opportunity to take advantage of him. I drank too much tonight, and it delayed everything. He was about to kneel on one knee when he heard the Duke's words. It's too late. Go back. We'll discuss your punishment tomorrow. Yes. Gio responded immediately. He bowed and saluted. I will take my leave. When Guard Captain Gio was leaving, he saw the rabbit man Noel coming towards him, and he saluted respectfully. Noel has also been following this matter. He came to the door of the utility room and said slowly, I have a way to make him wake up in the shortest possible time without leaving any sequelae. The Duke smiled and said, Thank you, please. Yu Gigi heard the voice and turned around in surprise. Seeing that it was Noel from the Rabbit Clan, she remembered that he was the most famous doctor in the Valoran Empire. The supernatural talent he awakened was healing. The old doctor saw who was coming and his face was full of surprise. Lord Noel, please come in. It was the first time for him to have close contact with this rabbit boy. The power of a healer is much more effective than lying in a cold hospital. The old doctor simply treated the wound to ensure the wild dog's life. As for the rest, he originally wanted to take the dog to the operating room in the territory, but when he saw the healer, he quickly stood up and made way. Noel from Green City, a date with him is worth a fortune. Yu Gigi saw the young man walking past her. She whispered, Thank you. Noel from the rabbit tribe curled his lips slightly, looked ahead, and said lightly, This love. In the future, he whispered in a voice that only Yu Gigi could hear, You have to pay it back. After the old doctor came out, he saw the wound on Yu Gigi's knee and made a pleased gesture. Ms. Gigi, come here. I'll treat your knee to prevent it from getting infected. Good. Yu Gigi agreed. She slowly moved to the stool in the utility room, sat down, and saw the old doctor taking out disinfectant and cleaning her wound. The special medicine he used didn't hurt, and even had a slight cooling effect. Blood scabs formed at the broken places. After cleaning, cover it with a waterproof bandage to ensure it is not exposed to airborne bacteria. The old doctor handed Yu Gigi a bottle of white medicine. It promotes blood circulation and relieves pain. It will be a bit bitter, but it is good for the body. After drinking, you can walk normally. Yu Gigi took it and drank it in one gulp. Just like what the old doctor said, it's a bit bitter and astringent, like licking metal. The effect is remarkable. As soon as I drank it, the pain in my body disappeared. Yujiji tried to move her legs, and she could straighten and bend them normally. Several servants came outside the door, including teacher Daili. She walked to Yujiji and said softly, "Miss Gigi, it's so late. Go back and rest first. I'll watch over here." Yujiji nodded slightly. In the bathroom, Noelle had already drawn up the healing formation. Even from a distance, she could feel the holy light surrounding her. Yujiji stood up and walked slowly to the door. Outside the courtyard, the moonlight was scattered all over the ground. The Duke stood alone beside the bamboo shadows. He looked up and stared at the night sky in the distance. His dark purple robe swayed in the wind, and there was a trace of weariness and loneliness between his brows. The black snake wrapped around his shoulder slid down his body onto the bamboo after seeing the girl and quickly disappeared into the night. Yujiji walked behind him. The Duke heard footsteps, turned around, and a barely perceptible smile flashed in the depths of his pupils. "I'm fine." Yujiji slowly lifted the hem of her skirt and showed the Duke her newly bandaged knee. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Let's go." The Duke walked towards the library. Yujiji followed. She found that this time the Duke walked very slowly, and she could easily keep up with him without jogging. The two walked along the green path, one in front and one behind. Passing by the wall of the backyard, the Duke casually glanced at the hole under the wall. "Run away from here?" Yujiji blushed. "Yeah. It's hard to believe you can find it." The Duke's lips curled slightly. "This hole. It was left over from a chow chow puppy I raised many years ago. It has been a long time, and after planting green plants, it is basically invisible. If it weren't for the small pet sneaking out, he would have forgotten about it." Back to the bookstore. Yujiji took off her shoes at the door, held them in her hands, stepped on the cobblestones and did not go into the house, but walked along the path beside and went directly to the backyard. "It's a mess today. We need to clean it up properly." The round bathtub is filled with hot steam. The moonlight in the sky is bright. There is a dim small lamp hanging by the pool. She could almost see the moonlight swaying on the water, hazy and beautiful. Yujiji put her shoes away, slowly sat down by the pool, and soaked her legs in the hot water. When the Duke arrived, he saw the little female sitting by the pool, seemingly in a daze. He sat down too. Yujiji was still thinking about what happened tonight, and was still frightened. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she felt like she had been saved from the scythe of the god of death. If it weren't for the eavesdropping card, she might have died at the hands of Earl Grey. "I looked through the system all before, but didn't find this card." She couldn't help but ask in her heart. "I want to buy 2 more eavesdropping cards. Is that okay?" System. "Sorry, not for sale at the moment. There is a chance that they will drop into the reward pool after completing the main quest." Yujiji remembers. Neither the first nor the second mission rewards the eavesdropping card. These 2 cards were opened from the novice gift pack. "I hope I can receive this reward for the 3rd main mission." But, thinking about the 3rd main mission, Yujiji couldn't help but lower her head, her rabbit ears drooping, feeling very confused. The Duke found that the little rabbit was wilting. Doesn't look very happy. The Duke had never felt any desire for her. Those times. It was all her teasing on the quilt. Yujiji thought about it and thought, in real life, she wouldn't have any extra thoughts about the cats and dogs she raised, right? Even if we like someone, the liking for pets is different from the liking for humans. The Duke has always kept her as a pet. When Yujiji realized what she had answered, her face turned slightly red. She lowered her head and looked at the steaming pool. Just as she was about to go down and hide in the water, she found out her shoulders were held down. "Thinking of you." The little female's voice is so soft and sweet that I can never get enough of it. "Miss me?" The Duke put his arm around her shoulders and held her in his arms. He pinched her chin with his other hand and stared into her eyes with his golden vertical pupils.
"What do you miss about me?" "Huh."
The air was filled with mist. In the heat, the little female's wet eyes sparkled. Her snow-white cheeks were stained with a layer of crimson, which spread little by little, and even the tips of her rabbit ears turned red.
"But..."
What should she say? I had tried everything I could to stop him, but the Duke remained indifferent. He just had a smile on his face, and his cold fingertips teased her wantonly, staring at her ups and downs. Yu Zhizhi was a little sad. The Duke saw that the light flickering in the little female's eyes slowly went out. She lowered her eyes, as if hiding her inner emotions. What's wrong? Why are you unhappy? The Duke found that he cared a lot. Was the little pet frightened tonight, or was it worried about the dying wild dog? Why does it look so sad? Her eyelashes were gradually stained with tears. Yu Zhizhi pursed her lips. She didn't want to cry, but when she thought about the failure of her Snake Clan's third goal and the almost finished mission time, she couldn't stop crying. Obliterated. What will it be like? Will it hurt? Will the memory fade? Will she leave a mark in this world? She hasn't been able to go home yet, hasn't been able to see the people she wanted to see. The Duke looked at the crystal tears in the corners of her eyes, and his heart was moved slightly. He used his fingers to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Immediately following, he leaned over and placed a kiss on her forehead. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" The man's magnetic voice was low and slightly hoarse. No matter what, he hoped that the little female could be happier at this moment. Yu Zhizhi's tears became more and more violent. She felt the kiss on her lips. Gently, ticklishly. The Duke pecked the girl's lips lightly, but as if he was fascinated, he pecked her again and again. Noticing that the little female's tears were gradually stopping, he twitched his lips slightly.
It turned out that
she likes kisses. The Duke used his hands to lift her up from his side and made her sit face to face in his arms. Yu Zhizhi instinctively hugged the person in front of her. She was afraid of falling into the water. Before she could react, she felt the Duke holding her waist tightly, holding the back of her head with his other hand, and leaning down to kiss her. This time, it was not a shallow peck to test the waters, but a deep attachment. The unique sweet jasmine scent on the little female, he savored it carefully, feeling the tenderness of a lover in love. Comfort her. I want her to forget the unpleasantness of tonight. I hope she can be happier. Yu Zhizhi was confused at first. She didn't expect the Duke to take the initiative. His cold fingers gently stroked her smooth back. She sat on the Duke's lap, her toes touching the hot water below her, and she couldn't stop shivering. Yu Zhizhi felt like her whole body was melting. The rabbit ear shrank shyly. Blushing heartbeat. The Duke ended this long kiss. His voice was hoarse, and his golden pupils were filled with desire. "Do you want it?" Like a devil holding a poisoned apple, asking a lost girl. There is a hidden temptation in his words. The 7 p.m. update was blocked. I will slowly revise it and post a small chapter first. He felt lonely at night these days without her. I miss her breath, her body temperature, her voice, her heartbeat. Miss everything about her. The Duke was struggling with his own ideas. He shouldn't have any feelings for his pets, at least not for females other than the Snake Clan. But at this moment, all of this was forgotten. Facing the Duke's question, Yu Zhizhi curled her toes slightly and said in a soft voice, "I want to." She responded in a very quiet voice. Some things are really hard to say. The Duke's golden vertical pupils gradually dimmed, and as the girl breathed, the fragrance of her body was full of temptation. Yu Zhizhi became a little bolder. She wanted to get the job done. So she moved forward and raised her head, just enough to kiss the man's Adam's apple. "I want." She was afraid that the other party didn't hear clearly. Humming again. Feeling the little female's needs and attachment, ripples appeared in his heart, and he admitted that he liked her initiative. The Duke held the little female in his arms tightly, rubbing her soft waist gently with his fingertips, and lowered his head to lick her shoulder. The scent of jasmine became more and more obvious, where my eyes fell. His throat rolled. Yu Zhizhi groaned and hugged the person in front of her. She was held in the other person's arms, face to face, and her rabbit eyes gradually turned red. The moonlight swayed in the steaming water. The delicate shadow of a flower rises and falls. Suddenly I felt cold. The moon hid in the fog. Yu Zhizhi also hid in the water. The hot water overflowed over her shoulders, and her heart was beating wildly. The Duke sat by the pool, his dark purple robe opened wide. What are you hiding from? No more.
Gigi blushed.
The water was hot, and the heat gave her a sense of security. The Duke chuckled. Where are we now? At daybreak, she was carried back into the house. Gigi buried her face in the quilt. She felt sore all over that she barely had the strength to speak. Had always been unmoved by her seduction, seemed to have opened Pandora's box and took her many times in the water without getting tired. At this moment, seeing that she only remembered to hide her body but forgot the white rabbit ears exposed, the Duke couldn't help laughing. Get some sleep. The man's voice was full of satisfaction after a meal. Wake up. Go meet them. The two distinguished guests from the K family seemed to have something to say to you. During the dinner, they specifically asked about Gigi's situation. I heard that something went wrong with a monster from the K family, but the matter is very secretive, and I'm afraid no one knows the details except the current acting leader. Gigi heard the Duke's footsteps leaving. He changed his clothes and went out directly. Did it work? She couldn't help but mutter to herself. But she knew that it would take a week to detect whether she was pregnant. System. Host, please wait patiently. After so many times last night, there shouldn't be any problem. Gigi slept until the evening, and when she turned over, she felt sore waist and legs. Her throat was dry, and she struggled to get up, and found that tea had been placed on the bedside table in advance. Clear and fragrant bamboo leaf tea. It is the favorite flavor of snakes. Gigi sat beside the bed, holding the glass teacup and drinking it in small sips. The voice of the hamster maid came from outside. Miss Gigi, are you awake? She heard some noise in the house. Gigi said softly, please come in. The hamster maid at the door came in and said with a smile, Teacher Diley asked me to help Miss Gigi get up on the soft bed. The gauze curtains swayed slightly in the wind. Gigi pinched the quilt with one hand and nodded slightly. When the hamster maid came closer, she noticed the red marks on her shoulders and neck and couldn't help but smile. She really liked Miss Gigi, this S-rank female of the empire. Although she was of such a noble status, she treated her servants very well and never made fun of them. It would be great if Miss Gigi could stay in the Duke's mansion forever. Teacher Diley said that she is now Miss Gigi's personal servant. Gigi changed into a light purple gauze dress. She sat in front of the dressing table and saw the marks on her neck. She couldn't help but pick up the brush and dipped it in powder. She brushed lightly and covered it with gouache. The hamster maid was combing her hair. After finishing, he said softly, after dinner, we have to go meet the guests. The Duke told her in advance. She had met Donald once in private before, so she had some impression of him. For Donald, Gigi is very unfamiliar. They had never met in private, but she still remembered the day she stepped onto the platform and the pair of identical white wolves standing at the door. Donald is the current acting head of the K family and handles all affairs of the K family. Donald is his twin brother. Although they look the same, their personalities are completely different. By the way, how is Pingin? Gigi came to the dining table and asked hurriedly. The hamster maid smiled and said, Don't worry, Miss Gigi. Pingin is fine. He is now in the ward, receiving 24-hour treatment and care. He woke up once 2 hours ago and drank a lot of nutrient solution, and now he is asleep again. Woke up. It seems that the rabbit boy was not exaggerating. He really cured the wild dog. That's great. Gigi sincerely hopes that the stray dogs are safe. In addition to personal emotions, there are also side quests. In another week, if she completes the side quest, she will get the teleportation scroll she has been longing for. The Duke also said. The hamster maid brought a small bowl of nourishing medicinal food. When his illness is completely cured, he will be allowed to guard the library. Gigi picked up the spoon and drank the soup slowly. The meal is over. Led by the maid, Gigi walked towards the reception room. The soft sunset cast a layer of pale gold on the ground. She saw the golden tree in the courtyard of the living room again. Across the yard, there was Donald standing by the door. He was wearing a dark green uniform, with a bright smile on his face, and his white hair looked like a thin layer of snow. Good evening, Miss Gigi. Yu Zhizhi lifted the hem of her skirt with both hands and bowed gently. The wolf youth stood up straight, placed his right hand across his chest, and bowed to return the greeting. Arriving at the door of the reception room, she looked inside and saw no one else except the servants. Donald knew what she was thinking and said with a smile, "My brother is busy today, so I will take over." Please. Yu Zhizhi walked into the reception room and sat on a chair. A butler came over with some tea and snacks and filled her glass. "Is it good to live here?" Donald asked straight to the point. "How does Duke Bolin treat you? If you don't like it, the Cave family welcomes you back at any time." The wolf youth spoke in a familial tone. His ruby eyes, always smiling, made people want to get close to him. "The Duke." Yu Zhizhi paused and nodded. "He treats me very well. I will stay for a while longer." Don Nark said no more. He stretched out his hand, and the follower beside him handed him something. The wolf youth slowly walked up to the girl and said, "This is what Tang Locke asked us to bring to you." "What is this?" Yu Zhizhi took something wrapped in black cloth. He said, "It's a gift." "Gift?" Yu Zhizhi removed the black cloth, revealing an exquisite drawing board. She slowly turned it over and saw the abstract pattern on the canvas in the boundless spreading black. There is a faint red figure with bared fangs and claws, like a demon. Then there is a small white figure with a strange shape, but a pair of rabbit ears are particularly obvious. This painting is very sloppy. It's hard to understand. Yu Zhizhi picked up the teacup with one hand and took a sip of tea. The red shadow caught a glimpse of it from the corner of my eye, and I felt it was extremely terrifying. It was like a huge evil beast, with its fangs piercing through the white rabbit's body. She seemed to understand something. His hand shook and all the tea spilled out, flowing down his chin and onto his neck. The servant beside him quickly handed over a clean handkerchief. Yu Zhizhi put down the teacup. Her heart was pounding. She took the handkerchief, wiped the corners of her mouth, and then slowly wiped her neck. His eyes were fixed on the painting. This giant red shadow represents Tang Locke himself. Why did Tang Locke send this painting? Was it a threat, a warning, or a foreshadowing? Besides that, there was also a strong desire. Yu Zhizhi didn't know. She just wiped the spilled tea stains in confusion, her rabbit eyes looking very innocent. The young wolf smiled as he watched the change in the expression of the little female rabbit. From confusion to fear, and then to the innocent and pitiful look now. She held the painting, slowly wiped her neck with a handkerchief, and gradually, after the gouache was wiped off, the ambiguous red mark was particularly vivid, as if it was branded on her snow-white neck. A hint of ambiguous smile flashed across Donald's deep red eyes. This is really... It caught him by surprise. Duke Bolin had an almost pathological obsession with cleanliness when it came to choosing a mate. Over the years, no matter how the king tried to persuade him, he was unwilling to choose a female other than the Snake Clan. Perhaps in his mind, all those outside the Snake Clan are aliens. In the eyes of the Snake Clan, the Rabbit Clan is so weak that they can barely even be considered food. The little female in front of him was wearing a light purple corseted long skirt, looking delicate and cute. If there weren't so many servants around, Donald really wanted to pinch her, especially the red marks on her neck. It's very imaginative. Miss Zhizhi, are you curious about Tang Locke's situation? Yu Zhizhi held the drawing board. She looked up at the wolf youth in front of her and asked softly, "How is he?" "It has been almost a month since I left the K family." When she left, Tang Locke had not come out yet.
Now.
Donald smiled slightly. His mental state has deteriorated and he is now under strict control. The family is urgently developing drugs. After hearing the news about you this time, he asked me to bring you a message. There will be another chapter at 7 p.m. Yesterday's chapter was blocked for review, so it was over an hour late. Don Luke asked someone to bring her this message. Hearing this, Yu Zhizhi couldn't help but become nervous. She looked at the white-haired young man in front of her and saw his ruby-like wolf eyes. She smiled obviously, but her voice was deliberately lowered a few degrees.
"Don't get caught by me."
He imitated it word for word, even a laugh at the end. Yu Gigi shuddered suddenly and almost dropped the painting in her hands. Donald returned to his normal self and looked at her with a smile. Whenever you want to come back, just come back anytime. We always welcome you. Rabbits are timid, so you need to treat them gently. At present, other forces in the Empire are ready to make a move. Everyone wants to compete for the beast husband of the S-rank female rabbit. Yu Gigi straightened the drawing board and forced a smile. With Tang Locke around, she didn't dare go back. Moreover, we still don't know what the fourth main mission is. Donald sat back in his seat, picked up his tea, and blew gently. What happened last night has spread throughout the Empire today. When this matter was mentioned, Donald's expression turned cold for a rare time. Earl Grey has been disgraced. The White Snake clan has kicked him out of the clan tree. His headless body has been thrown into a mass grave to be eaten by vultures. No orc is allowed to bury him in water. On the Beast World planet, it is customary for orcs to be buried in water after their death. Their philosophy is everything comes from the ocean. After death, the soul should also return to the bottom of the sea. For orcs, not being able to be buried at water is equivalent to falling into the Avicii Hades, where the soul will never be at peace. Dunnell continued, his fans have been deceived by his disguise and they want to burn down his mansion. Some cried bitterly, unable to accept the collapse of their idols. In any case, Earl Grey lost all his reputation overnight, which was quite gratifying. Many orcs present spared no effort in posting to publicize what happened that night. As he spoke, he was full of admiration for the female rabbit who had exposed his hypocritical mask. You know, the little female was in a very bad situation at that time. Most of the orcs doubted her. Who would believe that the gentle and humble Earl Grey would have murderous intentions towards the noble S-class female of the Empire? But the evidence showed that she was not lying. Yu Gigi held the drawing board quietly. It was good that Earl Grey received the punishment he deserved. The 13 bodies hidden in the ice cellar could also rest in peace. Thinking that I had also been deceived by Earl Grey's appearance, Yu Gigi felt from the bottom of her heart that he was warm and kind, and it was very comfortable to get along with him. The Duke had been unable to conquer her, so she really placed her last hope on Earl Grey. Fortunately, I didn't follow him blindly. Seeing the little rabbit's pale face, Donald knew that she had not yet recovered from what happened last night. I don't have anything else to say. If Miss Gigi didn't sleep well, you can go back and continue to rest. Yu Gigi stood up and said, okay, I'll go back to the house first. On the way back, Yu Gigi walked very slowly. The aches and pains in her body had not gone away, and she felt that she had not slept well. Now she wished she could fly back to the study and sleep for another 3 days and 3 nights. The hamster maid followed her and took the drawing board from her. I looked at it for a long time. I didn't understand the content of the painting. It is so abstract. Black, red, and white are all mixed together, and I have no idea what the orc who painted it was thinking. It's the white one with 2 ears, like a rabbit. When Yu Gigi returned, the guard outside the courtyard whispered, Miss Gigi, please walk more quietly.
The Duke
is sleeping. After hearing this, the hamster maid did not enter the yard. Yu Gigi nodded. She stepped over the threshold and walked along the corridor beside the pool to the door of the study. He took off his shoes and walked into the house slowly. It was already evening when I got up. It was just getting dark and there was no light in the study. There was freshly boiled tea on the desk, bubbling with the sound of gurgling. Yu Gigi didn't see the Duke. She walked behind the curtain and found the man. He hadn't changed his clothes yet, and was wearing the dark blue noble dress he wore when he went out. He leaned against the door, as if taking a nap. Next to him was a long and thin pipe. In the night, the man's eyebrows and eyes were delicate and handsome, less lazy and evil than during the day, and more easygoing and gentle. When I got closer, I found that he might be really tired. I didn't sleep last night. I left in a hurry early in the morning, and now I have a rare chance to close my eyes and rest. But there was a little sweat on his forehead. Yu Gigi couldn't help but take out her handkerchief and wipe it gently. The Duke, who was dozing off, gradually woke up. A trace of pain flashed across his golden vertical pupils. He smelled the faint scent of jasmine milk coming from in front of him. He looked over and saw the little female who had returned from the living room wiping her sweat. "Are you having a nightmare?" Yu Gigi asked softly. He was sweating too much and felt very uncomfortable. Yu Gigi wiped the sweat off his forehead. She thought that the Duke always liked to hug her, perhaps because he often had nightmares. After hesitating for a moment, she knelt on her knees, straightened her upper body, and hugged the man sitting in front of her.
Just like.
He held me gently, just like he used to hold me, and stroked my head with his palm, over and over again, as if to comfort me. The Duke's golden vertical pupils were slightly startled. The little female was holding him, comforting him. Perhaps due to his childhood experiences, he longed for physical contact, but due to his aversion to other races, he could not accept females other than the snake clan. However, snakes are cold-blooded animals. No temperature. He doesn't like it. The rabbit in front of him was so soft and fragrant, with a scent of jasmine mixed with a hint of milk, which became more and more obvious. I became more and more addicted to her scent. The Duke buried his face in front of her and couldn't help but stretch out his hands and hug her waist tightly. It is fragrant and soft, with a slender waist that seems like it would break with a slight bend. I want to make her rounder. But she ate too little. He had to think of a way. Will this be better? Yu Gigi asked softly. The Duke could not help laughing. How can it be cured? He slept for a while, and the little female came, arousing the desire in his heart. Once something breaks through the constraints of the heart, it will become unbridled. 0 times or countless times, there is no middle ground. Only. The Duke slowly loosened his hand, stroked the little female's head, and let her sit down beside him. He leaned against the door, enjoying the evening breeze, and lit the slender pipe beside him. Yu Gigi leaned quietly in his arms. There is one thing I need to tell you in advance. The Duke's voice was slightly hoarse, with a rare hint of seriousness. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Yu Gigi looked at him blankly. The moonlight was silent, and the air was filled with smoke. The Duke took a puff of cigarette and stared at the lake in the distance. As for me, I will not choose any other tribe as my wife except the female snake tribe. This was the idea that had been instilled in him since birth. His mother is the most noble female in the snake clan, and his father is the most powerful male in the snake clan. They had 11 children together. Among them, only the Duke was extremely obsessed with this matter and found it difficult to accept that his wife was from another ethnic group. Bolin couldn't remember when it started. It seemed like overnight. He had this stubborn idea. The Duke took a puff on the slender pipe in his hand and glanced at the expression of the little female in his arms. Seeing that she was a little confused, he was afraid that she didn't understand. So he spoke more clearly. I will not run for your beast husband. Even if they were close to each other, even if they had a baby, he also will not mate with females from other groups, including the rabbit tribe. Yu Gigi understood. She nodded. The Duke looked at her expression carefully, afraid to see her sad, but also afraid not to see her sad. Seeing that the little female didn't react much, he felt a little uncomfortable. But that's okay. He could tell her his true thoughts without any hesitation. When will you decide on your first beast husband? His Majesty the King takes it very seriously. I will personally keep an eye on this matter. And later the Duke lowered his voice a little. When I think you can leave one day, I will prepare a wedding for you and personally send you to the church. Wait until he is no longer attached to this little pet. Wait till he gets tired of it. Wait until he finds a replacement. Or wait until he stops having nightmares. Wait until he meets the female snake he likes, etc. The Duke didn't know the exact day, but he felt that day might come soon. Well, before that, he hopes the little female can stay with him forever. Yu Gigi responded softly. Thank you. The pipe in the Duke's hand trembled slightly. He thought he had heard wrongly. He lowered his head and stared at the little female in his arms, squinting his eyes unconsciously. How can it be a thank you? Shouldn't I be angry? Her reaction was as if she had never considered me being her beastly husband. The Duke didn't want to delve into the reasons for the flash of depression in his heart. He held the pipe with a slight force, and his knuckles turned pale. The The Duke said nothing, afraid he would misunderstand. Yu Zhizhi wanted to say that she was not a sticky person, and she insisted that he take responsibility. After all, conquering him is a task assigned by the system. To be honest, she was the one who concealed the truth. She raised her head and looked at the man in front of her seriously, and said word by word, "You said I was your pet. Lord Bolin, don't worry, I will always remember my identity and will never overstep it." This is what the Duke once said to her. Let her remember who she is. Don't overthink it. Now the Duke heard these words again and found them very offensive. He had a gloomy face, smoked silently, and didn't respond for a long time. There was a moment the Duke thought that the little rabbit did it on purpose, but she was definitely not that kind of person. He can't speak ambiguously and is full of ulterior motives. Her joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness are all shown on her face. After a long time, Yu Zhizhi heard the Duke's helpless sigh. He lowered his head helplessly and kissed the little female's forehead. It used to be a pet.
Now,
an additional identity. Yu Zhizhi's rabbit ears moved slightly, and she asked curiously, "What is it?" The Duke pinched her cheek with his fingertips, and his voice returned to his usual lazy tone. "Lover. She is a pet and a lover." He was too lazy to think about what happened after that. It seems that even if I don't want to, time can be frozen forever tonight. The wind tonight makes me sleep well. Yu Zhizhi looked up at the man's golden snake eyes. She actually felt a little shy being stared at by him like this. The Duke bent down and kissed her. He took a drag on his cigarette. "Lower your head again." A faint smell of cigarette spread between her lips and teeth. Yu Zhizhi tilted her neck back, enduring this slightly aggressive kiss. Yu Zhizhi grabbed the collar of the Duke's dark blue dress with both hands. The Duke's eyes dimmed. He reached behind her with his right hand and slowly untied the waist of her light purple dress. Do what?" Yu Zhizhi held down his restless hands. The Duke chuckled. "Do what lovers should do." In the second half of the night, the Duke took Yu Zhizhi to the bathhouse to clean herself. "Wash it and bring it back to bed." The Duke embraced her from behind. Yu Zhizhi placed her hand gently on her lower abdomen, murmuring in her heart, should it be successful? The frequency of the past 2 days was really too high. She was now completely limp, lying on the bed and not wanting to move at all. The Duke behind him fell asleep. Yu Zhizhi was too sleepy to open her eyes and gradually fell asleep. In the following days, the meals in the library became more frequent, with 5 meals a day and sometimes midnight snacks. After a week, I finally heard the sound of the system. System. Congratulations to the host. Pregnancy has been detected. Please rest assured and take care of the baby. That's great. Yu Zhizhi is very happy. After conception, the countdown was frozen. When the baby was born, the mission was completely completed. When the Duke came back, he saw that she had left a lot of food. Before he could say anything, he saw the little female running towards him with eager eyes. Yu Zhizhi took the man's hand and whispered, "I'm pregnant?" There was a moment of surprise in the Duke's eyes. "How long has it been?" "It takes a long time for the Beast World planet to conceive. This little rabbit is already pregnant?" The Duke's golden vertical pupils fell on her flat abdomen.
"Mean it?"
Yu Zhizhi was stunned for a moment. She lowered her head and her cheeks turned pink. "Of course it's yours. During this time, there are no other males."
She said it very subtly.
A smile appeared in the Duke's eyes. He put his arm around the little female's shoulders and walked towards the dining table. "Since you're pregnant, you should eat more."
"Oh."
After dinner, the old doctor came to take Yu Zhizhi's pulse. He reminded her of some things. The weather was getting hotter. Although it was spring all year round in the Imperial City, she should be careful not to sweat too much. This is not good for the baby in the belly. In addition, pregnant females should take more walks. 3 days later, accompanied by her hamster Maid, Yu Zhizhi was walking slowly beside the pond in the study. Suddenly, she heard a system prompt. System. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest Save the Wild Dogs. Rewards are being distributed. System. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a teleportation scroll, single. System. The host can open the inventory and click to query or use. It's time for side quests. Counting the time. The wild dog has lived for more than a month. Yu Jiji sat in the pavilion on the pretext of something, and the hamster maid went to bring her some fruit. She summoned a light blue floating inventory. The golden teleportation scroll slowly unfolds. Inside was a complete map that depicted the entire Beast World planet. Item information appears below name. Teleportation scroll, single. Introduction. You can select an unlocked location and teleport quickly. Tip. The transmission time is 10 seconds. You may feel dizzy and nauseous during the process, which is normal. Note. A small part of the unlocked areas can be redeemed with points. Yu Jiji roughly understood the usage of this scroll. She looked carefully at the map in the painting. Yu Jiji found her location Valoran Empire, Imperial City, and clicked on it to see a more detailed description of the area. There is a small note next to the Imperial City. The unlocked areas are K Family Duke's Mansion. Yu Jiji was stunned. The teleportation scroll is convenient to use, but the requirements are very strict. Unlock should refer to the places she has been to. In the K family and the Duke's Mansion, you can choose any unlocked scene as your base. All other places are unlocked. If you want to go, you need to redeem your points in the mall. Yu Jiji looked at it for a long time. She found the location of the Tsongshan Empire. It is very far away from the Valoran Empire. In the lower right corner, there is an area marked in purple font host territory. Yu Jiji thought of her previous reward, which included an unlocked foundation. Could it be that this was the area where she could settle down in the future? She put away the scroll when she heard footsteps. The system panel disappears. The hamster maid brought a plate of fruit, including grapes, apples, watermelons, and bananas. She placed it on the table in the gazebo and said with a big smile, "Miss Jiji seems to be very happy." Yu Jiji smiled slightly. The wind is very comfortable today. Yes, the weather in the Imperial City is always very good. Here it is spring all year round. What's the world like outside? Yu Jiji has never seen it before. I just heard that things are not peaceful. It seems that many places are invaded by monsters, and the mutations caused by pollution sources have also caused many forces to be attacked from all sides. With this scroll, Yu Jiji has the right to choose. Although many places have not been visited and have not yet been unlocked, but as long as it can be redeemed with points, it will definitely come in handy at the critical moment.
She thought of wild dogs.
This side quest is the reward for saving his life. Let's go check on Ping. And Yu Jiji picked up an apple. Hamster maid. Okay, Miss Jiji, please follow me. The Duke's territory was very large, and after leaving the study yard, the maid found an open carriage. Yu Jiji sat on it. The wild dogs are now housed in the territory's medical ward, a building near the lake with vermilion eaves and gray walls. The hamster maid led the way. The doctors and nurses whom I met by chance all bowed respectfully. In their opinion, this noble female rabbit is likely to be the future duchess. Yu Jiji came to the room where the wild dog lived. He was leaning against the bed with a newspaper in his hand. Hearing the footsteps, the furry ears on his head moved slightly. After confirming the identity of the person coming, his dark pupils were slightly startled. "Hello," Yu Jiji greeted him happily. "Haven't seen you for many days." He has a very good complexion. The wild dog raised his eyes and glanced quickly at the girl, then hid the newspaper.
Yes.
The next second, a crimson apple was handed to him.
Thank you.
He took it, his voice hoarse. Yu Jiji sat on a chair nearby and said softly, "I haven't formally thanked you for what happened last time. If it weren't for you, I might have died." Unimportant. The wild dog's eyes were cold. She thought of that night in the utility room when he said that his life was worthless and death was not a pity. Yu Jiji pursed her lips slightly and said solemnly, "But your life is very important to me." The wild dog holds a red apple and its ears move slightly. He didn't look up, not wanting the girl to see the emotions in his eyes. This was the first time in his life that someone had said such words to him. The hamster maid smiled admiringly at the side. Miss Jiji was a very gentle female. Apart from her, no noble would care about the life and death of slaves. I really hope that everything goes well for her in the future and that she will always be safe and happy. It would be even better if she was willing to be a duchess then. Do you have any wish? Yu Zhizhi asked softly. He's saved himself. The right thing to do is to cure him. Besides, she wanted to be nicer to him. If you don't want to be a captive, I can no need. Wild Dog interrupted her. This female rabbit seemed not to understand that being a captive was not her choice, but that without the golden beast bones, she could not have any other career except that of a captive. He hid at his side, his hand holding the newspaper clenched slightly. On the beast world, males without fighting ability, like females without fertility, are the lowest beings. In the Duke's mansion, besides serving tea and guarding the door at night, what else can he do? He can't even patrol. If he could awaken his dual abilities, he would not have been seriously injured by Earl Grey that night. Even a male who usually only holds a pen can kill him with one sword. Even if he wants to be a guard, wants to protect, I want to protect her. No one has that ability. Yu Zhizhi looked at the stray dog thoughtfully. She nodded. Then you eat the apple first. I will come to see you tomorrow. Yu Zhizhi left. The wild dog's eyes followed her figure. After she left, he took out the hidden newspaper. The front page headline had a few big words written on it. Great turmoil in the Knights Alliance. Miss Zhizhi, are you thinking about Ping'an? The hamster maid asked curiously. If it is a wish, I think he must hope to awaken his mental strength and supernatural talents. The hamster maid sighed. But this is difficult. After all, the Valoran Empire has not awakened the evolutionary talent of the Bright Moon priesthood, so it is impossible to help him reshape the golden animal bones. So, the wild dog didn't say what he thought. Deep down in his heart, he felt that this was an impossible wish. Yu Zhizhi murmured, Let's find a way to give him freedom first. Maybe there will be a turning point in the future. It would be great if she could awaken her evolutionary talent. Enter the yard and return to the study. As soon as I stepped over the threshold, I was restrained by a strong arm from behind. She held the arm across her neck with both hands. The Duke leaned over and whispered in her ear, Your life is very important to me. Tell this Duke how important that wild dog is. There was a hint of ambiguous smile in the Duke's low and affectionate voice. He held her tightly in his arms. Yu Zhizhi said softly, He saved me. I hope he's okay. The Duke had a pleasant smell of shower gel on him. His collar was wide open, her back was pressed tightly against his chest, and she could feel the man's strong heartbeat. Hiss. She felt a sudden lick on her neck. It feels so much like a snake. Is the apple delicious? The Duke's golden eyes smiled and said, Why don't you give me a gift? Yu Zhizhi reacted and gently tugged at the man's wide sleeves. How about tomorrow? I need to think about what to give you. He admitted it. I felt very uncomfortable when I heard the report from my servants. It was clearly just a stray dog. He must be crazy. Even an apple is of particular concern. Hearing the soft voice of the little female, he relaxed. Okay. One more thing. Yu Zhizhi took the initiative to turn around and said, I want to give him back his freedom. Is his indenture contract in the Duke's mansion?
Yes.
This is easy. I can give you this contract. The Duke looked down at the little female in front of him, but even if the contract is torn up and he leaves the Duke's mansion as a free person, he will be captured by other orcs. Anything is possible. Seeing a hint of confusion flash across Yu Zhizhi's watery eyes, the Duke couldn't help but pinch her fair little face. For male orcs, without power, there will never be freedom. This is a planet where the strong prey on the weak, and only the fittest survive. The weak can only survive. At least he will be safe if he stays in the Duke's mansion. I can find him an idle job in the front hall, the kitchen, the garden, except the library, added the Duke. Before, I was thinking of coming to the library to take care of the stray dog after its injuries healed. Now, it seems that he needs to be sent to a farther place, the farther the better. The Duke held her shoulders and walked towards the dining table in the next room. The table was full of delicious food, exuding an enticing aroma. After he sat down, he pulled Yu Zhizhi into his arms. I haven't fed you for a long time. The Duke handed the spoon for soup to her lips and saw the little female lower her head obediently and drink it slowly. He might want to leave. Yu Zhizhi murmured. The Duke's golden pupils flashed a faint smile. You want to send him away? I heard that many females in the territory often visit him in the ward, and there are too many flowers to put away. Can you bear to send him away? That wild dog. He has a good appearance. The key is that it requires no mental power and is extremely easy to control. After all, most females on the beast world are very casual. If they have the choice, strong males can be their husbands to reproduce their genes, and good-looking males can be raised for their enjoyment. As long as they are high enough level. The laws of the empire support them in doing so. The wild dogs, however, were only one level higher than the crippled males and were suppressed by the many females in their rank, so they had no choice but to accept their fate in the face of them. Moo Moo from the snake clan also took a fancy to him and wanted to take him home to raise, but he disagreed.
He was nearly beaten to death.
And now Moo Moo has found a new male lover and takes him out to travel. Yu Zhizhi held the noodles on her chopsticks while the Duke slowly fed her. The noodles were fragrant, and the soup was delicious. Hearing the Duke's words, she whispered, I always feel that he doesn't want to stay here. He probably doesn't like being locked up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rejected Moo Moo. The Duke put down the bowl, picked up the tissue, and gently wiped the corners of her mouth. Do you know Sun Ridge? Yu Zhizhi felt that the name was familiar. She thought about it and remembered that she had seen it on a map before. I know. It's not far from the World Tree. The World Tree is the source of all power, not part of any empire. The continent where the World Tree grows is an isolated island, with Sun Ridge and Knights Alliance on it. The Knights Alliance is in chaos right now. The Duke used a napkin to carefully wipe the girl's fingers. The war is raging. It looks like it will take a long time. I heard that the Moon Rising Empire's Bright Moon priesthood went to Sun Ridge. The wild dog's bones were taken away. If we can find the Bright Moon priesthood, maybe it can be saved. However, it is very dangerous there. He has no mental strength. If he goes there, he will be in danger of death. If he ultimately chooses to go, I'll give him a pass and make sure he gets to Sun Ridge. Yu Zhizhi understood. She looked up at the man in front of her, who was concentrating on wiping her hands. The Duke's dark purple robe was half open, his dark blue semi-long hair was slightly curled, his eyelids blocked his evil golden vertical pupils, his perfect jawline revealed his nobleness, and there was a smile at the corner of his mouth, lazy and uninhibited. Yu Zhizhi felt a little touched. I thank you on his behalf. The Duke paused for a moment, raised his eyes, and clenched the girl's hand. You can't replace him. She said this as if the wild dog was already hers. The Duke put the tissue on the table after wiping. He stroked the little female rabbit's lips. Are you full? I'm full.
Well.
Now it's my turn to eat. The next second, her lips were blocked. Yu Zhizhi placed her hands on his chest and tried to push him away, but was restrained by his hand. The Duke pulled up her two white wrists, and a ball of white smoke appeared and slowly coiled around her. She sat there with her hands hanging as if by a rope. Now, I can't move at all. Gradually, a thin layer of red appeared on Yu Zhizhi's face. She bit her lip, but still groaned occasionally. The second day, Yu Zhizhi went to the ward again and conveyed the Duke's intention. On the bed, the wild dog was stunned for a long time. He never thought that one day he would be able to leave this place. Seeing the girl sitting beside the bed with a sweet smile, she handed the Sun Ridge pass to him. The wild dog's gaze dropped, and the corners of his eyes became moist. Yu Zhizhi changed the subject. If you want to stay in the Duke's mansion, that's also good. In addition to guarding, there are many other positions. If you go out, you may die without a burial place at any time.
Thank you.
Wild Dog held the Golden and Black Pass. He was determined to get to Sun Ridge. Find the Bright Moon priesthood. Become extremely powerful, even if you have to sell your soul. Death is also acceptable. He was never afraid of death. He was just afraid that he didn't have the strength and could only watch her get hurt. The wild dogs are leaving. According to the Duke's instructions, after Wild Dog makes a decision, a carriage will come to the door to pick him up. Yu Zhizhi stood at the window of the ward and watched him get into the car. The moment the wild dog got on the carriage, he looked back at the window of the ward and saw the girl waving at him with a smile. He stared deeply into the face of the female rabbit, as if he wanted to carve her into his bones. She doesn't know. He had made up his mind that night in the utility room. If I can survive. He fell in a pool of blood, and as his consciousness gradually faded, he whispered softly, "Tame me." In his long, dark years, a rose bloomed in his dry heart. He wanted very much protect his little rose. Letter? Yu Jiji saw the craft paper envelope and took it. The matte texture felt very comfortable to the touch. But there is a seal on this letter. Cannot be disassembled at the moment. On the envelope, there were a few dark red, faintly glowing characters. Temple Alliance, Yu Jiji murmured. Why would they send me the letter? Yu Jiji had heard of this organization. On the Beast World planet, many people with rare supernatural talents will choose to join. How do I open this letter? Yu Jiji was very curious about the contents of the letter. Once Miss Jiji awakens her spiritual power, she should be able to take it apart. So, can I have someone else unpack it for me?
No.
The hamster maid said quickly. This letter has the seal of the temple. It is not Miss Jiji herself.
It is easy to be backfired.
Yu Jiji nodded thoughtfully. She looked toward the intersection. The carriage carrying the guards had disappeared around the corner. Yu Jiji held the letter in her hand and leaned against the window. She felt sad as she thought that she might never see a stray dog again. It seems that when we come to this world, we have to learn how to say goodbye. I hope he gets what he wants. Please don't let anything happen. The place he went to was Sun Ridge, where monsters were rampant. Like the Temple Alliance, the Night Alliance, which did not belong to any force, was falling apart. In this case, go to.
It's more likely to be a bad thing.
But I still hope he can succeed. If he can find the Bright Moon priesthood and re-evolve the Golden Beast bones, Wild Dog will be able to awaken his dual talents. I heard that his ancestors were from a branch of the Daquan family, and he was born into a powerful family when he was young. Later, his parents died in battle, and his golden animal bones were extracted by the elders of the tribe, and he became what he is now. The battles between the families were brutal. Without the protection of his loved ones, I really don't know how he survived. If I could really evolve a new golden animal bone with his parents' genes, the talent he can awaken is likely to belong to the first sequence. The hamster maid sighed. He is so brave. If it were him, he would definitely not choose to leave the Duke's mansion. In this situation, he has done a favor to Miss Jiji, and the Duke's mansion will take good care of him.
It's so dangerous outside.
Not to mention Sun Ridge. Even if you leave the imperial city of Valoran, you may die at any time. Yu Jiji couldn't help but touch her belly. The main task will be completed only after the snake cubs are successfully born. I wonder how many points I will be rewarded then? Oh, by the way, she also has to prepare a gift for the Duke. I promised him yesterday. But the Duke has everything he needs, so what should she give him? Is there a market or something like that? I'd like to go shopping. Yes, Miss Jiji. Today is the weekend, and the market in the Imperial City is very busy. I'll go get the car ready.
Good.
Since Yu Jiji came to the Duke's mansion, she has never gone out. As for the Imperial City, she didn't know what it looked like. In the past, the K family's territory had everything, but no one would take her out for a walk. The hamster maid came over quickly, and with her was the captain of the guard Geo. Yu Jiji saw that a whole guard team came down from the building, with about 20 guards. So many people? Seeing Yu Jiji's slightly surprised expression, Guard Captain Jiao smiled and explained, Miss Jiji, you have a special identity. We must ensure your safety 100%, so there are a few more guards accompanying you. Please forgive me. The Imperial City is prosperous and bustling, but it also hides mysteries. In particular, after the last Earl Grey incident, Gio was fined half a year's salary and received 40 military sticks. He had just recovered from his injuries and was guarding Yu Jiji with all his heart and responsibility. Yu Jiji got into the spacious carriage. Guard Captain Gio hung a dark blue lantern with the Duke's Palace logo in front of the carriage. The group headed to the Imperial City Market. It was Yu Jiji's first time out, and when she heard the noisy noise, she couldn't help but lift the car curtain. The buildings on both sides are tall and ornate, with staggered towers and painted canvases. Various strange decorations are hung on the eaves at the entrance of the store. The orcs on the road were wearing various costumes and had different appearances. There is a shop directly opposite, with many exotic items displayed at the door. "Let's choose this one," Yu said softly. The carriage slowly stopped. Gio lowered the steps and Yu got out of the car. The orcs passing by all looked sideways at this noble female. She was wearing a light blue corseted dress today, with snowy skin and starry eyes, long hair scattered behind her, and white rabbit ears standing quietly, making the animals unable to take their eyes off her. The guards stayed by her side diligently. Ordinary orcs dare not approach. Everyone make way. The shop owner was wearing a half-eye patch and holding a cane. He looked about 50 years old. He saluted gracefully. "Miss, what can I do for you?" Being able to open a store in the Imperial City Market, you can keep your eyes and ears open in all directions. He had already discovered that the female in front of him came in the carriage of the Duke's palace. Even if it's not the Snake clan, her status is either rich or noble. Look at the row of guards behind her. With such a large group, they must be distinguished guests from the Duke's mansion. Don't be negligent. Yu looked at the various products in the store and said, "I want to buy something as a gift." "Excuse me, miss, are you going to give me a male or a female?"
Male.
"Which ethnic group?"
Snake.
"Male, snake, the Duke's carriage." The shopkeeper's eyes twitched slightly. Could it be that this beautiful and lovely rabbit lady was going to buy a gift for the most distinguished Duke of the Valoran Empire? His little shop was really a great honor. Just as the shop owner was considering whether to take out the store's treasure, a sneer came from the side. "Lord Boland's birthday is coming soon. Are you afraid of being kicked out of the Duke's mansion by trying to curry favor with him?" The shopkeeper was startled and turned around quickly. There was another distinguished guest behind him. This young and beautiful female snake was wearing a light gold aristocratic fluffy long skirt and holding a white lace umbrella. She had dark curly hair like a waterfall and gorgeous and charming golden pupils, but her tones sounded full of arrogance. The attendant behind her said sternly, "What are you looking at? Princess Fair is here. Why don't you kneel down quickly?" "Your Highness Fair." The shopkeeper took a deep breath and knelt down quickly. The orcs standing at the door all knelt on the ground after they realized what was happening. Among them are the guards of the Duke's mansion and the hamster maid. In a blink of an eye, Yu was the only one standing alone. The hamster maid trembled. A large group of orcs were kneeling outside the door, with their heads bowed to the ground, not daring to raise their heads. The shop owner is the closest. He muttered in his heart, "Isn't this rabbit lady afraid of death?" Yu looked at the crawling figures around her in confusion, and then she heard the sound of heels stepping on the wooden floor, gradually approaching her. "Why do you look down on me?" The arrogant female snake stared at the girl in front of her with displeasure. She sneered, "Someone break her legs?" Puff, a sudden laugh was heard from the herd. "Ha ha ha. Ahem. Sorry, I couldn't help it for a moment." The young man sat on the roof of the carriage, swinging his legs, and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his fingers. It was unclear whether he had just woken up or they were tears of laughter. He said sleepily, "Your Highness, I advise you not to provoke this little female." As a top noble of the Snake clan, Faye was adopted by the royal family of the Valoran Empire since childhood, and is now the most favored and honorable princess of the empire. Glancing at the figure of the rabbit tribe's genius, she shrank her golden pupils in displeasure. "Noelle, are you still asleep?"
Listen to what you are saying.
"Thank you for your concern, princess. I slept well last night. However, your Highness has been in the Moon Rising Empire for a long time, so you may not know I know." The female snake interrupted him impatiently. "She is the Duke's pet. You don't know." The young man held his chin with one hand and said leisurely, "She is pregnant with the Duke's child." Noelle from the rabbit tribe said word by word, "According to the laws of the Empire, pregnant females do not need to pay homage to any nobles, including the royal family. You want to punish her? And break her legs? The Female Protection Association will sue you in the Holy Law Hall." Even if you are a princess of the empire, you'll be punished with torture.
What?
Fair's golden eyes widened as she looked at the weak female rabbit in front of her in disbelief. She was pregnant? She was actually the blood of the Duke of Platinum? All the orcs present could hear clearly the words of the rabbit tribe's genius. The shop owner was shocked. She had thought that this little female was of noble status, but she had never expected her to be so noble. No wonder there are so many guards from the dukes. Fair was so angry that her teeth itched. She stared gloomily at the girl in front of her. She had only been in the Moonrise Empire for half a year, but this hateful rabbit had gotten there first. When they met at the market today, she originally thought that the Duke was just trying to be fresh and wanted to show him off, but she turned out to be pregnant. On the Beast World planet, pregnant females enjoy all the privileges, even beyond their own class. Whether it is C or S+, as long as they conceive, they will receive all-round care. Orcs who dare to embarrass them will be sued by the Female Protection Association to the Holy Law Hall. That's not a good place. No matter how arrogant a noble is, he will be skinned alive if he goes in. No matter how angry Fair was, she had to take a few steps back. What if this little rabbit had ulterior motives and fell on purpose? She would never be able to clear herself of this sin even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Snort. Princess Fair held an umbrella, walked around, and deliberately chose the longest route to go out of the store. She glanced at the little female rabbit coldly and said, "Even if you are pregnant with Duke Platinum's cub, he will not be your beastly husband. He's just playing with you." The orc who was kneeling at the door slowly stood up after Her Royal Highness the Princess walked away. They looked at each other. I didn't expect that I would hear big news while visiting the market. The most distinguished duke in the empire actually had a child? All we know is that he never married and adopted 4 children from the snake tribe. If the rabbit lady is pregnant with the duke's blood, I should be able to inherit his talent perfectly. This is a great joyous event for the Valoran Empire. You know, the duke has awakened the rare cloud talent, and although his mental power has not been announced to the public, his overall rating has reached SSS+. It is conceivable how high his spiritual power is. Originally, only people in the duke's mansion knew that Yu Zhizhi was pregnant. Now the whole imperial city knows about it. They looked at Yu Zhizhi again, their faces full of respect, and bowed to her as they left. The shop owner wiped his hands again and again with a handkerchief, and his movements were very gentle when he leaned on a cane. "Miss, if you want to give a gift to the Duke, I have a treasure that has just been shipped from Songshan Mountain. Would you like to take a look? The Duke's birthday is coming soon." The nobles of the empire were all buying gifts, and Her Highness Fea even went to the market to choose personally. The little female rabbit in front of me must have the same feeling. Songshan? Yu Zhizhi was slightly startled. She shook her head gently. It seems not possible. The Duke gave her the impression that he didn't like Songshan very much. I especially don't like her mentioning Dracula. So far, no one seems to know his name. Yu Zhizhi kept it in her heart and did not mention it to any orc. She looked at the lucky bags hanging on the beams of the shop. Most of them were red and embroidered with retro and beautiful patterns. Among them was an ink blue embroidered blessing bag with retro blessing fonts on it, tied with a red ribbon, and the pendant underneath was a small copper coin. Yu Zhizhi fell in love with him at first sight. "I want that." The shopkeeper looked in the direction she pointed, and when he found the lucky bag, a flash of realization flashed in his eyes. "Wait a moment. I'll get it for you, Mississippi." In the Valoran Empire, lucky bags are used to pray for blessings from the gods, and are usually bought as gifts to one's loved one. He forgot. The relationship between the female in front of him and His Excellency the Duke is very close. Even though Her Highness Fair's words were extremely harsh, they could not conceal the fact that the female rabbit was pregnant with the Duke's snake cub. For this reason alone, even if they separate in the future, this young lady will always be a distinguished guest of the Duke's mansion. When the cubs grow up, they will be extremely filial to their mother. The store owner brought out the blue lucky bag. Yu Zhizhi held it in her hands, examined it carefully, and finally decided on it.
Besides,
Yu Zhizhi also asked for a red lucky bag. The hamster maid paid. Surrounded by her guards, she walked towards the carriage. I looked up at the rabbit boy sitting on the roof. He had his legs crossed, his chin in his hand with boredom, and his eyes were indifferent. Yu Jiji smiled at him, placed her hands on her chest, and nodded slightly. "Thank you for helping me today." "You're welcome." He just happened to be at the market today, saw the Duke's car, and wanted to take a ride. Then he saw a wonderful scene. The spoiled Princess Fair of the Empire is making things difficult for the little rabbit. Publicly, as the pride of the rabbit tribe, he should protect his people. Privately, this little female rabbit aroused his interest, so naturally, he didn't want her to suffer. Yu Jiji groped in her arms and took out the things she had just bought in the store. "This is for you." Before, Noelle had saved the wild dogs, but she never had the chance to thank him. And just now he helped himself. After choosing a gift for the Duke, she saw this beautiful red lucky bag and bought it as well. Noelle from the rabbit tribe was slightly startled. He lowered his head. Looking at the girl's raised right hand beside the car, her jade-like fingers were holding a red lucky bag, the silk on it fluttering in the wind. The wind blew the hair on her cheeks, lifted her light blue skirt, and the lovely and bright smile on her face. The guards around were all shocked. The hamster maid almost dropped the various small objects in her hands to the ground. Soon, they all turned their backs, not daring to look any further. Guard Captain Gio was shocked. Miss Gigi actually gave Lord Noel a lucky bag?
She
likes Lord Noel? Noel from the rabbit tribe stared at her for a long time, then raised his lips playfully. "Give it to me?"
"Yes."
Yu Gigi nodded. She was afraid that the boy on the roof of the car couldn't reach it. The weekend market is bustling and prosperous. The wind rang the bell on the shop door, making it ring sweetly and crisply. Noel looked into the girl's clear eyes. He stretched out his hand, bent down slightly, hooked his fingers on the red rope on the lucky bag, and gently pulled it. The object of blessing from the gods fell into his palm. It would be disrespectful to refuse it. The young man's voice was as clear as spring water. "I accept this kind gesture. But it doesn't matter." He rubbed the golden embroidery on the lucky bag. The warm sunlight above his head made him feel sleepy. The girl had already gotten into the carriage with the help of the hamster maid. The guards had different expressions. They dared not say anything more. On the beast world planet, S-level females can indeed have multiple beast husbands, but only males of a lower level than her. Whether it is Lord Duke or Lord Noel of the rabbit tribe, they are all males standing at the top of the tribe. Miss Gigi is currently an S-rank female and wants to have both of them at the same time. I'm afraid not. If she could advance to SS level, it would require the consent of both high-level males. Don't say that Lord Noel doesn't want to. Duke Bolin, how could you possibly give in? His rank is so high that unless he is an SSS level saint female otherwise, the future Duchess must stay in the Duke's mansion and behave herself. However, on the Beast World planet today, no saint female has appeared in 100 years. On the way back, the hamster maid wanted to speak several times, but when she saw Miss Gigi quietly flipping through a book, she held back. What does Miss Gigi think? She don't you like the Duke? But when they were together, they were obviously very close. The hamster maid often serves in the study.
She can see it.
The Duke often held her in his arms wherever he went. Miss Gigi was like a newborn cub, curled up in his arms. However, no matter who Miss Gigi likes in her heart, the hamster maid will bless her. Because she is an S-level female, she has the right to freely choose her spouse. The carriage entered the Duke's palace, drove a long distance, and slowly stopped outside the gate of the study courtyard. After getting off the bus, Yu Gigi sneezed. She rubbed her nose with her fingers. I think I have a cold. The hamster maid bent down and said, Miss Gigi, please come in first. Thanks. She returned to the room, went to the low desk, and sat down on the cushion. He put the half-read book in his hand on the table. Yu Gigi felt a little sleepy. She fell asleep on the desk, resting her arms on her head. She retreated quietly and stood guard at the door. It's getting dark. The Duke appeared at the gate of the courtyard, and his guards and entourage saluted together. He returned in the sunset, holding a few dark blue lotus in his hand. As soon as I entered the study, I saw a little female sleeping on her stomach. The Duke had a smile on his face as he slowly approached and placed the lotus in his hand into the vase on the table. Yujiji was sleeping soundly. He didn't say anything. He just sat down quietly and stared at her intently. The little pet's bunny ears are drooping. There were some red marks on her fair cheeks from sleeping, and her long eyelashes were pressed tightly against her cheeks. She seemed to have had a good dream, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. Even when she's asleep, she's still so cute and adorable. It felt like a fine strand of fluff had fallen on the tip of the Duke's heart, and a slight itch came from his heart. The sun sets. The room became dark. The Duke's golden vertical pupils were deep. He leaned over, slowly approached, and placed a light kiss on her slightly upturned lips. Just want to kiss her. At this moment, in her sleep, Yujiji felt her lips were a little itchy and numb. She opened her eyes blearily and saw the vague outline of the Duke. I found she was awake. The Duke put his hand on the back of her neck, not letting her escape, and deepened the passion between their lips. Yujiji felt that she was gradually unable to breathe, and her cheeks turned red. The other party slowly let go and licked her lips lovingly. You're back. The little female's voice was as soft and sticky as if she had just woken up. The Duke touched her cheek, pulled her up, and held her in his arms. Yujiji's expression paused slightly. She stretched out her hands and hugged the man in front of her. A quiet hug for a moment. The Duke is in the palace today, troubled by many trivial matters, and he misses this little pet at home very much. It seems that when I hold her in my arms, I can forget everything for a while. He was addicted to this feeling. Yujiji had been waiting for him to come back. She buried her face in the Duke's chest, raised her head, and whispered, I brought you a gift. The Duke stroked her rabbit ears. What gift? He asked for it yesterday and gave it to him today. This little pet is as well behaved and obedient as ever. Yujiji fumbled for a while and took out the blue lucky bag she bought during the day from her arms. It was solemnly handed over to the Duke. I went to the market and saw this, and it seemed like a good fit. The Duke held a dark blue blessing bag with ancient prayer characters embroidered on it, and a hint of astonishment appeared in his golden vertical pupils. Lucky bait. Yujiji smiled at him. This color suits the Duke very well. The lotus planted in his yard is dark blue. The Duke looked at the red rope tied on it. His throat moved slightly. Then he looked at the little female and found that the smile on her face was a little dazzling in the dim room. On the beast planet, the meaning of lucky bags is very romantic. He clenched his fists, unable to lower the corners of his mouth. Didn't you say that you dare not forget your identity as a pet? Yujiji was stunned. Why did the Duke suddenly ask this? Doesn't he like this gift? Just when she was wondering whether to ask for it back, she saw the Duke hung the dark blue lucky bag on the slender pipe he often used. The falling blessing copper coins swayed slightly. It won't happen again. The Duke held his pipe and stared at the dark blue lucky bag hanging on the pipe, his pupils deep. I made it very clear to the little female last time. The relationship between them can only be that of lovers, with no possibility of going further. But why? Is he in a particularly good mood now? The fatigue of the day was gone. Still don't like it? Yujiji stared at him blankly, not understanding his thoughts for a moment. But no matter what, the Duke accepted the gift. By the way, I received a letter today. Yujiji took out the letter sent by the Temple Alliance. The Duke glanced at the letter with his golden vertical pupils. The servant had already reported the letter. He didn't expect the little pet to be so frank. What will be in the letter? Yujiji looked at him straight. The little female's thoughts are written on her face. It's not impossible. The Duke picked up the envelope, looked at the mark on it, and said in a lazy voice, but if you do that, it will break the rules of the Temple Alliance, and you might end up on their blacklist. The Temple Alliance rarely sends letters to orcs on their own initiative. This means that they think highly of you. It is also possible that they want to give you some benefits. If you don't write it in person, the contents of the letter will not be fulfilled. Yujiji probably understood. She looked conflicted. The Duke took a puff of his cigarette and said, "Well, do you still want me to open it?"
Then.
Yujiji took the letter back and said softly, "I'll open it myself. But when can I awaken my spiritual power?" Yujiji wants to awaken her spiritual power. Until now, she still cannot change into animal form at will. If you awaken your spiritual power, you don't need a lot, just enough. She wanted to try turning into a rabbit and also wanted to open the letter. The Duke gently tangled a lock of her hair in his fingers. Every day is possible. This is different from the male, which will awaken dual abilities as soon as it hatches. A female's mental strength and supernatural talents will awaken without any warning on an ordinary day. A wizard will come to the Duke's mansion tomorrow. "Do you need him to test you?" asked the Duke. Yujiji nodded gently. "Okay, Imperial wizards have the ability to test mental strength. In the Imperial City, the nobles' mansions invite wizards to visit every month to remove filth." The next day, Yujiji and the Duke went to the main hall together. The youngest wizard in the Empire stood up, took off his hat, bowed and saluted. "Your Excellency the Duke, Miss Gigi. Good morning." Yujiji saw the goat horns on the wizard's head. He was half beast with a human body and a goat face. He wore a loose black wizard robe and a turquoise gem necklace on his chest, emitting an enchanting light. Moo Moo, a member of the snake clan who was traveling outside, also came back. She was unusually dignified today, holding up her skirt with both hands and bowing to the Duke and the wizard. She blinked at the sight of the cute female rabbit. In addition to Moo Moo, some female snakes came one after another. They all came to see Mr. Wizard specifically to test whether they had awakened their spiritual power. The Duke sat on the main seat, holding a slender pipe in his right hand, and the servant lit the dry tobacco in the lotus pipe. His golden vertical pupils fell on Yujiji. Among the many orcs, the only one he could see was this little female rabbit. "It's really lively." The girl walked over surrounded by many servants, holding a white lace umbrella and with a proper smile on her face. "I knew Mr. Wizard would come to the Duke's mansion and do a test with everyone. I went to the Moon Rising Empire for half a year to exchange ideas and see if my mental strength has increased." When the orcs saw her, they all bowed to her. "Greetings to His Highness Fair."
Fair is a snake orc.
Although she is arrogant and domineering, she is very patient with her tribesmen. When she caught a glimpse of the petite figure, her smile froze slightly. She unconsciously glanced at the flat belly of the female rabbit and snorted in her heart. The whole house is full of snakes. A rabbit came running in, and it looked nasty no matter how you looked at it. Of course, Mr. Wizard is an exception. Fair put away the umbrella and handed it to the follower beside her. The antelope wizard stepped forward and bowed. "Since Your Highness Fair is here, please allow me to test Your Highness first." All the orcs looked over curiously. Moo Moo is closest to Yujiji. She tilted her head and whispered in the bunny's ear, "Your love rival is here." "Love rival?" Yujiji's ears twitched slightly and she turned around, looking confused. The attention of all the orcs in the main hall was attracted by Her Royal Highness the Princess, and no one paid attention to Yujiji and the other person in the corner. Moo Moo raised his hand and covered his mouth. Her Highness Fair is currently the most outstanding female in the snake tribe. She was taken away by the royal family and raised since she was a child. She has an extremely noble status. Besides, it's no secret that she likes His Excellency the Duke. How is it stressful? Moo Moo couldn't help but pinch the rabbit girl's pink cheeks. If the Duke wasn't there, she really wanted to spit out her snake tongue to scare her. Yujiji listened attentively. She groaned, thinking of what the Duke had said before. "As for me, I will not choose females from other tribes as my wives except females from the snake tribe." So, the most outstanding female of the snake tribe, Her Highness Fair, is the most suitable candidate in the Duke's mind? The antelope wizard held the gem pendant on his chest, and the deep blue light enveloped it. Fair felt a hint of coolness invading her forehead. A confident smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. After a while, she heard the wizard's praise. "Compared to 6 months ago, Your Highness has made a lot of progress." The antelope wizard put away the light of the gem. Currently, I have 500 mental strength. 500. The surrounding females all stared with their eyes wide open. For females, 50 is already a very high spiritual power, and Her Highness Fair has more than 10 times that. Moo looked envious. She can maintain the beast form of a snake for a week no, if she lies still, even half a month. Compared to males, females have very low mental strength. However, mental strength is directly related to how long a female can maintain her animal state. There are many times when people prefer to stay in animal form, as it is more comfortable and allows them to recover their strength quickly. The antelope wizard's gaze passed through the crowd and fell on the female rabbit. She is currently the only non-snake female in the main hall. Looking again, the Duke sitting in the main seat had a hint of smile in his eyes as he looked at the female rabbit. Then he probably understood. Today the Duke probably hopes that he will take special care of Miss Gigi. I heard that she was pregnant with the Duke of Platinum's snake cub. She is an S-class female. That should be treated even better. The antelope wizard slowly walked towards Gigi. The attention of many orcs was attracted. Ms. Gigi, do you need a test? The antelope wizard asked with a smile.
Yeah.
Gigi was a little nervous. The last time I tested my fertility was when I was with the K family.
Please give me your hand.
Antelope spread out his palms, his expression gentle. Gigi slowly extended her hand. His gentlemanly grip transmitted the power of the fateful gem through his fingertips. The deep blue light quickly surrounded the two of them. Moo, who was standing aside, had a look of anticipation on his face. On the beast world planet, the male's spiritual power will awaken on the day they break the shell, but for the females, there is no fixed time. Some of them will be tested together with fertility in adulthood, but most of them are in gray. The antelope wizard felt the power in the girl's mind, and the blue gem in his hand emitted a soft light. Almost there. His eyes could see the hidden line. The antelope wizard smiled and said, "In a month or so, your mental strength and supernatural talent will awaken together." Gigi's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the antelope wizard in front of her in surprise. Really? At the side, Moo of the snake clan raised her eyebrows slightly, and a smile appeared in her brown vertical pupils. The awakening time measured by the antelope wizard has always been very accurate. She is looking forward to it. I don't know what kind of super talent Miss Gigi will awaken. You must tell me the first time you awaken. Moo pulled Gigi's little finger. Okay. Gigi replied happily. She then remembered something and asked seriously, but what if we are far away? Then, write to me. The orcs in the main hall congratulated one after another. Princess Fair snorted coldly and walked towards the Duke. A smile returned to her face. In stark contrast to her previous arrogance, she greeted him gracefully, her fluffy and noble snow-white skirt swaying gently. Lord Platinum. The Duke sat in a chair, surrounded by smoke. Welcome back. Fair looked at him in a daze. There is a hint of sweetness in my heart. She is so happy. The Duke said, welcome back. These were the best words she had ever heard since returning from the Moonrise Empire. The man in front of her always sat lazily, holding a slender silver pipe in his hand, and his outline in the smoke made her more excited. Only. Pendant in the middle of the pipe in his hand, a dark blue lucky bag. The snake girl narrowed her eyes slightly, and a hint of unwillingness flashed in her golden pupils. The Duke's pipe was his most frequently used item. However, he decorated the lucky bag given by the little female on it so that it could be seen at any time. If I hadn't been in the Moon Rising Empire for half a year, how could the little rabbit take advantage of the situation? The Duke's requirements for a spouse are no secret in the Empire. He doesn't consider any females except those of the Snake clan. No matter how interested he was, it was impossible for him to actually mate with that female rabbit. Maybe, when I get tired of it one day, I will get rid of the little female rabbit. And His Majesty the King is concerned about the marriage of the female rabbits, and she always wants to choose a beast husband. She would definitely wait until the day when the Duke abandoned the little female rabbit. Just like he had so many pets before. Haven't they all been sent away? Fair calmed down and told the Duke with a smile about the interesting things she had experienced in the Moonrise Empire. In the main hall, many females walked outside after testing their mental strength. Someone noticed that the Duke and Princess Fair seemed to be having a very happy chat. Hearing the orcs mumbling beside her, Yujiji raised her head and looked towards the main seat not far away. The man sat on a chair. The snake girl standing in front of him was gesticulating and dancing.
He watched patiently.
The dark blue hair was cast a layer of light gold by the sunlight from the window behind him. Yujiji looked at the picture of them together and felt an incomparable harmony in her heart. They are all snakes. They all have golden eyes. Mumu looked at the little rabbit with a bit of pity. Was the scene not far away a bit cruel to her? Let's go. Mumu took her wrist and led her out. Yujiji smiled, lifted her skirt with one hand and followed. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of that petite figure, following the snake Mumu. The Duke handed the slender pipe to the attendant beside him. He stood up. I came here just to accompany the little female to do the test. The antelope wizard stepped forward and said, Lord Bolin, today's snake test has been completed. If you have no other instructions, there is one more thing. Please follow me. The Duke walked out. Fair was stunned for a moment, and she shouted, Master Bolin, would you like to have dinner together tonight?
No.
The attendant holding the pipe in both hands saluted Duke Fair, and he followed silently. When leaving, pay special attention to the blue lucky bag hanging on the wall, and don't lose it. After Yujiji returned to the study, she was extremely excited thinking that in just over a month, she would be able to awaken her mental strength and supernatural talents. She has been looking forward to it for a long time. Moreover, once his spiritual power awakens, he will be able to open the letters sent by the Temple Alliance. Yujiji was very curious about what was written inside. In the evening, the Duke's personal attendant came to the door. Miss Shiji. He reported softly, the Duke is staying at the palace tonight. His Excellency means that you don't have to wait for him. Inside the house, Yujiji was reading a book about the history of the beast world. She said, okay. Except for the destroyed Songshan Empire. The remaining empires on the planet now are the Valoran Empire, Moonrise Empire, and Deep Sea Empire. The Moonrise Empire is located in an extremely cold area with blizzards all year round. In the Deep Sea, water and land coexist. Valoran has the most advantageous geographical location, with vast land, pleasant scenery, and warm weather all year round. Can I predict the fourth mission in advance? Yujiji murmured in her heart. System, no. The next task will only be unlocked after the current task is successful.
Oh.
Yujiji continued to flip through the book in her hand. She needs to understand each force. This way, when the fourth task pops up, she will know where to go. It's late at night. There was a noise at the door. Yujiji's rabbit ears suddenly stood up, and she quickly sat up from lying on the bed. The door opened. The Duke's figure appeared. He looked at the screen and found the hazy figure of the little female and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. It's so late. Why haven't you slept yet? Didn't he send someone back to report it? Yujiji closed the book and said, I was reading too late and forgot about it. Master Bolin, you won't be coming back, right? The Duke had originally intended to stay at the palace. I drank a lot of wine tonight. However, he didn't know if it was the wine that had the problem, but the more he drank, the more the cute face of the little female rabbit appeared in his mind. He came back after all. The Duke walked towards the backyard. If I don't come back, where can I go? Yujiji put the book on the bedside table. She got out of bed barefoot, walked on the wooden floor to the backyard, and heard the sound of water. She leaned against the door railing and thought seriously, His Highness Fair seems to like you very much. The Duke paused in scooping water. A trace of astonishment appeared in his golden pupils, and then he couldn't hide his surprise. He held the water scoop and couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. Does she care? Thinking about how she left without saying goodbye during the day, the little female's back looked a little lonely. Could it be that she was unhappy at that time? There was a hint of laughter in the Duke's voice.
I didn't see her tonight.
I was drinking with His Majesty the King in the palace. He was worried about the little prince's homework. He reported every detail of his whereabouts, afraid that the little pet will misunderstand. The Duke had lived for so many years and had never been so frank to anyone. I feel very comfortable. He sat in the pool, leaned his elbows back on the edge, tilted his head back, and closed his eyes. The Duke's heart was surging with joy, and he could not suppress it. There was a splash in the pool, and countless splashes of water appeared. A black scaled snake was exposed in the water. The white jade-colored crescent moon reflected on the surface of the pool was engraved on the snake's tail like a brand. "Hear some noise." Yu Zhizhi walked over with some curiosity. However, there was a layer of white mist covering the surface of the pool, and she could not see anything. There was only a bare-chested man wearing a simple dark purple robe, his neck raised and his throat rolling slightly. Keeping the posture still, the Duke opened his eyes and looked at the figure of the upside-down girl in the depths of his golden pupils. "Be good, come closer." The snake's tail at the bottom of the pool was ready to move. Yu Zhizhi stood by the pool. From her angle, she couldn't see the scene beneath the mist. Her eyes froze, and she slowly approached. The Duke's voice was like magic. Yu Zhizhi entered the pool, and the Duke's arms lazily wrapped around her, and the little female sat directly in his arms. The water splashed lightly, and the air was hazy. Her sparkling eyes were filled with a hint of shyness. She lowered her head and lay quietly in his arms. The Duke smelled the jasmine scent on Yu Zhizhi, and the snake's tail at the bottom of the pool moved slowly. Afraid of scaring her, he tried his best to resist the urge to wrap his arms around her tightly. "You can only approach slowly and stealthily." The Duke's lips gently touched the female's ears. He said in a low and charming voice, "Raise your head and let me kiss you." Yu Zhizhi raised her head and looked at his golden vertical pupils staring at her, his eyes full of deep desire. She couldn't help but close her eyes. Seeing the little female's well-behaved and shy appearance, the Duke held her chin with his right hand and slowly lowered his head. The black snake tail in the pool slowly approached. The snake's tail trembled slightly because of the joy in its chest, and the water flowed along with the surge of its heart. I can no longer control myself. The snake's tail in the water slowly surrounded the delicate body of the little female, layer by layer, wrapping her tightly. During the kiss, Yu Zhizhi felt a hint of coolness on her arms and back, as if something was tightly wrapped around them. Just as she was about to open her eyes, the Duke covered them with a gauze ribbon. The scene before my eyes became blurry. Only the outline of the man could be vaguely seen. What happened? What touched her in the water? The little female was a little nervous and a little scared. She clutched the Duke's dark purple collar and trembled slightly. "There's something strange in the pool."
"Heh."
The Duke couldn't help but chuckle. He pecked the tip of the little female's nose affectionately. "Don't be afraid. It's me." The more powerful the male, the better he can control the beast form. They usually don't expose themselves easily. But this time, because I was too happy, I couldn't help but reveal my snake tail. The Duke couldn't take it back for the time being. In order not to scare this timid female rabbit, he could only cover her eyes temporarily. In the moonlight and mist, the innocent and pitiful look of the little female was deeply imprinted in his mind. Her long hair was wet, and the veil on her shoulders was thin and delicate. Her eyes were covered by a white ribbon, her small and delicate nose was stained red, and her lips were helplessly slightly opened, tempting to pick. A drop of water fell from the girl's forehead and slowly dripped down her cheek. "Snake, has the Duke in front of me turned into a snake?" Yu Zhizhi didn't know. In her memory, the Duke's upper body still looked like a human, with a warm embrace and strong arms. The snake's tail slowly wrapped around her waist, with only a thin layer of gauze separating it from her skin. Warm water, cold snake body. Circle tightly. To calm his pet, the Duke gently stroked her rabbit ears. The fear of snakes deep in my genes seems to have been effectively alleviated. Yu Zhizhi breathed softly and took the initiative to hug the man in front of her. She was actually hugging a snake? In other words, a human body with a snake tail. This is something Yu Zhizhi has never done before. After overcoming her fear, she actually wanted to touch it. I want to touch the Duke's snake tail. She turned her face to the side, her cheek pressed against the Duke's chest, which was hot. But the snake's tail tightly wrapped around her was icy cold. In the alternation of hot and cold, Yujiji couldn't help but stretch out her fingers and gently touch the scales on the snake's body. It was smooth and cold, causing her to shudder. The fear of snakes deep in her heart made her feel numb all over. With her eyes separated by a layer of gauze, she could not see the shape of the snake. Yujiji could only snuggle up to the Duke in front of her, causing the man to laugh in a low and joyful voice. The little female looks like this. It was as if she wanted to get into his body. He rubbed the girl's rabbit ears with his fingers, lowered his eyes, and smiled in his golden pupils. His voice was gentle and tender. Do you want to merge with me? The water ripples, the mist gathers and disperses, and it is vague. The Duke's golden vertical pupils gazed deeply at the little female in his arms. He caught the tears falling from the corners of her eyes with his index finger and held her tighter with his snake tail. The water ripples like waves, spreading slowly. Yujiji heard the Duke's deep and mellow voice and was entangled with a trace of desire. Only you.
What?
You are the only one by my side. The Duke's voice was hoarse. The only candidate for his wife in his mind could be a female from the snake tribe. But the Duke refused the king's offer of marriage. Her Highness Fair was the most suitable candidate in terms of both status and rank. All the beast men of the snake tribe believed that Her Highness Fair would definitely become the Duchess. But the Duke had no way to marry another bride at this time. Maybe we will separate in the future, but at least for now. The Duke's eyes could only see the little rabbit in front of him. No other females were ever seen. I would feel happy because the little female cared about me and satisfied because of her smile. Even though I had just separated, there was not a moment when I didn't want to see her. When we met, I always can't help wanting to hug her, touch her, and kiss her. This may be the legendary honeymoon period. The Duke wanted to laugh. In the past, he only thought that male and female love was a boring thing and marrying and mating was just for the purpose of reproducing offspring. But it's different now. He became addicted to it and couldn't stop.
Cough.
Yujiji woke up from her dream and felt a burning pain in her throat. She thought of what happened in the pool and pulled the quilt with both hands, covering half of her face. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she glanced at the bedside table next to her, where there was a cup of warm water. Yujiji gently touched her belly with her hand.
It shouldn't be.
Will it have an impact on the baby? Is the baby still alive? She asked quietly in her heart. System. Host, rest assured. The female is protected by the reproductive system during pregnancy, and the cub will be safe. That's good. Yujiji sat up and drank half a cup of warm water. She saw faint red marks on her arms, waist, and abdomen. Thinking of the Duke's snake tail, the cool touch was like smooth ice silk satin, with a hint of softness, and it imprisoned her very powerfully. She held the glass in both hands, and the tips of her ears turned red. The Duke returns home. Seeing Fair waiting outside the gate, she was holding a white lace umbrella and crying silently. Lord Bolin. The snake girl cried with tears in her eyes. I heard that you rejected the marriage proposal from His Majesty the King. Why? There is no holy female in the Empire, and no one can force the noble Duke to marry. Princess Fair will awaken her dual abilities in the second half of the year and advance to S+ female. She has no way to directly choose Duke Bolin as her beast husband unless His Majesty grants the marriage. However, the Duke refused. Obviously, there is no one better than her in the entire snake clan. Other females will have many beastly husbands. But as long as the Duke is willing to marry her, she will not look at any other male. Your Highness Fair is willing to offer all his loyalty. The Duke walked past her without pausing for a moment. Your Highness, it's cold, go back. Are you going to marry that rabbit? Fair shouted unwillingly. Don't forget what you have always insisted on. Don't forget Madame Sophia's prophecy. The Duke stopped suddenly. He turned his head, his golden vertical pupils were cold and sinister, and the black snake on his body made a hissing warning sound. Fair was so scared that she trembled and burst into tears. On the side, a young rabbit boy who was watching the show had his arms folded across his chest, a stick of maltose in his mouth. He came at a really bad time and actually heard something incredible. Madame Sophia's prophecy? What prophecy? I guess only the orcs of the snake tribe know this. Moreover, the status cannot be low. Fair, the most favored little princess in the empire, cried so hard that her tears and snot were all over the place. The servants beside her did not dare to step forward for fear of being taken out on. She cried so sadly. But Duke Platinum never looked back. Lord Noel. The Duke's personal attendant stepped forward and said with a smile, "Please follow me. The snake tribe has been busy lately." Among them, the one that the whole empire knew about was the Earl Grey incident. After he was punished by the Duke, his sister fell ill because she could not accept that the brother she had trusted since childhood was actually a serial killer. Now that her health is in poor condition, the White Snake clan has also requested His Majesty to cancel Nicole's marriage with Noel from the Rabbit clan. His Majesty referred the matter to the Duke. Now, the Duke wants to ask Noel what he thinks. When we arrived at the reception room, the aroma of tea filled the air. The young man from the Rabbit clan sat on a chair, his chin resting on one hand as he looked a little tired. "I don't have any opinion. It all depends on what Miss White Snake thinks. Marry a wife. Reproduce? These are what every capable male orc would do." He just went with the flow. As for who the candidate is, it's all fine. As long as the female's level is high enough, everyone will welcome her to Green City as a bride. Whether it's a snake or a rabbit, it doesn't matter. He is not like the Duke, who has this obsession. Noel sat on a chair, his fingers wrapped around a red rope hanging at his waist, with a crimson lucky bag tied underneath. He played with it quietly, with a smile on his face, as if he was savoring something. Noel thought of the little female rabbit. In the busy and noisy street market, she stood under the carriage, her eyes bright, slightly tiptoed, and handed over the lucky bag. Oh no. Thinking about it more, I wish I could take her back to Green City right now. I had noticed her as early as when I was in the K family. I had made an appointment with her to come to my room, but I didn't expect what happened later. Noel listened absent-mindedly as the Duke's personal attendant introduced the detailed information of other female snakes. Nodding to himself, "Okay, fine, no problem. It will be all right. Casual. It doesn't matter who you marry, it's just a marriage between two families." It's getting dark. The snake follower put away the scroll and said with a smile, "Lord Noel, we will discuss the rest in detail tomorrow." After Noel left, the Duke stared at his back for a long while, then put down the slender pipe in his hand. "What's that hanging around his waist?" Reporting to Lord Bolin, "It is a lucky bag." The Duke thought of a possibility in his heart. His jawline was tense, and he smiled. "Where's Geo?" "Captain Geo is guarding the library. Send him over."
Yes.
On the way here, Green Snake Geo felt only confusion. At this time, the Duke usually ate with Miss Gigi, so why did he call him alone now? As soon as he entered the living room, he felt the oppressive atmosphere. Geo didn't dare look up. He knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Your Excellency the Duke." "Get up and answer."
Yes.
Geo stood up. The Duke twisted the new dry tobacco between his fingers and rubbed it gently, and the tobacco residue fell into the small white jade plate. "Tell me what happened on the day of the market. Repeat everything," every word the female rabbit said. There was a flash of surprise in Geo's eyes. It turned out to be related to Miss Gigi. He responded and began to recall. The Duke picked out some better tobacco leaves, put them into his pipe, picked up a match, struck it lightly, and a small flame jumped in front of his eyes. He lit a cigarette. Geo is recounting the events of that day. The Duke always had a smile on his face, and his eyes dropped slightly to the blue lucky bag. He loved this gift so much and regarded it as a treasure. Geo was horrified. He didn't dare hide anything. When talking about the girl giving a red lucky bag to a boy of the same tribe in public, Geo felt his mouth dry and his eyelids twitching. It seems like something big is about to happen. He had never seen the Duke like this. The imperial nobles were always calm and composed no matter what they faced, but at this moment, their golden vertical pupils exuded a hint of coldness, and the black snake wrapped around their shoulders revealed its fangs. It understands its owner's mood best. The Duke smoked quietly. As he listened to Gio's words, his mind flashed back to how bright the smile on the little female's face was when she handed out the lucky bag. To outsiders, the Rabbit Tribe's genius male and the Rabbit Tribe's S-level female are a perfect match. On the day Yu Jiji advanced to the Imperial S-class female, the entire Green City celebrated. If he had not arranged the marriage between the Snake Tribe and Noelle earlier, His Majesty the King would probably have granted the marriage to the two of them. In the past, the Duke thought that it was very comfortable to keep this pet, but for the sake of the Valoran Empire, when he got tired of it, he would choose an excellent beast husband for her and let her reproduce. And now the Duke had to admit that deep in his heart, there was only one thought clamoring wildly. Her all to myself. Never. Never. I will never send her away. Whenever he thought of the little female smiling sweetly at other males, he felt sour and his throat tightened. The Duke's face remained calm, but the snake's teeth were faintly creaking. Go, bring the female rabbit here. The personal attendant was startled. Yes, master. Instead of going back to the study, you summon Miss Gigi here? When Gio retreated, his back was soaked with sweat. He didn't dare say much. He retreated all the way to the door of the reception room and followed his followers to find Miss Gigi. When Yu Gigi heard the news, she was eating the sticky rice dumplings. She swallowed the last one, drank a mouthful of the sweet soup, and smiled brightly. Okay, I'll go now. The Duke is looking for her. The personal attendant opened his mouth, wanting to remind her that the Duke was very angry. But in the end, nothing was said. He didn't dare say anything more. Hope everything goes well tonight. Led by her entourage, Yu Gigi came to the reception room. Like a happy little bird, she jumped from the corridor into the main hall, holding up her skirt with both hands. Seeing the Duke sitting, Yu Gigi walked straight up to him, bent down slightly, and looked curiously at the handsome face of the man in the smoke. The main reception hall was dimly lit. On the main seat in the center, the Duke, wearing a dark green aristocratic dress, was gently stroking a dark blue lucky bag, with smoke rising from the side of his pipe. A gust of wind blew, the smoke dispersed, and the Duke's hazy features gradually became visible. There was a hint of an obscure smile in his golden vertical pupils. The man had handsome features, a face as sharp as a knife, and an evil temperament, like the Tai Sui god in the world. Good evening, Miss Gigi. The Duke put down the dark blue lucky bag, raised his eyes, and looked at the girl in front of him. The smile on Yu Gigi's face paused. She slowly straightened up and pinched the hem of her skirt a little stiffly. Good evening. The Duke looked different from before. He was smiling, but there was no warmth in her pupils. Instead, they were cold and dim, just like a poisonous snake hanging on a treetop, staring directly at its prey. Yu Gigi slowly took a step back. She held her breath, and seeing that the other party seemed to not see it, she slowly took a small step back. Want to run? She wanted to hide quickly. The Duke saw the little female's behavior, thinking he was blind, and couldn't help laughing. Why hide? Did I allow you to leave? As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of smoke enveloped Yu Gigi. Her legs trembled slightly under the snow-white veil, and she was pushed by the smoke and came in front of the man. Her hands were pushed behind her by an invisible force. The black snake crawled over and tied her wrists. She staggered and knelt down in front of the Duke. The man sat lazily, holding a slender silver pipe in his right hand, with red sparks coming out of the pipe. How many lucky bags did you buy? He asked quietly. Yu Gigi's hands were tied behind her back. She knelt down and replied in a daze, 2. Why not buy 4? The Duke poured some water into his pipe. The spark went out. He glanced at the girl nonchalantly. The bunny ears on her head were slightly bent, and her expression was confused and innocent. Her clear eyes seemed to be asking why buy 4? The Duke chuckled twice and wiped his pipe with a handkerchief. You only bought 2 lucky bags for me and Noelle, so what about your other 2 lovers? Tang Locke and Dracula, they don't have lucky bags to receive. Aren't they pitiful? Ah? Yu Gigi had a dazed look on her face. She hadn't thought about this question. Looking at the little rabbit's extremely innocent appearance with misty eyes, as if it was seriously considering the possibility of buying 2 more lucky bags and sending them to Tang Locke and Dracula, the Duke was so angry that his teeth itched. How he liked this gift. Treat it as a treasure. Hang it on the things he uses most so that he can see it anytime and anywhere. In this way, the Duke will remember the little female who gave him the lucky bag. Thinking of her sweet smile, soft voice, and fragrant body, she would always lean shyly in my arms. The joy is hard to suppress. Emotions are out of control, and even the snake's tail can't be hidden. But today he saw it. The same gift, the same intention, appeared in the hands of another male. It turned out that she bought 2 copies on the same day and at the same time. One was given to him and one to Noel from the rabbit tribe. Even it was the rascal who was given it first. It made his joy that night look like a joke. What do you take me for? The Duke held the slender pipe tightly in his hand, his golden vertical pupils staring straight at the girl kneeling in front of him. Yu Gigi was too nervous. The Duke's mood was changeable, and such questioning made her swallow her saliva. The little female's voice was soft and nasal. You are the Duke. She avoided his gaze and stammered. I'm not your pet? The Duke's face darkened even more. The pipe in his hand lifted the little female's chin, forcing her to look up at him. You're pregnant with my cub, and you're still courting other males? Yu Gigi's face turned pale, and she denied it outright. I didn't. Noel's engagement with the snake Nicole has been cancelled. Will the little female be very happy to hear this news? The Duke heard that the males of the rabbit tribe can best arouse the reproductive desire deep in the genes of the females of the rabbit tribe. I told you before I choose a husband for you, you can only stay with me as my pet. The cold pipe carved into the shape of a lotus supported the girl's chin. Do you dare to give him a lucky bag? The Duke stared at her coldly, his golden pupils gradually becoming darker. Why? Are you planning to die in bed? Yu Gigi looked at him blankly. The Duke suddenly became angry, and very angry. His voice sounded completely different from usual, as if he was suppressing something. Yu Gigi shuddered when she heard his last words. I'm pregnant. She was afraid that the Duke would do something extreme, so she reminded him tremblingly. There was a hint of crying in the little female's voice. She knelt on the ground, her hands tied tightly behind her back, her shoulders trembling slightly, her rabbit ears drooping in grievance, and she was frightened by the Duke so much that pearl-like tears fell one by one. Cry? This is her usual trick. This time, he won't be soft-hearted. The Duke looked at her coldly. Since you want to be a pet so much, then from today on, be a good pet. Your cage will be moved to the backyard soon. Don't even think about going anywhere before the cubs are born. Yu Gigi cried even harder. Sob, she doesn't want. She doesn't want to live in a cage. I haven't awakened my spiritual power yet, so I can't transform into a beast. Whoa. Yu Gigi cried with tears in her eyes, looking weak and pitiful. The cage is tailor-made for you. You can live in it. The Duke put away his lotus pipe, leaned back in his chair, and crossed his legs. After you give birth, I will announce your death to the world. From now on, you will stay by my side forever as a pet. I won't let you go even if I get married in the future and marry a female from the snake tribe. You will still be my pet. Doesn't she like being a pet? Then she will be his pet for life. Let him play with you as he pleases. The Duke sentenced her. Don't even think about leaving me, even if you die. Wow, when Yu Gigi heard this, she cried even harder. The Duke stared at her with a gloomy face. The little pet even cried in a delicate voice and was out of breath, as if she had suffered a great injustice. She sobbed and seemed to be crying to death in this living room if she was not picked up. Yu Gigi cried so sadly. She thought that she would have to live in a cage in the future and be locked up all the time, unable to go anywhere. Even when the Duke got married, he would not let her leave and would imprison her for the rest of her life. Ugh, even the Duke cannot deprive her of her freedom like this. Before she reaches level 10, the system will continue to assign her tasks. Without her freedom and without completing her mission, she will eventually be wiped out. Yu Gigi cried and cried, her upper body leaning forward. She leaned on the Duke's knees, tilted her head, and tears flowed down her nose to her ears. The Duke sat in the chair, feeling his trouser legs at the knees wet by the little female's tears. His face was tense, and his expression was half smile. In the past, when I saw her crying, I would pick her up and comfort her in my arms. The Duke wondered if he had been too kind to this little pet. Yu Gigi cried for a while and found that the other party did not respond. She raised her chin and looked over with tears in her eyes. The Duke just looked at her quietly, his golden snake eyes unable to see any emotion. Are you done crying? Yu Gigi looked at him aggrievedly. The Duke's pupils were cold. When you are done crying, go back to your cage. Glancing at the pool of tears that was quickly filling up again, the Duke lowered his voice and threatened, hold back your tears, or you won't be able to sleep tonight. Hearing this, Yu Gigi immediately bit her lips and tried hard to hold back her tears. It seems that the Duke is determined to make her sleep in a cage. Fearing that he might do something else, Yu Gigi struggled to stand up. However, her hands were tied behind her back and she could not move. She stood up unsteadily, and her frail little body seemed like it would fall down if the wind blew. Her long hair was a little messy, her skin was fair and her cheeks were rosy, her eyes were misty, and her eyelashes were bright because of tears. The Duke turned his head indifferently and picked up his pipe again. Outside the door, the attendant whispered, Miss Gigi, please. Yu Gigi's hands were still tied, so she could only walk out slowly, looking back every few steps, hoping that the Duke would tell her to stop. The Duke's figure was hazy and distant in the mist. For a moment, Yu Gigi felt as if there was an uncrossable river between them. We were still on good terms yesterday. Yu Gigi followed her entourage and left the reception room. The Duke looked at her back and resisted the urge to chase after her and pull her into his arms. She was presumptuous. Or was he just too presumptuous? Was it her who overstepped the boundaries? Or was it him who overstepped the boundaries? Why would you be so sincere to a pet? Yu Gigi returned to the study. The servants had already moved the cage to the backyard. She looked at the tall golden birdcage, which seemed to be forged from a special material and was carved with red roses. The attendant specially had someone put a warm cushion in the cage and also prepared a thin blanket and a small wooden board with tea on it. This cage was indeed tailor-made for her, just as the Duke said. Yu Gigi walked in, and the golden iron door behind her was locked. She stood alone in the cage, her back looking lonely. The luxurious golden cage was intertwined with bloody roses, and the girl was like a canary, being kept captive. Yu Gigi sat down with her back against the cage. The thick cushion was soft and warm, and there was a wisp of hot steam coming out of the teapot next to it. Only, her hands were tied, and she couldn't drink water. The servants all left. She was the only one left in the entire backyard. There was a pool not far away, with steam rising from it. Yu Gigi sniffed softly. She hadn't gotten enough rest today, and after all this trouble, she soon felt sleepy. When the Duke came back, the lights in the study were off and the backyard was quiet with a night light on. He walked straight to the cage. When I first raised her, I built a bird cage specifically for her, but I thought it would never be used. The little female leaned against the iron cage and slept quietly. The Duke's eyelashes drooped slightly, and he stared closely at the girl's figure. No matter who you are, don't even think about being her beastly husband. He will never give up this little female, even if she is concerned about other males. I will also keep her by my side and never let her go for the rest of my life. Yu Gigi slept with her hands tied, and she felt uneasy. Moreover, her wrists felt too cold, and she even groaned in grievance in her sleep. The Duke approached slowly. He squatted down and wanted to reach out and touch her rabbit ears through the cage. But his fingers froze halfway. Yu Gigi woke up. When she saw the man outside the cage, she instinctively wanted to move closer, but was blocked by the cold iron cage. Looking up at him pitifully, she said softly, I'm so thirsty. The Duke picked up the small teapot, held her chin with one hand, and fed her water as if they had just met for the first time. The tea was cold and overflowed from the corners of her mouth. She pursed her lips in grievance. My wrist hurts. The Duke did not respond. She blinked and whispered, "I'm hungry." "Why, do you still want me to feed you?" The Duke put down the teapot, squinted at her, and a dangerous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The little female's eyes turned red in a second. "Is she really made of water?" Yu Zhizhi said softly. "I can eat it myself." All she had to do was call back the snake from her wrist. She would rather eat by herself. The Duke seemed not to hear what she said. He went to the study and brought in a plate of snacks. It is a crispy and fragrant rose cake. He cut it into small pieces with a knife and held them to her lips. Yu Zhizhi held it in her mouth, her eyelashes trembling slightly as she ate it, and she would look up and glance at him quickly from time to time. The Duke's aura was oppressive, but his movements were as gentle as usual. There was some biscuit crumbs on the corner of her mouth, and the Duke wiped them away gently with his thumb. That's all. When she was locked in a cage, she was very quiet, not making any noise or fuss, just sobbing a few times at most, and eating obediently and docilely. I can see her every day when I come back. Just like raising a real pet, when you feel lonely, just open the cage and hold it in your arms and pet it. She is a pet. It is enough for her to please me. What else can she expect? Yu Zhizhi finished eating the rose cake and wanted to drink water. She doesn't want tea. It was a cool night and she whispered, "I want to drink hot milk." See, she's the best at making requests. She is hungry, thirsty, and now wants to drink hot milk. Will she want a bed and quilt after she finishes drinking it? She is more troublesome than any pet I have ever had before. The Duke had to admit, however, that it was because of his pampering that she became so unscrupulous. If other pets are disobedient, they will be beaten. What about her? How should he be punished? How could he bear to do it? She drank the hot milk in small sips, feeling very satisfied. Yu Zhizhi squinted her eyes comfortably, her rabbit ears moved slightly. She raised her head and licked the white stain at the corner of her mouth. "It's a bit cold at night. I want a soft quilt, preferably one that has just been exposed to the sun." The Duke almost laughed out loud. Just as he guessed, after eating and drinking, the little rabbit wanted to sleep. He looked at the little female's soft and lazy appearance, with her rabbit ears drooping, as if she was about to fall asleep soon. She knelt on the mat in the cage, her hands clasped behind her back, her body delicate and slender. Her clear rabbit eyes were a little confused, her cheeks were rosy after she had just finished her meal, her nose was slightly upturned, her lips were slightly pursed, and her expression was innocent and pure. The little female can always arouse his desire easily. If it pleases him, then forgive her once. Here's the deal. The full moon hanging high in the sky is hazy and charming. A golden bird cage embroidered with blood-red roses. The girl's eyes were red, she tilted her head back, and her throat was tight. She moaned softly, brokenly and tremblingly, as if she was trying hard to suppress something, and her vision gradually blurred. In front of him, he looked down at her with cold, vertical golden pupils, with a hint of amusement. His large palm pressed the back of her head, and a faint blush appeared on the Duke's face. The man groaned and took a half step back. His cold eyes concealed a strong desire. The Duke glanced at the girl's wrist behind her back. The black snake quickly left and burrowed into the bushes. After the joy, the Duke no longer looked at her and left indifferently. Her cough, choked by the cold spring night wind, sounded faint and fragmented, like soft sobs.
Then,
the servants brought soft pink bedding, which somehow felt warm to the touch. The rose cage became a rabbit hive. Yu Zhizhi is very tired. She was so sleepy. There were bright red marks on her wrists that had been untied. She hid under the quilt, hugged the dry and fragrant pillow, and gradually fell asleep. Then the Duke got busy. I rarely come to see her. I heard from Teacher Dai Li that the war on the front line and the conflict with the deep-sea empire are gradually deepening. Yu Zhizhi has been living a leisurely and comfortable life during this period. The servants dared not neglect her. Teacher Dai Li also comes to accompany her every day. Although her activity area was limited to the backyard, the rose cage became her bed. Just occasionally, I'll think of the Duke. She had a lot to say to him, but she couldn't see him. so she wrote all those words in a letter. As the due date approaches, she is full of anticipation.
Yu Zhizhi counted the time.
On a dawning morning with dew still hanging on the leaves, she finally heard a familiar system voice. System. The host has 3 minutes left to give birth. Please be prepared.
Ah.
The production period has arrived. Yu Zhizhi quickly spread out the quilt and lay down in it. With the experience of the previous 2 times, plus the painless birth pill given by the system, giving birth to a baby was particularly quick and convenient. Joy grew in her heart. 1 minute later. System. Ding. Congratulations to the host for giving birth successfully. 300 points as a reward. Because 6 snake cubs were born, an additional 600 points as a reward.
System. Ding.
The confinement gift package has been distributed. Please claim it in time. System. Friendly reminder, the host is currently at level 2 and is 600 points away from the next upgrade. 6. Yu Zhizhi was stunned. Is it because she has been with the Duke too many times? She looked at the snake eggs piled in the pink quilt. They were black and mixed with deep red, similar in color to the Duke's snake tail that she vaguely saw last time. 1, 2, 3. Yu Zhizhi counted them, and her face turned slightly red. There are really 6. That's too many. It was a bit chilly in the early morning of spring, and she was afraid that the snake cubs would get cold, so she covered them all with a quilt. The scent of the snake eggs will spread quickly. By then, the entire Duke's mansion will know that she has given birth. According to the Duke, her death will also be announced to the public on this day. From then on, the entire Valoran Empire didn't know that the female rabbit was still alive. She will remain imprisoned in the Duke's palace. There is not much time left for Yu Zhizhi. Although she was a little hesitant, she still had to find a way to leave first. Yu Zhizhi immediately opened the postpartum gift package to see if there were any useful rewards. She clicked the shiny button in the air. The red gift bag was opened before my eyes. Congratulations to the host for receiving the confinement reward. Transparent bubbles appear rolling. Super delicious food set X30 male identification information card X1 eavesdropping card X1 perfect concealing breath elixir, effective for 72 hours. X10 nutrient solution for smooth and white skin X10 temporary loss of voice nutrient solution X1 disguise evolution rune X1 storage bar plus 10 cards X1. Some of the items were things I had seen in the confinement gift packs before, and they were very effective, but some were new to Yu Zhizhi. Identify male information card. Nutrient solution for transient loss of voice.
Disguised evolution rune.
What she liked most was the eavesdropping voice card. The first time she used the voice card, it helped her complete a side quest, and the second time it saved her life. Yu Zhizhi didn't hesitate at all. She immediately opened the Good Pregnancy Mall and looked for the place where she could redeem the card on the teleportation scroll. Before that, Satan, what is my next mission? System. Not unlocked yet. The main task will not pop up directly before completing the previous task. Sometimes early, sometimes late. At a certain time, the system will give a prompt. Yu Zhizhi hesitated for a moment and said, the cheapest place is the Moon Rising Empire's paradise. On the teleportation scroll, redemption in other places requires 500 points, but only 100 points are required for the paradise. It is not easy for Yu Zhizhi to earn points, so she is reluctant to spend 500 to unlock an area for easy teleportation. Since paradise is the cheapest, then that's it. She immediately used 100 points to exchange for the teleportation qualification to the Moonrise Empire Paradise area, and the green font on the scroll was shining. I'm leaving. Yu Zhizhi was quite emotional. She had lived in the Duke's mansion the longest, for 2 whole months. After thinking for a while, he took out the letter he had written earlier and placed it on the tray on the edge of the cage. Finally, Yu Zhizhi leaned over and gently hugged the 6 snake eggs through the quilt. This is a farewell hug. The scent of the little snake in the bookstore soon filled the entire Duke's mansion. Teacher Dai, Li was so excited on the way over that she almost fell down. And long before her, the Duke had already returned. The entrance to the library was crowded with guards and servants kneeling. Teacher Dai, Li was stunned for a moment, then quickly knelt on her knees. The Duke's personal servant trembled as he took out 6 snake eggs one by one from the quilt. Snake eggs are so beautiful, with black and red colors intertwined, and the patterns unique to the snake family are arranged in an orderly manner. If you look closely, they look like a work of art. And snake eggs have temperature. The servants could hear the young master's breathing. The Duke, however, was not happy about having 6 cubs. He stared at the empty cage with a gloomy face. The pipe in his hand was almost crushed. Try to find. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from his teeth. I will search the entire empire to find her. The personal servant finally reacted. Miss Gigi is missing. He thought the Duke had someone take her to rest. But the guards in the library were so strict. How could she escape? The Duke almost lost his mind, and his golden pupils burst out with endless killing desire. At this time, no one dared to step forward to comfort him. The personal servant knelt outside the cage, and suddenly, he saw the letter on the wooden tray. He mustered up his courage and said, "Master Bolin, Miss Gigi seems to have left you a letter." The Duke's pupils suddenly shrank. He held the letter tightly, his fingertips trembling slightly. From the Duke himself. What caught his eye were 4 large characters. "Teacher Dai, Lee brought me some chocolate with fillings today. I like them very much." She said that the Duke specially sent them back from the palace. Gio brought in many classical books as I requested. It also includes the history of the snake tribe. I have always been curious about where the Duke lives. What are the habits of the snake tribe? When you were very young, was the scenery you saw different from now? But I know you won't tell me this on your own initiative. Teacher Dai, Lee said that you are very busy recently and will come to see me when you are free. I know. I heard that wars are breaking out in many places. You have to deal with many government affairs, and you don't even have time to sleep. Actually, what I want to say is that I seem to miss you a little bit. After saying a lot above, Gigi finally got to the point. Although the Duke never came to see her again after that night, the time they spent together before she remembers it all. When the Duke saw these words, his throat tightened, his jawline tensed, and his golden vertical pupils stared at the letter in his hand. I received a postcard from Mumu today. She went to Tsuewe Canyon and had a great time. I'm so envious. I want to go out and play too. What are you doing now? Did you have a good day today? Have you eaten? Have you slept? Are you having nightmares again? When will you come to see me? Take me out to play. This letter covers a long period of time and cannot be written in one day. The content of the letter was jumpy. The little female seemed to write whatever she thought of, and the writing was intermittent and incoherent. Just watching, the Duke felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. He seemed to see the little female sitting alone in the cage, waiting for his return day after day. He had deliberately ignored her during this period of time. The Duke knew that he was about to fall. He needed to withdraw, to regain his calm and sobriety and not to be entangled with her anymore. But she wrote, I'm a little scared. I don't know how long I will be locked up. I envy Mumu, who can go wherever she wants. She has seen many sights that I have never seen. The Duke's body was stiff. He read every word in the letter, and his heart pulse almost stopped beating. I'm leaving now. There are many, many reasons. I'm sorry I can't tell you. I'm going to a very far place, and I don't know if I'll have the chance to come back. So I want to write down everything I want to say now. I hope you can be happier. I pray to God that you won't have nightmares again. Don't look for me. I probably used something like a teleportation array and have already left the Imperial City. Let everyone have a good rest, and don't blame them. They have all been very nice to me. It's time to say goodbye. If we can really meet again in the future. My Lord Duke, I hope you won't punish me. And I hope you can hug me. Gigi didn't know why the Duke was angry. She was a little scared. I didn't know how to get along with the angry Duke, and my instinct was to avoid him. And she had a mission to accomplish. Can't stay in this place. This time he left without saying goodbye, leaving only a letter for the Duke. In the future, if we meet again, if only the Duke would hug me. She didn't want to be locked up anymore. At last. She left a sentence, be nice to the kids. Gigi used the teleportation scroll and felt dizzy. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a ruin covered with snow. Just as the instructions on the scroll said, her stomach was sour, and the feeling was very similar to motion sickness. When I came to my senses a little, I felt a biting cold. Da-da-chew. She sneezed and hugged the red backpack tightly in her arms. She looked around and found that everywhere she looked was white snow. Suddenly, I came from a place with spring flowers to a cold area. Is this the Moonrise Empire in the far north? She remembered that the place she chose was paradise. Listen to the name. It feels like a very happy place. And it only takes 100 points. It's just a little cold. Yu Jiji was wearing very little. Luckily, she had put on an extra coat when she was teleported. She stood up from the snow pile, staggered, and walked towards the store not far away. Suddenly, a system sound appeared in her mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for starting the 4th main mission. You are required to capture an adult male mermaid, regardless of identity, within 2 months. If the mermaid conceives and gives birth to a cub, it will be considered a success. Failure or mission timeout will result in elimination. Please hurry up, the countdown begins. The 4th main mission has begun. Yu Jiji carefully browsed the task content mermaid tribe. Well, she had seen it before when she was reading ancient history books. It was said to be a very rare race that lived in the most secluded place in the Deep Sea Empire. However, she remembered that the Moon Rising Empire and the Deep Sea Empire were in completely opposite directions. The girl stood there blankly. Should I stay in the Duke's mansion for a while longer? System. Staying in place, unable to unlock the main line. Therefore, the key is to walk around at the right time.
Oh.
The place where Yu Jiji came was the paradise of the Moon Rising Empire. It was currently unknown what area it was in, and it was surrounded by desolate land. There were dilapidated buildings everywhere, towering into the sky and covered with snow. Every step you took seemed to be bottomless. When she was about to approach the only store, suddenly, an alarm sounded in the sky. Soon, the rigorous announcement was transmitted through the loudspeaker to the ears of every orc at the scene. The 4th snowstorm of the year is approaching. All residents are requested to bring their ID cards to the evacuation tower. Please note that you will not be able to enter the evacuation site without your ID card. Please be sure to hang your ID information on your chest. In 30 minutes, the snow tide will cover the entire park. Please arrange your time and go to the refuge tower in an orderly manner. Be careful not to crowd. Violators will be punished by the paradise. Snow tide? Yu Jiji was stunned for a moment and saw many beastmen of various shapes and sizes rushing out of the store. Their expressions were extremely panicked. One of the orcs drove an off-road vehicle. After everyone got in, the vehicle sped up and disappeared from Yu Jiji's sight in the blink of an eye. She opened her arms and waved hard, trying to catch up, but fell because the snow was too thick. No orc noticed that there was a little female in the border area. The cold wind rushed into her throat, like a knife cutting her flesh, and Yu Jiji choked to the point of tears. She hugged her red backpack tightly, braving the fierce cold wind, and chased after the car step by step in the direction where it disappeared. But the road is too difficult to walk. Every step Yu Jiji took was pushed back by the wind. Wow, she wouldn't just die in this bad weather, would she? Snow tide. The name sounds like mudslides and volcanic eruptions. Just as Yu Jiji was daydreaming, a pair of dark brown boots appeared in front of her. After getting confirmation from the chief of the law enforcement center, the young man put away the walkie-talkie, bent down, and stretched out his right arm. Miss, can you still stand up? Yu Jiji was shivering from the cold. She looked up, but the wind and snow blurred her vision. Trembling, she held onto his arm and tried to stand up, only to feel a dull pain in her sprained left leg. That's abrupt. The young man from the law enforcement team didn't waste any more time. After saying this, he directly picked up the female rabbit. He jumps very fast. In a flash, a row of heavy footprints were left in the snow. There is a vintage steam engine parked in the distance. When she opened the door, a wave of heat hit her, and Yu Jiji instantly felt so warm that her rabbit ears stood up. She was put in the passenger seat. The steam helicopter gradually left the ground and flew away into the distance. Snow fog covered the glass windows, and she could vaguely see the vast snow-covered valley below and the tsunami, like snow tide in the distance.
Saved.
Yu Zhizhi breathed a sigh of relief. She had a little free time and couldn't help but turn her head to look at the young beast man who was flying the plane. He was wearing a dark brown uniform and was looking ahead intently. Noticing the female rabbit's gaze, he spoke slowly. "We are now heading to the Paradise Command Center, which will not be affected by the snow tide." "Okay." Yu Zhizhi sat down obediently, holding the seat belt with both hands and not disturbing the other person anymore. The steam engine landed on the platform. The guards conducted a routine check. When she arrived at the entrance, Yu Zhizhi hugged the red backpack tightly. She saw the young man scan his fingerprint and was allowed to pass. And she swiped her fingerprint, but the machine remained silent. When the deputy captain of the guard looked up at her, he was slightly startled, but he still held the pen seriously and said, "Please show me your ID. Proof of identity." I didn't bring it. Yu Zhizhi doesn't remember having this thing. The guards at the entrance all looked at this strange female rabbit. She had too few clothes on. Although he was wearing a brown coat, his lower body and legs were exposed, and he was shivering. "Sorry, according to the rules, you can't go in." The guard made the decision righteously. "Then can I squat at the door?" Yu Zhizhi asked timidly. "If she is driven away now, she will be swallowed up by the snow tide, right?" The deputy captain of the guard responded coldly, "No. Please leave immediately." A younger guard at the side showed a look of pity. This female rabbit looked very pretty and cute. If she had her ID card, the guards would definitely welcome her as a VIP. Unfortunately, there are wars going on the Beast World planet right now, and no one knows whether she is a spy sent by other empires. Yu Zhizhi was stunned. She hugged the red backpack tighter. Suddenly, she thought of something. She hurriedly opened the zipper and pulled out a badge from it. "This." She raised her hand, hoping that the 1.9-meter-tall guard standing in front of her could see clearly what she was holding. "This represents my identity." What the girl was holding was an exquisite aqua blue badge with the logo of the Valoran Empire on it. The relationship between the Moonrise Empire and the Valoran Empire is relatively mild, and they are temporarily in an alliance. But they would never allow the orcs from the Valoran Empire to infiltrate. The guards stared at the badge, making no attempt to take it. A younger guard whispered, "Deputy Captain, why don't we let her hide here temporarily while we slowly check her identity? After all, she is from the Valoran Empire. It's considered a half-ally." Yu Zhizhi was very nervous, and she was afraid of being driven away. He took the light blue badge from Yu Zhizhi's hand and studied it carefully. Suddenly, his eyes widened. S rank? On the back of the aqua blue badge, there is a golden S engraved. Although it is small, it is very clear. All the guards present were stunned. When Yu Zhizhi heard this question, she nodded slightly yes. This. She only knew that she had absolute preferential treatment in the Valoran Empire, but she didn't know if it would work here. The youngest guard dropped the intercom in his hand to the ground without holding it firmly. He stared blankly at the female rabbit who had suddenly visited him. Is this true or false? How could an S-class female suddenly come here? No matter which empire it is, S-class females are the focus of protection. Even if they are traveling, they will contact the Empire's top leaders in advance to arrange protection tasks within the territory. They didn't receive any information about the visit of the S-class female from the Valoran Empire? Was there something wrong? Although her identity was questionable, the guard's attitude had obviously changed. "I need to ask the commander again." He glanced at the 1.9-meter-tall deputy captain of the guard and said, "She wants to go in with me." Although the deputy captain of the guard didn't quite believe in his heart that there would be a wild S-level female who got lost and happened to come to the paradise of the Moon Rising Empire, he nodded stiffly. "Understood. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, we cannot disrespect potential S-rank females. This is the law of the Moonrise Empire. No matter which empire an S-rank female comes from, as long as she comes to the Moonrise Empire, she must be given the highest level of reception. Keep them safe and meet their every need." The guard finally let us pass. Yu Zhizhi followed the young guard into the safe area. The other party explained as they walked, "Dear lady, in order to confirm your identity, we need to retest your abilities. I hope you can understand." Okay. Yu Zhizhi is not afraid to take the test. Her identity as an S-class female is genuine. At the door, the deputy captain of the guard said, "Go in and see if she has reached S level. If not, drive her out immediately." The youngest guard immediately saluted. "Yes, Deputy Captain." Valoran Empire. On the evening of the day Yu Zhizhi left, 2 hot posts appeared on the Empire Forum. One of the titles is Duke Platinum has offspring for the first time. 6 snake cubs are born. Once this news was released, it quickly topped the hot list. Duke Platinum is extremely popular in the Valoran Empire, and any movement in the Duke's mansion will be immediately spread on the internet. Standing at a high vantage point at the park's command center, one could see a waterfall like snow tide raging in the valley, with rumbling sounds that sounded like thunder. Yu Zhizhi followed behind the young guard with her rabbit ears drooping, trying to block out the vibration sound outside. At the end of the corridor filled with flashing lasers was an intelligent machine that slid like a tank. It had a broken eye, and it was empty and dark. "Firepower has been aimed. Alien species are invading. Should we bomb?" Yu Zhizhi's face turned pale. She hid uncontrollably behind the young guard, trembling with fear. Soon, a gentle voice came from above my head. "Don't be afraid. It's just playing a joke on you." "Real?" Yu Zhizhi poked her head out and saw the robot happily spinning around on the ground because its prank had succeeded. "Okay, Aru, stop making trouble." The guard unlocked the door with his fingerprint. "I'm going to take this distinguished lady to test her abilities. Please patrol carefully and don't let anyone suspicious get close. By the way, make us 2 cups of hot coffee. Thank you." The tank robot raised its arm, presumably in a military salute. What questions? Nor the tank machine was half a person's height. It ran a small motor and rolled its wheels, sliding past the 2 men. The young guard pushed open the door. There is a testing instrument in the empty room, and a blue halo is projected on the ground. You just need to stand in it. The young man saluted the male orcs in the room. Under their guidance, Yu Zhizhi stood in the light circle. At the door, a young guard was peeking out. The instrument spun quickly, and soon the determined level appeared on the display screen. S level. Now it was confirmed that she was a genuine S-level female of the rabbit tribe. The male who was originally sitting immediately stood up. The guard boy slipped away quietly. He wanted to go back and report the news to the deputy captain. The male in charge of testing the level said, "Luther, take this lady to the lounge. Whatever she needs, try to meet them. I need to go to the chief for a morning meeting. Beautiful lady of the rabbit tribe, don't panic. You are our honored guest. Please." The young guard named Luther nodded slightly and led the way. After walking through the clean corridor, we arrived at the lounge of the command center. There is a long dining table and comfortable soft chairs. The tank mechanic came in with a tray and placed 2 cups of freshly brewed steaming coffee on the table. It specifically circled around the little female rabbit. "Excuse me, do I need to collect her information?" The tank machine raised his head and looked at the young man in brown uniform. Yu Zhizhi sat on a chair. The room was warm, in stark contrast to the ice and snow outside. She was a little reserved, with her hands on her legs, not sure what to do. Luther said slowly, "Let's collect them next time we meet. This rabbit lady has just arrived in a strange environment and needs some time to adapt. It is the same if she collects information a few days later." The tank mechanically slid away on the wheel. Yu Zhizhi looked at the hot coffee in front of her. She couldn't help but hold the cup with both hands and lowered her head to drink. "Excuse me, what is your name?" "Yu Zhizhi. Miss Zhizhi, is there anything we can help you with?" Luther's attitude was very gentle, and even his tone was full of patience. He looked at the little female rabbit that seemed to have fallen from the sky, afraid that a louder voice would scare her. "I need a place to live." Yu Zhizhi drank half a cup of coffee. She looked up and looked at the beast man in front of her. Luther nodded. "I'll arrange it. Do you have any requirements for accommodation? I hope the security is better and..." It's warmer. No problem. The young man smiled slightly. You are an S-level female from the Beast World planet. You will receive the highest level of treatment no matter which empire you go to. Any other requests? He continued. Yu Zhizhi hesitated for a while and asked, Are there any mere people here? Hearing this question, Luther was stunned. He recalled the message he had seen before. There wasn't one before, but one was delivered 2 days ago. Transport? It was airlifted back by a steamship. It will be auctioned at the park at 8 o'clock tonight. Miss Zhizhi, are you here for the mermaid? I can take you to the auction site. If the female rabbits came for the mermen, that would make sense. Thinking of the mermaid, Yu Zhizhi nodded quickly. I want to go. The mermaids live in the Deep Sea Empire. If she wants to rush from the Moonrise Empire to the Deep Sea Empire, she needs to safely pass through the Dragon's Cave and cross the entire Valoran Empire. The risk is too great. It's dangerous out there, and she doesn't have a dedicated guard team. Not to mention entering the Valoran Empire, you will definitely be intercepted. It would be so convenient if we could meet mermaids in paradise. This mission will take 2 months. I feel like as long as I seize the opportunity, everything will be fine. The other side. The male in charge of the inspection asked, Sir, the information has been verified. She is an S-class female rabbit from the Valoran Empire. Luther just sent the latest report. She came to the park probably for the mermaid auction. This reason also makes sense. The mermaids of the Deep Sea Empire are the most mysterious. It is said that every mermaid is extremely beautiful. In addition, they have some special abilities, which makes them very popular among the females of the Moon Rising Empire. The news was released as early as half a month ago that new species would be put on the auction. Many noble females arrived at the paradise early and made preparations. So, it is normal for noble females from the Valoran Empire to come. Do we need to contact the Valoran Empire and tell them that Miss Zhizhi is now in our territory? In front of the long table in the conference room, the officer in military uniform tapped the table with the pen in his hand. Are you stupid? Of course, you don't need to tell them about this kind of thing. Now that she's here, no matter how long she wants to stay or what she wants to do, we must fully support her. Perhaps this female rabbit will be willing to stay in the Moonrise Empire permanently. S-level females are what I long for. If anyone asks, she will say that she has always lived in the God-given city. Let Luther kindly remind her that for safety reasons, she should not reveal to any orcs that she is from the Valoran Empire. Yes, sir. The little female rabbit got lost and accidentally entered the paradise of the Moonrise Empire. She must be a baby born and raised in the Moonrise Empire. 7 o'clock in the evening. Luther took Yu Zhizhi to the Lost Tower. Many of the park's buildings are located at different heights and in different levels in order to prevent snow surges. She saw a handsome man standing at the entrance, welcoming guests. The patrons are basically females of all races. This is... Yu Zhizhi murmured. Luther smiled. This is a place for noble ladies to have fun. Luther hesitated for a long time, but decided to inform him in advance. Ms. Zhizhi, many females came here for the mermaids this time, and they are fully prepared. What preparations? Gold. Luther smiled slightly. It wasn't that he thought the little female had no money, but the place where she appeared was very desolate, and the clothes she was wearing were not appropriate for the season. In the afternoon, the officer sent someone to buy her a light-colored long skirt and a very warm, white furry cape on the outside. Luther turned slightly to the side and retracted his gaze, not daring to stare anymore. She has an appearance that males from any ethnic group would like. She was like a lost little rabbit, unable to find her way home. In this case, did she really prepare enough gold, silver, and jewelry to ensure that she could buy the only mermaid? Hearing the word gold, Yu Zhizhi was stunned. She hugged the red backpack in her arms tightly and said, I brought it. For this long journey, Yu Zhizhi packed her things before using the teleportation array. In addition to her personal belongings, she also packed some jewels given to her by the Duke. In the past, you didn't have to spend money on anything in the Duke's palace. No matter how beautiful a gem is, it is just a decoration. You can look at it in the sun when you have nothing to do. Now it finally comes in handy. Luther smiled. Okay, let's go in then. It seems that Miss Gigi really came here for the mermaid. I don't know how she managed to come to Empire Paradise alone. Where had she stayed before? The God-given city. The Lost Tower. When the males welcoming guests at the door saw Gigi, their eyes lit up. So cute. It's been a long time since I've seen such a beautiful female rabbit. When he saw Luther from the guard team following behind him, he knew that her identity must be extremely noble. Gigi enters the Lost Tower. It was snowing heavily outside the park, and it got even colder at night. However, the Lost Tower was exceptionally warm. Fires were burning brightly in the fireplaces on both sides, and red carpets were laid all the way to the wide staircase. Females were walking in groups of 2 or 3. Some were waiting for people, some were flipping cards, and some were holding the admission numbers to the auction house, waiting quietly. Gigi saw the glass houses on both sides of the corridor, where good-looking males were sitting like commodities for the passing females to choose from. She walked slower, and Luther looked back at her, realizing that she was looking at the male in the glass house. He explained, "They are all entertainers specially selected to receive customers in the Lost Towers. If you like any of them, you can look at their names and take them home at night." Ah? Gigi quickly shook her head. No need. The reason she came this time was for the mermaids. She was not interested in other males. On the way, Luther received a call. He glanced at the time and said, "Miss Gigi, I have a temporary mission and need to be out for about half an hour. Can you wait for me here?" Gigi responded, "Sure." Luther, "The security in the Lost Tower is very safe. Don't worry about that. There is a rest area on the second floor with a full range of food and drinks. I'll be back soon." "Yeah, go ahead." Luther looked very anxious. Gigi smiled and waved at him. Luther looked slightly stunned. He didn't expect that this S-rank female was so easy to talk to. If it were any other S-rank female, she would have already started to sneer and punish him arrogantly. Speaking of which, Miss Gigi seems to be so polite to everyone. Perhaps her origins were unusually noble, far beyond his imagination. After Luther left, Gigi went to the second floor alone. Just like what the young guard said, the second floor is a rest area where many females enjoy delicious food. Gigi wanted to go to the bathroom and wash her hands with soap. She followed the sign, crossed the hall, and turned into a secluded corridor. She passed a half-open door, but before she could step through it, a hand suddenly stretched out from inside and pulled her in. Gigi's pupils widened, but before she could scream, her mouth was covered tightly. She was plunged into darkness. She felt that the entrance was very narrow, and it was difficult to even turn around. The person behind her covered her mouth tightly and held her in his strong arms. Is he shaking? Gigi's whole body was stiff, her back pressed against the male's chest. She could feel him trembling all over, as if he was trying hard to suppress something. Who? She wanted to speak, but her mouth was covered, so she couldn't say anything and could only whimper softly. Ha! There was a hoarse gasp from behind. He seemed to be in great pain. Gigi thought about the rewards in the confinement gift package. She thought to herself, I want to use the male identification information card. Is that okay? System. Ding. The host has used the identification information card. The details are as follows: a transparent identity panel that only Gigi could see appeared in front of her. Name: Lewis. Race: unknown, adult. Gender: male. Spiritual power: unknown. Super talent: unknown. Physique: star level. Overall rating: SSS plus. Gigi looked a little dazed. She had used a valuable card, but in the end many of its attributes were not measured. Is it overflowing? But what is certain is that he is a top male. SSS plus. But what does this star level mean? In Gigi's memory, isn't the highest level of physical strength the god of war? Ahaha.
She tried to speak.
The palms of the person behind him were covered with warm sweat, and his whole body was burning hot, as if he had just been thrown into an oven and baked. Sorry. Gigi heard the young man's hoarse and low voice. I'm in a little trouble now. Ah. He took many breaths every time he spoke a word. He loosened his grip slightly, supported the little female's body, and slowly turned her over. In the darkness, his eyes were filled with mist, and his heart seemed to be eaten by millions of ants, revealing a very painful expression. Please. Help me. Yu Zhizhi looked at him in a daze. His name is Louis? He looks like he is being tortured. His deep eyes under his messy hair are filled with moisture, like the mist on a lake on a spring night. He held the door behind Yu Zhizhi with one hand and looked down at the little female in front of him, as if he had imprisoned her in this small space. In the dark, Yu Zhizhi wanted to retreat, but the storage room was so small that it was difficult for her to even turn around. What's more, the strange young man in front of her was holding her wrist tightly and leading her towards his body tremblingly. She put her other hand up to stop him. No. No way. Louise saw the little female rabbit's eyelashes trembling. She looked away and said softly, I don't know you. My name is Louis. You know it now. The young man felt a burning sensation in his body, and his dark pupils gradually lost their rationality. Help me, help me. He leaned over and touched her soft rabbit ears with his lips, wanting to be closer to her, closer. Yu Zhizhi's rabbit ears trembled uncontrollably. She felt a slight tingling sensation. There is no way to retreat. This strange beast man in front of me seems to be an estrus. Are you a mermaid? Yu Zhizhi suddenly remembered something. Louis held the door behind the little female with one hand. His forehead was covered with sweat, and his eyes were misty, so he could hardly see her face. No. Does this little female rabbit like male mermaids? Yu Zhizhi pursed her lips slightly. She raised her head and saw the man's wet eyes. He looked like glass that was about to break. The redness in the corners of his eyes became more and more obvious. He seemed to be trying hard to suppress something. I'll think of a way. Yu Zhizhi looked to the side, silently thinking in her heart, is there any medicine that can suppress male estrus? System, yes. 150 points per copy. Does the host need to redeem it? Can I get a discount? System, no. Yu Zhizhi exchanged the teleportation location and chose the cheapest paradise, spending 100 points. One potion, 150. It's so expensive. She was a little reluctant. Yu Zhizhi rarely used points to redeem things. She just wanted to level up quickly. Once she reached level 10, she could go home. While she was hesitating, there was a click sound behind her. It turned out that the strange male in front of her unlocked the door. Louis used the last bit of his remaining rationality and gently pushed the door open. Go.
Quickly. Ha.
He felt like dying. The fire in his body was about to burn him to ashes. A faint light shone through. In a secluded corridor, soft music could be heard in the distance, as well as the laughter of female guests chatting. But all that is so far away. It's like two worlds apart. Yu Zhizhi took a step back, and then another step back, gradually returned to the bright area. The strange male in front of him, with a look of pain on his face, seemed to remain in the darkness forever. Light and darkness, separated by a door, face each other from afar. Louis finally looked at the little female who was shrouded in the gentle dim light. She stared at him blankly, and it seemed as if countless stars were pouring into her rabbit pupils. His head started to hurt. Yu Zhizhi saw the young man named Louis. His dark eyes were filled with mist under his sweat-soaked hair. But the moment the door was gently pulled back, his deep black eyes suddenly turned into a thick dark green. Her pupils dilated unconsciously, however. In just a second, the dark green eyes turned back to black. Louis knew he was losing control. Before that, pushing the little female rabbit back into the light was his last act of kindness. Suddenly, the door was about to close when someone pulled it from outside. The door was only slightly open. Yu Zhizhi was a little timid, but she still spread her hands in front of the young man. This was the potion she finally decided to exchange for. In the palm of the girl's hand lay a slender glass bottle filled with a light blue potion that looked very much like seawater. Louis, this is for you. If you drink it, you shouldn't feel so bad. One of Louis's eyes was blocked by his hair, while his other dark pupils stared blankly at the long glass tube. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, and when he picked up the potion, his sticky fingers gently stroked the girl's delicate palm.
Thanks.
He closed the door. The potion flowed down his throat into his body, and Louis's panting gradually stopped. He held the empty glass bottle in his left hand and lifted his hair with his right hand, exposing his other eye, which glowed in the darkness like a precious emerald. The left eye was dark and indifferent. Unfortunately, your plan has failed. The right green eye smiled. I will kill her sooner or later. This little female rabbit who came out of nowhere actually carried a calming potion with her, ruining his plans. Louis clenched the glass bottle. Go away. The right eye turned back to black in an instant. He leaned against the locker, recalling the sweet smell of the little female, like jasmine soaked in milk. Very tempting. Did I forgot to ask her name? Louis suddenly felt pity. Yu Zhizhi found the restroom and washed her hands with cold water. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her hair was a little messy and her ears were slightly red, as if she had just been bullied. She used a wet tissue to gently wipe her ears. After tidying up, I returned to the rest area on the second floor and got a glass of vegetable juice. I don't know what tribe the beast man named Louis belongs to. Even though he was in so much pain, his body didn't transform into a beast at all. This time point will appear in the Lost Tower. Could it be that he was also an entertainer in the Lost Tower? Yu Zhizhi thought of the entertainers in the glass houses on both sides of the corridor on the first floor when she came here. Although they all looked good, they pale in comparison with Louis. Louis is so handsome. Maybe he is the most beautiful girl in the Lost Tower. When Luther came back from outside, he saw a female rabbit sitting alone on the sofa and resting among the animals. He walked closer quickly. Sorry, I'm 5 minutes late. Luther received the task at short notice and thought he could return within 30 minutes. But it took 35 minutes. Luther said softly, let's go to the auction. It should be starting soon. When the auction was mentioned, Yu Zhizhi stood up immediately and drank the last sip of vegetable juice. Finally, I'm going to see the mermaid. This is the only mermaid in the Moonrise Empire. He is her target. He went to the auction house on the third floor and received his entry card like the other females in line. Luther followed Yu Zhizhi diligently. They came to the front and sat down. In front of us is the auction platform with bright lighting, ensuring that every seat below the stage can see the entire auction item clearly. More than 30 seats were reserved for this evening, and they were all filled in less than 5 minutes. Although late females can come in and stand in the back row to join in the fun, they do not have the right to bid. In the oval upright glass water tank, light blue seawater floats. A mermaid is quietly facing the stage, with her eyes slightly closed and her light blue tail gently floating. The bubbles in the water tank make popping sounds, making the mermaid look even more beautiful and dreamy. The moment the mermaid appeared, it seemed to bring all the females present into a fairy tale world. All the orcs held their breath. The dear clan host held the microphone with a warm smile on his face. My dear ladies, this time the auction items are extremely valuable, so we have to change the method. We no longer use gold to bid like before. Instead, each customer can take out one or more treasures, and the one with the highest total value can take the mermaid away. From now on, customers who have made a decision can raise their signs. As the host finished speaking, the room began to buzz with conversation. I didn't expect that today's auction would involve bartering, which feels much more unusual than before. Come to think of it, this mermaid can be considered a priceless treasure for now, and its value cannot be estimated by gold. Many females rushed to raise their signs. At the host's call, they placed the treasures they carried with them at all times on the tray. Various rare bracelets, necklaces, rings, earrings, etc. By the second round, the items were obviously much more valuable. There are rare agates from the deep sea. There are broken jade crystals from the highest snow mountains. A top-quality sword forged with 9 layers of flames. Among them, the one who amazed the orcs the most was the eldest lady of the Fox tribe from the God-given city. She brought an ancient scroll today, which contained a landscape painting constructed with magic power. When the lights in the auction house were turned off and the painting was spread out, it glowed brightly and the fairyland in the painting reappeared on Earth. What a beautiful handed-down picture. As expected of the eldest lady of the Fox clan, she is extremely generous when she makes a move. This should be the most valuable item of the transaction tonight, right? Ms. Vivian is determined to get this mermaid. It's better not to fight with her for it, or she will be unhappy. Yu Jiji, who was sitting in the front row, looked at the sparkling gems in the red backpack with a troubled expression. Luther noticed her expression and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong, Miss Jiji? I may not have any items to replace it with." She originally wanted to spend these gems as if they were gold. However, the auction house changed the rules. Can't find a single rare treasure on her body right now. And this time, she only thought about covering her daily expenses, so she didn't bring many jewels with her, only about 20 or so. These are decorations in the cage, usually placed on a tray next to the pillow for fun. Yu Jiji didn't expect that the fourth target would appear at the auction. Luther saw the girl holding her backpack with her head down, looking very sad. He thought for a moment and said softly, "How about we give it a try first? If it doesn't work, wait until Miss Vivian buys the mermaid, and then we'll go talk to her and see if we can lend it to you for a few days." Ah? Borrow it for a few days? Yu Jiji's brain was slightly stuck. Is this still possible? Luther smiled slightly. Our commander has a good relationship with Miss Vivian, and he will definitely be willing to help you deal with it. Then I'll raise the sign first. Yu Jiji mustered up her courage and raised the sign in her hand. Whether you succeed or not, you should give it a try. If you fail, think of other ways. The elk host smiled and said, "Please ask this lady to place her items on the tray." All eyes at the scene were focused on him. All the orcs were looking at the female rabbit sitting in the front. After the fox lady raised the sign, no one dared to compete with her. I don't know where this little female rabbit came from. Yu Jiji saw the beast man holding a tray and walked up to her. She lifted her backpack and poured out all the gems inside. Vivian, a member of the fox tribe who was sitting a few seats away from her, couldn't help but turn her head to look curiously. The beast man male brought the tray to the stage. As per convention, the host will show them to the guests one by one. As soon as he picked up one, his expression suddenly froze. This is... Everyone in the audience stared intently. They couldn't wait to know what treasure this little female rabbit who dared to challenge Miss Vivian brought. Broken dreams? The host exclaimed. This is an ice sapphire with a history of 30,000 years, produced in the hometown of the beast god. Legend has it that the beast god's sword was inlaid with 20 ice sapphires, and later generations named them broken dreams. The elk host carefully picked up the ice sapphires from the tray and counted them carefully. There were 7 of them. Really? Many orcs on the scene were shocked. They were the ice sapphires that decorated the beast god's sword. You know, the beast god's sword had been worn out long ago, and only broken dreams were left. There was a slight dull look on Yu Jiji's face. She sat in the chair, not moving for a long time. She doesn't know. There were so many shiny little things that she couldn't even remember when the Duke gave her these gems. After all, it can't be eaten, so she just put it aside as a decoration. If you weren't escaping, it would be impossible to take it with you. The male elk looked at Yu Jiji again, with a very respectful attitude. The value of the 7 broken dreams is enough to surpass that Elder Scrolls. In the Beast World planet, the Beast God is the greatest existence. In addition to these 7 ice sapphires, there are 3 rubies and 14 emeralds. They are all very rare gems. If exchanged for gold, they are enough for ordinary orcs to live on the beast world for a lifetime. The male elk bowed and said, "Dear lady of the rabbit tribe, only these 7 broken dreams are enough. Please take back the remaining gems." Oh. Yu Jiji nodded in confusion. This time, the elk host personally returned the remaining gems. He came in front of the little female rabbit and felt nervous for the first time. "I don't know which lady is here. It's our fault that the Lost Tower didn't provide a good reception." On the side, Luther said calmly, "No need to ask." The male elk suddenly realized, Okay. Many noble ladies from the Moonrise Empire came for this mermaid, but only the little female rabbit in front of them was accompanied by Lord Luther from the guard team. Her status is not ordinary noble. The male elk suspected that she was from the top noble family of the empire. That was why she would not hesitate to use 7 broken dreams to buy a mermaid. Ordinary nobles could not afford such a luxurious act. All the orcs on the field were still shocked by the emergence of the 7 broken dreams, which were thrown away so lightly by the girl. When she was pouring things into the tray just now, it was as if she was pouring small stones picked up from the roadside, and there was no sign of distress on her face at all. Wei Wei looked at Yu Zhizhi with a complicated expression. This mermaid belonged to her. I wonder what I can use to get her to agree to lend mermaid to me for a few days? Yu Zhizhi obtained ownership of the mermaid. In full view of everyone, she held up her skirt with both hands, walked up the steps, and slowly walked to the oval water cage. A female cat wearing a green dress slowly walked out from the back row. She bowed slightly to the eldest lady of the Fox clan, and then raised her amber eyes and stared straight at the thin rabbit shadow on the stage. Before this lady gets the mermaid, please let us do some gem identification first. All the beast men on the field looked at her in surprise. Is this female cat suspecting that the 7 broken dreams are fake? The elk host on the stage was stunned. Soon, he winked at the cat lady frantically. There were too many people coming to the auction this time, and many females came specially from other realms. They might not know Lord Luther from the guard. Yu Zhizhi was confused throughout the whole process. After all, she had no idea what broken dreams were. She thought it was just an ordinary gem that could be exchanged for gold, but she didn't expect it to be so valuable, and she was a little nervous. The female cat clapped her hands, and the young male in a blue uniform who came with her came out. The cat lady introduced, "This is the appraisal master of the God-given city. He will determine whether these 7 ice sapphires are shattered dreams." No one thought about it in this way at first. After the cat lady's reminder, the orcs present began to whisper to each other. Could it really be a fake? This female rabbit looks really unfamiliar. I have attended many noble dinners, but I have no impression of her at all. That's right. How come she has so many broken dreams? The Fox clan lady remained silent. She doesn't take sides in this matter. Now her mind was filled with the mermaid trapped in the cage. The male appraiser walked up to the podium, put on white gloves, picked up an ice blue gem from the tray, and a light green halo gradually appeared on his palm. All the beast's eyes fell on the palm of his hand. This is a male cat who has awakened the talent of identification. The elk host stood aside, wiping his sweat. He carefully glanced at the expression of the little female rabbit and found that she was just staring at the mermaid in the tank in a daze. On the contrary, it was Luther in the audience who had a serious expression on his face. The elk host put his hands together and made an apology gesture. He said with his lips, "After this is over, I will apologize to Miss Rabbit and give her many useful things." The young appraiser withdrew his hand and placed the ice sapphire back on the tray. The cat lady pretended to be calm. "How is it?" The appraiser whispered, "It's real." The cat lady's pupils suddenly widened. "Are all 7 real?" He has carefully identified each one, and every one of them is genuine. The female cats looked at Yu Zhizhi in disbelief. What is her origin? Why does she own such a rare gem? You know, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of the Empire has been collecting broken dreams. He has collected 13 of them and only needs the last 7. Unexpectedly, they were all in the hands of this little rabbit. Many orcs on the field showed shame. Just now, they also doubted the authenticity of the gem. Now that the result is out, looking at the little female rabbit again, she seems to be wearing a holy halo, dazzling. The elk host announced excitedly, "Then let's celebrate this rabbit lady with applause and congratulate her for officially photographing a mermaid." There was thunderous applause on the field. Many females showed envy in their eyes. The rare mermaids were no longer exchangeable for gold. Unfortunately, none of the treasures on everyone's body were comparable to the broken dream, let alone 7 of them. The auction is over. The orcs present left one after another. The bright lights were turned off halfway, leaving only the high platform. Workers on site pushed and pulled the cart. There is also a box of gifts. The elk host flattered. The appraisal just now was really abrupt, but we couldn't stop it. I'm really sorry. These are all for you. You'll definitely be able to use it. Yu Zhizhi looked at the water cage beside her. The blue water ripples gently in the glass tank. The mermaid imprisoned inside seemed to be the same age as Yu Zhizhi. He had an iron chain tied around his neck, and his long dark brown hair, like seaweed, swayed slowly. The mermaid's skin is pale, almost bloodless. She looks fragile and beautiful, with her distinct eyelashes casting a shadow on her face. There is a faint mole on the tip of the nose, which adds a bit of temptation. The bright red lips are like petals blooming in the early morning. It's really beautiful. So beautiful. Yu Zhizhi sighed in her heart. No wonder so many female beast men came tonight. They all wanted to take him home. Luther stood aside and took the box. As per usual practice, he needed to open it and check it first to make sure there were no dangerous items inside. The mahogany box was opened, and he checked the items inside one by one. Yu Zhizhi also looked over curiously. What are these? The elk host introduced in a gentle voice. This is sea salt. Sprinkle it in the bathtub to make the mermaids feel more comfortable. This box is the lost potion. To prevent the mermaid from harming the master, please feed him this potion every day. This potion will not harm his body, but will make him weak all over. No matter what you do to him, he will not be able to resist. And this the elk host picked up a small snow-white box from the box. It looked like a jewelry box for rings. He slowly opened it, and Yu Zhizhi saw 2 dark blue eyes, and she was stunned. The elk host said, "This is a pair of artificial eyes. You can ask the doctor in the park to install them for him. If you don't like this color, you can choose another one." He has no eyes? Yu Zhizhi was surprised.
Yes.
When we found him, his pupils had been plucked out by a villain because they were too beautiful. Now they may have been bought by a noble for collection. The male elk's voice sounded somewhat regretful. The mermaid's eyes are incomparable to any other artificial eyes. They are so perfect. 7 broken dreams in exchange for a disabled mermaid. No matter how you think about it, it's a bit unreasonable. However, these 7 are just enough for Paradise to be presented to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince at this year's Imperial Sacrament. The elk said, "I will ask the Tower Master for more benefits for the young lady." Oh, there's one more thing that hasn't been airlifted yet. It will probably arrive in 3 days. Until then, please come to the Lost Towers again, Mississippi Luther asked. What is that? Give him the holy cleansing medicine used by mermaids, and he will be able to become a true male. Isn't he a male now? Yu Zhizhi asked stupidly. The elk smiled and explained, of course it's a male mermaid, but he doesn't have the ability to mate yet. However, as long as he drinks the holy medicine, everything will be solved. I see. In the water tank, the mermaid boy closed his eyes as if he was sleeping, listening to the conversation of 2 people outside. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and his body, which was tightly locked by chains, gradually turned a layer of snow white because of disgust. The Lost Tower auction house gave Yu Zhizhi a lot of items needed to raise mermaids. All were moved to the car by Luther, and this mermaid will be delivered to her residence with the help of the orcs at the auction house. Because it was too late and the snowy road was inconvenient to travel, we spent the night in the box of the Lost Tower. The next day, early in the morning, Luther led Yu Zhizhi to where she lived. Not far from the command center, there is an area called 0 Stars, which is the highest level residential area in the park. It is very close to the command center and has very good public security. The snowmobile turned into an independent wooden house with a small courtyard and stopped at the door. Luther got out and opened the door for Yu Zhizhi. A gust of cold wind blew, and Yu Zhizhi wrapped her plush collar tightly. She stepped on the pedal and slowly got down from the high top of the car. The orcs following closely behind also carried water cages into the yard. Ms. Zhizhi, this is where you will live from now on. If you encounter any difficulties, just come to me. The superior officer repeatedly warned and instructed that all the demands of the female rabbits must be met. Among the 3 empires on the Beast World planet, the Moon Rising Empire has the least number of S-level females. Therefore, they will not give up any opportunity to kidnap S-level females from other empires. Yu Jiji walked on the snow in the yard and came to the door. The cabin has 2 floors. In the flower beds along the wall, there are some weeds covered with snow and a few inconspicuous wild flowers. She heard the sound of running water coming from inside the house. Entering from here is the living room, with a warm yellow patterned carpet on the floor and a fireplace under the window, with tea wood burning brightly. On the left is an open kitchen, and on the right is the bathroom, where the sound of water came from. The orcs of the Lost Towers placed the mermen in a bathing pool. After they came out, they didn't dare to get too close to the female rabbits and could only salute from a distance. The elk specifically instructed not to upset Miss Rabbit, not to linger, and not to even think about asking about her background. After they left, Luther handed a notebook to Yu Jiji. This was given by the Lost Tower. It is said to record in detail how to raise mermaids. Thank you. Yu Jiji took it. Luther stood at the door. He glanced at the bathroom next to him. The door was half open, and he could see the mermaid lying in the bathtub with a chain around her neck. Don't unlock it for him for now, Luther said worriedly. I heard that the mermaid's teeth are very sharp, so be careful not to get bitten by him. And then you need to feed him the losing potion every day. If he gets the strength, he might break free of his chains and do something to hurt you. Okay, I understand. Yu Jiji held the notebook. It felt hot soon after we entered the cabin. She took off her coat. Seeing Luther standing at the door, he asked, Aren't you coming in? Luther smiled and said, There is an important meeting at the base today. I have to attend it. I guess I won't be here until very late. The young guard turned sideways and pointed to the yard at the side. That's my home. It's so close. Yu Jiji stood on tiptoe and looked. The courtyards of the 2 wooden houses were separated by a low fence. She could just flip over. Luther, I chose a place that's close on purpose, so that if anything happens to Miss Jiji, I can rush over immediately. Also, the base is planning to send you a recruitment message to recruit a butler from the God-given city. Miss Jiji, do you want a male or a female? Yu Jiji replied, It's all right. Why do we have to go to the God-given city to recruit? Isn't there any in paradise? She remembered that on the map, there was a distance between paradise and the God-given city. Luther was stunned. In this paradise, except for the management and guards living in a few streets, the rest of the place is full of criminals. In the Moonrise Empire, the so-called paradise is actually the city of criminals, a place specifically used to hold criminals. It was the first time that Yu Jiji heard of it. She finally understood why the teleportation point in the paradise was the only one so cheap. Apart from the extremely bad weather, it was because of the human environment. When Luther saw the astonished eyes of the little female rabbit, he realized that she was not aware of the situation in the paradise. How dare he come here alone? This really overturned his impression that rabbits were naturally timid. Don't worry, the park is well managed now, especially the scattered streets. No one dares to commit crimes here. But for safety reasons, if you're going to travel far away, please tell the guard team. We will definitely keep you safe. Yu Jiji nodded gently. I understand. She originally thought that the park was just like its name, a place for vacation, and the Lost Towers was so lively. It turns out that is not the case. The new butler will be brought to you in 3 days at the latest. Okay, Luther is going to the command center for a meeting. After he left, Yu Jiji closed the wooden door. The cabin is comfortable and warm. There is a soft blue sofa in front of the fireplace and stairs leading to the second floor opposite. She poured a glass of water and gulped it down her throat. Thinking of the mermaid in the bathroom, she lightened her steps and slowly moved closer. The toilet is separate from the bathroom. In addition to a bathtub, the bathroom also has a shower cubicle. There is a curtain partition in the middle. The water in the bathtub, with sea salt added, became as clear and blue as the sea. The mermaid lay quietly, with her tail slightly curled up. Steam was floating on her pale face, and the light blue scales of her tail were like a work of art, sparkling and alluring. He is so quiet, without saying a word. His face was covered with a white ribbon, and his artificial eye was placed on a shelf nearby, waiting for the park's doctor to come and install it. Yujiji thought for a moment and asked softly, Are you hungry? From last night till now, the mermaid seems to have eaten nothing. This time when she came back, Lost Tower gave her a box of feed for mermen, small cookies made of seaweed. After Yujiji climbed out of the wooden box, she carried a small stool to the bathtub. She sat down. The mermaid smelled the faint scent of jasmine milk on the little female rabbit, and soon he heard the sound of the packaging bag being torn. He didn't answer or move. Like dead. Yujiji picked up a seaweed-colored biscuit and handed it to his lips. The fresh fragrance tempted him. Yujiji saw that the mermaid finally moved. He turned his head toward the wall and refused to eat. The rabbit ears drooped slightly. The mermaid seems to dislike herself very much. Yujiji could sense it. Well, I'll put the cookies on the table. Remember to eat them yourself later. In the water, the chain moved slightly. The mermaid's voice was weak and haggard. I can't move. Yujiji saw the iron chain tied around his wrists and connected to his neck. He looked very pitiful. She thought of herself. I was once imprisoned like this. But he is worse off than me. The mermaid's eyes were gouged out. He was fed medicine, and his body was locked tightly with iron chains, passing through his pale and agile chest and extending all the way to his light blue fishtail. Yujiji felt a little reluctant. Then, I'll untie the chain for you. You can eat first. She stood up and found where the chain unlocked. There were clanging sounds in the bathroom. Yujiji squatted beside the bathtub and found the lock on the chain. She glanced at the wash basin next to her. When the orcs from the Lost Tower left, they must have hung the key there. But at this moment, it disappeared. She searched for a long time but couldn't find the key to unlock the door. Strange, I remember seeing that. She murmured. The other side. Luther left the cabin with one hand in his military trouser pocket and a bunch of keys hanging on his finger. In order to prevent the simple and kind-hearted Miss Gigi from being tricked into unlocking the chains by the fish man who is good at bewitching people, he specifically brought the key with him when he left. Even if the fishman took medicine and lost his strength, it would be somewhat risky for him to be in the same room with the delicate female rabbit if he was not chained. Yujiji didn't find the key. The chains cannot be undone for the time being. She whispered, I don't know where I put the key. I'll ask Luther when he comes back. Otherwise, let me feed you something first. Yujiji had spent a lot of effort to buy the mermaid back from the auction house. She hoped that he could eat well and stay healthy so that he could better complete the main task. The mermaid was lying in the bathtub, her long, slightly curly hair floating like seaweed, her face pale and haggard, and the faint mole on the tip of her nose particularly noticeable, carrying a kind of temptation that females could hardly resist. He didn't respond. Yujiji returned to the bathtub, sat on a small stool, broke the seaweed biscuit in her hand into a small piece, and gently handed it to the mermaid's rose-red lips. The fishman hadn't eaten for several days. When he smelled his favorite food, he was silent for a long time, then gently opened his mouth and bit the biscuit. The bathroom was quiet. Apart from the occasional sound of ripples on the water, there is the crisp sound of breaking biscuits. Yujiji thought of her past in the Duke's mansion. The Duke always wished he could eat more. After raising a pet, did she understand why this was the case?
Just like now.
She also hoped that the mermaid could eat more. Seeing him eat up the food she fed him bite by bite, she would feel an indescribable sense of satisfaction. After eating a few cookies, the mermaid's hunger disappeared. His white and pointed teeth felt a little itchy. After biting the biscuit handed by the little female rabbit skillfully, he bit the little female's finger in his mouth without any pause. Yujiji opened her eyes slightly and felt a tingling sensation in her fingers. The mermaid's teeth were gently biting her index finger.
Then,
he seemed to have used some force. The little female didn't move, just stretched out her hand and let him bite it. A thin layer of frost gradually covered the mermaid's tail. When the mermaid is angry or disgusted, the tail will gradually move towards white. He felt very disgusted with his current powerless body. In the mermaid's imagination, she wanted to bite off the little rabbit's fingers and swallow them into her stomach, but now she can only hold them in her mouth and bite them gently, as if she was doing something intimate with her. He tried his best. Finally, it bit the little female's finger. A drop of blood fell onto the tip of her tongue, and a triumphant smile appeared on the mermaid's face. This was his resistance. Even if his eyes were gouged out, his strength was taken away, and he was locked in a small bathroom. He would not surrender no matter who he faced. Yu felt a slight pain and couldn't help but frown and shudder. However, he did not pull out his finger. Instead, he let the mermaid bite him. The mermaid was a little surprised. If she struggled at this time, it would be more painful. Because the mermaid's teeth were already embedded in the rabbit, he was looking forward to the little rabbit's screams of pain and the subsequent whipping.
But no.
The little female sat quietly and obediently beside the bathtub, allowing him to bite her, and a drop of blood slid down the tip of his tongue into her throat. The mermaid exerted all her strength. That's all we can do. The slight stinging pain at first quickly disappeared. Yu looked at him blankly. As a tingling sensation came over her, a blush gradually rose on her face. Do mermaids have any magical powers? Even if your finger is bitten, you will feel strange in your heart. Yu was a little nervous. She asked in a low voice, "Is it done? Mermaid, how long will you keep biting?" Realizing that the little rabbit was not afraid at all, the mermaid opened her mouth angrily. The frost-stained fish tail became even whiter, just like the snow covering the windowsill. Yu withdrew her finger and looked at the teeth marks left on it. She thought for a moment, reached her hands into the water in the bathtub, and pulled the mermaid's hand out. The mermaid's eyes cannot see. His sense of smell and touch was extremely acute, and he glanced slightly to the side, wondering how the little rabbit planned to punish him. He just didn't have the strength just now. It doesn't mean he wasn't aggressive. If he wasn't restrained by the medicine, he could have simply dragged the little female rabbit into the bathtub and bitten her to death. Yu looked at his pale, bony fingers. She leaned over and gently bit them. This can be considered as revenge for his previous actions. Eat well. Don't bite her while she's feeding. The mermaid was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the punishment from the little female would be so mild. Yu bit it a few times, making sure she had left a tooth mark on his index finger. She opened her mouth and saw that the mermaid's tail had gradually changed from white to its original light blue color. It was so beautiful as it was immersed in the water that it was impossible to take your eyes off it. I don't know why, but I felt my mouth dry and my heartbeat quickened. Yu looked at the hand she was gently holding, as if out of control. She lowered her head and gently licked the teeth marks on the male mermaid's fingers. Those were her teeth marks. Yu wanted to get closer to him. Crash the fish tail swayed slightly, and a puddle of water flew out of the bathtub and poured directly onto her body. The water with sea salt was salty and cool. Yu seemed to wake up instantly and stared blankly at the mermaid's indifferent face. The boy's tone was somewhat mocking. Even if you cry and beg me, I can't satisfy you. Mermaids were not able to mate before they developed legs. Yu I didn't. She put down his hand guiltily. How strange. If she hadn't been splashed with cold water, she might have climbed on top of him. Her long skirt was slightly wet. She stood up, put away the plastic bag of biscuits beside her, left the bathroom as if escaping after saying, "I'm going to eat too." Is he a mermaid? It was the first time that Yu had this feeling. Her body seemed to be out of control, and she longed for his touch. Back in the living room, she fell onto the soft sofa, her cheeks slightly hot. Yu lay on the sofa, her rabbit ears moving slightly. She sat up. The broadcast continued. The entertainment program for this live broadcast is Battle Royale. Residents who want to watch it, please turn on the projector. In addition, the popular contestant number 091 from the previous period has already escaped from the park. Please be careful not to travel at night. If you have any news, please contact the security team immediately. Battle Royale? The name sounds like a bloody game. Yu was alone at home and didn't dare to watch. This seems to be a regular item in the park. Recalling what the young guard Luther had told her about the situation in the park, this area was indeed full of dangers.
But
she usually stays in the cabin and won't run around when Luther is not around. Most importantly, she found the mermaid that was the target of the fourth mission. She was in the bathroom right now. This time the mission has more time than the previous 3. The most important thing to complete the task is the differentiation of mermaids. Undifferentiated mermaids remain in their most primitive state and are not capable of mating.
2 days left.
Yu Zhizhi counted them. The elk master of the Lost Tower said that she would be notified when the holy medicine that could differentiate mermaids arrived. Just as she was still thinking about how to complete the main task, the doorbell rang. Through the monitor, Yu Zhizhi saw a familiar face. A member of the guard. She opened the door. The young male in uniform immediately saluted. "Ms. Zhizhi, good morning. Luther asked me to bring a doctor over." Behind the boy is a young doctor. He smiled slightly and said, "Ms. Zhizhi, I am the Doctor of Paradise. I came here specially to perform eye surgery on the mermaid. Please come in." Yu Zhizhi turned sideways. The cold wind blew in, forming a sharp contrast with the temperature inside the house. It was the first time for the young man from the guard team to visit. He was a little reserved and just stood at the door, not daring to go inside. The doctor followed the mermaid's scent and headed for the bathroom. "Are these the artificial eyes?" Containing an artificial eye on the counter above the sink. After opening it, he saw a deep blue double pupil of excellent quality. Yu Zhizhi nodded slightly. At this moment, a reminder sound appeared in her mind system. Ding! The host has triggered the side quest. System. After completing this, you can obtain the disguise identity item, which allows you to disguise yourself as a female beast from another tribe for a certain period of time. System. Host, would you like to accept this side quest? Disguised as a female from another tribe? I feel like it can be useful when encountering emergencies. Will there be any punishment if the side quest fails? For safety reasons, Yu Zhizhi asked softly. System. If you fail, 100 points will be deducted. That's fine. Although Yu Zhizhi would be heartbroken if the 100 points were really deducted, she could afford the price of failure. So, she responded in her heart, "I accept." It's a good deal to earn rare items that you can't even buy in the mall. Moreover, just by hearing the introduction of disguise identity, Yu Zhizhi was very interested. System. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the side quest Mermaid's Eyes. You need to find the mermaid's stolen eyes and successfully install them. This will be considered as completing the quest, and you will be rewarded with a disguise identity. 7 days. Item. Mermaid Eyes. It turns out that this prop is related to mermaids. Yu Zhizhi was a little surprised, but this was exactly what she wanted. If possible, she would also be willing to help the mermaid find his own eyes. In the bathroom, the doctor is cleaning the dark blue artificial eye. The mermaid was locked in the bathtub. His light blue tail was covered with white frost, his body was tense, and his teeth were almost broken. "I don't want fake eyes." The doctor gave him a cold look and said, "You'll scare the distinguished lady of the rabbit clan with your appearance. You have no right to say no here." The mermaid shivered. When he thought about his body being defiled by the artificial eye, his fish tail couldn't stop trembling. The rage burned wildly in my chest. If he could regain his strength, the first thing he would do is to massacre the entire paradise. That. At the door, Yu Zhizhi said softly, "Why don't we just forget about it today?" The doctor was stunned for a moment, then he turned around and said, "Ms. Zhizhi, it only takes 10 minutes to install the artificial eye. It's quick." He doesn't seem to like it. In the bathtub, the white frost that condensed on the mermaid's body gradually stopped spreading. The doctor thought he had heard wrongly. Well, he had seen so many noble females, but had never seen a lady who would feel sorry for the male pet she kept. If he does this and accidentally pulls off the gauze, it might scare you. The eyes were dug out, leaving only empty eye sockets, which is scary to think about. Besides, his crippled body is not worthy of serving you at all, the doctor said earnestly. "It's okay," Yu Zhizhi smiled softly. "I don't mind." She never minded that the mermaid had no eyes. The young guard who was listening at the door felt somewhat moved for some reason. The doctor didn't know that this rabbit lady was an S-rank female. The S-class females of the Empire, who are treated like stars in everyone's eyes, are arrogant and domineering. Especially in the Moonrise Empire, the number of S-class females is far lower than that of the other two empires, and they are extremely precious. The doctor put away his tools, put the artificial eye back into the box, and said with a smile, "I understand. Whenever Miss Gigi needs me, please feel free to call me." The words of a noble female are orders. All males living on this land must not disobey. The guard members left with the doctor. The cabin returned to silence. Yu Gigi put the box containing the artificial eye back on the shelf. She couldn't help but glance at the mermaid in the bathtub. His tail still retained its snowy color, and the frost that had just condensed covered his entire profile and jaw, spreading all the way to his shoulders. The mermaid pursed her lips tightly, and her body was tense. This little female. He didn't force him. Maybe this is just her disguise. Yu Gigi couldn't help but move closer. She bent down and gently wiped the frost on the mermaid's cheek with a wet towel. Her movements were very gentle, as if she was treating the most precious pearl. At such a close distance, Yu Gigi could smell the scent of sea water on the mermaid. He just tilted his head and looked towards the wall, and even the mole on the tip of his nose became less noticeable. In water, he clenched his fists, feeling the incredibly gentle movements of the little female. The extreme feeling of nausea brought by the doctor gradually disappeared, and the white frost on his body also faded away bit by bit. Yu Gigi stared at the scene in a daze. She didn't know what this frost was. I just felt that he might be uncomfortable. There seemed to be another spot on the other cheek. She couldn't help but move closer, but her knees slipped, and she fell directly into the bathtub.
Crash.
Yu Gigi buried her face in the water and was suddenly choked. She panicked instinctively, and as she struggled, she heard the sound of the chain being pulled. The mermaid in front of him lifted the girl up. Yu Gigi's light-colored dress was wet, and her breathing was slightly stagnant. At such a close distance, she could clearly feel his breath. The mermaid came from a distant country, and the entire bathroom seemed to be pulled into the deep blue and quiet sea. Yu Gigi instinctively lowered her head, and she supported herself on the edge of the bathtub with one hand. "Sorry, I was just trying to wipe the other side for you." She wanted to get up. The edge of the bathtub was covered with sea salt. Yu Gigi slipped when she exerted a little force and fell into the mermaid's chest again. The little female fell back limply. The mermaid boy groaned because he was too weak. His face flushed with an unknown color, like shyness, but also like anger. His current body is really too bad. Even such a weak rabbit hitting him was almost unbearable for him. The potions he was fed every day were suppressing his strength. Yu Gigi's long hair was wet by the salt water. She turned her head away guiltily and tried to half-sit with her hands on the edge of the bathtub. I don't know when it started snowing heavily outside. The glass windows were covered with a layer of fog. She glanced at the mermaid cautiously. The boy's body was stiff, his face was tense, and the mole on the tip of his nose was particularly obvious. Although there was white gauze tied on his face, he knew that the little female was looking at him. The iron chain in the water moved slightly, and the mermaid's voice was slightly hoarse. "Are you not leaving yet?" Yu Gigi slowly curled up one leg, touching his cold scales in the middle, and her movements became increasingly gentle. The long skirt was soaked in water, dragging a little. She lifted it up slightly, revealing a section of her white jade-like calf, and gently stretched it out. Because the space was small, the jasmine scent on the girl's body was particularly strong, as if it had been soaked by rain. In water, the mermaid gripped the chain tightly. He felt a strange feeling in his heart, something he had never felt before. The tip of Yu Gigi's right leg finally touched the ground. She breathed a sigh of relief. This time, she didn't have to worry about falling back. She slowly got out of the bathtub, stepped barefoot on the floor, and twisted the water stains on her long skirt. I couldn't help but look back at the mermaid. He had a stony expression on his face, his head tilted inside, with the same world-weary look as before. "If there's anything you want, just tell me." Yu Gigi left the bathroom. The mermaid locked in the bathtub slowly loosened his hands that were tightly gripping the chains. He seemed calm on the surface, but only he knew clearly when the little female lay in his arms. The soft fit aroused every nerve in his body. The mermaid tried her best to suppress the most primitive desires in the male's heart. He had never felt such emotions towards a female before. Therefore, I developed self-loathing in my heart. The young man clenched his teeth. Half of his body was filled with the blood of the ancient Atlanteans, while the other half was the source of corruption, the mermaid. Mermaids have a special physique. It emits a peculiar fragrance that charms every species that comes close. And because of his own reasons, he indulges in desires and will never stop until he dies. The boy thought that he was different from other mermaids. Unexpectedly. Absolutely, get rid of her. This female rabbit who aroused his desire. It's his sin. You have to cut it off with your own hands. Yu Gigi was familiar with the environment of the cabin. Her bed was on the second floor. She could climb up the ladder to the small attic at the top. The wooden house is not big, but very warm. The room was burning with tea wood that never went out, giving it a warm and fragrant scent. Yu Gigi changed into clean clothes, wrapped herself in a small white blanket, and curled up on the sofa, with a glass of bubbling orange tea in front of her. Just now, Luther from the guard team called. He said, "Miss Gigi, the housekeeper issue has been settled. We don't need to go to the God-given city to recruit. It just so happens that the deputy guard team recommended a young talent to us. He has served as a guard in the Misty Moon Forest before and also has experience as a butler for nobles. Considering all factors, he is indeed a suitable candidate. You can let him intern for a few days. If you think he is not suitable, we can recruit him again. Look, is this okay?" Luther came specially to ask for her opinion. If Miss Gigi agrees, the candidate for housekeeper will be finalized. Yu Gigi nodded gently. Okay. Luther also had his own mission and could not protect her 24 hours a day. And if something really happened, it would be bad to keep bothering him. It would be much more convenient if there was a housekeeper. There is one more thing. The orcs from the Lost Tower just contacted me. The holy cleansing medicine will be delivered one day in advance. That means tomorrow, at noon at the latest. You can collect it. Holy cleansing medicine is very precious. Each one is priceless. Lost Towers has made sufficient preparations in this regard, one of which is that the buyer is required to be present on site in person to avoid errors during transportation. Yeah, I know. Yu Gigi was still very happy to hear the news. With the holy medicine, the fishmen can be differentiated. Then she can find an opportunity to complete the task. Luther heard the cheerful voice of the female rabbit tribe, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. If I have time tomorrow, I will go with you.
Okay.
The new steward should be here soon. Luther reminded, if you have any questions, you can always call the command center. You can also test him more. The butler also serves as a bodyguard, and this duty is very important. Said Just as Luther predicted, the doorbell rang as soon as he hung up the phone. Yu Gigi walked over. She wrapped herself tightly in the white blanket and gently opened the door, letting the wind and snow rush in. Seeing the tall figure at the door, she hid behind it and opened it a little wider. The park is located in an extremely cold area and has heavy snow all year round. The young man standing outside the door was wearing the dark green uniform of the guard. He bowed and saluted. "Hello, dear Miss Gigi. I am your new housekeeper." Yu Gigi responded softly, "Please come in." The man walked into the warm house in the snow. There was still white snow on his shoulders, and he stood at the entrance and gently waved it away. His eyes turned to the back of the door, and he saw a delicate figure standing there, wrapped in a small blanket, with her rabbit ears trembling slightly.
Close the door slowly.
The man's tone was gentle, with a hint of smile. "Nice to meet you again." Yu Gigi had been looking at the housekeeper's black boots. When she heard his voice, she looked up. He saw the girl's evasive expression, and one of his rabbit ears drooped guiltily. She looked to the side with her bright eyes, pinching the white blanket in front of her collar with her small hands, and said with her pink lips slightly opened, I thought you were a staff member of the Lost Towers." Last time in the Lost Tower, he suddenly caught me and took me into a small room. Yu Zhizhi still remembers his name. Louis. His whole body was hot, as if he was an estrus, so Yu Zhizhi finally gave him a bottle of calming potion. Seeing that he looked extremely outstanding, Yu Zhizhi thought he was an entertainer from the Lost Tower. Now seeing him wearing the dark green uniform, he no longer looked disheveled or in pain as he did that night, and there was a gentle smile in his dark eyes. Louis looked at the petite female in front of him, and he said sincerely, "Thank you for your rescue last time. I am honored to be your housekeeper." "You're welcome." Yu Zhizhi lowered her eyes. Louis heard the slight sound of water in the bathroom and looked over. Then I heard the little female explain, "There is a mermaid in the bathroom, but he doesn't like to interact with other people. If you don't have anything to do, don't go in." A doctor came during the day, and the mermaid was angry for a long time. "Okay, miss." Louis retracted his gaze and asked, "What do you want to eat for dinner tonight?" Yu Zhizhi sat back on the sofa. There was a fireplace behind her, and the entire soft sofa was warm. "I want to eat noodles with ketchup." Louis saw that the white sofa had turned into a rabbit nest, and the little female rabbit was curled up in the blanket, with only one small white foot exposed. "I also want to drink seaweed egg drop soup." "Please wait a moment." Louis nodded slightly. He went straight to the kitchen and started preparing lunch. Soon, the aroma of food filled the whole cabin. Louis is a very skilled cook, which matches his experience as a butler on his resume. Yu Zhizhi secretly looked at his straight back, and she took out a small keychain-like object from under the sofa. It was the handheld game console that Luther left for her. It can be used for communication, entertainment, watching live broadcasts, purchasing goods, etc. It is an important tool that everyone in the Moonrise Empire possesses. Yu Zhizhi watched the news for a while. The light blue electronic screen was floating in the air, with all kinds of hot headlines appearing one after another. At the bottom, there was a button to switch regions. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Zhizhi clicked and selected Valoran Empire in the pop-up window. She left for 2 days to see if there was any news over there. In the forum, the most popular news are about Tang Locke and Duke Platinum. Browsing the homepage, it seems that the Duke has blocked the news of Yu Zhizhi's escape, and there is no ripple in the entire Imperial City. Louis brought out the food. He saw the area displayed on the projection screen Valoran Empire. Yu Zhizhi sat up from the sofa, and the floating screen disappeared automatically. She slid onto the carpet and looked at the noodles that had been mixed. They were dipped in ketchup and smelled particularly fragrant. Louis presented a pair of wooden chopsticks. "Thank you." Yu Zhizhi happily took it. She couldn't wait to taste the noodles. "It's delicious." The noodles were cooked to perfection, and the tomatoes were soft and mashed into a sauce. Louis's cooking skills were better than she had imagined. Louis smiled. "Miss, you are so kind." After dinner, Yu Zhizhi did not forget to feed the mermaid. Seeing the girl carrying a bag of feed to the bathroom, Louis's mouth curled up slightly. He lowered his eyes and quietly cleaned up the dishes. After going to the kitchen, he noticed something wrong with his body, and his originally gentle eyes instantly turned cold.
"This is my time."
After feeding the mermaid, Yu Zhizhi returned to the sofa. She liked this place the most. Her whole body was embedded in the softness. The fireplace behind her made the sound of burning wood, and when night fell, a small lamp was on the coffee table. When Louis came back from planting trees in the yard, he saw the little female rabbit curled up on the sofa and fell asleep. He closed the door. He walked over slowly, picked her up gently, and carried her to the room on the second floor. Yu Zhizhi was sleeping in a daze and only knew that she was being held. The memory of her body awakened, and she thought it was the Duke, so she gently grabbed the man's clothes in front of her with both hands and murmured, "Good night."
"Duke."
Louis paused slightly.
"Duke?"
"I don't know which Duke of the Empire the little female rabbit is talking about." Yu Zhizhi slept all night. When she woke up, she found that she had returned to her room, without knowing when. She opened the window and found that the snow had stopped. "We are going to the Lost Tower to get the holy cleansing medicine today." Yu Zhizhi was very excited at the thought of going out. She put on thick white socks and walked up the stairs to the warm yellow carpet in the living room. The door was half open. In the yard, Louis was shoveling snow. Seeing her get up, Louis nodded slightly. "Good morning, Mississippi. Good morning. Can we take a walk today?" Gigi asked with anticipation. "Sure." Louis shoveled the snow at the door to make a passage that meandered all the way to the wooden door outside, making it easier for the little female rabbit to travel. Gigi returned to the living room, finished her breakfast, and went to the bathroom to say hello to the mermaid. She put on a thick white coat, a scarf, and a pair of gloves because she was afraid of the cold. From a male's perspective, she's really cute. Louis was afraid that she would fall, so he kept an eye on her feet. Walking towards the command center from 0 Street, you will enter a large snowy forest after exiting the block. This place is located between the block and the command building. The snow scenery is beautiful. A ray of morning light shines in, shining on the frozen butterfly-shaped leaves, which is magnificent. Gigi walked slowly on the snow. Louis stayed by her side the whole time. When the elk host saw Gigi, he put on a flattering smile and said, "Miss Gigi, you are here really early. The holy medicine has just arrived, and we are preparing a simple manual for use. The Lost Towers during the day is not as lively as at night. The beautiful glass houses were empty, without even a trace of an animal." The elk host invited them to the VIP room. He solemnly handed the packaged holy medicine to Gigi. Also included is a user guide. Gigi looked at the small red gift box and the handwritten guide. The paper seemed very thick. Seeing the confused look on the girl's face, the elk master smiled and said, "After opening the holy medicine, it needs to be dried in the sun for a few days. Before using it, roast it over a fire overnight. This way the effect will be better. The specific steps are all recorded in detail in this guide." The elk host was obviously worried. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen and that this fragile female rabbit would be accidentally hurt. "Miss Gigi, please stay in the room first. Come out after we have dealt with the matter outside." Gigi nodded. Okay. She didn't know what happened, but she saw the male elk hurried away. Soon, screams came from outside. Gigi was a little nervous. She sat on the sofa and slowly moved closer to the butler Louis beside her. Noticing the little female rabbit's uneasiness, Louis lowered his eyes, a faint smile forming on the corners of his mouth. "It's fine," he whispered soothingly. "It might be the contestant who escaped from the paradise before." Paradise. Gigi has some impression. It was reported in yesterday's broadcast that a popular contestant escaped. She asked, "Is it number 091? The broadcast reminded residents of Lingxing Street to pay extra attention to safety when traveling. Louis looked at Gigi's clear eyes. The little female raised her head, with her rabbit ears slightly tilted back, like a little animal cub, so adorable.
Probably.
He squatted down, just enough to look her in the eyes. It's not him. If it was 091, the orcs in the Lost Tower should have been killed by now. Gigi's eyes widened. This park contestant is so dangerous. Before she could say anything, the door of the room was slammed hard by something sharp, making a sharp sound. Gigi shuddered and pounced directly towards the person in front of her. Louis, who was squatting on the ground, was suddenly pounced upon by the little rabbit. He sat back and felt the trembling little female, so he reached out and gently stroked her head. She is so small. Holding it in my arms, I can hardly feel any weight. The noise outside gradually died down. Inside the house, the light that was originally on flashed a few times and then suddenly went out. The windowless VIP room was plunged into darkness. Gigi buried her face in Louis's chest. She felt a foul breath slowly flowing in from outside the door. Someone is turning the doorknob. Louis looked over, and he slowly placed the little female rabbit in his arms on the carpet, letting her lean against the sofa. "Miss, I'll go take a look,"
he said softly.
Gigi hid by the armrest of the sofa. She only showed a pair of eyes, and when she saw Louis stand up and walk outside, her heart beat wildly with nervousness. He had an indifferent expression. When he opened the door, something rushed in, and he kicked it away. "When you walk out the door, close it behind you." I don't know how much time has passed. The corridor returned to complete silence, and gradually, Yu Zhizhi heard the voice of the male elk. Didn't you scare Miss Zhizhi? Louis, what do you think? I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
The male elk bent over again and again. I didn't expect them to get out. Well, they've all been locked up. This will never happen again. The light is broken. The young man said in a cold voice. It will be fixed right away. Louis pushed open the door, holding the firefly lamp handed to him by the orcs from the Lost Tower, and immediately saw the little female rabbit hiding beside the sofa. The corridor smelled heavily of blood. He closed the door. Louis walked slowly toward the sofa. He placed the firefly lamp on the coffee table. The light was dim and could only illuminate a small area. Yu Zhizhi felt relieved when she saw him come back. What happened? It's all taken care of, Louis said in a gentle voice. He sat on the carpet in front of Yu Zhizhi and saw that the little rabbit was pale. He knew that she was scared. He waited patiently, wanting to wait until the large area of blood in the corridor was cleaned up before taking her away. What is it? The danger was over, and Yu Zhizhi became curious. Louis was wiping the blood off his fingers with a handkerchief. He smiled and replied, The highest floor of the Lost Tower holds some mutants who have lost their minds. A contestant who escaped from the paradise let a few of them go. They have been caught in one fell swoop. Don't worry. Yu Zhizhi nodded slightly. She didn't expect that she would encounter such a thing when she came to get a holy cleansing medicine for mermaids. Fortunately, Louis is here. Luther said that you used to serve in the guard team of the psychedelic forest? Yes, ma'am. I heard it's dangerous there. Well, there are many mutated monsters. In the Moonrise Empire, only the main city area can maintain law and order and not be disturbed. So Louis is a veteran of many battles, which is why he was able to resolve the danger so quickly today. Yu Zhizhi was very satisfied with the housekeeper that Luther found for her. She came out from the sofa and knelt on the carpet. In the dark room, there was only a green firefly light. Louis, who was wiping his wrist, suddenly frowned. His body trembled slightly, and he immediately supported his forehead with his right hand and covered his right eye tightly. Finding that something was wrong with Louis, Yu Zhizhi asked worriedly, What's wrong? Oops. Louis felt the familiar power in his body surging outward. He bent down slightly and looked very angry. You rascal. It's not time yet. You broke the contract. Who is Louis talking to? Yu Zhizhi looked at his gradually bent back and wanted to help him, but she didn't know whether she should help him or not. The stalemate remains. Louis was hunched over, his whole body almost flat on the ground. Gradually, his body stopped shaking. Yu Zhizhi looked at him nervously and found that he was in a better condition, so she asked softly, Louis, how are you? Are you feeling better? Do you need me to help you with something? The young man covered his eyes with his right hand and felt the heat on his palm. He groaned in his throat with a hint of mockery. It feels so good to be free again. Projected onto the dark carpet in front of him was a small layer of faint firefly light. When he looked up, he could see the round knees of the little female sitting in front of him. She bent down and approached him out of worry. The fragrance of jasmine filled his nose. The young man couldn't help but close his eyes and take a deep breath. In the air, it has a light milky scent from a young girl, mixed with a rich jasmine scent. Addictive. The young man supported himself on the ground with one hand and slowly straightened his upper body.
Miss.
There was a hint of smile in his tone. Please come closer. Let me check if you're injured. Louis. He looked like him, and his voice was his, but why did Yu Zhizhi always feel like he was a different person? Her eyes wandered. I'm not hurt.
So?
No need to check. Well, can you come closer? I want to see what kind of necklace you have on your neck. Necklace? Yu Zhizhi lowered her head in confusion. She was just wearing an ordinary silver necklace today. Nothing special. She had always kept the one that Dracula had given her carefully for fear of damaging it. Yu Zhizhi was suddenly lifted up by Louis in front of her. She supported herself on the ground with both hands, leaned forward, and almost bumped her head into his arms. The figure gradually approaches. Louis lowered his eyelids and lifted the silver necklace hanging around her neck with his fingers. Louis. Yu Zhizhi held the young man's wrists with both hands, hoping he would let go. In the dark box, fireflies flickered. At such a close distance, Yu Zhizhi could see his eyes hidden beneath his eyelids, like emeralds inlaid in a deep pool. It seems not. Louis slowly grasped the necklace and suddenly pulled it, breaking the silver chain. The sudden strength made Yu Zhizhi close her eyes, and the rabbit ears on her head trembled slightly. It's just interest. The young man sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the little female who was so close to him. He planned to settle the score with the rabbit from last time. He exerted a little force on the right hand that was pinching her neck and moved closer, his deep green eyes full of aggression. Do you remember the last time we met? Yu Zhizhi felt her breathing choked. She frowned in pain and looked up at the young man in front of her. The last time I saw this green eye was for a brief moment when I was closing the door. However, Yu Zhizhi was impressed. Remember, you ruined my good thing. Yu Zhizhi didn't know what he was talking about. She wanted to struggle, but the other person was very strong and she couldn't get rid of him at all. The young man lowered his voice and asked, "How are you going to compensate me?" Yu Zhizhi's eyes were slightly moist. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. The air was thin and breathing became increasingly difficult. The young man let go of the rabbit indifferently. He didn't want to kill the little female rabbit yet. Yu Zhizhi was freed, supported herself on the ground with one hand, pressed her other hand on her collarbone, and coughed gently a few times. The young man saw that the corners of the little female's eyes were slightly red, and it seemed that tears were about to overflow. She sniffed aggrievedly. "I obviously helped you." The young man said coldly, "You are helping Louis, not me." Yu Zhizhi took a half step back cautiously. She sat on the carpet and stared at the person in front of her in a daze.
Who are you?
She saw that the young man's deep green eyes were like the the wisp fire in the summer night, eerie and terrifying. He spread out his right hand, and a 5-star pattern slowly emerged in his palm. At his call, a bottle of dark green potion appeared.
Drink this.
Yu Zhizhi stared at the glass tube in a daze. What is this? Something that makes you happy. I don't want to drink. You don't have a choice. The young man approached, easily pinching her cheek with one hand and forcing her to open her mouth. A bottle of medicine was poured into her mouth. She wanted to cough it out, but the other party covered her mouth with his palm and didn't let go until she swallowed it all. Yu Zhizhi felt that it was all over in an instant. She seemed to have taken poison and was about to die from it. Her consciousness began to blur. She tried to open her eyes, but she felt dizzy. The dark green eyes in front of her flashed a malicious smile of success. "Ha ha. Louis, you're dead." He laughed heartily. Yu Zhizhi only felt her body getting hot and a strange tingling sensation in her abdomen, as if she was being bitten by many ants. She stretched out her hand, wanting to grab the male in front of her, and saw him sitting upright, with a smile on his face, and his green eyes gradually disappeared. When Louis woke up, he saw Yu Zhizhi curled up on the ground, shivering. Her light-colored long skirt was lifted up, her long hair was messy, and her breathing was rapid and with a hint of crying. What happened? He thought of a possibility. That guy showed up? The lights in the dark room began to flicker. Knowing that someone would be coming soon, Louis wrapped the little female's body in his coat and held her in his arms. Yu Zhizhi's whole body was burning. Her cheeks were red, her eyelashes were wet with sweat, and she kept murmuring, I'm dying. She trembled and said, "He fed me medicine." Wu Yu Zhizhi's tears suddenly flowed out. She didn't know why Louis suddenly seemed like a different person. Louis was stunned. He lowered his eyes and saw that the little female in his arms had a soft body, rosy snow-white skin, watery almond eyes, and plump and bright lips. The jasmine fragrance on her body was stronger than usual. Just smelling it made him feel dazed. Because of his previous experience, he reacted instantly. That rascal. Louis suddenly felt a headache. He stood up holding Yu Zhizhi, and at this moment, the door of the room was pushed open. When the elk saw their appearance, he paused. He didn't know whether he should come in. Louis held Yu Gigi and walked out, put the holy medicine in the car. Miss Gigi, what happened? Noticing the young man's displeased look, the elk host quickly shut up. The snowmobile sped all the way back to the intersection of Lingxing Street. Louis dared not delay. He had been poisoned before and knew how painful it would be inside his body. Returned to the cabin. The room was warm, so Yu Gigi felt even hotter. She wanted to take off her coat, but she had no strength. I could only cry out for help. Louis, I'm so hot. Louis wet the towel and wiped the sweat off her forehead. During this journey, the little female's cheeks were burning red, almost smoking. The little rabbit cried and kept snuggling in his arms when his sweat was wiped. Louis was still rational, and he held the girl's shoulder with one hand. Miss, do you have any calming potion on you? Yu Gigi could no longer hear what he was saying. She was completely dazed, and if the person in front of her hadn't supported her, she would have fallen to the carpet. The heat in my body surged one after another. She was like a dying fish, opening her mouth and trying desperately to breathe. Yu Gigi felt like she was falling into a warm embrace. Louis hugged her and asked softly, Do you need my help? If so, just call my name. Yu Gigi trembled slightly. She seemed to hear Louis talking need help. Woohoo! Yu Gigi gently grabbed his collar, and her faint voice fell into his ears. Mermaid. The little female trembled and said the word mermaid. Louis's dark eyes were slightly startled. He didn't ask any more questions, but just picked her up and walked towards the bathroom. The mermaid locked in the bathtub did not react to the noise. He lay in the clear blue water, as if in an eternal sleep. Only. The mermaid immediately smelled the rich scent of jasmine. Different from usual. This time, it seemed even more fragrant, arousing the male's desires in his heart without any hesitation. When the mermaid heard this, her expression changed slightly. Although he couldn't see anything now, he could sense that the smell emanating from the little female today was different from before. Estrus season? When female beast men are in estrus, they will emit strong pheromones from their bodies so that males can follow their scent. In addition to the month, there is also a drug that will force estrus. Yu Gigi curled up in Louis's arms, her face pressed tightly against the metal badge on his dark green military uniform, a slight chill. Not enough. Sweat soaked her long eyelashes, and the girl whined like a kitten with a hint of sob in her voice. I want a mermaid. Yu Gigi felt so uncomfortable. She felt that the heat in her body had drowned her completely. She could no longer distinguish anything. She only knew that there was a voice in her heart calling out to the mermaid. Woohoo, she needs a mermaid. It can only be a mermaid. Louis responded softly with okay. He slowly bent down and gently placed the little female in his arms into the water. His deep eyes fell on the little female's burning red cheeks, like a ripe little cherry. Her misty pupils were filled with tears, and she looked aggrieved. A strand of hair fell on the side of her face, and Louis gently stroked it away for her. Falling into the bathtub, Yu Gigi instinctively grabbed the mermaid in front of her. The clear blue water was icy cool, and she couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. At that moment, the fish tail in the bathtub tightened. Louis stood aside, gazing at the trembling body of the little female. Her skirt slipped slightly, revealing her shoulders as white as mutton fat jade. She lay on the male mermaid, her wet skirt sticking to her body, her curves particularly attractive. A dark light flashed in Louis's eyes. He turned his back and walked out. The mermaid frowned slightly. Take her away. Louis stopped at the door. Didn't you hear? She just said that she needs you. I haven't differentiated yet. What can I do? The mermaid was almost laughing out of anger. The little female's body was burning hot, and as soon as she entered the bathtub, her hands became restless and started to stir up trouble everywhere. That's your business. Louis closed the door. He stood outside the door, and when he lowered his head, his black hair almost covered his eyes. Even through the door, I could smell the rich estrus pheromones on the little female. Jasmine had never been so tempting and sweet. Louis felt a little inexplicably irritated in his heart. He tugged his collar and walked out the door. Louis is going to the yard to see the snow.
Leave this here for them.
In the water, the sound of iron chains was heard. The mermaid held the little female's naughty hand and heard her soft breathing. His chest felt like someone was scratching it gently with a small piece of fluff. The boy lowered his head, the mole on the tip of his nose hidden in the darkness. Does it hurt? If you feel uncomfortable, just crawl out and find Lewis. He can't stand it. Even if you can't see, you can tell from the smell that the little female is so charming and seductive. Which male beast man can stand it? How could Yu Gigi hear what others were saying? Even though her wrists were bound, she would rub against the cold mermaid in front of her. She raised her neck and gently touched his Adam's apple.
No Luis.
She moaned softly. I want a mermaid. The boy felt the passion and attachment of the little female and was so excited that he kept repeating, I want a mermaid. He thought of the time when a female rabbit bought him at the auction with 7 broken dreams. All the orcs who grew up on the Beast World planet cannot be unaware of the value of broken dreams. And she didn't hesitate. When she was taken to the cabin, the little female never forced him to do anything. She also stopped the doctor when she didn't want to install the artificial eye. Now, she does not shy away from expressing her attachment to him. Even though her consciousness was blurred due to the fever, she still kept snuggling into his arms, and the little female rubbed her cheek against his jaw gently, again and again.
Hold me.
Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, her soft voice was filled with desire, and her whole body trembled like a pear blossom in the spring breeze. The mermaid's throat rolled unconsciously. He dragged the chain, lifted the little female's chin, and said in a hoarse voice, Do you like me? All lost their minds. Why mermaids? Why do you hold him so tight? Yu Gigi pressed herself against the cold mermaid. Just pressing against her made her feel comfortable, but it was far from enough. She wanted more. More. The young female had a strong nasal tone. She followed her body's instinct and gently swung her lower body. The cold iron chain poked the tender inside of her thighs. She closed her eyes and raised her lips, her rabbit ears slightly bent backwards, and the sound was barely audible.
Quiche, kiss me.
She is here. No resistance, everything you want. The little female rabbit lay delicately on him, and the soft touch in front of her body was so clear that she could hold it with one hand. A blush gradually rose on the boy's cheeks. He had never been alone with a female in heat. The waves of sweet and alluring jasmine scent challenged the male's reason, not to mention that the little female was so clingy. The mermaid touched the back of her neck and pulled her body upwards a little, sinking her teeth into her shoulder. That's crazy. Whether it's this female rabbit or that guy named Lewis. He actually felt comfortable leaving her here alone. Even if he took the medicine, the chain on his wrist could still be wrapped around the little female rabbit's neck. With just a little force, she would die in the clear blue water. There was a slight pain in my shoulder. Yu Gigi opened her watery eyes and realized that the boy in front of her was doing something intimate. Nibble, lick, and twist slowly. She opened her lips and let out soft moans intermittently. My mind felt like it was about to explode. My name. Dense. She sobbed softly, hugging the mermaid tighter. It can't just be kissing. Yu Gigi rubbed his cheek gently, hoping to be treated more warmly. The mermaid's pale skin was already slightly flushed, and the light blue tail gradually deepened into a rich dark blue, like the unfathomable seabed. This is the nature of mermaids. The feeling of disgust will be tinged with a thin layer of frost, and joy deepens the color. The boy spoke in a hoarse voice. Tell me, you like me? Yu Gigi sobbed. The boy whispered seductively. Say it, I'll satisfy you. She choked and panted. I like you. Woohoo, Yu Gigi cried. Her nose was going to get longer. How much the little females like him. She's still crying and just wants him to caress her. The mermaid's tail gently slapped the water, and a trace of joy bloomed in his heart, like ripples on the sea on a spring day. Mermaids have a special physique and will not differentiate automatically even when they reach adulthood. There are only 2 situations for differentiated mermaids. 1. The cleansing holy medicine induces the mermaid to differentiate. After drinking the medicine, the mermaid's body will feel painful, as if it were torn apart. This pain will last for 7 days and 7 nights, and eventually human legs will be differentiated. Second, the mermaid voluntarily separates, or even actively seeks separation. In this case, the fish tail will feel a tingling and electric shock, which is not as painful as forced separation. However, there are very few mermaids who are willing to actively differentiate. Even if they have half mermaid blood flowing in their bodies, they are unwilling to become slaves driven by desire. This time, the mermaid Yusin voluntarily differentiates. The little female lying on his chest rubbed his body stickily, and a blush appeared on the boy's pale face. Although his fish tail was still covered with blue scales, it vaguely had the shape of human legs. Voluntary differentiation takes about half an hour. During this period, he had to constantly use his hands to comfort the little female rabbit in his arms. The corners of Yu Gigi's eyes turned red, and she cried softly. Yusin lowered his head and rubbed her rabbit ears with the tip of his nose. His hoarse voice was filled with a hint of laughter. "You asked for this, stupid rabbit. Why not choose Lewis? Why wait so long?" Half an hour later, he finally succeeded in differentiation. The sound of iron chains rang out, and the young man wrapped his hands around the little female rabbit and put her in the right position. One night later, the bathroom door opens. Lewis walked in silently, bent down, and picked up the sleeping little female rabbit. Her long skirt was messy, and red marks were faintly visible on her shoulders. The young man had a gloomy face and carried her out of the room. After they left, the mermaid held the holy cleansing medicine placed beside the bathtub in his palm. He pulled the plug and poured the holy medicine over the edge of the tub and onto the floor outside. This differentiation medicine was not used. The young man pursed his lips slightly, probably because he was too kind and couldn't bear to see the little female rabbit suffer. Anyway, it's definitely not because of anything else. A bunch of random reasons. It was evening when Yu Gigi woke up. There was a bedside lamp on in the room. The bed curtains were closed, and she was lying on her side. She tried to speak, but her throat was numb. Yesterday, Yu Gigi vaguely remembered some things. Her heart was beating a little faster, probably because she had successfully mated with the mermaid. More than once. But if you want to know whether you are pregnant, you have to wait a week. Yu Gigi couldn't help but rub her belly with her hands, praying in her heart, hoping that nothing unexpected would happen this time. She sat up slowly. Hearing the noise, Lewis came to the door of the room and knocked gently. "Miss, are you awake?" Woke up. Yu Gigi's voice was slightly hoarse, and she just felt her mouth was dry. Lewis pushed the door open gently and entered the room with a tray. When he came to the bedside, he put down the food in his hand. Lewis poured clean water into a cup and held it to her lips. Yu Gigi lowered her head and drank slowly. She had just woken up. Her face was a little hazy. Her rabbit ears drooped slightly, and seeing that Lewis hadn't spoken, she couldn't help but raise her head and stare at his blinking eyes. "What's wrong?" Lewis asked gently. Without. Yu Gigi wanted to ask about what happened last night, but felt a little embarrassed. After thinking about it, she had to find a new topic. "How's Yusin?"
Who?
"Mermaid." Apparently, they exchanged names. Lewis put down the glass. He picked up the cooked tofu fish soup, scooped it up with a spoon, and blew gently to warm it. As the young lady wished, I did not disturb her. The young man handed over the spoon, and Yu Gigi drank the soup in small sips. So fresh her eyes lit up. Seeing that the little female rabbit loved to drink the soup he cooked, especially the fish soup, Lewis raised a smile. He decided to make fish soup for the little rabbit every day for the next week. Although the little female rabbit does not eat meat, she still likes to drink soup. After drinking the soup, Yu Gigi felt much stronger. She was worried about the mermaid and wanted to go downstairs to check. Lewis left with the tray. Yu Gigi got out of bed, put on her soft plush slippers, and walked downstairs. She was wearing a white nightgown, which was very long and almost reached her ankles. Lewis was busy in the kitchen. When he heard footsteps, he turned his head and caught a glimpse of the little figure going into the bathroom. He was washing the cup with his hands and paused slightly. Yu Gigi came to the bathroom and saw the mermaid sleeping quietly, just like before. Especially, he still has a light blue fish tail, soaking in the clear blue water. The scales seem to glow, dreamy and beautiful. Hearing the footsteps, Yuzin's right finger, which was supporting his forehead, moved slightly. He said calmly, "What's the matter?" "Well, thank you for last night." Yu Zhizhi thanked sincerely. Yu Zhizhi was confused due to the fever at the time, and the images that appeared in her mind were intermittent. She was not sure whether they were real or her imagination. At that time, the mermaid's cold fingers gradually became hot. Her whole body was shaking, trembling again and again. Yu Zhizhi can still remember his low, joyful laughter, which was completely different from the mermaid in front of her. Said nonchalantly, "Thank you for your willingness to split up." Yu Zhizhi pinched the hem of her skirt. She thought that she should have found Yuzin's eyes earlier. He should also want to find his eyes back, right? When he mentioned this, the mermaid's expression moved slightly. He said stiffly, "It was the holy medicine you brought back that worked." He would never admit that he was splitting up voluntarily. But the orcs in the Lost Tower said that after the holy medicine is brought back, a very complicated process will be required before it can take effect. There are always exceptions.
Oh.
Yu Zhizhi glanced at the empty bottle outside the bathtub. Her memory was incomplete. Maybe the mermaid drank the holy medicine, which caused her to split. But no matter what, she got help from the other party. In addition, there is a high possibility of getting pregnant with a mermaid baby. When she thought of this, Yu Zhizhi couldn't suppress a smile on her face. "Anyway, thank you for helping me." Yu Zhizhi expressed her sincere thanks again. Her attitude made the young man feel a little confused. "There is still some blockage in my heart." Compared to the polite little female rabbit in front of him, who kept saying thank you, he preferred the stupid rabbit who stuck to him last night, saying "I like you, and I want more over and over again." Yu Zhizhi put the food next to the bathtub. She did not tell the mermaid in advance that she planned to help him find his eyes. She wanted to give Xian a surprise. After leaving the bathroom, "Luther, I need your help with something." "Ms. Zhizhi, please go ahead. I want to find the mermaid's eyes." "Can you help me find out who bought them?" "The sooner the better." Yu Zhizhi wanted to find Yuzin's eyes as a thank you gift. Luther found out the other party's detailed information in a very short time. He said slowly, "Jeffrey lives in the God-given city, is engaged in the pearl trade, and is very wealthy. Before the mermaid was delivered last week, his eyes had already been bought by Jeffrey. This is the third pair of mermaid's eyes in his collection. It seems to be his habit." Luther made no comment on this. Yu Zhizhi was puzzled. "Then why do you say he is troublesome?" "It's like this. Although he lives in the God-given city, he is not an orc from the Moonrise Empire. Our paradise guards cannot force him to trade." Luther's tone was full of apology. "Miss Zhizhi finally came to us for help, but we can't give you much help. I heard that this noble has a morbid obsession with mermaids' eyes. I guess no matter what price Miss Zhizhi offers, he wouldn't agree to a deal. There is a high probability of hitting a wall. The guards cannot use force to oppress them." "It's okay, I'll try." Yu Zhizhi smiled slightly. "Now that the whereabouts of the mermaid's eye has been discovered, I must go there in person no matter what." She also had many gems on her body, which were very valuable. Maybe the nobleman named Jeffrey would agree to trade with her? If the trade is successful, the mermaid can regain her sight. He will definitely be very happy, right?
Okay.
Luther agreed on the phone. "Excuse me, when does Miss Zhizhi plan to go over?" "I'll go with you." He was worried about being accompanied only by Louis. Yu Zhizhi thought for a moment and said, "We'll set off after breakfast tomorrow, okay?"
Sure.
After talking with Luther, it was dark. Louis had cleaned up the kitchen. He came to the living room and handed the hot milk to the little female rabbit curled up on the sofa. "Thank you." Yu Zhizhi took it, tucked her hair on the side of her face, and lowered her head to drink milk. "Going on a long trip tomorrow?" Louis asked softly. Yu Zhizhi held the milk in both hands. After taking a few sips, she licked her lips and said, "Yes, we're going to the God-given city."
Yeah.
Louis stood to one side, his eyes falling on the little female rabbit's lips, where there was still a little white stain. Seeing that Louis was staring at her, Yu Zhizhi couldn't help but wipe the corner of her mouth with her hand. but she wiped in the wrong direction. Louis couldn't help but chuckle. He slowly walked forward and squatted on one knee in front of her. "Let me do it, Mississippi." He held a clean white handkerchief and gently touched the delicate skin of the little female. Her innocent and lively eyes seemed to be filled with stars. The handkerchief gently wiped off the milk stains, and the little rabbit sat obediently. Louis just felt itchy in his heart. This was the cutest little female he had ever met. "Every time I'm with her, I feel very happy. This way, he can forget the past for a short while." Louis's movements were very gentle. Yu held the glass with both hands, and the warm milk warmed her palms through the glass. "Thank you," she whispered. The young man's black eyes were smiling. He placed one hand across his chest and bent down slightly. "This is what I should do. As a butler, his duty is to take care of the little female rabbit's food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. The wooden house is not big, and there is only one room on the second floor. There is also a place on the first floor for storing old things." After cleaning it up, Louis lived there temporarily. After drinking the milk, Yu wanted to go to the yard to play for a while. She put on a white coat and a scarf, and as soon as she opened the door, a gust of cold wind blew in, making her feel extremely cool. Louis followed her, and as it was still snowing, he held up an umbrella to shield the little female. The yard was square, and after Louis's care, most of the weeds had been removed. He also spread the seeds of winter osmanthus, and it wouldn't be long before the garden would be full of life. It was pitch black outside, with only a few small lights hanging by the door. Next door is the residence of Guard Luther. It is dark, and he has not returned yet. Yu squatted down, scooped up a handful of snow with both hands, and gently made it into a small snowball. The girl had a cute smile on her face. She stood up, spread out her palms, and showed Louis her results. Louis smiled and took the gift from the little female, a cold snowball, which fit him just right to suppress the boiling blood in his body. "He is a bit naughty." She deliberately turned the umbrella, and the snowflakes fell down and got into Yu's neck. She couldn't help laughing. In the bathroom, the mermaid heard the silver bell-like laughter of the little female coming from outside, and she seemed very happy. The jasmine scent is so faint that it is almost imperceptible, but the masculine scent that made him feel nauseous was so clear. The young man pursed his thin lips, and his light blue fishtail rose up and then fell heavily. Voila! There was a constant sound of water running in the bathroom. Yu was stunned. She threw the snowball away and walked into the house without looking back. Louis calmly closed his umbrella. As he stepped onto the steps, he glanced at the bathroom window with displeasure. There lay a dead fish. All she does all day is compete for favor. When Yu heard the sound of water, she immediately returned to the bathroom. She saw the water stains all over the floor and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yusin was not uncomfortable. He just didn't want to see the little female rabbit playing with that guy. The mermaid was silent for a moment. He tilted his head slightly and said in a weak voice, "I'm sick. I need your care.
So, stay.
Keep looking at him. Just look at him." Valoran Empire. It's late at night, and everyone is asleep. The Duke's carriage stopped in front of the corridor. The night wind blew the blue leaves, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance. Lanterns were hung high, and besides the rustling of leaves, there was the occasional sound of pages turning in the carriage. A personal servant stood by. In the car, the sound of flipping through scrolls could be heard. The Duke was still reviewing secret documents. The servant rubbed his palms, not knowing how to start. "Master Bolin." After thinking for a long time, the personal servant said softly, "The day for the 6 snake cubs to hatch is coming soon. May I ask if you will attend that day?" According to animal customs, when an animal cub hatches, its closest relatives will pray for it. Since Miss Gigi is not here, it would be great if His Excellency the Duke, as a father, is willing to go. The 6 little snakes are the treasures of the entire Duke's mansion. They are carefully cared for every day, and the clan leaders also cherish them very much. They are all looking forward to the test on the day of hatching. If the snake cub can perfectly inherit the Duke's powerful abilities, It will be a strong guarantee for the entire snake clan. At least for the next 100 years, there is no need to worry about the family's demise. That is. The Duke ignored the snake cubs. I haven't even taken a look at it these days. Let the clan leaders go. A dull voice came from the carriage.
Yes.
Just as the servant was about to pull the carriage back to the courtyard where the Duke had been staying recently, he heard the person sitting in the carriage suddenly say, "Let's go to the study."
Bookhouse courtyard.
The blue lotus in the pond is sleeping quietly. This was the first time the Duke returned here since the day Yujiji left. He pushed open the door of the study, and the room was pitch dark. The desk, which had not been used for several days, had been tidied up by the servants. The files were neatly arranged, the slender pipe was placed on a low shelf, and a dark blue lucky bag was hanging down. The study was very quiet, without any sound. The Duke walked toward the backyard. The pool was filled with mist. The rose iron cage beside it had not been removed yet, and inside it was the soft bedding that the little female usually covered herself with. On the chopping board was the plate of snacks she had eaten for the last time. The Duke looked at it for a long time. He seemed to hear the little female's voice coming from behind him your back every time he came back from outside. He would be greeted by the cheerful figure of the little rabbit. She would run straight over to him with her rabbit tail gently wagging.
Then
the Duke enjoyed gently caressing her bunny ears, bending down, and placing a light kiss on her lips. The little female smelled very nice and sweet. When he held her in his arms, he had to lean over to hug her. He didn't dare to use too much force for fear of breaking her soft waist. Sometimes he needed to carry her to the pond to wash. The little rabbit would snuggle quietly in his arms, never making a fuss, with watery eyes and a smile like a little crescent moon in the sky. She is so good. When the Duke was in love, he couldn't help but call her good girl and kiss her bunny ears, eyebrows, lips, collarbone. Kissed every inch of her. The little pet is soft everywhere, and its voice is soft, rising and falling. It will bite its lips and shyly stay in his arms. When eating, the little rabbit held the food in his mouth and chewed it slowly. Occasionally, he would imitate him and put a spoonful of food to the Duke's lips, looking at him expectantly. The little female had also actively asked him for it. When she is not satisfied, she will cry in grievance, rub her cheek against him, and rely on him wholeheartedly. But those things seem to have happened a long time ago. The library is still the library, the backyard is still the backyard, and not a single flower or a tree has changed. Everything remains the same as it was at the beginning, except that she is gone. She disappeared. The Duke's gaze fell on the door lock of the rose cage, and a hint of gloom flashed in his golden vertical pupils. He clenched his teeth slightly, and the black snake on his shoulder was a little frightened, and immediately slid off his body and avoided him. Why do you want to escape? Wouldn't it be nice to stay with him? The Duke's heart felt as if it was covered with damp bedding. It felt heavy and stuffy, and he almost couldn't breathe. Just at this moment, a servant's voice came from outside the door. "Lord Bolin, there's a letter from the magic team." The Duke turned sideways and glanced at the servant. The other party quickly hunched over and respectfully handed over the spiritual letter. This is a secret letter made with magic spells. The moment the Duke picked it up, the magic seal on it disappeared, and the spiritual letter projected a ray of light and shadow. A young man in a white robe and a black mask slowly saluted, while holding a magic wand. "Good evening, Your Excellency the Duke. According to your instructions, the magic team has traveled all over the Valoran Empire, but has not found any trace of the Honorable Miss Gigi. She is no longer in the Valoran Empire." This is an affirmative sentence. The entire magic team was mobilized, and in less than 4 days, they had searched every long street and every inconspicuous corner of the empire. Nothing was found. The young man wearing a black mask from the magic team hesitated and said, "Perhaps she has gone to another empire." In such a short time, if there is the help of a formation, it is indeed possible to go to a very far place. The Duke tightly grasped the envelope in his hand. His golden pupils stared at the young man in the projection, and he said word by word, "Select 4 elite teams and go to the Moon Rising Empire, the Deep Sea Empire, the Sun Ridge, and thinking of the most likely possibility, he said in a gloomy voice, "Search carefully around Songshan Mountain. His little pet has deep feelings for Dracula. They have experienced life and death together. She cares about Dracula so much that it is very likely that she went to Songshan to find him. They may have reunited." Thinking of this possibility, the Duke's heart suddenly felt a sharp pain. In the spiritual projection, the young man from the magic team took on the task.
"As you command, Lord Platinum."
The servant beside him was a little surprised. The Duke has not even forgotten the destroyed Songshan Empire, and coupled with the constant war in Sun Ridge, Miss Gigi wouldn't go to such a dangerous place, would she? Ling Xin disappeared. The Duke looked at his personal servant and said, "Go and contact those guys one by one. I need their help."
"Yes."
The servant knew what the Duke meant. He quickly went to prepare. For His Excellency the Duke, although he never mentioned it on his own initiative, the servants knew that matters related to Miss Gigi were of great importance and could not be vague. Moreover, the cubs are about to hatch. Personally, the servant also hopes to find Miss Gigi as soon as possible. The next day, Luther came to the yard and waited as promised. Before leaving, Yu Gigi went to the bathroom to visit the mermaid, gave him today's food, and wiped his body. "We may be back very late today. Is there anything you want? I'll bring it to you when I come back. Want?" The boy leaned against the bathtub, motionless. It was as if he didn't hear it. Just when Yu Gigi was feeling a little disappointed and was about to leave quietly, Yusin slowly spoke. "Apple. Mermaids like to eat apples. That kind of red, sweet, and crisp apple." Yu Gigi nodded quickly. "I've made a note of it." Yusin was willing to communicate with her, and she was very happy. Yu Gigi brought all the gems with her on this trip. She only hoped that the jeweler named Jeffrey would agree to the deal she proposed. This time, Luther and Louis accompanied them. Snowmobiles were parked outside. Luther said, "We have to drive to the steam station first. There are direct trains to God's gift city from there. Paradise is a special place in the Moonrise Empire. It is neither a city nor a small town. It is a place covering a very large area where criminals are imprisoned. Besides, the most famous one is the Lost Tower, which is the favorite of the female imperial nobles. There are countless male orcs for them to choose from. The second is Paradise. It was a national entertainment program, bloody and violent, which could relieve the mental stress of the people of the empire. The contestants of the Paradise are all carefully selected. Some are criminals who are doomed to die, some sign up voluntarily, and some are spies from other forces who were thrown in directly after their identities were exposed. The city closest to Paradise is the God-given city.